Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 78. Since you don't care, then go die. But Nyokijo listened to the child's words. Not only was there no consolation, but he was sent to die by himself, which is conceivable. This boy, as long as he walked out of this room and went to the murloc to fight for his life, she would no longer care about him, nor would she save him. Because all you really want to do is die, and those who don't have the courage to live can be saved once or twice, but they can't be saved forever. Anyway, you don't have the courage to live in the predicament, so it's better to die early and reincarnate early. It's easy to die, but hard to survive. Nyochi said coldly. The boy was dumbfounded by the scolding, but the anger in his heart could not be appeased. How could he let the dragon go, and what did she know? They also lost their family members. Reka said lightly, making the boy freeze in place immediately. Not only did she lose her relatives, even her sister became a tool of the dragon, but even so, Nami never gave up. Everyone knows that giving up is very simple. Find a high point, close your eyes, jump down, everything is over. But no, their lives were saved by Belle Mel. If they were ruined casually, how could they be worthy of the people who kept them alive? No matter what kind of predicament, what kind of disaster, they must live well and live for everyone to see. Live for Mel Bell. Especially Nami, even if she is tired, even if she is doing good deeds, it is for the safety of the village. But in other villages, she was a traitor, spurned by thousands of people, and known as the witch-cotter of the dragon pirates. Nami has never given up no matter how many hardships she has experienced. Life is precious. As long as they live for one day, they must fight against this fate to the end, and this kind of people who easily give up their lives are the group of people they hate the most. 780 Because their mothers wanted to survive at that time, but they couldn't. The boy suddenly became quiet. Losing family members under the rule of the dragon seems to be nothing new. The current him will only die in vain, useless. Is death an escape? Then I have to grow up and become stronger, and then kill the evil dragon. When Nyokijo heard Reka say this, she was surprised. Nami even mentioned this to you. Tell me honestly, what is the relationship between you two? I have never seen Nami openly discuss with anyone other than me heart. Besides, you have been injured so badly, and you still want to find the evil dragon. Don't you, like Nami? Nyokijo's eyes suddenly became very bright. Nyokijo, who was staring at Reka firmly, felt excited, but this excitement didn't last for a few seconds. Thinking of the dragon pirates, her heart immediately turned cold, under this kind of control. Like, I'm afraid it won't end well. The deeper it gets, the more likely it will lead to tragedy. How will Nami face it when the time comes? The things she is carrying are already heavy, can she really carry them? What's the matter with you? Reka asked with concern, and 8 trigrams looked expectant for the last second. She didn't admit anything, didn't say anything. Why did her expression become so serious and cold? Can you please leave Nami? As soon as the words came out, Reka was stunned. This was an answer he had never thought of. Why? You'll cause trouble and trouble for her. I'm here to save her. When the sun comes out tomorrow, the evil dragon will not become a threat. You underestimate the dragon pirates. No, I know their strength better than you. If you are strong, why are you injured so badly? If you were surrounded just now, you might have died. I don't hate resistance, and one day, we will resist again. Nyokijo said firmly. No Nami's contribution. It's just that they all put on a cold face towards Nami, ignored Nami and regarded him as a traitor, except himself. This is their protection for Nami, hoping that one day Nami will give up on them, go out and never come back. Live for herself while they fight the dragon pirates for the final battle. In particular, the fire of resistance in Gosa town also inspired them, and now Koko Yasi village has secretly stockpiled a lot of weapons. I'm very strong, and the evil dragon will not abide by the 100 million Bailey agreement with Nami. Reka knows that the two parties are not on the same channel in terms of strength perception, so it may be extremely difficult to convince Newlin. After all, he is now lying on the bed, unable to move the wounded. Whatever he said, he was quite pale and powerless. What? Nyokijo really didn't care about how powerful Reka said he was. Were there still few people who felt powerful before? But that was a whole group of evil dragon pirates. The devil pirates from the Grand Line, the weakest pirate, is probably thousands of times stronger than the common people. How could they know how terrifying and powerful the murloc pirates are? They can easily lift an entire house, and ordinary bullets hit them, and some of them can't even penetrate the skin. But when Reka said that the dragon would not keep the agreement, Nyokijo was extremely excited. She couldn't imagine that this would become a reality. How desperate Nami would be. How did you know? Guess, do you think that with the style of the dragon pirates, they will really give up such a talent as Nami? Think about the planning maps drawn by Nami over the years, and how much profit the nautical charts have made for them. The evil dragon is about money promises. I haven't heard that he will break his promise. Nyokijo has already learned that the evil dragon is a human being from Nami. And under his control, as long as enough money is paid, he really will not say that he temporarily regrets killing the person who paid the money. Unless it is the exception of a rebellion event like Gosa Town. I didn't break my promise, it's just because the benefits are not big enough. With enough benefits, the promise is extremely fragile. You are still guessing now, and you can't be sure, so you can't take this risk. Do you know what Nami has paid all these years to keep this agreement? I know. No, you don't know. If you knew, CBBJ, you wouldn't make such a judgment lightly. Have you ever seen her only eat one meal a day outside in order to save money when she was young? Do you know how a 10-year-old kid would be beaten up if he was caught stealing money from pirates? Do you know that Jean, who lurks among the pirates, dare not sleep every night, for fear that the words in his sleep will be leaked? Do you know that betrayal again and again made her cry countless times? Do you know how tiring it is to carry someone else's life on your back? How can you say such a thing? You will deprive her of her only hope. Nyokijo remembered all that Nami had encountered in these years, and tears burst out of his eyes. After so many years of suffering, I finally see hope. If this kind of thing really happened, she couldn't accept it just by thinking about it. The boy stared blankly, that which has experienced so much. Reka was also silent, he didn't know about these things. He just thought about it and couldn't empathize. But now, from Nyokijo who was roaring and bursting into tears, he could feel this weight. It turns out that the suffering imagined is completely different from the suffering felt by seeing and empathizing. The dragon pirates just killed them. It's too cheap for them. The culprit who caused all this cannot be easily forgiven. Whether it's going to happen or not, I don't want you to tell Nami about your speculation in advance. But what if it's meant to happen? Then it is pain when it happens, but you said in advance, before it happens, it is already pain, and when it happens, it will cause a second pain. I'm going to stop it from happening. The most terrifying thing in this world, do you know what it is? It is hope. Since you have an unusual relationship with Nami, you should know that she is a strong girl. What she has fought for many years, as long as there are hundreds of millions, 1/3 of the possibilities will never give up. If you stop her in advance with guesswork, tell her this, then you will become the devil who destroys her hope. And when you stop her, she will know about it. You can't avoid it. It will still bring pain. Do you want to be hated by her forever? Hearing Nyokijo's words, Reka was stunned, and he suddenly understood a truth. Killing, destroying, these are easy. But hopefully, helping those is harder. Especially when you care about this matter, this person, you must consider whether it will hurt her even if it is a good thing. This is more difficult than defeating the enemy. If you don't handle it well, you may become the devil who destroys hope. No wonder Nami, who was hopeful at that time, flatly rejected Luffy's help at the beginning, and drove them away many times. Because she is kind and doesn't want them to get involved, and because she still has the hope that the dragon will keep the promise. When Luffy really helped her, Nami had already felt hopeless. Not yet, but revelations have the potential to do more damage. The two situations are different. Should I just watch? Reka was at a loss as to what to do. If it really happened, I hope you can help her at that time. It's best if it didn't happen. If it happened, Nami will need someone by his side, and this man, who has an unusual relationship with Nami, may be the best good medicine. A few words of comfort may restore Nami's hope. After all, Ryokijo believes that Nami is not someone who is easily knocked down. Okay, I'll wait. I'll let the dragon pirates experience for themselves what real despair is. Reka said with murderous intent. Nami suffered grievances, he will double the price to make them pay. He will not hesitate to shed blood. Stupid. I didn't ask you to seek death. Ryokijo felt that this man seemed to have misunderstood the meaning of helping. Needless to say, I understand. Before dawn, I will wait quietly. I have to keep my spirits up. The territory ruled by the evil dragon was in turmoil overnight, and several murloc compatriots were killed, which made the evil dragon furious and stepped up its search. The person who killed his compatriots must be found out. It's just that there is no result overnight. When the first rays of the sun rose, Reka opened his eyes, and he felt the sound of someone running out. Marine is here. Marine is here. Ryokijo. Marine is here. This was the voice of a child. He took Ryokijo's hand and ran towards the coast. Excited, Marine noticed the small island, indicating that they are saved. Chapter 79. In the early morning, at the sea restaurant Barati, Sanji suffered from Zeph, Patty, and others in the morning. Sometimes they say that he only flatters women, and sometimes they say that the food he cooks is not good, and he tries everything to drive Sanji away. At first, Sanji thought that these guys were just having an itchy skin attack, and he was simply upset by looking at himself. After all, this kind of thing often happens. After Sanji scolded them a few times, he didn't take it seriously at first, but finally found out that all the chefs were targeting him. Not one or two. In the past, everyone thought that your food was good. It was because you were the cook brought up by Boss Jafu. Everyone said that to save face. Look at the cooking of this soup. It's not a little bad. To ordinary people, it's not bad, but for those who pursue it, it's just rubbish. Patty took a sip of the soup made by Sanji, half and then spit it out. The words are sharp and merciless. That's right, and this time, Barati was almost snatched by pirates. If I were you, I would have no face to stay here. What? Did you have a problem with your tongue this morning? Sanji didn't believe it, he took a sip by himself, it was perfect. But why does everyone say that? It is usual for one or two people to say this, but everyone says this. Let Sanji have to doubt life. You really need to improve your cooking skills. You old man. Jafu's evaluation is the most fatal to Sanji. Even Sanji immediately slammed the door angrily, and at the same time really began to doubt life. Is it true that the dishes I cook myself are not good? Is it because of Jafu's blessing that I was allowed to stay on the boat? Is I really a burden? After Sanji ran out, Patty waited for the chef to cry, "This soup is so delicious, much better than mine." "BD Patty, don't drink it all up, save some for me. As chefs, we insulted such a delicious meal just now. Hey, I'm guilty. Boss, is it really okay to do this?" "It doesn't matter, it's fine, Sanji shouldn't stay in our small restaurant all the time, he has his own pursuit, what we have to do is let him go, but this brat is too emotional, I didn't want him to return anything, a man, you have to chase your dreams so you won't regret it." Smelly old man. Sanji went and returned. He thought for a while, and felt that everyone was very wrong today, and planned to come back and ask the bottom line. Just arrived at the door, was about to open the door, but heard their communication. Sanji's hand stopped abruptly, tears flickered in his eyes, then he lit a cigarette, turned and left silently. Luffy, I just found the letter that Reka-san left in the kitchen on the boat. Usopp suddenly ran off the boat and said. Zoro was covered in bandages all over his body, and he was also standing beside the ship melee. Luffy was saying goodbye to Zeph and the others. Uncle, let's go then. My debt is paid off. Certainly. What did Reka-san say in the letter? I know why Nami left us. Nami needs our help now. Usopp said very seriously. Reka left a letter at night, explaining to Luffy and others why Nami left and why she betrayed them. Dragon, the head of 20 million Baileys sounds really good. Zoro put his hand on the handle of the knife, and the corner of his mouth drew a dangerous arc. I see, then uncle, and everyone, goodbye. Luffy waved goodbye to everyone. Even if Luffy doesn't know exactly what was written in the letter. But as long as he knows that Nami's departure was forced and not voluntary, this is enough for him to make a move. As for the details, there are plenty of opportunities to figure it out on the way. Wait a minute. But at that moment Sanji stopped Luffy. We all have stupid dreams, for my goal, for AL Blue. Sanji raised his head slightly, half of his hair covered his expression, and the smoke from the cigarette was lingering, spiraling towards the sky. Sanji. Luffy turned around. I'll accompany you on your journey, the so-called One Piece dream. I'll be the oil on your ship. Luffy was stunned for a moment. He invited Sanji a lot these days, but they were rejected all of them. He thought Sanji had made up his mind not to go out to sea anymore, but he took the initiative to mention it at this time. Is it okay? Seeing Luffy in a daze, Sanji added another sentence. Of course. Great. We have a chef. Luffy raised his arms and shouted, very happy. Great, we have a chef, and we have food to eat. Usopp pulled Luffy, and the two spun around in circles, happily dancing in circles. Zoro smiled too. After receiving Luffy's approval, Sanji looked back at Jafu and Patty who came to see off the chefs. That's what happened, everyone, I have caused you a lot of trouble. Cut, it's really annoying. I wanted to drive you out of here myself. It's so easy to make up my mind. Patty crossed his hands in front of his chest and said viciously. I'm really sorry, let you put on a bad show. You know it all. Hearing Sanji's words, Patty and the others were shocked immediately. I heard it all, you are all too stupid. What did you say? Many chefs said with dissatisfaction. That is to say, you want to drive me away at all costs, right, old man? Sanji looked at Jafu, the most important man in his life. That's right, little ghost, I hate children very much, and there is never a day when I don't regret how I let you survive. Jafu still said stubbornly. Very well, old man, you can enjoy the rest of your life. I'll go and pack up. Sanji turned his head and left. Luffy went to the kitchen to bring enough food. Looking at the room where he lived in since he was a child, and the whole ship, after Sanji packed his things, he felt a little lost. He was there when this store opened, and he was there when he peeled the fruit for the first time and cut it into his hands. Although it was fierce, it was warm. When he first made soup, the stinky old man was also the first to taste it. Here is everything he has struggled so far. Now, he is going away to start a new journey. Boy, do you want to take it with you? This is the record of my 1-year entry into the Grand Line. Zeph found Luffy who was packing food in the kitchen alone, and handed out his precious logbook. No. But Luffy refused with a smile. Asking for flowers, 0. Sure enough. Zeph was not surprised. What people like Luffy want is to write their own logbook. With or without this journal, he's going to the Grand Line. Zeph was lying in his room, looking at the ceiling that had been broken by shells and hadn't been repaired before, and he could see the blue and vast sky outside. Sanji is so slow. In front of Barati's gate, Going Merry is ready, and all the chefs are present, except Zeph. As soon as the voice fell, Sanji came out with the bag, and Patty and another chef immediately launched an attack. Stinky boy, let's end the grievances that have been going on for many years. Bang bang. As a result, Sanji raised his foot and knocked them down. I said you couldn't beat him. A chef next to him said speechlessly. Let's go. Sanji came to Luffy and said. Don't you need to say hello? No, that's it. Sanji just put one foot on Going Merry. Sanji, don't catch a cold. Zeph appeared on the second floor at some point, looking at Sanji's back and exhorting gently. Sanji has never heard Jafu stinky old man say caring words to him once in his life, this is the first time. But only once, Sanji immediately pursed his lips, trembling, and tears flowed from his eyes. Years of accumulated feelings, in a moment he couldn't help but surge. The smelly old man will never be only his benefactor, not only his teacher, but also his father. He suddenly turned around, knelt down towards Jafu's position with a plop, grabbed the ground with his head, and shouted loudly with sobs, Boss Jafu, I have really been taken care of for a long time. Your great kindness, I will never forget it. Stupid. Jafu's eyes turned red, and tears welled up in his eyes. Sanji whimpered, wept bitterly, tears streaming down his face, this farewell, I don't know when we will meet again. Smelly brat, I'm so lonely. Patty and the others couldn't help crying. After a while, after saying goodbye, Sanji officially joined the Straw Hat Pirates and set sail. Sanji, as long as you have the belief that you are not afraid of death, I believe you will be able to find the Sea of Miracles, all blues. Zifu muttered to himself as he watched Going Merry gradually disappearing from sight. Reka-san originally asked us to wait for him at the sea restaurant, but now the time is beyond what he said earlier, so it may have been an accident. Usopp made a judgment after reading the letter to Luffy. We found the chef, Reka-san will be very happy. But this evil dragon is too hateful. I must beat him away. After Luffy understood what happened, the White Lotus pot was angry. Guys who force women are scumbags, let's go and meet this evil dragon pirate group for a while. Sanji also said with a dark face. It said that Nami is the coder of the dragon pirates, and the purpose of joining. I'm afraid that when we arrive, Reka-san has already dealt with it. Zoro said lightly. No matter what, let's go at full speed. Oh! Johnny Joseph and Usopp both responded excitedly. Knowing Nami's past, Upso, who is so passionate at this moment, is not afraid anymore. Only resentment. However, only before you have seen the enemy. Chapter 80. Koko Yasi Village, Orange Garden, Nami's and Nyakajao's home. She prefers to stay here than in the Dragon Park, and all the money she stole has been buried in the orange orchard in front of the gate. It's just that she didn't know that the place where the money was hidden had already been discovered by the evil dragon. It's just that they haven't collected 100 million Baileys yet, and the dragon is not in a hurry at all. After all, Nami's own value is much more valuable than 100 million Baileys. Is Nyokijao at home? Nami came back from this trip, feeling more tired than ever. She had forgotten all the unpleasantness for a short time, and now she returned to the cold reality. Here, the only person she can talk to is Nyokijao, and she will never hide anything from Nyokijao. That is their agreement. The orange orchard in the early morning exudes the fragrance of grass and trees. Smelling the air here, Nami's mood improved a lot, as if she was alive again. This time the harvest is very big. If you exchange the gold here into Baileys, you will be able to collect 100 million Baileys in the afternoon. Along the way, the pirate ships she encountered with Reka, Luffy and others were basically settled easily, even if it was based on the average score. She also got much more treasure than she expected, and this time she gained a lot, so she couldn't wait to rush back to Koko Yasi village. Thinking of buying Koko Yasi village soon, she happily made herself a hearty breakfast and picked a few fresh oranges. The life of being the master of thieves for so many years is finally coming to an end. Belle-Mel, have you seen that this village will soon return to its original state, and by then, everyone will be able to smile from the bottom of their hearts again. Nami's eyes were filled with tears of excitement and hope. At this moment, at the former site of Gosa town, the little boy happily took Nyokijao's hand and ran towards the coast. What's the matter? Nyokijao didn't quite know what was going on, he only heard him say that Marine was here. But is this true? On this island dominated by pirates, where is the Marine? It's Marine, it's Marine. The surviving uncles in Gosa successfully contacted the government, and Marine came to pick us up. You see, we can be saved. We can finally escape from this island. By the sea, there are already many people around here. Very few are survivors, others are people from several nearby villages who heard the news. A marine warship is approaching the island at the moment, it is a marine ship of the Marine 77 branch. When the boy saw it, he pointed to the warship and said excitedly. Is that the evil dragon park in Legendary? It's really the end of the world for the pirates to settle down like this. Listen, everyone, today we have the task of saving the survivors of Gosa town, which was destroyed by the evil dragons. Rescue this island safely. However, we pretended not to see the city of these arrogant pirates. Will our justice forgive us? A local marine commodore stood on the deck and asked righteously all the marines present. I will not forgive. All the marines saluted in unison. In this sea, the righteous marine still exists. This unit is now going to wipe out the evil dragons. Start preparing for battle immediately. Yes. In the Dragon Park, the dragon frowned when he heard the report from Aju, the 77th branch of Marine. Yes, that's what it says on the front. He's new here. Some of you should negotiate with their leaders and tell them not to act rashly. If the 2 million Baileys can't be paid, then they will be dealt with. The evil dragon made a choice after a little thought. Pang! But at this moment, a shell shot out from the marine warship, aiming directly at the evil dragon park. He was flying towards the dragon. You actually fired the cannon as soon as you came up, brother dragon, it's dangerous, get out of the way. A murloc shouted immediately when he saw this, the trajectory of the shell happened to hit the dragon. Hey! But the evil dragon just smiled contemptuously, opened its mouth, and directly bit the cannonball, and then closed its upper and lower jaws, and the whole cannonball was crushed and exploded. Big brother evil dragon has such terrifying teeth and jaws. Even murlocs also submit to the power of evil dragon. Brother, do you still want to negotiate? Krubai asked sullenly. No need, you guys go and get rid of them, this is our sea area, with Nami providing blueprints, we can do it with less effort. Understood. Several officers of the Murloc pirates jumped into the swimming pool, which leads directly to the sea. Aju and several cotters dived into the sea and quickly approached the marine ship. Attacked the marine ship. Murloc attack. Achu jumped out of the sea and jumped directly onto the warship, spit out saliva from his long lips, and the speed and lethality of each saliva were faster than bullets. He impaled several marines in a row, and even the marine commodore, who looked like aristocrats, was pierced through the chest by a sip of water. Boom! And at this moment, the marine warship was hit by a strong current. What's going on? Are murlocs attacking under the sea? Don't struggle, we have already removed the rudder of your ship, and moved a huge reef to the middle of the strong current, do you know what will happen? Aju smiled contemptuously. What did you say, moving the reef? How is that possible? Of course you can't do it with your weak human strength, but we are noble murlocs. Looking at your expression, I should have guessed what the result will be. That's right, there will be deep sea Uzumaki. Farewell. After Achu finished speaking, he jumped off the ship and left, and at this moment Uzumaki had formed beside the marine warship, and the marines were terrified. Wanting to resist and struggle, but unable to do anything, just in an instant, the sudden appearance of the deep sea Uzumaki swallowed the entire ship and marines, spiraling into the deep sea. What a fragile race! However, the nautical charts drawn by Nami are really accurate, and even the currents of the seabed are clearly grasped. With her, we can more easily control the entire East Blue. You're lying. The marine is sinking. The people around the sea case fell from heaven to hell one after another as they watched this scene. This is the reality, we can't escape the rule of the dragon. Nyoki-jo seemed to be accustomed to such an ending. People who came with hope left with despair. In the end, only the unwilling boy and the indifferent Nyoki-jo remained. I never believe in reality. Now that I have seen it, please help me. At this moment, Reka, who was wrapped in bandages all over, came from behind the two of them with an axe on his shoulders. Why did you come here? You are a stranger. Don't be seen by the murlocs, or you will cause trouble. But then again, are you a little too good looking? I didn't notice it last night. Seeing this, Nyoki-jo said quickly. I'll be right back. What do you want to do? Nyoki-jo was puzzled. Reka plunged directly into the sea. You are crazy, your injury is still not healed, how can you swim in the sea? But Reka has disappeared, and I haven't seen it floating up for a while. Big brother, he couldn't think about committing suicide, right? The boy stared blankly at the sea, feeling more and more desperate. Don't talk nonsense, he will come back after he said it, which suicide person would say such a thing? Reka swam towards Uzumaki in the deep sea, and soon saw many marines struggling helplessly in the current Uzumaki. Magic shield. Reka snapped 5 fingers, and all marines were immediately covered with a layer of magic shields. What's going on here? Could it be that the god of the sea appeared? The marines looked at themselves wrapped in the magic shield, and found that Uzumaki and the current had no effect on them, and they all showed disbelief. Is this a miracle? We are still alive. We can still talk, it feels like a dream. Someone's swimming over. Soon someone saw Reka's figure. Reka manipulated them, thinking that on the way to Koko Yasi village, he found a deserted island not far away, and he could transport them all there. Now place them on the land where the dragons rule. I am afraid that it is no different from Beiju, and will be wiped out soon. It is impossible for me to stay by their side and protect them exclusively. He's got other things to do, save them, just sees it and goes with it, not all marines are bad after all. Just to challenge the evil dragon, it is estimated that there is a lack of information, and it came without knowing it. Although the dragon's bounty is only 20 million Baileys, it's because he bribed Marine and acted low-key in the eyes of Marine headquarters. With his bounty, even pirates worth 50 to 60 million Baileys may not necessarily be his opponents. If it is in the sea, it is stronger. About 10 minutes later, Reka raised all the marines to the surface of the sea and threw them on this deserted island where many ships passed by. Find a way for help yourself. Wait a minute, benefactor, I haven't asked your name yet. Commodore Brin Brin just wanted to stop this godlike man, but unexpectedly Reka flew into the air and disappeared in an instant. It really made him feel like a dream. And Koko Yasi village also ushered in an unexpected visitor. Marine is here again, that is the 17th branch of Marine, the ship of the Marine headquarters. Could it be that the ship that was sunk just now on April 1st has finally attracted the attention of the Marine headquarters? Many people gathered on the coast again. And more than before, even in Koko Yasi village, watching Nami and Nokikao grow up, Aegeon wearing a windmill hat is also there. I am Colonel Mouse from the Marine headquarters, where is the home of the woman named Nami in Koko Yasi village? Colonel Mouse asked as he landed near the shore, looking at the crowd. Marine? Why are you looking for Nami? Is it the Marine headquarters that Nami contacted? Jian couldn't help thinking. Are you here to destroy the dragon? Someone couldn't help asking. This is a mission, and it's kept secret. Does anyone know where the woman named Nami lives? Colonel Mouse asked again with a smile. But he received a call from the evil dragon, saying that there was a big deal to do. And the content is very simple, just find the place where the woman hid the money. The local evil dragon also informed, just pretend to search for it. This money is not easy to earn. Let me lead the way. Jian said, even if he didn't lead the way, other people would. If he did, he could see what was going on. In case the other party finds Nami, it is a good thing. To defeat the evil dragon, he also intends to contribute. Chapter 81. Well, let's go and exchange the last treasure into Bailey, then it's all over, and we can start again. Nami walked out of the room and stretched himself. Looking forward to the orange orchard in front of him, he was ready to take out the treasure buried in the orange orchard. Just as she left the room, she heard a burst of footsteps, and she looked sideways. Seeing Jian surrounded by a group of Marines, he was walking towards here. Marine? But why is Mr. Jian here? A feeling of uneasiness welled up in my heart. Colonel Mouse gave a chuckle, then looked at Nami and said, the thief named Nami is you. Just hearing these words, Nami's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately understood that the visitor was not good. According to our investigation, the treasure you stole from the pirates is hidden here. Nami trembled all over, and Jian also showed a look of horror. What do these Marines want to do? Especially Jian, he looked at the Marines who symbolized justice around him with disbelief. Aren't they here to help, but to plunder the treasure that Nami has worked so hard to accumulate for many years? Looking at the Marines around, Kakuzu sneered. Jian knew something was wrong. The other party is a pirate, so I won't blame you, but a thief is a thief, so all the property you stole should now be confiscated by us Marine. Well, hand over all the stolen goods. Mouse, the colonel said righteously, with a sneer and unconcealable pride on the corner of his mouth. Boom! Hearing this, Nami's whole mind instantly felt like a thunderbolt empowered, and a bolt from the blue. The whole person just froze. Marine, come to confiscate her treasure. Confiscate all the hearts she has accumulated over the years and 21. Confiscate these treasures to redeem Koko Yasi village and return everyone to freedom. These treasures are more important than her life. How could this happen? This would happen. Nami lost all color and vitality in an instant. It seems like a person who started from nothing, worked hard all his life, started from nothing, made a fortune, but in a short period of time, everything he did was ruthlessly taken away. All the hard work has become a wedding dress, and it has become a joke. It is enough to make any person with good psychological quality collapse, go crazy, and despair in an instant. And Nami's experience is stronger than this, because the money is not just money, it is money for life, it is free money. What's the matter? Didn't you hear? All the stolen goods from the pirates must be handed over to Marine for safekeeping. Seeing that Nami didn't reply for a while, Colonel Mouse repeated it again. Nami came back to her senses this time. Although the inner turmoil had already set off, Nami still held a glimmer of hope and calmed herself down with a strong psychological quality. Smiling slightly, he teased Colonel Mouse and said, "This is really an accident. You are really keen on your work. Because you don't have the courage to fight against the pirates, you come to find the thief to give yourself extra points. It's really amazing. Let me give you a piece of advice first. I am the cadre of the evil dragon gang. If you dare to touch me, the evil dragon will not ignore you. This is the territory of evil dragons. Since these Marines didn't dare to fight over before, it means they are afraid. It might be useful to report this name. No matter what, she has to keep her treasure. Absolutely no one is allowed to get involved. Colonel Mouse chuckled again, and said disapprovingly, "Little girl, do you think you can negotiate with me like this? Find me the stolen goods." Such a threat is useless to Colonel Mouse. Poor thief, he doesn't know that the dragon told him his news. Yes. The Marines they brought crossed Nami and searched the surroundings and houses. Stop. Seeing that these Marines couldn't be restrained at all, the Marines started searching again. Nami couldn't bear it any longer, took out his cudgel, formed a long stick, and swept towards Marine with a frenzied stick. Knocking down the two Marines on the spot, Nami looked at Colonel Marine in front of him angrily. "Is this what you Marines should be doing now? The evil dragon gang not only killed people, but also destroyed the entire town, you should know. They still rule this island, trampling human lives everywhere." Nami yelled angrily, and walked towards Colonel Mouse. She thought, since these Marines are not afraid of the name of the evil dragon, why don't they come to help the island? And you ignore such a big problem and take the stolen goods from a thief. Is this the Marine? They longed for the Marine to come, and the Marine didn't come. Now Marine is here, but she wants to deprive her of all her last hope. How could this world be like this? It shouldn't be like this. At this moment, Nami was so angry and wronged that she wanted to cry. It's just a thief, let's not talk so high-soundingly, continue to search. Colonel Mouse sneered, and continued to give orders to Marine next to him. He brought a whole squad of people, and two were knocked down, which was innocuous at all. It's just a woman who can withstand the wind and rain for many days. If it weren't for the evil dragon still wanting this woman, this rare beauty should have been brought back to his mansion to enjoy. The whole island has been waiting for the rescue of your Marine for so many years, and you still ignore the pirates and come to me. Nami yelled hysterically. She alone can't beat so many Marines. All the emotions accumulated over the years burst out in this instant. Report to the Colonel, this orange field looks very suspicious. At this moment, a Marine who was in charge of the search came forward to salute and reported. Dig it out and have a look. Of course Colonel Mouse knew where the treasure was buried, but it was just a show. Don't touch my orange field with your dirty hands. With a loud bang, Nami knocked down the Marine from behind. My money will not be handed over to you, that money is. Nami was like a madman, rushing towards one Marine after another. The kid's money is going to save this Koko Yasi village. So you still have the right to take away the money. Marine. Ajian couldn't control his roar at this moment. What did you say? Are the police officers in the village going to preach to Colonel Marine? Colonel Mouse said disdainfully with his hands behind his back. Ajian, how did you know? Nami was taken aback when he heard this. She didn't tell everyone about this when she was a child, she only told Nyokijo that she didn't want everyone to lose their lives because of helping her. Just like Mel Bell, never again. For a long time, she would rather suffer from the eyes of the villagers and become a traitor in their mouths. She dared not accept their help anymore. How would he know? We knew about Nami a long time ago. At that time, we couldn't believe your move to join the evil dragon gang, so we went to ask Nyokijo. From then on, the whole village knew about it, and knew that you died to save the village. Join the 10 gang of dragons. But we have been pretending not to know, because we are afraid that when you want to escape from the dragon, our expectations will become your stumbling block. Ajian told all the things that have been hidden for these years. How could this be? Nami had a look of disbelief. It turned out that they had been guarding themselves. What are you talking about? That is, the whole village is a thief. Do you want me to arrest you all? The mouse laughed. He said, each of us is fighting for survival. It's not because you Marines are unreliable at all. Since you don't want to save this village, just disappear from here. Walking quickly from a distance. When she heard that Marine was looking for Nami, she couldn't sit still. If you continue to dawdle, your boat will be watched by the evil dragon gang. Nyokijo threatened. Backed by a dragon? That's hard to say. Colonel Mouse smiled meaningfully, but didn't explain much. But the smart Nami froze for a moment, and found this look. Colonel Mouse continued to urge Marine to search. Have you found it yet? You're not looking for rice grains, it's 100 million Baileys. Why do you know the amount? Ajian immediately sensed something was wrong. I just think there are about that many. Colonel Mouse didn't want to explain any more. Nyoki-jo and Ajian's expressions changed drastically, and they suddenly thought of something. Nami lost all thoughts in an instant, her face was pale, and even breathing became difficult at this moment. The whole world went dark. Could it be that the dragon called you here? Who knows? 397, we, as Marines, are dealing with thieves as we should. You are really a bunch of corrupt guys. Ajian angrily scolded. Marine and the pirates are working hand in hand. Nyoki-jo was extremely angry. No wonder Marine has not been able to help her all these years. The truth is here. Dragon. Nami bit her lip tightly, letting the blood flow, but she didn't feel anything. She still had the strength to contend with the Marines in front of her. But now the biggest backer has violated the agreement. Even if the treasure is saved, what promise can be fulfilled? No point, no point. Nami is desperate. At this moment, more bad news came. Found it. The mouse stepped forward quickly, opened the box containing the treasures buried in the ground, looked at the treasures and the blood-stained Bailey, grabbed it, and said excitedly, "It's amazing, a little girl can get so many treasures." Money. All were covered in blood, and they were all in tatters. Said a Marine after checking. "It's okay, money is money. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it." Nami didn't care about his own life, and rushed towards Colonel Marine. Whether it's useful or not, Nami can't do it while watching his money being taken away. But Colonel Mouse took out his guns, and the common people couldn't stop the firearms at all. "Nami, don't!" Ajian and Nyoki-jo hurriedly stopped Nami. There are so many Marines, and they all still have guns, so Nami rushed up, not to mention taking back the treasure. "You even have to risk your own life." But Colonel Mouse didn't care about this. He sneered, pulled the trigger decisively, and the gun went off with a bang. Nyoki-jo's shoulder was hit by a bullet, and blood spattered, pulling Nami back from the state of rampage, anger, and loss of reason. Nyoki-jo. Ajian and Nami supported Nyoki-jo, and had no time to pay attention to the Marines. "Let's go." Colonel Mouse walked away proudly. "Send it to the doctor." Jian and Nami carried Nyoki-jo to the doctor in the village. Chapter 82. What happened? The door of the doctor's house was surrounded by people from Koko Yasi village. Who did it? Fortunately, it was just a bruise. Someone saw the gunshot wound on Nyoki-jo's body. Marine. Marine. The villagers were taken aback for a moment. If this was a group of evil dragons, they would be used to it. Didn't expect it to be Marine. What's going on here? The dragon and Marine are colluding secretly. Ajian said in a low voice, and the doctor has already started to treat the wound. Nani. All the villagers present were shocked. The dragon planned to deceive Nami from the beginning, and never intended to keep the promise. How could this be? Wouldn't that be? That BD, how dare you do this to our little Nami? Some were furious, some lost hope. But they feel sorry for Nami more. They have seen Nami's efforts and pains all these years. But what they can do is try not to hold Nami back. Evil dragon! Evil dragon! Evil dragon! Nami put down Nyoki-jo, handed her to the doctor, and ran towards the evil dragon park by himself, chanting the evil dragon's name incessantly. Pang! The gate of the evil dragon park was pushed open by Nami. "What's the matter, our excellent surveyor? Why is he so furious?" the evil dragon asked lightly. Nami grabbed the dragon's collar with a frantic look and roared and asked, the Marine who secretly colluded with you came to steal my money. The agreement about money, didn't you say that you will not break the agreement even if you die? Why? Beer. When did I break the contract? The evil dragon said casually. Don't play dumb, you're colluding with Marine. Before Nami finished speaking, the evil dragon directly covered his mouth with a palm, and his eyes became full of madness and murderous intent. When did I break the contract? You just talk about it, scare hahaha. Well, it turns out that your money has been robbed, that's really bad luck. But your anger can't be directed at me for no reason. A promise is a promise. If you can't prepare 100 million Baileys in front of me, I can't return the village to you. BD. Nami said viciously, pulling away the dragon's palm. But the evil dragon didn't care at all, and laughed wantonly, scared hahaha, isn't it just 100 million Baileys, it will be fine if you save it again, or do you want to escape from here? If you dare to escape, I will kill you. Everyone in Koko Yasi village. Hearing this, Nami became quiet all of a sudden, but the tears of sadness and helplessness could not help but fall down. She didn't dare to escape. Even if she knew that the evil dragon had violated the agreement, she didn't dare to escape, and she couldn't escape. Nami snapped open the dragon's approaching palm, turned and fled. Scared hahaha, are you finally going to escape? The evil dragon laughed loudly, the anger and despair of the lower races are really pleasing. Don't you need to chase her? Aju asked. Chasing? Why? How could that woman run away? She is a woman who can't help the villagers, just wait for her to come back. The evil dragon has already grasped Nami's weakness. But by the way, brother dragon, you are really cruel. Krubai said with a smile. How could I just let such an excellent surveyor escape? Even so, I am not a devil. When she finishes measuring the oceans of the world, I will set her free. Ha ha ha. I can't finish painting in 100 years. Many murlocs laughed loudly when they heard this. Nami, who ran out of Dragon Park, heard the laughter coming from behind, and for a moment, all thoughts were lost. Helplessness, despair, pain, remorse, madness, anger, and all kinds of negative emotions come to mind. She ran desperately, running wildly. She suddenly thought of what impact this incident would have on the villagers. No, absolutely not. Ajian sang, everyone, please, don't be impulsive, otherwise everything will be over. Only by living can there be hope. You can't die. Everyone, that's it for now, take up your weapons and fight. All the people in Koko Yasi village, men, women, and children, were called together. Listening to the war signal launched by Ajian, everyone roared in unison. We have vowed before that we will not sacrifice our lives easily. No matter how painful and humiliating their rule is, as long as Nami can survive, we will continue to fight this battle of endurance. However, this is their answer. Ajian pointed at the bandaged Nyokijo and roared angrily. The anger he had endured all these years had been completely ignited. The breakthrough to liberate this village has been closed. We have no hope. What's more, they dare to play with Nami's kindness. We must not forgive those murlocs. Do you have any objections? No, how could there be any opinions? Let's go. Fight with these monsters. All villagers are ready for battle. We can no longer be ruled by them. Get rid of them. Everyone's anger was released in wild shouts, so what if it's death? Wait, everyone. Nami had already come running, all emotions were hidden on her face, only a smile on her face. Wait a little longer, I will continue to refuel, and I will save money again. This time it will definitely be much simpler. I am used to it. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about this kind of thing. Compared to that time, it's nothing at all. In Nami's mind, memories of when the dragon shot and killed Mel Bell emerged. She was afraid that everyone would become like this too. This fear overwhelmed all the helplessness and despair in her heart at the moment. Nami, that's enough. Ajian, who is like a father to sister Nyaki Gao Nami, hugged Nami at this moment. You also know that it's useless, you shoulder the lives of all of us alone, thanks to you fighting so far, for you, joining them is obviously more painful than 1,000 cuts, you really worked hard, then come down and leave it to us. Just leave the village like this, you have paid enough, if you are alone, you will be able to escape. Jian said calmly. After they are all dead, Nami will not have any burden. That's it, Nami. Nyoki Jo also nodded. How can it be? Nami couldn't accept this reality. But everyone just smiled and looked at her, already made up their minds. It's okay Nami. Don't forget, you still have your own dreams. Nyoki Jo said with a smile. Nyaka Jo. Everyone. Don't do this, I won't let you pass, I don't want to see anyone hurt by them again. They will die. Nami took out a dagger and stopped in front of everyone. We know. Ajian directly held the dagger, still dripping with blood. It's useless, we've made up our minds, said an old man with a sickle on his shoulders. Nami cried in pain. Nami. Get out of the way. Everyone. Even if you can't win, you have to make them pay the price. Ajian pointed his sword and roared loudly. Everyone roared immediately, and rushed past Nami, heading straight to the Dragon Park. Only the ashen-faced and desperate Nami was left limp on the spot. If everyone dies, then there is really nothing left. At this moment, her sky, her world, everything collapsed, and the boundless darkness struck and swallowed her. It was like a poisonous worm was drilling through her brain and gnawing at her heart, and there was nothing left. I can't see anything anymore, the world, why is it like this? She turned her head to look at her left shoulder, the logo representing the dragon pirates, so mocking and ugly. Can't stand it. Can't stand it. Dragon. Pfft. Nami grabbed the dagger and stabbed it fiercely into his arm, sinking all the way through the bone. One knife, and another knife. Flesh torn apart again, blood splattered and flowed. Ignoring the pain at all, I didn't feel that this was my body at all, and it looked like a dragon screaming crazily. It was as if at this moment, this arm was the incarnation of a dragon. Everyone is going to die. How can she live? Here. But at the 5th time, the dagger she stabbed was directly held by a big hand. With a slight force, there was a click, and the dagger was shattered. Nami looked up subconsciously, and a familiar figure appeared beside her. Sorry. Reka rushed back after seeing off the group of Marines, seeing Nami who hurt himself, the anger in his heart was 10 times stronger than he thought, 100 times. The sun in his heart has already boiled, and only the last sliver of reason is controlling him. That naughty, cunning, and smart girl was forced to such a degree. The dragon pirates must die in the most desperate way. Even if Marine returns to Marine base, he can't let it go. The world should be given a warning. Nami should be given a perfect confession. It's you. What are you doing here? By the way, are you here to deal with me, a traitor? Come on. You killed me. They are all pirates, all pirates. You killed me. Seeing this, Nami jumped at Reka in total collapse, slapping Reka's chest. Reka feared that his powerful defense would hurt the hysterical Nami, so he dissipated all the attached magic power. Her fist, which was still stained with her own blood, hit him, one punch after another, okay, punching open the bandaged wound. It's just that Reka is still expressionless, and Nami who doesn't know is still venting. What should I do? I can't do anything. Why did this happen? Obviously, I have worked very hard. Why can't I save everyone? Why? She was afraid, crying in grief, her heart was already torn apart. Now Reka would appreciate it if she could end her life with an axe. She can still have hope when 100 million Baileys are taken away. When you are deceived, you can hold your last hope. But now everyone is going to die. Her unprecedented despair and helplessness. Why can't I save everyone, and I can't do anything? All these years, everything I have done is just a joke. Nami burst into tears, as if he wanted to vent all the bullying and grievances he had suffered in these years, and then went to die. Cry, it's good to cry. Reka put down the magic axe Rita, and hugged her tightly with open arms. Nami trembled all over and cried louder. After a while, with the last ray of hope like a candle in the wind, she choked up and asked for help, help me. Help me, don't let everyone die. Good. You are the navigator I recruited on board. All those who bully you, I will make them pay in blood. No one can be an exception. Today, I will only fight for you. Chapter 83. Hey, don't cry, they can't reach the Dragon Park, it's still in my perception. Reka patted Nami's head. Hearing this, Nami raised her head suddenly, her eyes filled with gloominess, and suddenly there was light. She herself is just a common person, so she can't stop so many people, but if it's Reka, maybe he can stop it, and besides, he's willing to help himself. Even after he has done such an excessive thing, he is still willing to help himself. Nami does not ask Reka to kill the dragon pirates, but only hopes to prevent Aegean and Nyochi Gao from committing suicide. Help me look at these things, today is the battlefield, I will let them come to you in person. Then, kill them all. Reka put down the bag of devil fruit in his waist, and the most proud axe. Just showing a pair of fists. The eyes contain anger, killing intent, and tenderness that Nami has never seen before. Ordinary people would freeze their souls under this kind of gaze, and couldn't help trembling, but Nami didn't. Her heart was wrapped in an unprecedented tenderness at this moment, and he would be so angry at times. The divine axe landed next to her, filled with magical power, which can play a protective role. Normal attacks have no effect on her, and she is not affected by the next Reka attack. The devil fruit, which had been stolen many times but failed to succeed, was so easily placed in her arms at this moment. Your body. But at this moment, Nami finally noticed that Reka was wrapped in bandages, and there was blood oozing from White's bandages. It was hit by her just now. You were hurt, I just... Nami choked up, she didn't understand why she failed so much. It doesn't matter. The sun is rising. Its light will be with you. Reka grabbed the bandage with both hands and pulled it hard, tearing off all the thin straps. All the wounds burst out with the sun magic fire, healing and stabilizing their own injuries. Reka raised his head and looked towards the direction where the Dragon Park is, and took a step, and there was a booming sound in the void. For the entire island that is illuminated by the rising sun, 920 has changed the sky color within a certain range at this moment. A dark gold of Conqueror's haki, coloring the sky. A powerful spiritual storm, like an energy tide, swept across Fang Yuan's range of several kilometers in an instant. At this moment, the villagers of Koko Yasi village, who were rushing towards the Dragon Park in a state of excitement, suddenly fell down in pieces. What's going on, everyone? What's going on? Aegean and Nyochi Gao suddenly looked horrified and saw that they were not under any attack. Everyone in Kokozia village, who fell down one after another, can't understand. Only Aegean and Nyochi Gao, who have been oppressed for many years, have a strong sense of resistance. Although there is a distance and it is not a frontal impact, they may be able to maintain consciousness under the Conqueror's haki released by Reka. This is really different, even if the Conqueror's haki released by Reka is weakened in order not to damage their brains. Get out of the way, dragon pirates, I will end it. Reka's voice resounded across most of the island. Residents in many cities and towns raised their heads and looked around, but they couldn't see anyone. It's just a look of fear. Who is this person? Is he provoking the evil dragons again? At the moment, he is feasting in the Dragon Park enjoying the delicious food. The dragon feels his heart palpitating. When he looks up, the sky over there has changed a color like a square. Is it an illusion? It's him. Nyoki-jo recognized Rika's voice. Who? Ajian looked at everyone who had passed out, and asked anxiously. Nami's friend. Is he telling us to leave? This idiot, he disappeared after jumping into the sea, and he still has such serious injuries. Nyoki-jo replied. Then the words that stunned the murloc pirates and all the dominated villages rang out. Flying dirty murlocs, come to me along this burning mark, I will crush your heads with my own hands, spee. Rika condensed a merciless sun in his hand, aiming at the dragon on the top of the Dragon Park pirate flag. He wants to make them feel powerful, powerless, and hopeless before playing a vicious game. Killing, if you don't kill your heart. How can you get rid of your hatred? Whoosh! The merciless sun flew out, and wherever it passed, a line of scorched marks was burned by the high temperature below. When approaching the Dragon Park, the fireball suddenly rose, and with a thunderous speed, it hit the flag on the top with a bang. Even the upper half of the Dragon Park was blown to pieces. Enemy attack. Bombardment? So fast. Didn't see clearly at all. Stupid lower races, dare to provoke us, it seems that the lesson of Gosa Town is not enough. The murlocs looked at the upper half of the exploding Dragon Park. Hearing such arrogant words again, every murloc showed a murderous intent on their faces. Even the evil dragon is no exception, the guy who is eager to find death, kill him, and hang his head in the village where he lives. Let's deal with it. Aju and Croobi said. That's right, the provocation of a mortal man doesn't need brother dragon's action at all. Occasionally it makes us happy. The murlocs all scrambled to say. Then I'll leave it to you guys. Kill everything that needs to be killed, human beings only. Even if the towns here are destroyed, East Blue, there are more and bigger sites. Don't worry about it, the evil dragon said, the other party is so openly provocative. Then there is no need to keep anyone alive, all participants will be killed. Even if these are tools for making money, so what? Anyone who dares to insult their race will never be spared. Understood. Ah chirp, Croobi sneered, and then rushed out with about half of the murlocs. As soon as I left the gate of the Dragon Park, I saw a scorching mark spreading into the distance. It seems that the other party came prepared. Did he actually set out a way ahead of time? It's really audacious, who does he think he is? Croobi said coldly. Will there be an ambush? Mere human beings, even if there is an ambush, so what? This direction seems to be going to Koko Yasi village, Nami won't do anything stupid. Probably not, she knows our strength, but it's hard to say for others. Dare to say that our noble murloc race is a stupid low-level race, and the guy who says this must be left to me. Achiu's murderous intent surged. No problem. What do you want to do? Nami was stunned and didn't expect Danka to provoke the dragon pirates so blatantly. Trust me. Rika stood quietly, bathed in the sun, with wisps of sun magic pervading her body. The temperature of the surrounding air gradually rose, and the place where I stood under my feet became scorched black, and the sand and soil were mixed with sparks. Nami heard the words, just worried about watching. In a few minutes. Finally heard the voices of the murlocs and pirates. What happened just now? The villagers in Koko Yasi village are all unconscious. What happened? I don't know, but I think there are other people or forces involved. But I didn't expect that the person who provoked us was in Kokozia village. This is not friendly to our surveyors at all. Aju said with a curled lip. On the way here, they saw the villagers of Koko Yasi village lying in a mess, and saw them holding various farm tools. But I don't know what they are going to do. After all, not everyone has the courage to resist them. It's just that they all passed out, which is very strange. So they didn't do anything to these people, and Nyoki-jo and Ajian waited for them to pass by, and quickly dragged the unconscious people to a hidden place. After that, I hurried to Koko Yasi village. Nami is still there. Fortunately, they didn't do anything, otherwise they wouldn't be able to reach this village at all. Nami, there is another person. Kid, who are you? Ajiu came here with a whole team of murlocs. I also saw the two people present. Nami, this is not the helper you hired to defeat us, tisk tisk tisk. It looks like he is still seriously injured, why don't we give him some medicine to heal his injury first? Crew then sneered. Hahaha. The other murloc pirates couldn't help laughing wildly when they heard this. Even if Nami went to the doctor in a hurry, he shouldn't find a wounded person. Nami pursed her lips, unable to say a word. After she asked Reka to find out his injury, she said, "Don't worry, how could that be? Even if he is not injured, in Nami's eyes, Reka is not necessarily the opponent of the dragon pirates. Maybe I shouldn't have involved him just now. Could it be that I am a disaster star? Don't be careless, this guy seems to be demon fruit power." Ajiu looked at the strange flames permeating Rika's body. The whole person doesn't look elemental, but he should also be a paramecia-capable person with a lot of lethality. No wonder dare to challenge them. What's so special about capable people? There are so many in Grand Line, and we are the nemesis of capable people. If we are really capable, if we catch him and drag him into the sea, he will be completely useless. Kruby said coldly. That's right. The dragon didn't come. It's a pity, it seems that he will get the news of you being tortured and killed first. Reka said indifferently after scanning the image. We are enough to deal with you. Kill him. All kinds of grotesque and fierce murlocs went straight to Reka. Reka's fingers condensed a touch of fire, just gently recruiting people. Whoosh! With a single point, a tiny wire of fire instantly penetrated a murloc's thigh. Ah! It's so hot! What kind of fire is this? It can't be put out. The murloc who was hit by the sun's line of fire immediately rolled on the ground in pain, and the flames burned his body, expanding little by little. Even if he rolls on the ground and pours water, he can't put out the fire. What? Aju and Croobi were startled, they failed to capture the attack trajectory just now. Who allowed you to make our navigators cry? But they haven't fought back yet, or figured out how to put out the flames. Reka took a step forward, fell from the sky, stomped a murloc's head, and stepped into the dirt. Turning around and pressing the shoulder of a murloc, tearing half of his body apart, blood splattered. Sweeping with one leg, Krubai, who is good at murloc karate, subconsciously raised his hands to block. As a result, there was a loud noise from Peng, and in his terrified and unbelievable eyes, his hands exploded into a blood mist, not even the bones remained. Ah! He was stunned for a moment, and then he knelt down on the ground due to the unprecedented pain, screaming in extreme pain. Does it hurt? Pain is right. You claim to be a noble race, so don't die too early. Enjoy yourself first. One was confiscated just now, and one was accidentally trampled to death. You have to be careful next time. Reka showed a crazy smile that terrified Achu, Croobi, and all the murlocs present. Chapter 84. Looking at the eyes that completely exposed the murderous intent, I felt that my soul was frozen, and I was suffering from thousands of cuts. A mere inferior creature, dare to insult my compatriots. I want you to die. Ajiu roared furiously, gnashing his teeth. Then he opened his mouth and fired a series of saliva bullets. Every shot of saliva can easily penetrate the solid ground and stones. But Rika's figure just swayed slightly, and immediately disappeared from Achiu's face with a whooping sound. All his saliva hit the house next to him, and the wall was riddled with holes. Achiu's pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't catch this guy's speed at all. Even with the speed of the evil dragon brother, he can catch it, but this man can't catch it at all. How is it possible? They are mere East Blue humans, not those monsters of the Grand Line. How could it be so fast? The next moment, the nightmare that belonged to their murlocs came. The sound of bones smashing and flesh and blood bursting came from behind, as well as the endless screams of my compatriots, full of fear, trembling, and madness. Hurry up, save me. Fire it, it will burn me up. Why can't it be extinguished? Save. A murloc pirate screamed, the flame from his inconspicuous the wound gradually burned to his body. The burn rate is not fast, so the fear is more intense and long-lasting. The murloc tried all methods of extinguishing the fire, but to no avail. The fire of rage, linked to Reka's will, cannot be easily extinguished. This made him a murloc pirate full of fear. He ran towards the sea, but he only ran a certain distance, and the flames became more intense and burned his legs. This is just one of them, and the fate of other murlocs is not much better. Some thighs were roughly crushed by Reka, and they crawled feebly on the ground. Some arms exploded into blood mist, fell to the ground, lost their combat power, looked at their hands in horror, and screamed heart-piercingly. It is difficult to accept this reality, their powerful murloc pirate group. They should have wiped out all the enemies in East Blue. They even fought the pirates of the Grand Line a lot. So far, it has been going smoothly, because he is just a teenager who hasn't grown up yet. At the beginning of the battle, they tortured them to pieces. There is no resistance. The gap is too big. But in the blink of an eye, half of the murlocs and pirates brought by Aegea were lying on the ground and howling in pain. BD. You are doing these things to my compatriots, aren't you afraid that we will kill all the humans on the island? Aegea was furious incompetently. If you want to kill, go for it. Their life and death have nothing to do with me, and why do you naively think that you will have tomorrow? Do you think that I haven't killed many of you yet, and you think I'm afraid of something? Reka said calmly, and in his eyes contains the chill and murderous aura that makes everyone tremble. If you think about it this way, let's kill a few for you to see. The one who dies first, you are really lucky. Reka said, raising his feet. 1 foot and 1 head exploded. 1 leg, 2 legs, 3 legs. Stop. UBD. Achu went crazy and killed Reka. Even Krubai, who exploded his hands, kicked his feet and threw it at Reka. When they kill humans, they take it for granted. Why do such fragile guys rule the world? They should be the ones who rule the world. Killing their compatriots, Reka's move made them completely crazy. The other murlocs who were still alive and full of fear also attacked. Swords and guns came out, but Reka still couldn't be touched. Don't you think this voice is very familiar? Screaming, crying, begging for mercy. When you played with other people's feelings and ended their lives, didn't you think about today? Where are you powerful and noble? Reka released a maddened rage. Coming to this island ahead of time, he saw the tragedy of Gossa Town and the island under the domination of the evil dragon gang. Human life is as cheap as grass, and human beings in their mouths are just numbers that can be cleared at any time. These people also have family members and friends, even Nami's adoptive mother died at the hands of these murlocs. It is not too much to say that they do a lot of evil and are full of evil. What is even more unacceptable is that they forced Nami into such a desperate situation. I used to think that Nami is really not easy, and some things are destined to happen. But at that time, Reka still looked at this matter more as an outsider, a bystander. But after Nyoki-jo told Nami in more detail how he came here these years, Reka was moved by emotion, an emotion that blended into this world, so the anger at this moment, Reka couldn't control it. He didn't even hesitate to use torture to kill these murlocs. Damn it! If Brother Evil Dragon is here, there is no chance for you, a monster, to be rampant. Aegea said unwillingly. By the way, it's almost time to let them come. After all, you are just trash for me to vent my dissatisfaction. The real villain hasn't come yet. If you give him a gift, he should come soon. Reka has an evil smile on her face. Bad attitude, even crazy. Croobi, Ajiu, and others don't know how they provoked such a monster. What do you want to do? Aju exclaimed in horror, this kind of guy, maybe even Big Brother Evil Dragon may not necessarily be his opponent. When Reka said this, the cotter who rushed to the front, Croobi, had both legs broken. You devil! As a pirate, Croobi is naturally not afraid of death, but now that his hands and legs are gone, if he survives in the future, he will be a complete useless person. Even as a murloc, he can no longer swim in the sea. This is more terrifying than death. Kill me! Croobi yelled. Yes, but not now, now you are an important, very important gift. Reka said, throwing it high. Then he picked up a long knife on the ground and threw it suddenly. The long knife pierced through Croobi's chest, and flew towards the dragon park with tremendous force. Why do I suddenly have a bad premonition? Achu and the others haven't heard the news yet. The evil dragon's heart skipped a beat, feeling a strong sense of uneasiness. Brother Dragon, there is nothing to worry about. Ever since we ruled here, every once in a while, there will be desperate lunatics trying to challenge us, but in the small place of East Blue, there is no one who is our opponent. A murloc said nonchalantly. That's right, it's just a mere human being. That's right, maybe I'm just thinking too much. The evil dragon thought about it, mainly because the sky changed a little earlier, and at that moment, a feeling of palpitation came to his heart. Once, when he was captured by Kizaru and sent to prison, he had a similar feeling. Boom! But at this moment, an ear-piercing and intense sonic boom sounded. What is flying over? The evil dragon was startled, and stood up with a whoosh, after being bombarded by inexplicable shells just now. His heart has always been vigilant, and now something is flying at high speed, and the evil dragon has noticed it. Pang! With Croobi's knife, he nailed it heavily to the wall of the dragon park. The whole body is distorted. Asking for flowers. Croobi. UBD. Who beat you like this, my compatriots? Seeing Croobi's miserable state, the evil dragon roared wildly, as if he was injured and lost. Sensible beast. If it wasn't for getting along with each other all year round, the evil dragon wouldn't even recognize this important cotter. Brother Evil Dragon, that guy is very powerful. You may not be an opponent, run away. Croobi gasped. Stop joking. Anyone who dares to challenge us will die. The evil dragon didn't listen at all, his strength was much stronger than Keichuanu's. The enemies they couldn't deal with didn't mean he couldn't deal with them either. How could the racist dragon back down from killing his compatriots like this? Location, the evil dragon asked Croobi with red eyes. Koko Yasi village. Seeing that the evil dragon brother did not intend to leave, Croobi's eyes were full of determination, and he had to leave completely. Brothers, come with me and kill the enemy. The evil dragon raised his arms and all the murlocs responded angrily. Koko Yasi village. Is this really Nami's friend? This is also powerful, it's unbelievable. How can such a powerful murloc be as fragile as a bug in his hands, or is it that the murlocs are not strong at all? Aegean and Nyokijo went back to Koko Yasi village. 0. Seeing so many murlocs at first, they didn't dare to appear rashly. But the scene they saw afterwards made them feel less unreal than a dream. I saw the man walk into the crowd of fish calmly. With every gesture, they are either dead or maimed, and these murloc warriors who are usually powerful enough to torture them completely. But he is so fragile that he can't even touch his figure. Saying that tigers ran into the herd is not enough to describe what they saw. It's like a dragon stepping on an ant's nest, a powerful and brutal murloc, who can only be slaughtered. Ajian was extremely relieved to see it. You must know that over the years, too many people have died at their hands. Some are in rebellion, some because they can't afford the high monthly premiums, and some just want to have fun alone. Ajian Zhang, are you confused? Over the years, how many people have died trying to challenge the dragon? It's Nami, a friend who is terrible. He said before that he would take down the dragon. I thought he was being too arrogant. Now it seems that it is not impossible, but my vision is too narrow. In this way, maybe we can really liberate Koko Yasi village. Nyoki-jo said more and more excitedly. They saw long-lost hope. That dragon guy is from the Grand Line, I'm afraid it's not that easy to deal with. By the way, Aji-un sang, Nami seems to have an unusual relationship with this man. Nani, could it be a lover? Aji-un sang was startled. This man was covered in injuries yesterday, but he still came to rescue Nami. The rest is just my intuition. So strong. Nami was also dumbfounded, and has always said that Reka is very strong. Unexpectedly, the powerful murlocs who ruled them and oppressed them for so many years are no different from the common pirates that Reka ravaged before in his hands. Is this power the ideal sun? Why, the more angry I am, the power of the sun moves with my power, and I am not guilty of anger. Reka felt his will boil, and at this moment he just imagined what happened at noon sun. In fact, it's not yet noon, but Reka feels it. The angry sun is boiling, slowly rising in his consciousness and starting to lose. Chapter 85. This is very similar to Reka's life-burning sun in heart. As long as you believe in your heart, the sun exists in your heart, everywhere, and you can enter the strongest mode at any time. But before, Reka didn't dare to use this skill lightly, in the case of such a low performance progress. This is almost a way of fighting with the enemy, but it is different now. Under the strong emotion, a certain potential of Reka was opened up. Despite his sin of arrogance, in reality, Reka's thinking is different from Ace Kano's. It also means that the direction of development is different, and the sun in my heart is boiling. Reka has the magic of the sun for the entire time just after early morning. This is very important to Reka, which means that as long as he is willing to pay the price, he can enter the tyrant posture of the Sun King at any time in his future combat power, and he will always be the strongest combat power. The arrogance under the madness and anger, the arrogance that completely releases the madness and killing intent will stimulate this state. The angry sun's magic power is consumed as a source, but it is dangerous because this mood dominates. If you lose your rationality, you may hurt your own people. However, it will not be as easy to die with the enemy as the real sun in heart. 363 is a strange runaway field, Reka just named it Sun King Tyrant. It can be understood as a simplified and safe version of the skill realm of Sun in Heart. Not bad, let's struggle. In this mode, Reka became more like a villain, ravaging the murlocs to his heart's content. Except for Achu, everyone has become crippled, lying on the ground crying in pain, with unprecedented fear revealed in their eyes. They were full of panic and anxiety. This man clearly had the ability to kill them, but he didn't do it. It's about letting them die slowly. This is a pervert, damn it. How could I meet such a powerful and perverted human being? Look up at your compatriots around you, look at their expressions, do you feel familiar? But your despair is only born now, and some people have endured it for several years. It's painful. Don't try begging for mercy. Reka wandered among all the fallen murlocs. Every smile you make is terrifying. When the murlocs heard this, they subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the compatriots around them. The fear, helplessness, and despair of the compatriots. They've seen it many times in the humans they kill. It turns out that life is ravaged and dominated by others, this is the feeling. In the audience, only Achu was left. He stood, looking around vigilantly all the time, but his body couldn't stop shaking. He hasn't fallen yet, not because he is the strongest of these murlocs. It's that Reka hasn't done anything to him yet, and deliberately keeps him. Our noble murlocs will never bow their heads to humans, a murloc said struggling. Very good, I like your toughness. It's so boring if you're not tough. Reka grabbed the murloc and threw it on the roof. The body penetrated and hung on it, and the blood dripped on the ground bit by bit. According to this bleeding speed and your murloc's tenacious vitality, it will take about a few hours to die. Next, whose turn is it? You devil! Go to hell! Ajiu jumped at Reka desperately, but was swept away by Reka's kick. Several bones were broken immediately, and the whole house was smashed through with a bang. What's the hurry? It's your turn soon. No, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Nami, I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied you before. We are partners, you are the coder of our evil dragon gang. But not all murlocs are so stubborn. This man is too terrifying, in his hands, even death is a luxury. Under the condition that the compatriots kept lying down and being tortured, the murlocs could no longer hold back. He frantically kowtows in the direction of Nami to admit his mistake, lest he take a step too late, and he will be the one to be tortured in the next moment. But Nami, who was still a bit unbearable at first, had an extremely ugly face when he heard this. Partner. That is a more painful choice than 1,000 cuts to pieces. How dare they mention it? Yes, yes, it was the dragon that killed your mother, not us. Someone opened this hole, and under the threat of death, another murloc began to shirk responsibility. Start bowing your head and begging for mercy. They saw someone being engulfed by the flames little by little, and they still haven't died yet. The pain made people tremble. This is torture. You, Pucci. Seeing this, Ajiu spewed out a mouthful of blood, and looked at these so-called compatriots in disbelief. Your pride as murlocs. Your aspirations as warriors and pirates. How can you bow your head and beg for mercy to a human being? Unacceptable. Human beings can be so powerful. Ajian and Nyoki-jo looked unbelievable. Even Achu, one of the top coders of the Murloc pirates, is so weak. He has no power to resist. The scene was very bloody, but Nami looked at the figure who was angry for him, but shed tears of emotion. There was only this figure in her eyes, which penetrated deeply into her heart. This world finally has a partner who treats her sincerely. This word is no longer full of pain. He is like a gentle light, shining into the riddled and gloomy inner world. Let her heart beat again, let the brilliance appear again, and let the sun stay forever. Reka at this moment, no matter what she does, she will support it unconditionally. It's really nice that someone can be angry for her. Do you know why you are kept until the end? Reka stepped on a murloc's body, and the sun's magic flames began to burn the murloc in an instant. Hearing this, Achu looked at Reka again, even if he didn't know why. He knew at this moment that it was definitely not a good thing. Damn! 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 Ajiu roared almost to the point of collapse. This kind of desperation that he can't help himself, and all resistance is futile, makes him go crazy. Reka is still pressing on, exerting mental torture and oppression on him. I won't let you succeed. Ajiu picked up the weapon on the ground, put it on his neck, and prepared to wipe it hard. No matter how much Reka tortures himself, he won't let him succeed. I haven't allowed you to die yet. Then you don't have the right to die. Reka raised his fingers and shot out a ray of sunlight, which directly melted the knife and his palm holding the knife. The intense pain made him unable to help screaming out. BD! What are you doing to my compatriots? The evil dragon came with the remaining members of the Murloc pirates. Seeing the scene in front of him, he couldn't believe it. Is this the Murloc's purgatory? Everyone is beyond recognition, howling in pain, half dead, extremely miserable. I also saw that Ajiu was forced to commit suicide just now, but was stopped by the enemy instead. What exactly happened in Koko Yasi village in this short period of time? The evil dragon only took one look, and then became furious, with terrifying eyes, as if it wanted to choose someone to devour at any time. How did this happen? What happened? The other Murlocs also looked at the purgatory scene in disbelief. A chill can't help rushing straight to the forehead. They have been running rampant in East Blue for so many years, and they have never encountered such a thing. Nami. The evil dragon naturally saw Nami at a glance. Did she find this person? Nami, are you forcing me to kill everyone in Kokozia village? No. I have already decided, I will kill them all later. I want you to live in guilt and pain for the rest of your life. How dare you do this, treat my people, roared the dragon. Brother dragon, run away. Brother dragon. Help me. When the murlocs lying on the ground saw the evil dragon coming, some tried to persuade them to flee, while others begged for mercy. I'll finish off the enemy right away. Woohoo! The evil dragon directly grabbed a building next to it, screaming suddenly, and the whole building was pulled up by him. The terrifying power made Aegean, Nami and others instantly look shocked. The dragon is really powerful. It is difficult to deal with. Die, the evil dragon didn't even bother to ask. At the moment there was only endless anger. As long as he knew that the enemy was the person in front of him, that was enough. Boom! The huge building was thrown towards Reka forcefully by him, like a hill colliding at high speed. But Reka just flicked his arm lightly, a merciless sun burst out, and exploded with a bang. The whole building was blown into dust in mid-air. An ability user. The evil dragon's face was extremely gloomy, and he immediately knew that this person was difficult to deal with. The main course is here. You seem to like threatening others, so let's have a warm-up activity before the game starts. There are many murlocs on my side now. Kneel down and kowtow, and give us a chance to sail. Apologize, knock one, I'll let one go. What do you think? It's a good deal. Reka showed an evil smile. 3.8. This smile made the evil dragon and the murlocs with him a little creepy. What are you driving? As soon as he heard it, the evil dragon immediately became angry, and without even thinking about it, he refused and killed the enemy in front of him. Boom! But he didn't finish his sentence. Reka just snapped his fingers. A murloc body suddenly burst into dazzling light, and in the next second, it exploded. The rain of blood sprayed and splashed evil spirits. Long face. I'm not kidding. The next one, I'll give you 10 seconds. They all have my power in them, you can try it, you're faster or I'm faster. Reka said with a smile. But the dragon can see it, the man's eyes are full of anger and madness. Hearing the words, the evil dragon froze in place immediately, not knowing how to choose. It is absolutely impossible to kneel down and apologize to human beings. If he does not kneel, his cherished compatriots will die. Damn it! This guy is definitely a devil. What? It's hard to choose. I just swapped your roles for a while. It's not that difficult. Well, time is up. Reka snapped his fingers again. This time it didn't explode immediately, but flames burst out from a murloc's body, burning. Screaming. Chapter 86. The evil dragon is glaring, feeling his heart is bleeding. These are the companions he brought from the Fishmen Island. But now I can only watch them being slaughtered by humans. This BD. How can human beings be compared with their murlocs, and dare to say it boldly? Just swapped the roles. Mere humans. Damn inferior race, release my compatriots immediately, and I can give you a good time later. Otherwise, the evil dragon can't kneel down. To make him kneel down and apologize to a human being is harder than killing him. The answer is wrong. Pang! The head of another murloc was crushed by Reka, and he couldn't die anymore. Blood splattered all over the pant legs, but Reka didn't care. Angry people always crave for blood, and the only way to vent their anger is by cutting them with your own hands. Ah! Seeing this, the evil dragon and other murlocs all roared hysterically and incompetently, but no one dared to step forward without authorization. Inferior races? Hahaha! You are just cheating countrymen in East Blue, a group of murlocs who are just like commodities in Grand Line. Tong also dare to flaunt the nobility of blood races. Is it fun to deceive yourself? pierce into the weakness and heart of all murlocs present. Every murloc's face changed dramatically, even Nami was taken aback. Murlocs, in the Grand Line, aren't they a noble and powerful race? Even if Nami has no evidence, but from the astonished expressions of the evil dragon and other murlocs at this moment, she can judge that what Reka said should be true. In order to save your compatriots, can't you even kneel down? Some people have endured humiliation for many years, surveying the nautical charts for you, earning 100 million baileys, and dealing with countless ferocious pirates. To this day, how can this account be settled? But you can't even kneel down. 21 Seems that the so-called compatriot love is just a joke. Reka angrily scolded the evil dragon. Nami heard the words, tears welled up in her eyes, the ferocious face of the dragon appeared in her mind, and all the past was extremely clear. He shoots Mel Bell, joins it himself, and is tricked by him into giving her Kokozia back for 100 million belly. She worked desperately to make money, and finally saved enough money, but in the end she was robbed of all the baileys by Marine who cooperated with him. She can still hear the rascal laughter of the evil dragon not long ago. They laughed so happily at that time. How stupid you look! Since you are worthless, let me be happy at the end. Reka stomped on ahead in one step, and the speed was not fast. But no one can stop it. Brother Dragon, please, save my brother. Suddenly a murloc knelt down at the feet of the dragon, praying. Among those who fell to the ground, there was his biological brother, according to the speed of this man. It won't be long, and it will be him who will die immediately. They have a good relationship and cannot watch him die. If a kowtow can save a compatriot, what is it? Human, I kowtow to you. Nami, I apologize, please, don't kill my big brother. The murloc knelt down and kowtowed one after another. Unpromising guy. Seeing this, the evil dragon was extremely angry, and kicked the murloc beside him away. Brother Dragon, our brother has been with you for so many years, why can't you lower your head and save my brother? But the murloc was not forgiving, and even questioned the dragon. You know, they are in the Grand Line, but they are just lost dogs. If someone points it out, the illusory pride of that race will be shattered. This is the beginning of Reka's torment for them. It seems that your boss doesn't care. Reka added another sentence, and then trampled the murloc brother to death. No. Big brother. Don't be stupid, this guy won't let us go. Kill them. Take Nami and take hostages. In the end, the evil dragon didn't choose to give in. Instead, he waved his arms and called all the murlocs to charge towards Reka. He himself took the lead, completely ignoring the hostages. If things go on like this, sooner or later all the murlocs he knocked out will die. It is absolutely impossible to make him kneel, he can only fight to the death. Brother Dragon, be careful. Ali reminded. If it's useful to be careful, what do you need strength for? Looking at the fierce dragon that was like a heavily loaded tank, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards him, Reka didn't choose to dodge this time. Just watching quietly, waiting for him to kill him. Damn it! Nami watched as many murlocs rushed towards her. She doesn't just sit back and draw her weapon, ready to fight back. Nyokijo and Aegean also rushed out with weapons in the dark, and stood beside Nami. Nyokijo, Jian. Seeing that both of them were still alive, Nami was extremely excited. Even though Reka said just now that they will be fine, she can feel relieved only after seeing them. Damn the people of Koko Yasi village! Many murlocs vented their anger on Nami and the others. Through the situation just now, they already know that this extremely handsome human being is standing up for Nami. In this case, as long as Nami is taken down, does it mean that the guy can let go of everyone? Looking at these powerful and vicious murlocs, there was no fear on the faces of the three of them. Although they can't even deal with one of them, so what? At this point, they will no longer back down and compromise, either live or die. Boom! Just as the malicious murloc rushed towards him, Rita the axe suddenly released a circle of energy shock waves. There was a loud bang, and all the murlocs screamed and were sent flying, blood scattered, and many murlocs had many hideous wounds on their bodies. What is this? Not only Aegean Nyaki was shocked, but even the murlocs were also shocked. What's happening here? Reka-san's axe. Nami finally knew why he put down his axe. It turned out that he was worried about his own safety. He has already done everything. Useless guy. Seeing this from the corner of his eyes, the evil dragon couldn't help hissing in a low voice. Nami is already the best breakthrough point. If you can't take Nami down, it's too difficult to ensure the safety of the hostages. We can only rely on him to take down this human being. Do not hide or dodge. Do you want to fight hard with yourself? The murloc's wrist strength is 10 times that of a human's, and his jaw and teeth are even more outstanding than his wrist strength. Plus he has been trained, even if hundreds or thousands of humans swarm up, he can kill them all. So what if he is a capable person? Pang! But Reka punched out, and with one punch, Benlay and Lightning couldn't catch up, and a heavy punch hit the dragon's stomach. His open mouth stopped abruptly, and the arms that were raised to grab Reka and tear him apart suddenly stopped. With this punch, the power surged, smashing into the dragon's body, and he could clearly hear the flesh and blood being torn apart. The sound of bones being cracked and the body being impacted. Before the pain hits, all his nerves temporarily stopped working, so his whole body froze instantly. Boom! Paused for a second, the dragon was flying at a faster speed than Reka punched. The body was pressed against the ground, and dozens of houses were plowed over, blood was splashed along the way, and the face and body were distorted by the huge impact. Brother Dragon! All the murlocs shouted to the dragon in horror. They never dreamed that the invincible dragon brother in their hearts. The opponent just punched him and sent him flying. And the power was so terrifying that the plow overturned the entire Koko Yasi village, and the dragon stood up tremblingly again. He found that there was a very clear fist mark on his strong abdomen, which almost pierced through his body. As soon as he stood up, the evil dragon couldn't stop vomiting blood, and finally couldn't help but his legs went limp, and he half kneeled down again, covering the extremely painful wound with his hands. There is such a monster. You also ran out of the Grand Line. Do you think I am obliged to answer your questions? Bugs. Fortunately, I have restrained my strength. If I really want to punch you to death, it will be cheaper for you. Reka walked towards the dragon step by step. Don't get carried away. The dragon took off its own serrated teeth twice in a row, held them in his hand, and burst out again, rushing towards Reka. His teeth can crush flying iron shells, and his hands are also strong, as long as he is bitten by any one of the 3 teeth in his hands and mouth. Not to mention flesh and blood, even bones, he can easily chew them into pieces. Crazy wild dog. Lack of discipline. Reka said, holding a 453 fire wires, condensed into a whip, in his hand. Sweeping towards the ferocious dragon that was rushing towards it, the speed was so fast that even the dragon couldn't react. With a crisp cracking sound, a high-temperature whip mark appeared on the evil dragon's body, and its flesh bloomed. The dragon let out a heart-piercing scream, and was swept away by the whip. You are still a higher race like this? Wild dogs are more noble than your current appearance. Looking for death, the evil dragon heard the words, endured the pain, and rushed over again angrily. Reka is 1 whip, 2 whips, 3 whips. The whip can be seen deep into the bone, and in just an instant, the evil dragon has become a blood man. It's just that the murloc's vitality is extremely tenacious, and he can still roar in anger. This human being is whipping and torturing him like a beast. This kind of humiliation is 10 times more painful than death, even times. I'm going to kill you, all of you. The dragon roared frantically, and once again pounced on Reka. With a light jump, Reka stomped the dragon's head on the ground, but didn't explode it. The dragon just stuck its head to the ground like this, its body twisted and struggled constantly, regardless of the widening of the wound and the blood flowing, it would rather die than be stepped on by humans like this. But it was all in vain, the strength gap between the two was too great. Do you know why you are still alive? Because in the next game, you are the protagonist. You said you are an excellent race, but I said no. If there is any disagreement, you need to prove it. Right. Reka looked down at the dragon at his feet. That's the contemptuous eyes that look at the offal and ants. This kind of eyes deeply hurt the dragon's self-esteem, which is even more arrogant than the eyes of those celestial dragons when they look at their murlocs. I am not a bug, let alone an ant. Damn it, UBD. It can be seen that you all want to live, so let's play a game. Whoever stabs your elder brother, I will give him a chance to survive, how about it? With one sentence from Reka, the dragon's heart stopped suddenly, and all the murlocs looked at Reka. Becoming more and more frightened, this guy. He is the king of evil spirits that is scarier than the devil. Chapter 87. This is to make them kill each other. What a joke. How could we betray Brother Dragon? An aggressive murloc pointed at Reka angrily. That's right. As soon as the words came out, there were not many responders. I believe, at least until you think there is still hope, I believe. Reka was not surprised, just looked at all the murlocs calmly, then opened his hands, and at the same time stomped off the dragon's hands with 2 consecutive feet. But it was not completely destroyed, and the evil dragon just groaned in such pain. This kind of pain is nothing compared to the psychological pain that Reka has brought to him at this moment. And Reka has already noticed that not all the murlocs who spoke for the dragon just now. They are murlocs, but they are also pirates. Pirates are fine if everything goes well, but if they find that their side has no advantage at all, what will happen is hard to say. Taking the same murlocs as an example, Hody Jones and Dakin back then, as long as they didn't obey their race's will. Even if they are murlocs, they will be wiped out. BD, let go of the dragon brother. Some loyal supporters leaned over. Hahaha. Kid, your plan is going to fail, we murlocs won't hurt our own people. Seeing this, the evil dragon thought that Reka's so-called game was just a joke after all. You can die if you can't beat it, the evil dragon can accept this, but you can't accept the cannibalism that Ka said. Really? Don't think too easily about the dark side of intelligent creatures. Reka kicked the dragon away, and he couldn't get up for a while. Then the outstretched hands flew out dense fireballs, and hundreds of merciless suns flew up, hanging tens of meters high in the sky. There are more fireballs than the last remaining murlocs. What's this? I don't know, but it's hot. Damn it, the moisture in the air has decreased. If this continues, we will be dried. The murlocs frowned. As murlocs, they have a clear perception of water and other things. I forgot to add the rules just now. This game has a time limit. Within 10 minutes, if all of you do not take any action, you will be roasted to death, and if you try to escape, you will be like him. Reka casually pointed at a murloc. As Reka pointed, a fireball from the sky suddenly shot down and hit the murloc. In the agony and howling, he was melted directly, not even leaving a bone. This made some murlocs who originally planned to go around behind and launch a sneak attack on Reka stop directly. How on earth are they going to win against such a monster? Even Big Brother Evil Dragon is no match at all. Before they even started to fight back, they were killed one by one. Now you are caged bird, covering the entire Koko Yasi village. If you go out of this range, I guarantee that you will die in pain. The one just now was considered easy. Don't doubt my ability. Go to hell. A murloc couldn't bear the psychological oppression, roared and attacked Reka. As a result, Reka just crippled their legs, and then a sun magic fire fell on them and began to slowly devour them. The screams one after another can be heard endlessly. As time goes by, your physical strength will become weaker and weaker due to lack of oxygen. If you want to act, you have to hurry up. Considering that killing the dragon may be difficult for you, I will modify it content, as long as you slash the evil dragon once, the person who slashes the most, I will let him go. If you can't deal with your so-called big brother, then you can kill the compatriots around you. Even if you are compatriots, there are usually people who don't like it. The 3 people who kill the most can survive. How to choose is up to you, I have plenty of time to wait for you to choose. After Reka finished speaking, he jumped to the eaves of a building, took out a white handkerchief, and wiped the blood on his hands leisurely. Leave the murlocs and pirates looking at each other. When the evil dragon heard Reka's conditions, his expression changed drastically. This guy is a devil who plays with people's hearts. Once only one person opens the head, the dragon knows what will happen without even thinking about it. The seeds of doubt and the crisis of death, maybe some murlocs can stand this test. But as long as one person can't stand this test, others will soon worry about their own safety. After all, can you guarantee that the partners around you will not point their knives at you? Guaranteed by what? An insecure race? They are pirates. They usually kill people like hemp. How lofty their morals can be. Don't be fooled by him. Why do you believe that the words of a low-level race are guaranteed? Everyone, come with me and kill him. Don't forget, we are a noble murloc clan, a united clan. Are you still afraid of death? After the dragon understood how much damage Reka's words carried, he hurriedly struggled to stand up and said, "How can compatriots kill each other?" Reka just watched silently. The murloc hell created before, tortured and killed those murlocs, and tortured and teased the dragon. People who have broken their guts and now have the guts to shoot themselves. Almost non-existent, facing oneself is an inevitable end. But there is another possibility and way to keep them alive. How to choose? Reka already knew the truth in his heart, he just watched the development of the situation quietly. For the evil dragon, being killed by the fellow murlocs he considers the most noble is the most painful and desperate thing in the world. Because he's a real racist. Pfft. As soon as the evil dragon finished speaking, he was slashed from behind by a murloc, and blood flowed out with a puff. His defense was extremely strong, and the murloc slashed it down with all his strength. It's just a flesh injury, not a root bone injury. But all the murlocs froze at the same time, their eyes widened suddenly, and an unprecedented sense of crisis instantly filled their hearts. Someone started this, the taboo was broken, and the consequences were extremely dire. The evil dragon looked back at the murloc with a look of disbelief. What are you doing? You are so proud of being a murloc. Proud? Ha ha ha. Brother dragon. I begged you just now, I asked you to save my brother, why don't you want to? My brother's life can't be saved, what use is my pride? I don't want to die yet, I want to live. If you want me to say, everything is your fault. Why did Nami collect 100 million Baileys? If we abide by the agreement, there will be no such troubles, and my elder brother will not die. It's all yours. Wrong, what is the most important promise of money? You are a villain who broke his promise, from now on, you are not my big brother. The murloc said angrily. No matter what his reason is, whether it is selfish or high-sounding. Things are done now, they are done. And as soon as these words came out, several murlocs who were usually close friends glanced at each other, nodded slightly, and reached some kind of temporary agreement. There is a price to be paid for breaking the agreement. If you really think about us, you should let us survive. He wants your life more, evil dragon. Another murloc jumped out and pointed the knife at the evil one. Dragon! You! The evil dragon's mentality collapsed instantly, and the strength of his whole body seemed to be drained at this moment. Subconsciously took a few steps back, looking at the compatriots in front of him that he usually loves the most. This is the first time I doubt life so much, are they really an excellent race? Why can't they even stand such an obvious test? Why can't they even bear this challenge, are they so afraid of death? Pfft! The dragon was so angry that he spurted blood, and his whole body aged a lot in an instant. You traitors! Achu was also very angry with these fish. The other murlocs who were originally facing the evil dragon also distanced themselves from the people around them at this moment. No one wants to wait to be hacked by their own people and become a bargaining chip for others to live. As soon as Achu finished speaking, a sharp knife, trembling, pierced his heart from behind. Rick, you! Ajiu couldn't believe it when he looked at the murloc he often took care of. Master Achu, I'm sorry, I want to live, we can't beat that monster at all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Rick went crazy, trembling with fear, but... One knife but no bottle. Don't be arrogant here. You are the strongest here. He didn't say that you can't participate. In other words, if you want to kill us alive, we are not opponents at all. Of course, we must strike first. You, these idiots. The evil dragon glared at the murloc who attacked him, and felt so sad that he was ultimate. To be killed by others is to be inferior to others, but one can still be tough. But if you die at the hands of your own people, how sad it is, you will never die with peace of mind. During this period, the evil dragon stomped the murloc who was attacking him on the ground with one foot, and because his hands were crippled, his combat power dropped sharply. There are more injuries on the body, but even so, it is enough to deal with a common murloc. The murloc who was stepped on coughed up blood again and again, but his eyes showed disdain. Under the choice of life and death, you still want to kill us to save our lives. My good brother! There is no difference between us. We are all the same despicable, after all, we are all sea creatures. Thieves, aren't they? Hearing this, the evil dragon subconsciously backed away in horror. How could he kill his compatriots? Pfft! But just took a few steps back. Okay, a murloc who was strong but had an arm torn off by Reka before pierced the dragon's abdomen with a knife. It's heartbreaking. Brother dragon, if you think about us, die honestly. That's right, as long as you die, they might let us go, we want to go back to the Fishmen Island. How could you do this? How does Brother Evil Dragon treat you all the time? Ah! But as soon as the man finished speaking, he was stabbed to death. The evil dragon looked at the eyes full of killing intent all around him. The killing intent from his compatriots made him suddenly lose all meaning of living. These compatriots, at this moment, actually want to force him to death. What an irony! You really don't know how to pick your opponents. The ones lying on the ground seem to be easier to deal with. Rika's words made many murlocs who wanted to survive shine brighter, and at the same time they became more crazy. As time passed, they could feel that the air was thinning, and if they didn't do it again, it would be too late. He was talking about killing the most people to survive. Now that someone is doing something, it's not enough for them to do it alone, they have to be fast. They have to kill more. So the evil dragon saw an unprecedented nightmare in his life. Those compatriots lying on the ground were hacked to death in just a few seconds. Stop it! Stop it! Make them stop! I was wrong. Kill me if you want to kill me. Let them go. Nami, please, make him stop. The dragon's spirit collapsed. He even got down on his knees and begged for Nami. Chapter 88. But soon, the evil dragon was next. When Luandeo came to him, he had a ferocious face and struggled. In other words, he didn't know what to do. When he raised his hand, he killed his own compatriots. Can't do it. Can't do it. The evil dragon roared in his heart, but when one of the blades forced his neck. With a strong desire to survive, the evil dragon subconsciously made a move. No, it made a move. He slammed his foot on the murloc's chest, and the powerful force directly collapsed the murloc's chest. The collapsed ribs pierced Neri's heart. The murloc froze for a moment, then vomited thick blood and fell to the ground dead. Even if the dragon's hands are crippled and only his feet are left, his explosive power is still astonishing. Compatriots! The evil dragon kicked the dead man, but he was anxious and wanted to stretch out his hand to pull him. As a result, more blades slashed over, and the bullets began to fly randomly. The evil dragon opened its mouth and bit many blades, and when it pressed up and down, the blades burst into pieces. Stop! The evil dragon tried to persuade the murlocs, but there was no turning back. They all know the character of the evil dragon. If they offend him, they will die soon. All they can do now is to deal with him. That sounds good, evil dragon sang, you killed your own compatriots. The evil dragon was at a loss for words, not knowing how to answer these words. The facts are in front of you, how else can you explain it? While he is seriously injured now, we will have no chance later. It's not like you don't know how strong the recovery ability of the evil dragon is. BD. His own desire to survive made the evil dragon unable to truly lead the neck to be slaughtered, and he started to fight back like crazy. I couldn't think too much, and soon I was stained with the blood of my compatriots. Many murlocs also hesitated because of the power of the dragon. Stop it! Stop it! The evil dragon looked in the direction of Nami's 073 again as if going crazy. He was on his knees just now, begging Nami to let that man end this crazy game. It's just that before Nami could answer him, the murlocs couldn't wait to attack him. Seeing that Nami was still unresponsive, the evil dragon rushed over to kill him. Take Nami, maybe it can be used to threaten the madman and save everyone a lifeline. Otherwise, if this continues, his hands will soon be stained with the blood of more compatriots. And as time went by, his injuries became more and more serious. Either he killed all his compatriots, or he died at the hands of his compatriots, there is no third possibility. It seems that for the common murlocs, even without hands, you still have outstanding combat power. Reka said lightly. Stretching out his finger, a ray of fire from the sun shot out with a whoosh, directly piercing one of the dragon's thighs, causing him to suddenly kneel and half kneel. It is difficult to move quickly anymore, and the sword greeted him, cutting out many wounds, and with only one mouth, he could not move for a while. No matter how strong he was just waiting for death. To kill him, it depends on how much murloc life needs to be paid, but even if it is all paid, Reka is happy to see it. These murlocs were planned to be killed. Kind Nami, at the moment when the dragon begged for mercy, there was indeed a look of unbearableness in his eyes. You can see that Reka still has his own blood on his body, and all this kindness and resentment have been hidden by her. To be kind to the enemy is to be responsible for their own and Reka's life. Nami, don't listen to him, don't forget how Belle died, and don't forget how they forced you to draw pictures and break the agreement over the years. Nyoki-jo looked at the murderous murlocs. There is only happiness in their eyes. These murlocs are full of evil, no matter how they die, they are not worthy of sympathy. In other words, only this kind of death can be called punishment. He killed so many people, made so many families lose their loved ones, and made so many people live in fear. Common's dead, that's cheap for him. I know. Nami nodded firmly. If there is no Reka, maybe the entire Koko Yasi village has died at the hands of the evil dragon, and the despair that Nami felt would not be so easy to forget. Seeing the tragic situation of the evil dragon now, her heart is more relaxed than ever before. Fortunately, he is here. As long as he is here. Even if the sky falls, it doesn't matter. Nami stared at Reka obsessively. Ahem. But then again, Nami, how did you meet this friend? Why, I feel that he is more ferocious than pirates like dragons. Jian couldn't help asking curiously. He can be regarded as the father of Nami and Nokikao after the death of Belle Mel. Now that the evil dragon can have this disaster, of course he is happy, but as a bystander. But he felt that this handsome young man's methods were really not kind. He is not cruel. Hearing this, Nami didn't answer the first question, and subconsciously refuted Ajian's words. Is that so? Ajian was a little unconfident when he choked on Nami's words. Isn't this cruel? This is a kind of torture that is worse than death. Let the racists like the evil dragon kill our compatriots, and I was forced to kowtow and beg for mercy just now. This was before, even if it was a dream, they had never had such an outrageous dream. In the current situation, if there is no accident, the evil dragon will undoubtedly die. Damn! If I knew this would happen, I should have killed you all. Killed all of you. The evil dragon saw Nami's firm eyes. He immediately understood that no matter how much he begged, Nami would never forgive him. Thinking about it in another way, it is impossible for him to forgive. But when people have the advantage and the chance of victory is in their hands, how could it be possible to put yourself in the victim's shoes? Now it's useless for him to regret it. As the evil dragon spoke, he killed a fellow murloc with his mouth. He knew that he shouldn't do this, but his survival instinct forced him to do it. If he doesn't resist, he has no chance of catching Nami and disarming him, but then one of his legs is cut off by a line of fire from Reka. He immediately understood that he had no one and no hope. He couldn't get close to Nami at all. So while biting his own compatriots to death, he wept mournfully, laughed wildly, and roared angrily. After a while, the spirit of the whole person was already a little abnormal. One murloc after another died on his mouth. Even if he kept a distance, he could move in a short range with a kick of one leg, spee. But getting to Nami by surprise is no longer possible. And the devil is watching everything from the roof. No chance of success at all. You devil, I curse you to die. The dragon looked at Reka and cursed viciously. You are ahead of me. Reka just looked at him indifferently. Also, how does it feel to be hacked to death by your own people? Isn't it very comfortable? Does it feel like you deserve to die? Or, do you want to kill all your compatriots? Then you are really a hero. You, puff. The evil dragon had a cerebral hemorrhage directly, affecting all the wounds on his body, and he was so angry that he was half dead, but his heart couldn't help trembling due to fear. This is a devil, definitely not a creature that should exist in the world. Devil, hee, devil, scare hahaha. He was half crazy, half insane, and in the end, among the less than 10 murloc survivors left, he was hacked to death by random knives. Congratulations on successfully killing your own boss. Now there are 9 people left, but there can only be 3 survivors. Rika's faint voice sounded. The other murlocs were already red-eyed. Hearing this, they didn't even have the energy to scold Reka. They didn't dare to scold. Instead, they started fighting, and soon there were only 3 exhausted and lucky people left. They looked forward to it, and knelt down, looking at Reka and Nami. Hope they let them go. Dragon, just died like this. Ajian, Nyoki-jo, and Nami are all evil dragons who look at the tragic death with disbelief. It feels like a dream. The dragon pirates that ruled the entire island for so long are in the hands of this man, and they are so easily destroyed. Ajian squeezed his arm hard. It's not very painful. What's going on? It's not really a dream. Ajian Zhang, you are too excited. Isn't it a dream? No. Has Kokozia village been saved? Yet. Nami nodded emphatically. Saved, finally saved. Bell Mel, did you see it? Nami, Nyaka-jo. And we are all free. Jian couldn't help kneeling on the ground, crying loudly. Nami and Nyoki-jo also shed tears of excitement and relief. At this time, other surrounding towns have already noticed the anomaly in Kokozia village. Many people know that Koko Yasi village is going to launch a counterattack, and what happened in Gosa town. There are already more cities and towns that can't stand this kind of rule, and they are all ready to find out. Some even planned to join Koko Yasi village and start a fire of resistance together. Can you let us go? A murloc asked humbly. Of course, but what they do is none of my business. Reka looked up at the teams of villagers approaching. Among them were the people of Koko Yasi village who were gradually waking up, after they woke up in a daze. Went to the Dragon Park, rushed to nothing, learned the situation from the dying Crow Obi, and killed him. He quickly turned back to Koko Yasi village, planning to find the evil dragon and his gang to fight to the death. No, no. Seeing so many villagers around, only the last 3 lucky ones screamed in horror. They were rightfully drowned and beaten to death by the villagers. Wait for me here, I'll be back soon. Reka came to Nami and said. Where are you going? Nami suddenly felt uneasy. Hasn't the dragon been defeated? Somebody took your money. No, don't go. I don't want the money. Nami quickly grabbed Reka's hand. Killing pirates is completely different from killing marines. The former usually kills as soon as they are killed, while the latter will definitely cause a series of troubles. Offending the whole system, Nami doesn't want Reka to take another risk. He made you cry, this account cannot be settled. Reka said, his whole body stood up. Don't. Nami didn't have time to stop him. At this moment, the Marine 17 branch is the Marine base directly under the Marine headquarters. In an exquisite and luxurious office, Colonel Mouse is tasting delicious food and wine, holding a reluctant female Marine. Looking at the blood-stained Bailey on the table happily, I didn't expect the money to be so easy to earn these days. It's a pity that I let the octopus split half and give it to the dragon. I heard that the marine hero Garp is also active in this sea area recently. If you pass by here at that time, if you can gain some connections, no matter how much you spend. Woman, don't look reluctant, who made your ensign husband like a gambler, and owed me a huge debt, so I can only obediently give you to me. Chapter 89. However, women are different from women. It's unbelievable that a little girl can get so much money. It's a pity that it's all ours. Ha ha ha. Colonel Mouse took a sip of the wine, feeling more and more happy. He has no strength himself, and his current status is all bought with money. The Supreme Commander of Branch 17 is a Marine Rear Admiral, who is also a fellow who loves money. In order to climb to the position of Colonel, he spent a lot of money, but after reaching the Colonel, all the money spent not only came back, but also made a lot of money. The transactions with the evil dragon over the years are enough to cover his expenditure against the calendar. But he is not limited to the business of the evil dragon. Within the jurisdiction, several pirate groups have to confess to him. In addition, lend money within the branch to obtain high profits, and sell the official positions in their hands at a clearly marked price. As for what will happen to the law and order at sea, he doesn't care at all. Anyway, the pirates won't be foolish enough to trouble him. It is best for everyone to cooperate and win-win to make a fortune. You don't need to fight and kill, and you can make a fortune and have a prosperous fortune. Power is such a good thing, are you right, Miss Emily? Colonel Mouse, thinking that he could rely on money to gain more power in the future. With more power, the easier it is to get money, the more you think about it, the more intoxicated you are. Report, Colonel, big news, big news. Suddenly a Marine suddenly opened the door and reported excitedly. UBD, don't you see that I'm busy? Tell me what's going on. Colonel Mouse said angrily when he saw this, a guy with no eyesight at all. If he is not usually obedient, he does not need to give too much money, and it can protect his safety. This flustered idiot has already been kicked away. But the next second, after listening to the report, he couldn't calm down anymore, even more excited than this Marine. Master Colonel, Marine Hero, Monkey D. Garp's ship changed its course for some reason. Not long ago, it sent a report saying that it has arrived in this sea area. It will not take long to reach Branch 17. Supplementary supplies are needed. What? Marine Hero Garp is really coming. Colonel Mao stood up excitedly. He had fantasized about this just now, didn't he think that his dream would come true so soon? Tell everyone, start preparing for work immediately, and use the best materials for me. This is Lao Zi's chance to rise to the top and climb to the top. If anyone makes mistakes, don't blame me for being ruthless. Colonel Mouse decided to bleed. After all, Marine hero Garp is, to him, the true heart of power. And the influence is not just as simple as staying at Marine Vice Admiral. It is possible to become a Marine Rear Admiral, or even a Vice Admiral, as long as he approves and recognizes him, plus his money opening operations in the future. Yes. By the way, when Garp's ship arrives, you should all know what to say and what not to say. Colonel Mouse suddenly narrowed his eyes and said solemnly. Yes, yes. The Marine immediately responded, it was just a superficial effort, and they had done it countless times. At this moment, Garp's ship is sailing in the sea area not far from Branch 17. Vice Admiral Garp, if you still can't find that kid, let's finish the task first, don't you have to go back to Windmill Village? The adjutant looked at Garp, who was standing on the bow thinking about life, and suggested. Even though they have used as many methods and ability users as possible. However, tracking in the air is indeed a bit more difficult, and with the storm, many traces that might have existed will be wiped out. Their luck was very bad, and they encountered a storm. Although the scale is incomparable with the Grand Line, it also lost the trace of Reka. If that brat really wants to go out to sea and become a pirate, what's the point of going back to Windmill Village? And I don't know where they are, brat, don't let me catch you. But having said that, you guys are really lucky. Garp looking at a group of drowned Marines on the boat. Kaka Vice Admiral Garp. Thank you so much. It's a shame for Marine. I didn't expect that we were almost wiped out by a group of pirates. If it weren't for Lord Sea God, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been rescued by Vice Admiral Garp. Brin Brin, this place, Commodore said excitedly. Vice Admiral Garp, that is the idol of countless people in the entire East Blue? No, to be precise, it is the idol and legendary of the whole world. Unexpectedly, after my group released the beacon for help on the deserted island, they actually attracted the Marine hero. If you tell this matter, it will be used as a topic of conversation for a lifetime. After all, not everyone is eligible to be rescued by Vice Admiral Garp. Today's encounter is very dreamy for Brin Brin, Commodore. First, I saw the Murloc pirates live and work in peace and contentment on the island, building their own house. Then after the war with the Murlocs, it was swallowed by the deep-sea vortex they artificially created. But he didn't die, but was rescued by Lord Poseidon, and finally met the Marine hero Garp. What a legendary experience! Sir Sea God, you mean, the adjutant asked doubtfully, is there really a god in this world? Brin Brin, Commodore hastily told the story of being saved. In the deep sea, Uzumaki accurately rescued each of you. How is this possible? If you are a person with abilities, you should not be able to use your abilities in the sea. It is not a person with abilities. It is too difficult to fight against this natural force. Even if it's man-made, the adjutant analyzed with a frown. By the way, Lord Sea God, you are very handsome, a Marine soldier added adoringly. Very handsome. Garp and the adjutant looked at each other. Could it be the brat we're looking for? That guy really looks a little different, isn't he still very young? The adjutant asked thoughtfully. Yes, yes. Is it true that Lord Rear Admiral also knows Lord Sea God? Brin Brin nodded quickly. Do you know where he went? I don't know, I didn't even have time to say a word at that time, and I wanted to thank you in person. Brin Brin said regretfully. Where did you meet them? Koko Yasi village. It's not necessarily there, maybe he was just passing by, so let's forget about it. With Luffy's character, if he really wants to go out to sea and become a pirate, I'm afraid it won't be long before he will cause trouble and spread to the headquarters. Hey, Sengoku, the guy is probably going to nag again, what a headache, but you said just now that there are pirates on that island, right? Garp said with a troubled expression at first. But when it comes to the second half of the sentence, it is very serious. Whether it is Grand Line or East Blue, there are as many pirates as there are stars. Not to mention his one Garp, even 10 Garps can't stop this world chaos. But since you have encountered it, you must take care of it. Yes, the evil dragon gang, the murloc pirates who escaped from the Grand Line. They are so rampant that they actually live on the island openly. Lin Yi said angrily. Acting so rampantly? But I've been back to East Blue so many times, it's the first time I've heard that there are murloc pirates in East Blue. I'll take you back to the nearest marine base first, and then we'll drop by. Garp said lightly. Asking for flowers. I was a little puzzled, but I didn't pay much attention to it. After passing by, I will kill them, just catch them. Great! Colonel Brin said excitedly, with the help of Vice Admiral Garp, why worry about the pirates being immortal? At this time, the coastline near Koko Yasi village. Zioba holds the octopus can, which is full of Bailey, which is distributed by Colonel Mouse and is going to be handed over to Brother Dragon. But Xiao Bei went to the entrance of the Dragon Park swimming pool, and saw that the whole Dragon Park was being destroyed by the excited crowd. And the corpses of Kruby, Brother Dragon, and others hang on the shore. Xiao Bei was immediately dumbfounded. What happened? Everyone died. What the hell is going on? There is another murloc on the sea, kill him. But at this time someone found him on the shore. Xiao Bei was so frightened that he didn't even want the octopus can. He plunged into the deep sea with tears streaming down his face. I don't know what happened, but it's clear that the situation is not good. At the same time, a certain route was heading to Koko Yasi village. Luffy, Sanji, Zoro and others were heading to Kakozia village while sailing, but a big sea cow appeared out of nowhere. 00. After they beat him up, they used him as a coolie, and the speed increased many times with just one swipe. According to this speed, we will be able to reach Kakozia village in a short time. Sanji knows a little about navigation. Nami, Reka, wait for us. Luffy was gearing up and couldn't help but want to make a big fight. Dare to bully their navigators. He refuses. This is the 17th branch of Marine. Even the weakest sea, after all, it is a military base directly under the jurisdiction of the Marine headquarters. It is heavily guarded and has a large number of troops. But so what? Reka stood at a high altitude not far from the 17th branch. The entire island here has been built into a strong fortress, and large caliber artillery can be seen in many places. Buildings painted with the Marine military flag towered like dense forests, and a huge iron gate stood at the port. That's the entrance to the 17th branch. The iron gate is surrounded by rebuilt defensive walls, and there are many patrolling troops. Although Colonel Mouse did not personally participate in the various massacres of villages and towns. But he provides the most convenient protection for these evils, in a way. This is even more heinous than the direct perpetrator. If the crimes of the pirates were not covered up with their help, the other marine divisions would launch a crusade once they got the news. Even if they fail once or twice, if the number of times increases, Marine will intensify their efforts to attack. It is impossible for the dragons to stay in one place. You can only hide around like stray dogs. Reka was already holding the magic axe Rita in his hand again, aiming at the big iron gate without the slightest hesitation. Release. Reka swung out with a sweep, the atmosphere was violent, and a fan-shaped energy shock wave burst out immediately. There was a loud bang. The entire big iron gate and the fortress in this section were directly pierced by Reka. At the same time, his voice resounded throughout the marine base, "You have been surrounded, if you don't want to be wiped out, hand over Colonel Mouse." The harsh, sharp, and short siren sounded from the entire marine base in an instant. Marine Rear Admiral Wilhelm, who was in the office of the main building, was shocked when he heard the angry shout, "We are surrounded? How many ships are coming? Report to Master Rear Admiral. Currently only." "Just what? Only saw one person." "Hey? Sir." Chapter 90. Wilhelm Rear Admiral first heard the sound of landslide bombing. "I was really taken aback. He is not a Rear Admiral with a pure literary background, but he has also had brilliant and dazzling records. When such a fierce and monstrous rebuke sounded, at the first moment, he thought it was some big pirate who killed Master Seeing to ask his crimes. He used to be very strong, but since he was half assigned to East Blue, he has neglected to exercise. Indulging in the honeypot of money, the previously strong body began to gain weight. And the pirates of East Blue, even if they are occasionally overwhelmed, try to destroy their marine base for which they are famous. After seeing their iron-like fortress, Jukin retreated before attacking. The remaining 10% will rarely adopt a frontal breakthrough combat method, which is no different from courting death. If someone does this, it may be the leader of Krieg, the East Blue overlord who owns a large pirate fleet. But his usual style is to pretend to be a marine warship, sneak into the harbor, avoid the entrance of the fortress, and seize the base from the inside. If it wasn't for him, maybe only the pirate group that came out of the Grand Line, a little bigger, with a few pirate ships would dare to do this. So Wilhelm asked in the first sentence not who the attackers were, but how many ships came. As long as there are many ships and flags, it is not easy to recognize who it is. In the end, the answer I got was just a 343 person, which made me a little unbelievable. Isn't this suicide? Even if it's some vicious and well-known pirates in the Grand Line. They also dare not attack the marine base rashly. The first is that the marine base that occupies the geographical area is matched with various artillery weapons, and it is too difficult to break through. The second is that even if it is really breached, it will be even more vigorously hunted down in the face of the worldwide bounty offered by the Marine headquarters. Only one person dares to come to the Marine base to make trouble. Do you think our artillery is all for display? You go to the intelligence room and find out if there is a warrant for this person. Wilhelm is rough and detailed. Although I think this is very likely to be the common pirates, or even the common people, who came to seek revenge on Colonel Mouse. But just in case, one or two pirates far beyond common sense attacked the base. Then, this kind of monster is probably not something they can deal with. For example, the Grand Line has a bounty of 200 to 300 million baileys for monsters. With East Blue's fortifications, it may not be able to resist. Then it's time to call for help from the nearby marine base in advance. Even asking for help from Vice Admiral Garp, who is rushing here. If it's someone who wants to die in common, it's fine for them to deal with it here. Too much mobilization will make the 17 branches appear incompetent. It's just that the guy who used to settle accounts with Colonel Mouse, didn't it usually happen at sea or on other islands? It's really the first time for someone to come directly to Marine base, and dare to say such outrageous words. As for the troublesome hands of Colonel Mouse, he usually helped to deal with them easily. Who made Colonel Mouse very good at doing things, and he was given a lot of bailey every month, and he was a very discerning subordinate. But not long after Wilhelm gave the order, a marine panicked and ran in to report, "Master Rear Admiral, the unknown explosion just now blasted open the gate of the fortress, and the enemy has already entered." "What? Where's the blocking force?" Wilhelm's face changed. "It's all gone." The opponent made a move. "Activate all troops immediately and enter the first level combat alert." Wilhelm also became serious at this moment. Where did Colonel Mouse provoke such a strong man? Hope it's not too outrageous. Report, this person cannot be found in the current arrest warrant. Fortunately, strengthen your troops, take him down as soon as possible, don't wait until Vice Admiral Garp arrives, let him see this kind of joke. Wilhelm breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. It's not those extremely powerful monsters with a bounty of hundreds of millions of Baileys, so you can rest assured. Most of them are people with little strength, but this is their territory. Even if you have some strength, you have to lie down. Come to look for me? At this time, is this trying to prevent me from getting promoted and making a fortune? You are looking for death. What are you still doing? No matter who came, they were all arrested by me. Wait and see how I will die. Fortunately, Vice Admiral Garp hasn't come yet. If he is seen by Vice Admiral Garp, his impression points will definitely drop. Colonel Mouse angrily yelled at Marine in front of him. But he didn't care too much, when he heard that there was only one attacker. He couldn't help laughing, he wasn't on the Grand Line like Wilhelm was. I don't know that some guys can fight against thousands and tens of thousands. Their vision is narrow. A person, no matter how you look at it, is looking for death. In his opinion, it was just a way to die. But this guy has a big grudge against me? Who could it be? Colonel Mouse himself was also a little confused, but he had bullied too many people, so he couldn't be sure who it was. But as long as you catch it, you will know it naturally. Come on, Sergeant Emily, let's continue. Colonel Mouse teased the woman beside him. The woman bit her lip and shed tears of aggrieved helplessness. Crack! Seeing this, Colonel Mouse slapped him. Don't be so disappointing, don't forget, as long as I am unhappy, I can put your family in prison at any time, the prison is not as comfortable as outside. Colonel Mouse angrily threatened. Master Colonel! What happened again? The situation seems to be a little bad. The forward blocking team can't take down the intruder. What? What are you kidding? There are 500 people. Can't take a single person. Colonel Mouse scolded. It is true. Let me see, if you dare to lie to me, you will die. Colonel Mouse hurriedly walked to the balcony. From here, he could overlook the entire Marine base. Don't you come out? Do you think I'm joking? Don't force me to kill people. If you don't let me come out and give me an explanation, I will assume that you are all together. At that time, it will not be as simple as coma and disability. Reka carrying an axe chisel rate fortress iron gate. After coming to the door, there is a team of hundreds of people, they line up first, and then a few rounds of gunfire come down. Reka just burst out her own magic power and knocked all the bullets that approached into powder. Shot from the air with an axe, the entire piece of air was shaken by a powerful force at an extremely high speed. Under the high-speed amplitude, it crashed into the past like a solid wall of air. It was just a collision. Hundreds of fully armed Marines didn't even know what happened, and they were all thrown into the air, like celestial maidens scattering flowers. That scene was extremely shocking to the other Marines in the entire base. After all, hundreds of people were blasted into the sky at the same time, how could this be done? Everyone be careful. The opponent may be demon fruit power. At this time, more Marines rushed over like a tide. There are guns in all directions, and even the cannons on the mountain wall in the distance have adjusted their muzzles and aimed at Reka. The new team has more than 1,000 people and is still increasing. But they are not close yet, hold a certain distance. Many Marines are carrying rockets that can launch prison nets. Whenever possible, capture enemies alive. This is what Colonel Mouse meant, and it is also a policy implemented from above. Especially when the opponent is likely to be demon fruit power. If you can catch it alive, try to catch it alive. If you don't have the conditions to create a condition to catch it alive, if you can't create it, then consider killing it. Are you the commander of this base? Reka looked at the Marine officer who was in charge of commanding the troops to line up to greet him and asked. No, Master Rear Admiral has no time to pay attention to an unknown intruder. Why are you here? With such a big commotion, your commander came to ask me if I have any desire to have something happen? That is to say, he knows what Colonel Mouse is doing, and he knows what he is doing, so there is no need to know more about it. Is that what it means? What a disappointment! Rika's eyes showed an indifference that made everyone feel stressed. Invisibly, it was as if the air had condensed into substance, pressing down on their hearts. It is obvious that there is only one person on the other side, and it is obvious that they are the party with an absolute numerical advantage. At this moment, they felt the killing intent permeating their bones, and many Marines continued to break out in cold sweat and swallow their saliva. The hand holding the spear trembled slightly. He stood there alone, and the sun demon fire was rising from his body, which was extremely blazing, and the sun had already risen very high. Like the sun god bathed in the divine radiance, he is about to start a trial and cleansing of the world. He is so calm, yet so tall, with the arrogance and contempt of a god. He is handsome and oppressive. I'll say it again, put down your weapons and catch them with your hands, or you will die. You are already surrounded. Marine, the leader of the team, warned again. He has raised his palm. As long as he gives an order, the guns will fire together, and the absolute firepower advantage is enough to tear any enemy apart. It seems that you haven't figured out the situation yet. I am the one who surrounds you and is giving you a chance to survive. If you don't take the initiative to come out, I will force you to come out. Rika raised the axe high, and the fire wires gathered from all directions to recharge the magic power. Fire! Seeing that Rika had no intention of being caught without a fight, Marine, the leader of the team, gave the order immediately, and the puffy cannons sounded, and the first wave was the prison net fired from the bazooka. There are several precious webs with sea stone attached to it mixed in. The anger shines on Madara. Rika stopped suppressing his anger and looked towards the main building of Marine Base. Slashing out with an axe, the terrifying energy of the Madara 3.7 solar fire gathered into a columnar shock wave with stronger penetrating power and greater power. Boom! The shock wave blasted out, and all the prison nets that hit were instantly melted, and then the energy beam went straight to the most magnificent main building in the base. There was only a terrifying shock, and the entire main building was directly pierced by the blow. From the middle position, vertically impacted into left and right halves, creating a gap over 10 meters wide out of thin air. The entire majestic and magnificent main building was cut through, and the metal and walls melted under the terrible high temperature at the fracture. And Colonel Mouse and Wilhelm Rear Admiral, standing on the two halves of the main building, they almost peed in fear. They were standing at the fracture, only 2 or 3 meters away from the place where the energy shock wave passed by just now. If the position was wider just now, they might respond directly. And after the shock wave pierced through the main building, it didn't stop, it kept blasting out until there was another loud bang, and all the Marines in the entire base were stunned and filled with fear. The entire mountain, under this bombardment, was directly blown up and vaporized. Upon seeing this, Colonel Mouse collapsed to the ground. Wilhelm Rear Admiral looked at Colonel Mouse on the other half of the main building, and shouted tremblingly, "Rat, how on earth did you provoke such a monster? You want to kill me?" Chapter 91. Colonel Mouse's face turned pale with fright, and his mouth trembled. He also wanted to know exactly when he offended this terrifying guy. With one blow of the axe, the huge main building was split vertically into two, and the majestic mountain top was blasted into powder. Is this the power that humans can possess? I shouldn't have offended such a powerful guy. He has always bullied the weak and feared the strong, but Fan felt that the other party had some strength. It is impossible to provoke him foolishly, otherwise he would not live today. Arrogance, if you want to divide the target, if the other party has power or strength, you have to taboo one or two. Colonel Mouse's legs were swinging, and he was paralyzed for a long time, unable to stand up. Master Wilhelm, I don't know, I swear I have never seen him. If I have, how could I forget it with this appearance? Of course, there is another possibility that he hasn't said yet, if he is so handsome that he feels inferior. Respect yourself, that is, disfigured, disrespectful, he would have been killed by him and thrown into the sea. You sure? Sure. Sure. Colonel Mouse nodded hastily. Look at the situation first. Although he is strong, our base is not vegetarian. This is provoking Marine's bottom line. Hearing what Colonel Mouse said, Wilhelm did not betray him immediately. After all, if the opponent hits the base like this, even if the strength is amazing, if he doesn't fight back, where will he put his face? The entire Marine base has more than 6,000 troops and a complete range of weapons. And for those with abilities, as long as the sniper finds the right opportunity and uses King Curry's only firearm that can fire sea stone bullets, give him a shot, and he has to obey obediently. Master Wilhelm, isn't this person even your opponent? Colonel Mouse had been listening to Wilhelm's glory days in the Grand Line. Although it is rare for Master Wilhelm to make a move, 21 Wilhelm's strength has long been deeply rooted in his heart. Ahem, the strength is not so comparable. There is a difference between personal ability and devil fruit ability. They are good at different directions. If the ability is extremely destructive, generally speaking, they have a very strong advantage over non-capable people. Wilhelm is indeed a practical school. It's just that his real strength is probably only at the lower level of the colonel of the Marine headquarters. Compared with the common Marine, he is enough to defeat 100 with one. But compared with the real strong, they are stronger ants. Being able to become a Marine Rear Admiral was originally assigned to East Blue's Up and Down, and the above did it to appease him. In terms of individual combat power, he can't be like Reka, who has such destructive power with every gesture. Colonel Mouse was silent. He was a fine man, and he immediately heard Wilhelm's surprise. He was not right. If you can't catch him alive, shoot him. Open fire. Marine, the team leader, didn't get the latest order, and immediately ordered according to the established level. Countless cannons are aimed at Reka. This time it is no longer a prison bomb, but hundreds of cannons that can level a small island. All the Marines who heard the order remained vigilant and quickly stepped back to keep a distance from Ray Carla. Enrica just watched indifferently. Boom 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 boom. Given order, 100 cannons are fired, roaring like a prehistoric beast. With this kind of intensive firepower, anyone has to be afraid. Even things that usually seem to have little effect on the strong will produce qualitative changes after reaching a certain amount. After all, human beings are still flesh and blood. If not, the firepower of Buster Call would not scare the world so much. Buster Call is equipped with top-level artillery, which is extremely powerful. Under the bombardment covering all areas, a country will be permanently erased from the map. Amidst the sound of gunfire, Wilhelm and others showed confident smiles. Although this kind of cover bombing will cause a lot of damage to the base, but these can be made up for afterwards. Now that the main building has been blown away, it is already a huge loss of composure, and the situation must not be allowed to expand any longer. Even if you are far superior to ordinary people, you are still a body of flesh and blood. No matter who you are dead. Colonel Mouse said excitedly as he watched the sky change under the roar of hundreds of guns. Reka faces thousands of shells flying at the same time. Just swung the one-handed axe in a circle, and then swept in a circular arc, sunstorm. Boom! The whole sea of flames roared, like a river of anger spiraling and spreading around. Connected end to end, they form a ring, and the flames expand rapidly, like a wave of flames. The cannonballs bombarded from all directions were all swallowed and melted by the boiling solar storm, without even a single spark being blown up. If it weren't for this ring spreading in the air, the entire area nearby would be reduced to scorched earth in an instant. The temperature of this flame wave is extremely high, and it can easily melt steel into molten iron in an instant. What is this? All the shells have been swallowed. Everyone, get down! The team leader saw the moment the shells were swallowed and melted. He was so frightened that his heart stopped suddenly, and he yelled suddenly. All the Marines scrambled, all lay down. I'm afraid that if I get a little bit contaminated, the consequences will be unimaginable. The main building has a line of sight, you should be there. Reka looked up, but Colonel Mouse couldn't be seen from this angle. But I saw an officer with a high rank and some strength looking here. Reka understands the principle of capturing the thief first, and he is not here to kill these common Marines. Others, whether they are corrupt or righteous, have nothing to do with Reka. He's just here to settle accounts with Colonel Mouse. Stop him quickly. Wilhelm was strong, and he saw Rika's eyes looking over here, and after they looked at each other, Wilhelm immediately understood the meaning in Rika's eyes. This is indeed the most simple, direct, and labor-saving and time-saving method. He is the highest officer of this marine base, so he naturally knows everything about this base. Wilhelm quickly picked up the phone bug and told the officers of each unit to immediately intercept Reka and prevent him from approaching. Colonel Mouse, who was facing Wilhelm from the side, couldn't help trembling all over his body. Why are there so many shells? Can't even hit a single shot, what are you kidding, is this still a human being? What to do? Bang bang bang! The Marines who got the order raised their guns, and the dense rain of bullets poured out of the chambers. Get out! Reka glared, stepped forward, and the Conqueror's haki erupted like a torrent, sweeping everywhere in an instant. All the bullets fired were substantially affected, and all stagnated in mid-air, and then more than 99% of the people nearby all fell down. Under the deterrence of Conqueror's haki, only a small number of elite Marines with good strength can stand. But their faces were full of horror, and cold sweat broke out on their backs. For such a moment, they seemed to feel that the person standing in front of them was not a human being. It was some kind of higher creature, looking down at them from above the sky. As long as they are willing, stretch out a finger, they can all be crushed to death. This is a deterrent from biological instinct. For those who lack will and courage, even a glance is enough to make them lose hope of living. What's going on? What happened to everyone? Countless Marines exclaimed, they were in East Blue. Let alone haki, even demon fruit power is extremely rare. As for Conqueror's haki, even Wilhelm Rear Admiral, I have only heard of it before, but never seen it with my own eyes. Seeing it for the first time now, he is not sure, he thinks it should be the devil fruit ability of the heavy truck. Because at the beginning, he thought so, and his preconceived notions made him afraid to go in the direction of Conqueror's haki. In Wilhelm's memory, the people who own Conqueror's haki are all emperors in New World. This man is indeed powerful and terrifying, but it is still too early to be compared with the emperors of the New World. It's too scary. Wilhelm's clothes were also wet with sweat, and he didn't want to fight this monster even if he was killed. What kind of monster is this? What magic did he use? This is a large army of more than 5,000 people. The leader Marine was so frightened that he collapsed and looked at the Marines in Yangzhou in disbelief. Felt like I was living an unprecedented nightmare. There were originally a large number of Marines like the tide, but only a very small number of them stood alone at this moment, with blank and terrified faces. Frightened and frozen in place, the advantage in numbers disappeared in an instant. You, don't come here. Because of fear, Wilhelm looked at Reka, who was walking towards him step by step, as if he was in no one's land. He was so frightened that he screamed subconsciously. After shouting, even his old face turned slightly red, and the sky was at peace. On his own territory, to be frightened to such an extent by a mere intruder. But at that moment of fear, he couldn't control 693 at all. Protect Lord Rear Admiral. Take him down. In an instant, the lonely Marines all around woke up like a dream under the exclamation. Pull out the weapon you carry, and kill Reka who is walking forward. Even if they are still afraid, the mission of the soldiers prevents them from drawing their swords and fighting, waiting to die. Soldiers have good soldiers. However, generals are not necessarily good generals. Facing these Marines who charged up, Reka swept away with a sharp axe. 3 strong wind tornadoes circled and flew out, twisting and flying the rushing marine, screams rang out continuously, and blood spattered. For these low-level marines, Reka didn't kill them all, he didn't know if they were good or bad. But since he did it, injury is inevitable, and if it can be determined that it is Colonel Mouse's subordinates, Reka will not be soft-hearted, he will kill them all with one axe. Stop him! Stop him! At this moment, Colonel Mouse also stood up and yelled frantically at the marines around him. He is also here, even if Reka can't see it for a while, but come closer, sooner or later he will be found. Whoever takes him, I personally reward him with 20 million Baileys. Although Colonel Mouse didn't know what he was looking for, and he didn't know him, the person who came was not kind. Hearing this, many marines were as excited as if they had chicken blood on their faces. 20 million Baileys is definitely a huge sum of money for them. Fluffy. But even the marines of the branch, how could they stop Reka? Reka came step by step, all the marines rushed up one after another, and fell down one after another. You seemed to call Colonel Mouse the boss just now, and he is your immediate superior. So what? Pfft. Reka swept the axe, and the heads of the whole team flew up at the same time. It's not that bad, it's just a brain machine. Ah! A marine was terrified when he saw this, and all of them were beheaded. This guy started killing people directly. Marine, whose blood was just boiling over money, suddenly cooled down again. Little brother, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Mouse, come out and explain. Wilhelm looked at the approaching Reka, quickly lowered his posture, and said obsequiously. Chapter 92. I'm here to find Colonel Mouse, that wicked loan shark. Is it necessary to risk my life for him? Maybe he's doing something wicked again, a Marine CAO said in a low voice. The brothers heard the words. They all nodded, took a step back, and were no longer so active. The main reason is that Reka has always been ruthless, but not fatal. The real fatal thing is that when they heard that those Marines were the direct subordinates of Colonel Mouse, they cut off their heads. Anyone who is not stupid can immediately guess that this man came because of personal grievances. If they can stop it, they will naturally maintain Marines' strength and justice. But the key is that you can't stop it, so it's much easier to find excuses to convince yourself. If you really don't know anything, and you are killed by him like this, then your death is not worth it. And now Wilhelm Rear Admiral didn't give the death order, and asked Colonel Mouse to come out and explain. It's not too late to decide whether to go up or not after figuring it out. Colonel Mouse is naturally extremely popular with his own clique, but not at Marine base. Many Marines encountered difficulties and asked him to borrow money, but were overcharged because of unclear terms and interest. Don't give it. Then you will be greeted with endless revenge and boss's little shoes. As for giving, it is basically hurting the muscles and bones, being beaten to the bone and sucking the marrow, and squeezed to the end. Colonel Mouse, why are you still standing there? Do you want the entire Marine base to be buried with you? Wilhelm didn't know whether Marine base would be buried with you, but he didn't want to be like Colonel Mouse's idiots just now. Beheaded with an axe. He doesn't want to die. As long as he doesn't die. What does other people's death have to do with him? Even if Colonel Mouse is handed over, the monster will not kill him. What's wrong? So when Reka is getting closer, there is no Marine, no shelling can stop him from going forward, and he is already targeting him. Under the pressure of Reka, Wilhelm decisively turned his attention to Colonel Mouse. Colonel Mouse looked at Wilhelm Rear Admiral sullenly. At this time, he had no choice but to face it. He stood up tremblingly, came to the edge of the gap, leaned out half of his body, and then politely shouted to Reka with Wilhelm's words, "Little brother, I've seen it, did you admit to the wrong person, or listen to someone's lies? There is really no way, Colonel Mouse can only try to extract himself from certain things. Never met, no matter what he hears, there will always be room for maneuver. Hearing this, the other Marines also stopped their progress and watched silently. They also wanted to know what made him single-handedly come to Marine Base. If it wasn't for his strength, someone else would have been hacked to death or captured alive by the Marines long ago. Have you forgotten what you did this morning? 100 million Baileys is very comfortable. Reka calmly looked at Colonel Mouse. Colonel Mouse felt the real murderous aura enveloping him, and his heartbeat accelerated wildly, as if the heart would jump out of his chest due to nervousness and fear in the next second. You were sent by the thief named Nami. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible, a little thief cat, how could he know someone like you? Colonel Mouse instantly understood. It's just that he never imagined in his dreams that a little thief, a small person who was allowed to be slaughtered by him, would have a relationship with such a powerful person. It is common sense that birds of a feather flock together. The circle where the little thieves live is destined to be only common villagers and evil dragons and other pirates. If you have such a powerful friend, how can you be played around by the evil dragon? It doesn't make sense at all. She is the navigator on our ship, you have two choices now. Reka said indifferently, carrying an axe. What choice? Colonel Mouse asked subconsciously. First, you choose to commit suicide, and second, I will kill you. Hearing Reka's words, Colonel Mouse's face changed drastically. You are not a choice at all. Don't deceive people too much, this is Marine Base, do you know what you are fighting against? The other party didn't intend to let him go, Colonel Mouse was instantly furious when he heard this. The other Marines also became serious when they heard the words, this young and handsome boy must have gone too crazy. But the thought of this man blowing up the entire Marine Base simply and rudely by himself. Until now, they still have no way to take him down. He does have arrogant capital. Wilhelm Rear Admiral's complexion gradually darkened. At this time, no matter what he said, it was inappropriate. Even though it was obvious that the Marine base he was in was ignored by this man, he didn't dare to intervene rashly, and didn't want to get involved in the conflict between the two. It's just that every second of Reka's madness in his territory is slapped in the face by him. I was originally a pirate, so it's strange to be an enemy of Marine? How about it, have you considered it? Reka twisted his neck, it should be almost enough for him to feel despair before dying. Maybe it's unnecessary, but it's okay, he can afford it. It's just some Baileys. I will return all the Baileys I got to you, but I only took 50 million Baileys, and the other 50 million Baileys are in the hands of the ruler of Kokozia village. Seeing that the threat doesn't work, the opponent still wants to kill himself. Colonel Mouse had to take another step back, and said in a low voice. Money precious, but he doesn't want to risk his life. And in public, he certainly won't admit his relationship with the dragon pirates. To put it another way, if this man knew Nami, he would know who he was talking about. It is best to be able to divert trouble from the east. It's just some Baileys? Ha. You have committed an unforgivable crime. Reka's eyes became more murderous. What's the crime? It's only natural for the Marine to collect the thief's stolen goods. Colonel Mouse tried to argue with reason. You made our navigator cry. This is an unforgivable capital crime. As for the evil dragon, don't waste your efforts in vain. I have already killed the evil dragon. Don't worry, he walked very painfully. Before dying, he knelt pray, and curse me. That voice is really sweet. Reka grinned. The rather morbid appearance made everyone believe what he said for the first time. With such strength, and speaking so intoxicated, it is impossible to pretend. I'm willing to take out the other half and make up 100 million Baileys. No, I'll give you 150 million Baileys. As long as this matter is over. Colonel Mouse's heart was pounding violently. Such a powerful dragon died unexpectedly. Up. Do you think money can solve problems? You don't have to kill me. If you kill me, you won't get any money. That's the money she has saved for a long time. Didn't you come to ask for money? No, I'm here to kill you, and now I'm here. Reka strode towards Colonel Mouse again. Along the way, the Marines froze in place with some fear. A few subordinates of the Mouse jumped out from the crowd to sneak attack. As a result, Reka raised the knife and dropped his head, bloody, ruthless and brutal. Seeing Reka's appearance, the Mouse couldn't help taking a few steps back. You lunatic! What are you still doing? This guy just admitted that he is a pirate, don't forget your responsibilities. Seeing Reka's teasing, killing intent in his eyes, Colonel Mouse was sure that this guy came here to kill himself from the very beginning. I will never let myself go. Those crazy eyes are sure to kill me. Damn the evil dragon! You BD evil dragon! That little thieving cat has such a backer, but he has no news at all. Colonel Mouse crazily insulted the evil dragon in his heart. What should I do now? What should I do? Who can save myself? Listening to Colonel Mouse's words, the nearby Marines looked at each other and tightened their weapons. Since the other party is a pirate, they are Marines, and if someone breaks in like this, there will be no response. What will their justice, the Marine headquarters, and the people outside think of them? Their eyes turned to Wilhelm Rear Admiral, waiting for his order. Idiot! You can do whatever you want. Why do you look at Lao Zi with such eyes? Didn't you see that this killer is still here? If I issue a lore order, the other party may immediately abandon Colonel Mouse and solve the problem. Commander myself. Through observation, Wilhelm felt that he might not be able to make 20 moves in the hands of this man, and he might lose and die. He doesn't want to risk his life, but now everyone is looking at him, he's under a lot of pressure, he's in a dilemma. Boy, since it's a personal grievance between you guys, I won't get involved, but the Marine legendary hero, Monkey D. Garp, is about to arrive. If you don't want to die, I advise you to leave here as soon as possible. Wilhelm Rear Admiral quickly thought of a person who could both accepted steps. As long as this guy doesn't make trouble now and doesn't threaten his life, that's fine. For the next thing, think about it later, and get through the current difficulties. Wilhelm originally thought that once these words came out, Reka would restrain himself, and even retreat into timidity. After all, Garp, the Marine hero, is the hero of the world. He is legendary. He is a strong man who can scare off countless pirates just by his name. How could there be pirates who are not afraid? God can't save him today. I said it. Reka is still calm, what he decides to do, he will definitely do. The guy who wants to do it must think about what he is doing. This guy colluded with pirates, harmed dozens of towns including Kokozia village, Limas, and robbed a girl in order to redeem her from the pirates. In my hometown, I have accumulated 100 million Baileys that I have accumulated for many years and worked so hard to get together. Now I want to kill him. From this moment on, anyone who prevents me from killing others will die with him. The choice is yours. Reka clarified the facts, but he didn't want to kill innocent people indiscriminately, and when the facts were clarified, whoever would go up, no matter what the reason. Kill all the altars. What? There is such a thing. It seems to be true. I heard that one of his subordinates vaguely mentioned the matter of cooperating with pirates. I heard that they made a lot of money. Why didn't you say it before? Anyone who tried to speak up is dead. You think I'm stupid? Then you say it now. I think what he said may be true, I don't want you to die in vain. Colonel Mouse saw the Marine soldiers falling into suspicion. He was full of fear and uneasiness. Some things had been guessed for a long time, but he usually succumbed to his rights and no one dared to speak nonsense, but now it is different. He is weak? Nonsense. Nonsense gossip. You are Marine, he is a pirate, do you want to be executed for dereliction of duty? Who kills him? I will give him 100 million Baileys. Save my life. Also give him 100 million Baileys. Colonel Mouse's words made the eyes of many Marines light up. The Conqueror's haki broke out from branch 17 just now? Hey? That's, the gate of the fortress was blown open. Is it an enemy attack? Garp's ship gradually approached branch 17. When he looked at it, his pupils suddenly shrink. Chapter 93. Stop him! Colonel Mouse snarled hysterically. For this reason, a high bounty was even offered that countless Marines could not refuse. 100 million Baileys, what it means to be in East Blue, can be known by referring to Nami's deposits over the years. Even Buggy, he has accumulated for many years, but the accumulated wealth is not worth as much as his own bounty head. If you have 100 million Baileys, why do you want to be a Marine? To a safe town where Marines are stationed, it is more than enough to be a rich man for a lifetime. And you are going to trouble Nami with me, do you think he will let you go if I die? If you don't join hands to kill him now, just wait for him to kill you one by one. Although Colonel Mouse was in a panic because of panic, he was also eloquent. Under coercion and lure, many Marines stood up. And they all have high-sounding reasons. Colonel Mouse is right. We are Marines, and the other party is pirates. If he continues to act wild, our Marines will lose face, and the entire East Blue will laugh at us. Marine headquarters pursued the responsibility, everyone can't escape. Vice Admiral Garp's ship is on its way. If we fail to uphold justice, how will we face the Marine hero? Hold him until Vice Admiral Garp arrives, and he will definitely die. We've brought weapons specifically for demon fruit power. Create a chance for us to kill him. Take him down. Driven by someone with a heart and their own fear, many Marines rushed towards Reka one after another. Most of them are people who have interests with Colonel Mouse. Only a small number of them are unclear or frightened. The fool who had to attack together. And the one who was dazzled by 100 million Baileys. But a greedy person with good combat power. 530. It is precisely because he has confidence in his combat power that he dares to attack again. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out first, and then the Marines waved their swords and rushed towards Reka. Some swarmed towards Colonel Mouse. This type of people is very smart, compared to killing Reka. They feel like escorting Colonel Mouse into the safe haven of Marine base. It's better to keep him alive than to kill Reka. As long as you save his life, you can also get 100 million Baileys, go to the shelter, and wait for Garp's ship to come. They don't believe that this man dares to stay here. Then Colonel Mouse and they will all be saved. But after all, not most of the Marines who did it, because some Marines are in hesitation at this moment. And Wilhelm Rear Admiral still didn't order, they have enough excuses and reasons to excuse themselves after the fact. After all, Colonel Mouse is not the supreme commander. You stupid mortal! Those who stand in my way will die. With a bang on Reka's body, he rushed straight into the sky like sun magic fire, wrapped around his body and Rita's magic axe. He has already said the words, if you go on, that is the enemy. Accompanied by Reka's roar, one person with one axe, like a hurricane of death blowing by, the people's limbs instantly disintegrated wherever they passed. 5 people attacked from the front, Reka swung an axe, and the hot line of fire slashed across, bloodstains appeared on the neck at the same time, and the 5 people were killed at the same time, with horror and fear on their faces. They were so dead that they couldn't accept it. They were no match at all, the gap was too great. A giant man of 4 or 5 meters came out from behind a building wielding a big iron rod. It's Trolle Bioya. Someone recognized this Marine, obviously, he is quite famous in Marine. 5 big and 3 rough guys, are you also obsessed with money? Spay, Reka's eyes didn't have any pity, but there was indifference and arrogant contempt. Then the axe slashed straight down, and the opponent's mace weighing thousands of caddies was sliced open like fruit. The power of the axe remained undiminished, and it continued to slash forward vertically. There was a snort. The whole huge body was cut in half like cutting butter. With a plop, he fell into a pool of blood, and many things in his body were scattered all over the ground, making countless Marines even more terrified. Reka continued on, only 50 meters away from Colonel Mouse. Only Reka is on the ground, he is on high. It's a monster. Colonel Mouse once again limp on the ground, dripping with feces and urine. Under the pressure of this terrifying death, he does not have the ability to resist pressure like a dragon. I was scared to death. Go to hell. Someone rolls out a small cannon and fires the prison net with the sea stone at Reka. When Reka was facing the direction of the small cannon, someone in the dark was holding a sniper gun with sea stone bullets, and decisively pulled the trigger. The merciless sun, clean up the dirt in front of you. Reka raised his hand, and dozens of merciless suns rose in an instant. Like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, she flies and shoots towards every place where there are enemies around. Boom boom boom. The continuous super powerful explosions instantly turned all the places where the Marines were shot into a terrible sea of scorched earth and flames. Slows, accompanied by continuous explosion, many people were blown to pieces. The smell of blood became stronger all of a sudden. Seeing this, the other Marines who hadn't made a move were scared out of their wits, and didn't care about the orders that might come. It receded like a tide in an instant, and they all took cover to hide. It's terrible. Raising your hand, you hit an explosion that was more terrifying than a round of intensive artillery fire. What sea stone net, sea stone bullet, was blown to pieces before it got close to him. In the blink of an eye, all Marines who shot at Reka were either corpses falling down in his path into a bloody road, or be blown to pieces by the merciless sun, leaving nothing left. In this way, the guys who participated in bullying Nami will basically be killed. Reka forced Colonel Mouse, hoping that through his coercion and lure, he could inspire his accomplices. So far so good. There may be greed in order to earn a billion Bailey's Marine. But more are the vested interests tied to Colonel Mouse and subordinates who have no choice. Reka no longer has any enemies along the way. Wilhelm Rear Admiral looked at Reka, who slaughtered a group of powerful Marines in an instant. Looking at without saying a word, the violently trembling and changing pupils showed the uneasiness and fear in his heart at the moment. Where do you want to run? Several Marines are about to flee with the Mouse Colonel. As a result, when he was still upstairs, Reka stretched out his finger and pressed down lightly from the air. A pressure comparable to the multiplication of gravity suddenly fell from the sky. The straight drop crushed Colonel Mouse until it pierced through several floors of the ceiling, and then fell to the ground with a bang. The powerful squeeze left his body covered in cuts and bruises instantly. There are even bones visible in some of the wounds. Then those Marines were blown to pieces by Reka's merciless sun. His whole body was in severe pain, but at this moment Colonel Mouse seemed to feel no pain at all. The fear of death made him temporarily forget the pain. He dragged his wounded and stench-smelling body back again and again, with tears all over his face, and desperately begged for mercy. I was wrong, please, don't kill me. You can do whatever you want, I can give you all the money you. Give it all. Don't kill me. You can beg for mercy, and of course you can resist. Come on, be good, try to resist. Otherwise, you are so unbearable, and it is even more pleasant to kill the dragon. Reka uses the blade of the axe to gently lift Colonel Mouse's chin. Look at his broken, terrified, contorted face. No, please. Please, I was really wrong. I shouldn't be obsessed with money and cooperate with the evil dragon. It's all my fault. How can you forgive me and spare my life? Everything the money is still in the room above. Master Wilhelm, save me. I usually send you so much money. How can you refuse to save me? Please, please. Colonel Mouse has never been so regretful, fearful, helpless, and desperate. He never dreamed that just taking a thief's stolen goods would lead to such a fatal disaster. He desperately begged for help, but no one paid any attention at the moment. Reka's bloody attack silenced everyone. Besides, Colonel Mouse is not clean himself. What a disappointment, a waste that only begs for mercy. It seems that I overestimated you. It's really boring. Forgive you, it's the devil's business, and I'm responsible for sending you to the devil. Reka held up the magic axe. Rita is getting ready. Boy, this is Marine base, do you want to kill the Marine officer here? But at this moment, a sullen voice sounded. There was a loud bang in the sky, and a strong figure struck like a meteor, and then fell to the ground with a bang. He looked at Reka with piercing eyes, and his face was not very good looking. But if a Marine sees someone gouging through the Marine base and killing people inside it, it's impossible to look good. Garp is no exception. That's it. Vice Admiral Garp. Everyone looked at this shining figure, their pupils shrank suddenly, and their faces were full of shock. All the Marines who have been suppressed and lost their will to fight are all boiling at this moment. Vice Admiral Garp, it's Vice Admiral Garp, that's great. We're saved. Some Marines, who were full of fear, burst into tears when they saw this. Vice Admiral Garp, quickly take down this lunatic, we are no match for him. Wilhelm came to his senses at this moment, pointing at Reka and saying, this will be in the last second, he dare not do this. But now, things have turned around, the situation is different, with Garp, even if there is only one person, they will also be invincible. At the same time, Wilhelm did not forget to put gold on his face, saying that he and others are not opponents, it seems like he has gone through a bloody battle. Vice Admiral Garp, help me, this guy is a lunatic, he's out of his mind. Help me. Colonel Mouse seemed to be catching the last straw, and suddenly he became energetic. I didn't expect it to come. Vice Admiral Garp, do you want to prevent me from killing him? Reka was just surprised, and then said calmly. As a Marine, this old man shouldn't stop you from killing him. Let him go, we can sit down and talk about anything, don't make things worse. Garp tried to stabilize Reka. It's useless, the person I want to kill, even you, can't keep it. At least, at this distance, you can't. Reka shook his axe, and the sharp cold light flashed across Colonel Mouse's neck, hissing with a sound, the head flew high with disbelief and fear. Colonel Mouse is dead. Chapter 94. Dead. Colonel Mouse just died before the eyes of Vice Admiral Garp. All the joy and excitement of Marine, at this moment, was poured with ice water that penetrated the soul. His expression suddenly froze, he was stunned, and he couldn't believe it. After the arrival of Vice Admiral Garp, they thought that all the initiative should go back to their Marine once again. This is a matter of course and a matter of course. No matter who the attacker is. They have the Marine hero Garp, a man who has been hunted down many times and driven the One Piece King Roger into despair. Surprisingly, it happened so quickly. The man ignored Vice Admiral Garp's warning, without hesitation, so to speak. Before he raised his hand, the axe struck, the sharp edge slashed, and the head fell to the ground. Even Vice Admiral Garp couldn't save it. This guy is a complete lunatic. Wilhelm was terrified, subconsciously took a few steps back. He just thought that Vice Admiral Garp is here and everything will work out. Didn't expect this guy to be scared of Vice Admiral Garp at all, not even a shocking surprise. Unbeknownst to Wilhelm, not long ago, Reka and Garp had encountered a battle on the sea. Even if they encounter it again, they don't even have much surprise in their hearts. After all, Garp was indeed in East Blue, and Reka knew about it. Vice Admiral Garp, you should thank me for cleaning up the garbage for your Marine. Reka, who had finished the killing and had blood splashed on his clothes, raised his head slightly and stared at Garp arrogantly. Not only is there no fear at all, it even looks like it's a matter of course. Marine's expression was serious, and they were all puzzled. Did this guy eat a bear's heart and a leopard's guts? Why didn't he have any fear at all? What do you mean? Garp asked in a deep voice, but he rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Reka step by step. Regardless of what he is doing now, killing so many people in Marine Base. When things are cleared up, he has to take down Reka first due to Marine duty, it's impossible to ignore it. What I mean is, I can help you kill another corrupt guy. You sounded very happy just now, didn't you? Rika's words sounded instantly. The whole person exploded with a lightning speed, swung the axe and charged towards Wilhelm Rear Admiral. Wilhelm Rear Admiral's face was filled with panic immediately, terrifying killing intent and a strong sense of oppression locked on him. Make him unable to move away for a while. Master Garp! Help me! Wilhelm cried for help. Just now, in his heart, he still had some contempt for Colonel Mouse, who was so frightened that his shit was pouring out. But now that he felt the man's crazy killing intent, he couldn't help but spit out something. Stop! Wilhelm didn't need to remind Garp after Colonel Mouse was out of reach and killed by Reka. His vigilance has been raised to the highest level, and the entire island, at the moment, is in Garp's observation. Haki feels as follows. In this world, Haki is the only strongest force that can help people climb to the top. Others, devil fruit alone will not work, even if it is a phantom beast. This is what Four Emperors Kaido said to Luffy when he was awakened. And Garp is the man who has mastered the two powers of Haki and Taijutsu and reached the pinnacle. Reka is fast, but Vice Admiral Garp in a serious state is even faster. Whoosh! Garp's high-speed movement, such as teleportation, disappeared in the last second, and appeared in front of Reka without warning in the next second. Standing between him and Wilhelm, Garp doesn't know what's going on, but he can't just sit back and watch Reka keep killing. It won't be too late to decide how to deal with it after everyone has taken it down and figured out the situation. Last time I let you run away, this time I will stay obediently. Garp had previously fought against Reka, and from his attack style, he thought that Reka would not be a villainous person. But right now, the entire marine base is littered with corpses, and even after he arrives, he still wants to continue to attack other marines. This didn't put him in the eyes at all, and he was extremely cruel. Garp-san, today is different, do you know what time it is? Even if Garp was standing in front of him, Reka still charged forward. What are you talking about? Garp frowned, unable to keep up with Reka's thoughts. It will be noon soon. After the words fell, Reka's whole body boiled with a terrifying aura that even shocked Garp. Boom! Reka is like a little sun, igniting Ultimate's powerful and surging sun magic power while running. Flames surged out of him, tearing at the atmosphere, accompanied by thunder and lightning. This destructive force rushed straight into the sky, tearing the sky Liu Yun. The body shape has also become taller, mighty, and extremely strong. 1 minute before noon, Reka entered the heaven and the world, I am the only one mode. The power of the sun is boiling. Face Garp, who may be slightly stronger than Hawkeye. If Reka doesn't want to be arrested, she won't be able to keep her real arts. He doesn't want to be caught by Garp and thrown into Impel Down before even entering the Grand Line. What? What's going on? Seeing that Reka's strength and aura are many times stronger than what he encountered before. After Garp swung his fist, he belatedly covered armament Haki. Pang! The roar, more intense than a volcanic eruption, resounded all around at the moment when the fist and the axe collided. Terrible shock waves rippled, and the surrounding buildings burst into pieces in an instant. Countless marines were rushed out. Oops! And when Garp's punch suddenly came out with stronger power, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Wilhelm, so close to them. This sudden increase in power made him forget for a moment to unload the force, or to blast the shock wave. And Reka deliberately directs all the energy pouring in the direction of Wilhelm Rear Admiral next to Garp. Exploding arrogance. Reka even detonated all the pouring energy in an instant. Garp himself is caught up in it all unguarded, and there's no time to save Wilhelm. No. Iron body. Wilhelm watched the terrifying energy shock wave rippling towards him, and couldn't help screaming in despair. This force is not only Reka's own, but also Garp's fist force, all of which were violently detonated by Reka. It is extremely terrifying. Boom! Wilhelm wanted to escape, but it was too late, so he had to use the six-style iron body to defend with all his strength. But it was useless. This force surged out, and his whole body exploded into blood mist, leaving nothing behind. Garp is furious. Buddhas are angry, let alone Garp. Marine was killed in front of his eyes twice in a row. It's okay to say that the first time, he came late after all, and the distance between the two is still very long. Reka, who has controlled Colonel Mouse, has enough time to kill him. The second time, he should have been able to stop it in time, but Reka suddenly became so many times stronger. This made Garp, who had some judgment on Reka's strength, make a mistake. Even though Garp has seen a lot of freaks. But I have never seen a monster whose strength can be increased so many times in just 1 or 2 days. Even this can be said to be misled by experience. Without the previous meeting, Garp would not have assessed what Reka's strength might be like, but would have been on full alert. But because of the meeting, Garp has preconceived views and judgments. When he found something wrong, even if he could react and increase his strength, he couldn't care about the nearest Wilhelm. Asking for flowers. I still underestimate you, but today, you can't leave. Garp said in a deep voice. After the death of the Marine officer and his colleague, his mood is no longer relaxed. Reka's strength is also extremely strong, so it can't be relaxed. With such a powerful strength, even in the New World, it is an extremely excellent leader among them. But I met in East Blue. The person I want to kill. You can't even stop me. If you want to stop me, you can try. Reka didn't say much. Because he knew, even if he told Garp, what Colonel Mouse did, Garp will still take himself down to the appropriate court, maybe with the facts and Garp's last support. He might be exonerated from murder, but maybe not. So what if Garp is righteous? How often is he out of control? Hand over your own destiny to others. Reka can't do it. Don't trust them either. And if that's the case, how can we see Garp's true strength? Humph. Garp didn't say anything, just snorted coldly. Then the whole body swelled with terrifying energy, clenched his right fist, wisps of hot air came out, and the top armament haki covered his fist. 0. To take down a strong player like Reka, for Garp, the state of idleness is not enough. He pulled his fist back, and Reka's eyes froze immediately. He could see the terrifying power wrapped around that fist. It seems that the entire space where it is located is crushed. The atmosphere is roaring and shaking. Fist bone. Meteor. Boom. The fist swung out, and the air exploded in an instant. One person came rushing with one punch. The fist has the meaning of a fist. This is the fist that the meteorite fell and destroyed everything on the surface. Reka feels a sense of crisis like never before. This fist is too fast. Garp appeared in front of him like a teleportation. Reka found that if he hadn't been in the posture of being the only one in the sky and the world, I'm afraid it may not be possible to clearly capture Garp's figure. Reka reacted, covered the magic axe with magic power to block, and at the same time stimulated the internal magic power to release a fan-shaped energy shock wave. Pang! But the energy shock wave was roughly shattered by Garp's meteor fist, and the fist still struck. The ring of the sun god who resists. Reka swung his axe in a circle, and the impenetrable sun magic power formed a magic shield after swinging the axe, surrounding Reka. Pang! But Garp's fist, which seemed to have the impact of a meteorite that could destroy everything, still shattered the magic shield. Then he punched Reka's magic axe firmly. Reka flew straight upside down for several thousand meters, was directly punched and flew half an island away, and came to the back mountain area of the marine base. Everything here is undeveloped, dense lignite. Apparently this is Garp's intention. I am afraid that the battle between the two will affect the innocent. This has been well proved just now. As expected of the strongest group of people in the world. It seems that if you don't work hard, you can't do it. This is different from the competition. To be caught by Garp, for Reka, the rest of his life is basically over. This is the pressure that Hawkeye can't bring to him. Because with Hawkeye, after all, it is more of a competition. But now is the real moment of life and death. Reka spat out a mouthful of blood. Garp saw this, his eyes were extremely surprised, he didn't even lie down with the punch in the front. Just now Garp realized that this power was enough to knock him down and capture him alive, but he didn't expect it to be just like this. And he still said desperately, "Is there any hole card? No way. The sun is just right. Ultimate. Heaven and earth, I am the only one." Knife. Chapter 95. Boom. The sun magic fire formed by the burning of life force rose from Reka's body. The only one in the ultimate mode. Need to burn vitality. A stronger force spreads out, shocking Garp. Reka's body seemed to have a sun furnace steaming. Can clearly hear the terrifying energy surging in the body, like the sound of thunder being suppressed in the body, making a dull and surging muffled sound. In addition, Reka's body and muscle fullness have once again expanded to ultimate. The undulating lines of the body show the most obvious violent aesthetics. Just by looking at it, one can feel that every muscle is full of explosive power. The whole person is also like a small titan, the air twists as the breath gushes out. The flames like inscriptions are attached to Reka's body, and the surrounding mountains and forests have not touched the flames, but they are gradually burning due to the high temperature. Even in the eyes, there seem to be two little suns hidden, with an indifferent expression, like a god who ruled over the common people. This is the first time that Reka has activated the sovereign in the ultimate mode. This feeling of overdrawing vitality directly into strength. Let Reka fully feel what is really powerful. It feels like the whole body has been reborn, with unparalleled strength. The empty hand was just subconsciously clenched into a fist, and the air buzzed softly in 4-2-3 in his hand, and it was crushed and exploded. He even had an urge to try and see if he could crush Vice Admiral Garp. But Reka thinks it's good to think about this kind of thing, and it's only close to 20% of the acting progress. Even entering this mode, it is impossible to be truly invincible. Moreover, the time will be limited. Once it is used for too long, the vitality will be completely burned, and his life will come to an end. He doesn't want to die yet. "What's the matter with you? What's the structure of your body?" Garp couldn't help asking curiously when he saw this. In this short period of time, there have been 2 changes, and each change has shown a multiple increase in strength. So exaggerated. So unreasonable. Reka didn't answer Garp. Now every second counts. Raising Rita's axe, he used the skill he used to fight against Hawkeye, but it was even stronger, Sun King. Arrogant explosion. Boom. Endless energy is condensed on the tip of the axe, a super great fireball, with various flames from the sun, rolls in distinct layers. Garp sensed the danger, he swung his left arm first, and a tornado-like gust of wind tore apart the entire forest that was set on fire. Lest the flames spread and burn the entire island. "Then I will seriously take you down." Garp tore his clothes with one hand, pumped the top haki, the energy in his body boiled to ultimate in an instant, and his broad chest bulged slightly with a loud noise. Chi chi chi. One after another haki is like a hot stream of steam, and at this moment, it is lazing out of Garp's pores. One can imagine how terrifying the energy boiling in his body is. Fist bone. Black star flying dragon. Garp blasted a fist, and the fist intent and the top haki converged into a black dragon, wrapping around his entire arm. One hit, rock and roll. Crash with Reka's giant sun. The sun was bombarded, like meteor volcano bombs bursting in all directions. Landing on the ground, burning the entire island. Like thunder and fire colliding, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Whoosh! The two made eye contact and disappeared at the same time. Boom! In the next second, a punch and an axe struck in midair, destroying the energy ripples, which rippled in all directions. All buildings, forests, and mountain peaks higher than 10 meters, as long as they were within 2,000 meters, were all cut off and flattened. Garp's fist was covered with a layer of black-red armament haki, and he shook the sharp mouth of the axe with his bare hands instead of the axe. Boom! Boom! Boom boom boom! Garp punches twice with one move, and 3 punches are packed with overwhelming power, shattering pieces of air, and each blow shoots out extremely terrifying air cannonballs. Reka just strikes out one axe after another. With each axe, the light of the axe flies into a shadow, as sharp as light, continuously. Both are extremely violent, and the impact of each collision resounds throughout the island. As the battlefield between the two spread outward, there were hundreds of meters, and even a steep mountain with a height of 1,000 meters. During the two people's clashes, they gradually collapsed and torn apart, and the large floor plates rose and fell with them, and they were displaced with the help of the trampling of super strong feet. A series of ferocious gullies also burst out, as for the forest and boulders. In the aftermath of the confrontation between the two, they turned into ashes. The two are like two violent gods, breaking out a war to destroy the world. The Marines in Marine Base all showed disbelief. Even Garp's adjutant was no exception. This guy, he was able to fight Lord Garp so many times, and he only suffered a small loss and was never really injured. How is this possible? Such a powerful guy, I have never heard of it before. Did you just go to sea? Only those who have just gone to sea can explain why such a powerful person has never been heard before. But it is a pity that it is coming to an end before it really begins to shine in the world. No matter how strong he is, he will definitely lose in front of the experienced Vice Admiral Garp. If he is not defeated, I am afraid that after this battle, this man will become famous all over the world. Hahaha. Have fun. Reka enjoyed the thrill of the ultimate battle, even if the crisis was approaching, under Garp's fist. His counterattacks are getting less and less, but every time he counterattacks, he is doing his best and surpassing the limit. If this kind of combat power becomes the norm one day, Reka feels that he can fight Marine Admiral head-on. Concentration Radiance Madara. The energy in Reka's body boiled to ultimate. He opened his mouth, and a 3-color flame beam energy spiraled like annihilation. Immediately hit Garp. Garp punched him, and there was a bang, but armament haki was shattered. Scary and rampant brat. Garp stepped on the ground exploded, and his whole body was like a shooting star, rushing straight to Reka, with both fists blasting out at the same time. Shuanglong Fist Star. 2 fists blasted out at the same time. Reka blocked, but the whole person was hammered into the ground from the air. The ground is like the surface of the sea, setting off huge waves about 10 meters high and spreading outwards, pushing everything around. God's wrath. Remnant fire shines the sun. Reka burst out from the ground, and shot a string of solar fireballs at Garp in mid-air. A fire line connected all the fireballs, and the top was the god axe Rita, forming a hole Asians that looks like it's about to shoot down a meteorite. Reka herself is in the blade. This spear of wrath has the power to penetrate the sky. Punch the stars. Garp grinned, feeling the joy of fighting for the first time in a long time. A fist matched his legs, waist, in one go, the energy of the fist boiled, and thunder and fire danced around his fist. He punched down and directly hit the tip of the gun. Ultimate's terrifying power caused cracks to appear in the atmosphere in an instant. Although it has not reached the level where the 4 emperors broke open the sky and the abyss, it has left everyone stunned. And after Garp's fierce attack, he also found that Reka's state was unstable. Your combat power is temporary, you can trade it for vitality. If you continue to fight, even if you don't die, you will never be able to experience this kind of combat experience in this lifetime. Give it up. As long as the marine corruption you just said is true, I can save your life and become a marine. Now I can at least guarantee you to become a marine vice admiral. Marine admiral is a few years at most for you time. Garp cherishes talent forever. The surprise that Reka brought him is too great. When he first came, Reka said he was helping the marine clean up the trash, and that the rear admiral was corrupt. Garp is dubious, but once again deeply appreciates Reka's straightforward fighting style. But Garp gradually believed it. In a deadly battle, the way a person fights can reflect what kind of person the opponent is. The arrogance, rudeness, etc. from Reka are enough to prove that he probably wouldn't lie about that kind of thing. With his strength, there is no need for this. And he stops now. Don't overdraw his body and burn his life. This kind of potential, becoming a marine admiral, I'm afraid it really won't take a few years. Then he will be the youngest marine admiral in marine history. Thinking of this, Pukai tried to persuade him again. No need. My life cannot be handed over to anyone. Is that why you don't believe in the justice of the world government and Marine HQ? Then do you believe it completely? Reka asked back, leaving Garp speechless for an instant. Pfft. As soon as the words were finished, Reka couldn't help vomiting blood continuously, and his vitality was also being consumed at a very high speed. What Garp said is true, but what he doesn't know is that as long as he doesn't die, with the improvement of performance, his strength will increase, and so will his vitality. It can be recovered. Unless it is burned to ultimate, it is burned out. Let's fight. I've decided. Reka launched another fierce attack, slashing down with the magic axe, breaking mountains and cracking ground with ease. Garp was still fierce, fighting with his bare hands, as if he wanted to capture the raptor Reka. What to decide? Garp was extremely distressed and regretful. Now Reka's vitality is still burning rapidly, and I am afraid that it will soon be exhausted. If you don't stop now, you've already hurt your origin, and you're even dying 3.3. It's a pity. I didn't have a goal before, but now I have my first small goal. I think defeating you in the future must be something worth looking forward to. Reka's eyes are shining. 2 rays of sunlight burst out directly from Reka's eyes and hit Garp, only to be scattered by Garp again. Garp froze for a moment. He wanted to knock himself down? And he even said it was a small target. So arrogant. Hahaha. Interesting. I haven't heard such a thing for many years. But you have to have a future. Do you really think you can escape from me? Or do you think this is my best effort? Vice Admiral Garp, before I beat you, don't lose to anyone else. Don't make me expect nothing. Want to go? You can't stop me. Reka's body suddenly burst into dazzling light, and his whole body was like an expanding sun, surging with energy that was about to get out of control. Do you want to blow yourself up? Are you crazy? If you die, you will lose everything. This energy exploded, and Garp felt very dangerous. Even more dangerous, the entire island. Boom! The terrifying explosion centered on Reka, exploded, and an energy shock wave spread out in a semicircular shape, covering the entire island. I will not die. Chapter 96. When the hot white light, accompanied by energy shock waves, washed the entire island. Magnetic fields, gravity, and airflow are all greatly affected. Garp's observation haki was also seriously disturbed, and he couldn't detect Reka's breath. In order to prevent the spread of the disaster, he alone blocked the shock wave that swept towards the marine base. After the surrounding area was completely flattened by the explosion, and the billowing smoke and flames dispersed, Garp looked at the scorched earth in front of him, showing a puzzled expression. What's the meaning of his last words? I stimulated the energy in my body, causing it to go berserk, and with the burning vitality, he should definitely die. In that kind of explosion, there is probably no body left. But is he so confident that he won't die? Could it be that his self-esteem is too strong, and he is unwilling to accept this reality until death? Garp couldn't help thinking. Thinking back on Reka's character, it's not impossible that this kind of thing happened. After all, from what Garp personally saw, Reka blew himself up. Why are you here? But at this moment, Adjutant Garp exclaimed from Marine Base. Lord Sea God! It's actually Lord Sea God. Apparently, the people who have arrived at Marine Base. Not only Garp alone, his subordinates also arrived later. This kid is actually still alive. Garp was so surprised, he jumped with his legs bent, and flew through the air like a missile, heading straight towards the Marine Base. Just take back what doesn't belong to you. Reka's slightly weak voice sounded, and his whole body shot into the distant sky like a line of fire. When Garp jumped a few times and flew towards him at top speed, Reka's figure had disappeared into the sky. Only his slightly tired and old back could be seen, and even his breathing was fast. If Kapu tried to catch up, it was already too late. Let him run away again. Garp felt a little helpless. Obviously, the speed of the opponent's flight in the air is not only due to moonwalk, but also other energy sources that can last for a long time. Otherwise it can't be so fast. This is troublesome. If that kid is really evil, I'm afraid there will be another disaster in the sea. I hope not. Garp's heart sank. Although he thinks that Reka should not be a bad person. But nothing is absolute. If his judgment is wrong, Marine will have another formidable enemy in the future. How do you understand the matter? What exactly is it? Garp asked the adjutant quickly. The situation has been fully understood. According to those present, the Colonel Mouse and the Dragon Pirates are colluding together to provide protection for the pirates. On this island, there is a girl named Nami, whose mother was killed by the Dragon Sea. The bandits killed the girl. In order to save the village, the girl joined the Dragon Pirates, and she heard that the sailing talent is very strong, so the girl made an agreement with the captain of the Dragon Pirates. As long as she collects 100 million Baileys, the village will be returned to her. For so many years, the girl has kept the agreement and has become a thief who specializes in stealing pirate treasures since she was a child. Buy your own village. But the pirates never kept their promises. The Dragon Pirates contacted their umbrella, Colonel Mouse, and landed on the island, snatched the girl's Bailey and shared it equally with the pirates. This man came to retrieve Bailey who belonged to the girl. Of course, he came back to seek justice rather than to get the money. Although the other blockers were seriously injured, there were very few casualties. The people who died were all Colonel Mouse's subordinates, and Colonel Mouse spent 100 million Baileys to save his life from the greedy Marine. This news came from one of Colonel Mouse's surviving subordinates. Of course, the man has been controlled to ensure that he will have the most fair military trial. And according to him, when that man came, Dominic Dragon Pirate the regiment has been destroyed by him. The adjutant's work ability is extremely good. During the period of time when Garp was fighting Reka, he almost completely understood the ins and outs of the matter. The more Garp listened, the more gloomy his face became. In other words, in the face of the pirates' atrocities, Marine not only failed to help, but instead worked hand in hand with the pirates, and participated in the oppression of the victims. That's what it means. The adjutant could tell at a glance that Vice Admiral Garp was very angry. Yes. BD thing. There is such a scum in Marine. No wonder that kid refuses to join Marine no matter what he says. If it were me, I'm afraid I would have called the Marine base directly. If I didn't kill the culprit myself, how could I get through my thoughts? Because of a few hot Marines who knew the law and broke the law, we not only let people suffer for many years, but even missed a Marine Admiral who may become the youngest Marine Admiral in the history of Marine. They deserve to die. Garp said indignantly that as a Marine, he cannot bring stability to one side of the people. Instead, it became the source of disaster. If only I knew about it. No need for Reka, he's going to clean up the house himself. Where's Wilhelm Rear Admiral? But Garp didn't forget that just now Wilhelm Rear Admiral was also intentionally guided by Reka and killed him. This is not yet fully understood. Vice Admiral Garp, I don't think Lord Sea God will kill innocent people indiscriminately. Bryn Bryn hurriedly stood up and said. He is the Lord Sea God who saved you earlier? Isn't that guy an ability user? Garp took Reka for granted as an ability user. But if it is a capable person, how can it move freely in the sea? It is really strange. Vice Admiral Garp, Wilhelm Rear Admiral usually collects bribes and indulges Colonel Mouse's actions. He promoted Colonel Mouse's military rank many times. He also secretly collects money from the nobles and bends the law for personal gain. The school stood up and said. The faction who used to be afraid of Colonel Mouse and Wilhelm Rear Admiral saw many things in their eyes, but dared not speak out. But now that everyone is dead, if you tell the truth, you won't be afraid of retaliation. Organize another team to thoroughly investigate the entire marine base, and find out all the corrupt marines that have violated the law. After pondering, Garp issued a new order. In his investigation, he will not only investigate this marine base. During the time he is still in East Blue, all marine bases in the entire East Blue will be thoroughly checked. Clear. By the way, Vice Admiral Garp, although Marine made a mistake in this matter first, you should also be aware of the way the people above and the headquarters handled it. Such a scandal will not be publicized, and since he is a pirate, he will definitely become the most wanted target of the headquarters. Should intelligence be reported truthfully? Or selective reporting? Report truthfully. Choose to be a pirate, once the strength is re-evaluated by Marine. Regardless of whether you do such a thing or not, being offered a reward is unavoidable. Because of personal violence, the law here is also not advocated. By the way, Vice Admiral Garp, there is one more thing related to this. What's up? Received a report from 14 branches not long ago. Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Finbudi was beaten up by a pirate named Straw Hat Crew in the sea restaurant Barati. It should be Reka who did it. Besides, the overlord of East Blue and the leader of Krieg also lost to a pirate captain named Monkey D. Luffy at the sea restaurant, when the name was mentioned. The adjutant's tone also became cautious. After all, Garp mentioned this name a lot in front of them. Nani. In other words, this brat and Luffy are indeed in the same group. Garp was shocked and his head grew dizzy. Yes, there are also eyewitness reports that there is also a bounty hunter from East Blue on board, Noah Zoro. I heard that he challenged the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye my Hawk, and showed amazing strength. Afterwards, Reka also challenged, however, it's exaggerated. I didn't believe it at first, but now I can't believe it. It's a pity. Hearing this, Garp felt very sorry. What's wrong? That kid forcibly burned his vitality during the battle with me. Even if he survived, his strength may not advance but retreat in the future. Life force is the source and foundation of all power. Understood, I will truthfully report this to the headquarters. Don't you need to hide the matter of Luffy? No, since that brat has chosen to be a pirate, he has to bear the corresponding consequences. This is the path he chose. I see. By the way, you just said that Luffy defeated the leader of Krieg. How about that Krieg's strength? Garp asked curiously. According to my guess, I'm afraid it's not much weaker than the elite colonel in the army. And I heard that he won within 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Yes. 840. Hahaha. As expected of the old man's grandson. Vice Admiral Garp, I don't think there is anything to be proud of being a pirate. Excellent. The adjutant was a little speechless. Half a day later, Grand Line, Marine Headquarters, Intelligence Room. A Marine Vice Admiral summoned many Rear Admirals, Colonels, to conduct a detailed analysis of the intelligence sent back by East Blue at this moment. Finally worked out a suitable bounty. East Blue has a newcomer pirate group with good strength. In just a week or so after going to sea, they have already killed Colonel Monka in Shields Town, defeated the Clown Buggy with a bounty of 15 million Bailey, and the East Blue Overlord Krieg with a bounty of 17 million. Originally, Krieg's bounty Jin is planning to raise the price in the near future, but now it seems that there is no need for this. At present, the two most important codders of the Straw Hat Pirates are Noah Zoro, the original pirate hunter, who failed to challenge Hawkeye, but it is said that he has a relatively outstanding performance. The other is Reka, who also fought against Hawkeye. Many times stronger than Noah Zoro. And the most important thing is that not long ago, he single-handedly destroyed the entire Dragon Pirates, penetrated the Marine 17 branch, slaughtered the Marine base, killed Colonel Mouse, and killed Wilhelm Rear Admiral. As for the truth and the reason, I believe everyone knows. But even if there is a reason, this kind of personal violence is not advocated. Otherwise, what would our police system and courts do? This person is far more dangerous than his captain, and cannot be ignored. After all, they are pirates, and they will happen to us at any time. Conflict, don't underestimate their danger. In view of the above, the Marine Intelligence Headquarters has decided to place a bounty on the 3 or more members of the Straw Hat Pirates. They are Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Noah Zoro, the original pirate hunter, and Reka, the Sun Tyrant. Discussions in progress. The last Rear Admiral looked at the set reward amount, and his face changed slightly. Stolo Berry Vice Admiral, is this bounty wrong? This guy named Reka is wanted for the first time. Why is the bounty so high? Chapter 97. For the first time, the bounty is as high as 100 million Baileys. Even if it is a strong man like 7 warlords of the sea, Boa Hancock, the first reward is only 80 million Baileys. A rookie from East Blue, just offering a reward for the first time 100 million Pele directly. Looking at Reka, the one with the highest bounty among the 3 in front of him, a Rear Admiral raised an objection. There is only a question about Reka's wanted bounty, and there is no problem with the bounty of the other 2 people. Are you high? Rocky Rear Admiral, didn't you read the report carefully? This guy has fought against powerful people like Hawkeye and Vice Admiral Garp, and you know what happened when Vice Admiral Garp wanted to invite him to become Marine. Did you say that? How did you say it? Rocky Rear Admiral knew the report from East Blue, but some verbal evaluation. It is usually not written into the report. To evaluate pirates, no personal subjective point of view is required, only the facts need to be reported. How to evaluate this pirate is something that the Marine Intelligence Department professionals need to do. As long as he agreed at the time, Vice Admiral Garp would immediately ensure that he became a Marine Vice Admiral, and asserted that within a few years, he is expected to become the youngest Marine Admiral in the Marine Headquarters. What? Loki Rear Admiral was shocked. Vice Admiral Garp had such a high opinion of this newcomer pirate. If it hadn't been the first reward, if it hadn't been for Vice Admiral Garp once said that in a battle with him, he would burn his life force and cause irreversible damage, if he hadn't saved Marine, although his strength was high, the degree of danger was relatively average, just because he single-handedly pierced through 17 branches, fought against Vice Admiral Garp with hundreds of moves undefeated, and almost leveled the entire island. His bounty can't be only 100 million Baileys. When it was initially drafted, it was more than 100 million Baileys. When Stolo Berry Vice Admiral said this, many Marine officers were shocked. But he didn't say anything more, just thinking, if someone offered a reward of 300 million Baileys for the first time, I'm afraid even some old monsters in New World would immediately notice this unprecedented dark horse. But even 100 million Baileys is very exaggerated in East Blue, even in the first half of the Grand Line. Such bounty offenders are not common, let alone this is the first time a bounty has been offered. Usually, when offering a reward for the first time, Marine will give it very conservatively. Because rookie pirates are extremely easy to fall, if the bounty is too high. As a result, the opponent was slaughtered by Common's bounty hunter within a few days, and the capabilities of the Marine Intelligence Department would be questioned. And if the reward is low, once the bounty hunter or Marine can't catch it, then gradually increase it, but nothing will happen. Vice Admiral Garp also said that even though he had to offer a bounty because he was a pirate and ordered to kill him, don't give up on recruiting him as 7 warlords of the sea. It's just that there are no vacancies for 7 warlords of the sea now. No police sent invitations. The Little East Blue unexpectedly produced such a strong man. And the name of this pirate captain is very familiar. That's Vice Admiral Garp's grandson. Nani. The conference room was shocked. Grandson of Vice Admiral Garp again, Ace of Fire Fist made a big fuss about the Grand Line a few years ago. Is there something wrong with Vice Admiral Garp's education? A Rear Admiral commented in a low voice. Everyone was silent when they heard the words, and they didn't know what to say for a while. Do you have any other questions? If not, the arrest warrant will just go away. No objection. A little earlier. So fast. Here we are, Sea Cow, goodbye. Going Merry successfully arrived at Koko Yasi village as quickly as possible. They beat up the Sea Cow Momo and ordered it to pull the boat for them, so it saved a lot of time than expected. Momo went back to the sea with an aggrieved face. In the final analysis, it is just a pet, obeying orders, but when it comes back here. But it found that the owner was gone. No one blew the horn to call it back for dinner. That's it. As soon as they came to this island, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp and others saw the collapsed dragon park on the coast. There are also many murloc heads, which were cut off by angry villagers and planted on the coastline to act as a deterrent. Hey! Murloc! Seeing this, Usopp shivered in fright. It seems that Reka-san has dealt with the matter. It's a pity. I still want to have a chance to warm up. Zoro immediately judged that the dragon pirates had a high probability of being wiped out. You should take good care of your injuries, it's not that easy to recover from your injuries. Usopp said speechlessly, why does Zoro want to fight every day? Where are the villains who hurt Miss Nami? For the sake of Reka God tier, I will resolutely eradicate all enemies who threaten Miss Nami. Sanji said with a deep expression while smoking a cigarette. Brother Cook, why do you call Mr. Heavy Truck God tier? Johnny and Joseph asked curiously. You ordinary people can't understand it, Reka God tier, but you are an arsonist with a heart, a role model for my generation. Sanji said with a look of admiration. Zoro was at a loss when he heard the words, and after confronting Johnny, Usopp and others face to face. Stupid cook. Zoro even added directly. What did you say? Smelly green algae head. What? Chlorella head. Zoro raised his brows, feeling the urge to draw a knife and chop someone. It's you, do you have an opinion? The stinky cook is quite courageous. What, do you want to do it? Just do it. Okay, come on. That, should we consider the issue of landing first? Usopp said weakly. Hey! Sanji and Zoro snorted coldly, but they didn't argue any further. Luffy watched from the side laughing, very happy, this is his ideal partner. When the boat docked, they were surrounded by thousands of villagers as soon as they set foot on the land. The entire island that has just been liberated, and the residents of dozens of towns, are immersed in the joy of freedom. But at this moment, another pirate ship came. Folks, fight with them, this time no matter what kind of pirate you are, you will never want to dominate this island again. That's right. We've had enough. Any pirates dare to attack again. If they risk their lives, they will have to pay a heavy price, so that they don't dare to bully us easily. That's right, that's right. So the mighty villagers, armed with various weapons, surrounded Luffy and others who had landed at the beginning. What's going on here? Luffy asked innocently. We are pirates, people surround us, what's the problem? Zoro said calmly. Oh, that's how it is. Luffy tapped his fist on his palm, and suddenly came to his senses. Pirate, get out! A villager said angrily. Get out! Everyone else hates pirates too. What happened? Nami and Nyokijo rushed over. After Reka left, Nami has been waiting for him to come back in Koko Yasi village. She's worried, marine base, that's something for war. Even the dragon pirates would be wiped out if they rushed into the marine base rashly. And Reka, an idiot, actually left just like that. What if he can't come back? Nami is full of anxiety and fear. It wasn't until someone said that pirates had landed on the coast that she temporarily woke up from this state. She hurriedly led people to the shore, and she even wondered if it might be that Reka came back in someone else's boat. Nyokijo and Ajiun see everything in their eyes. Even when Nami decided to join the dragon pirates when she was a child, she didn't seem to be so panicked. News that the dragon pirates were defeated by Nami's partners in Koko Yasi village. It has already spread throughout the island. Nami's rebellion and Koko Yasi village's rebellion, it seems that they have become veritable heroes in people's hearts. When Nami arrived, even the residents of other towns gave way to her. They already know the story of Nami joining the dragon pirates, and they only have respect and admiration for Nami in their hearts. Not to mention, the entire island has been saved because of her. Yo, Nami, Luffy greeted with a smile. But Nami's expression was a bit unnatural, and Luffy's carefree look made Nami feel guilty. They don't even dare to admit their relationship with Luffy, after all, except for Reka, they should all think they are traitors. She even said to the villagers like this, everyone put down your arms, they are Reka-san partners. It's Reka's partner, not my own. Do I still have the qualifications? So that's it. Let me just say, these people don't look like bad guys either, Lee's good. It turns out to be the benefactor's partner. Everyone put away your weapons. Thank you so much. After hearing Nami's words, all the villagers suddenly became amiable and grateful. Some even knelt down directly to them. No, no, no. We didn't do anything. The guy who bullied Nami was not defeated by us. Luffy was at a loss immediately. It's cheap, that dragon guy, he died so early, otherwise I will make him kneel down and beg for mercy. Usopp enjoyed the praise of the villagers very comfortably. How do you know about the evil dragon? Nami was taken aback for a moment, then asked Usopp their grandson. Reka knew that it was because he was chasing after him, and Nyochijo also said that he had met him just now. Then it's no surprise to know about her. But Luffy and the others have just landed, what's going on in the world? Reka-san told us about you. What? Nami was shocked. Had he already considered his problems in this team at that time? This kind of meticulous thoughtfulness and gentleness made Nami feel warm all over his body, and he felt that he was protecting him all the time. By the way, why didn't you see Reka-san? Zoro asked after looking around. As soon as these words came out, Nami's face changed slightly. Is something wrong? Chapter 98. After Nami tells Luffy etl what happened. Luffy, Zoro and others horrified at the same time, what did you say? Reka-san ran to Trouble Marine. It's a lie, it's a genuine marine base, there may be thousands, even tens of thousands of people. There are also countless cannons, what should I do, what should I do, Reka-san will be fine. Usopp was told, his lips trembled in fright. But keep your eyes on Luffy. As expected of Reka-san, he is so handsome. Sanji was smoking a cigarette, surrounded by clouds and mist, his expression fascinated. Although it's too late, I can't fight side by side with Reka-san to solve the evil dragon pirate group. But now maybe we can go to Marine Base together. Every Marine Base that is directly under the management of Marine Headquarters is a real battle fortress. The Marine bases in those places in Monka are not even worthy of carrying shoes for these real Marine bases. There's nothing to say, you can't put Reka-san in danger. Sanji's eyes were full of longing. Kill and pick him up. Zoro was more direct. No, no, no. Wrong. If he and the others dare to hurt Reka-san, they must make them look good. Ahem, there is no marine here. Usopp looked around and said with righteous indignation. I'm going. Nami also said firmly. Okay, then let's pick up Reka-san. Hee hee. Luffy pressed his hat and said with a smile. So what if it's a marine base, they're not the type to leave their companions behind. It's really worrying. But when everyone was ready to sail, Reka, dripping with blood, suddenly fell from the sky. Landed on the coast, seriously injured, extremely pale, like a candle in the wind, crumbling. Reka-san, are you all right? Usopp and others shouted in surprise when they saw this. Reka-san, you are not going to die. Woohoo! Captain Idiot, don't talk nonsense. Sanji kicked him speechlessly. Reka. Nami's voice sounded like a cuckoo weeping blood, and she was extremely sad. She stepped forward quickly and supported Reka. 010. He was a little bit about to fall just now. It's nothing, it's just too much consumption, a little tired, and a little injury. I got the money back for you. That's not important, it's not important, you idiot, who told you to go find trouble with Marine, did I let you go? What if something happens, if something happens? Nami weeping and said. In this short time of waiting, she seemed to have experienced 4 seasons for many years. Isn't it all right? That one is a little tired. I'll squint for a while. As he said that, he leaned on Nami's shoulder and passed out. After Nyokijo and Ajian looked at each other, Chi-Chi smiled as an ant. They are happy that Nami has such a good company, someone who treats her with sincerity. These people came from afar, although some people failed to help in time, but the most important thing is this heart. Everyone, let's have a banquet. In order to celebrate the hard-won freedom, we will hold a banquet today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. An old man said excitedly. There are still some villages that have not received the news, let them know immediately. Yes. So someone took the tattered pirate flag of the dragon pirates, walked around the coast of the entire island, stepped on the sand, and shouted while running. The dragon pirates are destroyed. We are free. The dragon pirates are destroyed. We are free. The dragon pirates are destroyed. We are free. Over and over again, soon the whole island is boiling, every village is cheering, making noise, and the banquet is also in full swing. Banquet. That's great, let's see if we can find a musician. Hee hee. The most important thing is to find a doctor to see Zoro and Reka-san's injuries. Captain Stupid. The home of Nami and Nakajayo. Dr. Nagayo, the village doctor in Koko Yasi village, is treating Zoro and Reka. These two guys are too messy. The green-haired man's injury was almost fatal, and you guys did such a simple hemostasis treatment, and the wound sutures are too rough. Besides, if it wasn't for breathing, I would have thought it was a dead person. Our freedom is hard-won. Don't worry, I will definitely use the best medicine. Naja sang, we must cure them. Don't worry, the people that little Nami cares about, I will try my best to cure them. I'm fine, hiss. Zoro struggled to get up, pulling the wound as soon as he got up. Shut up, you are the doctor, or I am the doctor, now take out the stitches and suture them again. Don't move around, now you know the pain. Outside the house, Sanji was walking in the orange field, holding up an orange with his hand, smoking a cigarette, his eyes lit up slightly, oranges of good quality. Hey, Sanji, come and help, this thing is too heavy. Usopp's voice came. The 3 of them and 2 strong villagers were holding Reka's axe out of breath. Just now they saw Reka suddenly fell asleep. hastily asked Zoro and Sanji to take him to see a doctor. Leaving Rika's magic axe in place, they had to lift it with nearly 5 or 6 people before they could move it, but the speed was too slow, this thing was too heavy. Unbelievable, Reka-san usually holds this thing in his hand. They didn't know that if it wasn't for this battle that squandered all the magic power filling the axe, it wouldn't have been lifted with the strength of the 5 of them. It's good to be able to shake. Here we come. Sanji replied, and stepped forward to help. Sister Nyakajeo, is it true that the big brother from before defeated the dragon? Chapo, the little brat, ran up to Nyakajeo and asked excitedly. Yes. Nyakajeo nodded. That's great, so parents will have to avenge their revenge. Hey? There is a beautiful woman there. You are Nami's sister. May I ask the name of this beautiful lady? Do you have a drink together later? Thing. The whole person became active in an instant, turned into the ultimate gentleman, and a big licking dog, like a black whirlwind, came in front of Nyakajeo, picked the wild flowers on the roadside, and respectfully sent them to Nyakajeo's BD Sanji. Usopp yelled angrily from a distance, but was ignored. The village gradually became lively, and Zoro, who had just treated his wound, was also interested. Go and have a drink. Okay, I want to eat meat. Luffy immediately raised his hand. They have been here for a long time, and they feel that if they don't move around, they will be rusted. Soon Luffy, Zoro and the others joined the ranks of free eating and drinking. Just let you have a taste of my craft. Sanji said confidently. Nami, you should also take a rest, he probably won't wake up for a while. Nyakajeo, who walked in, looked at the sleeping Rika, and said to Nami. It's okay, I'll just watch. Nami shook his head slightly. Don't worry, he will be fine. Seeing this, Nyakajeo didn't say anything more to persuade him. Joined the party with others. It was night, the gongs and drums were shaking outside, and all kinds of singing like howling ghosts and wolves were accompanied by laughter, so it was very lively. After learning that Luffy and the others are partners of Reka, the savior, they also received warm hospitality. And they got together very quickly. After all, the only chopper on the ship who has social anxiety has not yet boarded the ship. And whether it's Luffy, Usopp, Sanji, or Zoro, these are all great social characters. Of course the strongest Nami was not there. She took a towel, dipped it in warm water, and carefully cleaned the dirt and bloodline on Rika's body bit by bit, wiping it very carefully. After that, she sat in front of the bed and watched him silently and affectionately. I don't know how long it took, Nami's eyelids began to twitch up and down, and she was drowsy. The first ray of sunlight in the morning came through the window and sprinkled on Rika's face. He shook his eyelids slightly, then slowly opened them, looked at the wounds that had been cleaned, and said to himself calmly, this time I played too much, and my vitality was consumed a lot, but it's not a loss. The progress has reached 21%, although there is no deliberate acting, there is a conflict of will, but it can be increased by 3 points, which is also very good. Wait, what's going on with this arrogance value? How come you earned more than when you fought Hawkeye before, with a total value of 14,000 points? Seeing this, Rika was stunned for a while. After checking the source of information on the value of arrogance, you will know why. Many are provided by residents of Koko Yasi village and nearby islands. Although they have never met Rika, they have heard that he defeated the dragon pirates. Many people thank and worship Rika from the bottom of their hearts. The other part comes from the 17th branch of Marine Base, fear turned into awe and shock, surrender and Rika's arrogance and strength. The audience base is large, and many oppressed people have been liberated. Their hearts fluctuate greatly, and their arrogance value is also higher. So, if you want your arrogance to rise a lot, Alabasta, a big country, may be an opportunity for your arrogance to skyrocket. The current arrogance, advanced conquerors Haki, can afford it, but there is no rush. wait for the body to gradually recover, and then try the existing strength and see where it is lacking. Reka is not in a hurry to consume. After all, the most important thing for the body now is to restore vitality. As long as it is not completely consumed and the performance progress is improved, the exhausted vitality will be recovered faster. It takes a few days to fully recover. Reka didn't know, when he thought of Alabasta, a populous country on the Grand Line. There are people in this country who are thinking about them at this moment. Alabasta, Rainland, Rainfest Casino, the top floor. K. Lakadar looked at the brand new 3 Jongtong arrest warrants in front of him, took a deep puff of the cigar, and after lingering around with the tip of his tongue, he slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Behind him stands the secretary like Nico Robin. East Blue is really a sea full of miracles. The first bounty was offered for a rookie pirate with a bounty of 100 million Baileys. Does Marine regard him as a pirate of the same level as our 7 warlords of the sea? But this pirate hunter, Yipping rejected our invitation before. Yes, boss. Mr.7 went to East Blue to invite the pirate hunter Zoro, but he was killed. I didn't expect him to become a pirate now, and he was offered a reward of 30 million Baileys. Nico Robin calmly said. It's just that the eyes lingered on the 3 Jongtong arrest warrants for a long time. The first reward, the bounty of the 3 people is not low, especially this Reka. Obviously this rookie pirate group should not be underestimated. It will not be long before they enter the Grand Line gone. The bounty can't decide anything. They are very courageous. They even dare to attack the marine base. If you take our route, you will go out and try to recruit them yourself. If they are not obedient, teach them what a real marine is. Thief. Lok Dardo paid more attention, but only secondarily. Understood, but the bounty of the crew is higher than that of the captain, which is still rare in the pirate group. The captain's bounty. Chapter 99. Thoughts on each other. Straw Hat Boy, the bounty is 50 million Baileys, Reka, 100 million Baileys. Is the captain stronger, or the crew is stronger? It doesn't matter, there will be these so-called pirate stars every year. The most important thing is to look at them. Can it be used by us? Pakistan Lock Work Agency needs more fresh blood. Yet. Nico Robin nodded, then took his leave. Lok Dahl looked at the back of Nico Robin leaving, and pinched the potted rhizome in front of him with his fingers. The whole potted plant withered in an instant. Nico Robin, what would you choose? I will find the historical text soon. You have always been a smart woman, I hope you can continue to be smart. Ancient weapon is the only way I can outrun those monsters in Whitebeard. No room for loss. D. There will always be pirates with this surname on this sea. What role did they play in the past history? Nico Robin also used to ask. She has studied many historical texts, but as time goes by, she gradually despairs. The history of this world does not know how many texts, and in order to find one of them, she spent several years in K-Lock Dar. If this continues, when will we be able to hope to see all the historical texts? It is very difficult to rely on her alone, but in this world, who can be trusted? She has been fleeing since she was 8 years old, and she has been betrayed constantly. She survived by betrayal, feeling tired and wishful. In the sea that Saren mentioned, there must be her own partners and friends, and she will not be alone, but until now, she is still alone. All these years, she has seen the dark side of people. If she doesn't betray them, she will be betrayed by them. The world government has been chasing and killing her all this time. As long as people who know their own situation, even good pirates, will want to betray her when the situation is not good. No one can really accept her, and she can't find anyone to rely on. If it weren't for the dream of studying history and O'Hara's long-cherished wish, she would be carried in the hands of a survivor. As early as many years ago, she had thought of committing suicide, but when she thought that her life was saved by so long with great difficulty, she dared not die. Hopefully the historical text in Alabasta is the historical text, not the whereabouts of the weapons he wants. Nico Robin muses to himself. At the same time, there were many people who saw this wanted notice, not just Sand Crocodile and the others. New World's Red Hair, Fire Fist Ace and other people related to Luffy. The bounty issue has become the focus of attention of many pirates. Some captains who feel that the bounty is lower than their own crew members are a little ashamed. After all, in the normal pirate world, the low bounty means that the captain may not be able to restrain the crew, so sooner or later there will be a mutiny. But more is still amazed that Rika's first bounty can be as high as 100 million Bailey. Reka was also nicknamed the Sun Tyrant because of his brutality and arrogance when he fought like a scorching sun. The first reward is 100 million Baileys. It seems that the confrontation with Vice Admiral Garp should not be groundless. This world is your stage, just try to surpass me. On the Grand Line, Hawkeye stood on the coffin boat going up, looking at the newspaper in his hand. He smiled lightly. The bounty for the first time is even higher than that of my concubine, but he is just another despicable man. Boa Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the world, was flipping through the newspapers on 9 Snake Island to learn about some recent events in the world. Event. Luffy is finally out to sea. This sea might be lively. The seeds of evil must be pulled out as soon as possible. Marine Admiral also read the news at the Marine headquarters. This is not a small thing, but not too big, and it just happens to be something to talk about after dinner. Looks like they're all young brats, let's do it, and I feel like we can make a lot of money. When many bounty hunters saw the wanted reward notice, they were ready to move. It was the first time for a few people to be rewarded, and they looked very young and immature, thinking that they would be a very good hunting target. There is no shortage of bounty hunters in this world who live off pirate heads. On the sea, waves gradually rise. However, after a night of carnival, many people in Koko Yasi village fell asleep on the street, temporarily subdued. Rika doesn't resist this kind of life. When life is happy, it's hilarious instead of hilarious. But from the looks of it, Nami seems to have guarded himself all night, and can fall asleep while sitting. But it seems to be normal. Not long after, Luffy has developed a super skill that can eat while sleeping. In order not to miss every meal. As if aware of Rika's gaze, Nami frowned slightly, like a little princess awakened from a deep sleep, opened her eyes, and glanced around blankly. Then the eyes fell on Rika. Under the morning light, Rika, who was already extremely handsome, was even more like a dreamy fairy tale. Nami was stunned for a moment. You woke up. But soon this beauty caused ripples. Isn't it handsome? It's normal for you to be intoxicated by the upside-down face of all living beings. I allow you to like me. When Nami heard this, a red cloud immediately appeared on his face, and then he became angry and punched Rika on the head. I like you, UBD. Humph, I get angry when I see you. Woman, you are very courageous and hungry. If you fight, you will fight. What do you want? Nami is not a coquettish little woman, at least not by nature. Losing money. Rika deliberately raised the money. Whether you want money or not, there is one thing you need to do. When it comes to money, Nami is notoriously an iron CK and a miser. Fate, if you want to give it, that's fine. Rika knew that unconsciously, she really had some feelings for Nami. After all, when sailing on the sea and getting along day and night, it is difficult not to develop feelings. Nami was stunned when he heard that. What did he mean by that? Could it be what I thought? But if it wasn't, wouldn't it be embarrassing to admit it rashly, or to follow up on it? No, nothing. As long as you're fine. I'll go back first. Nami got up and was about to leave. Rika's next sentence immediately made Nami stand there in embarrassment. If I remember correctly, isn't this your home? Where do you want to go back? Boom. Nami suddenly felt like a bolt from the blue. Yes, this is his home. what did he say just now? I. Nami, who was always cunning and agile, was speechless for a moment. I had no choice but to sit down again. In short, thank you for what happened before. Don't pay too much attention to it, after all you are the one I recruited, and those who bully me have to ask about my acts first. Reka felt that he should think so. Driven by the sin of arrogance, it is impossible for him to admit that he has been dominated by emotions. Asterisk. Can't you put it another way? Nami was still flattered when she heard Reka say that she was his. Nami is not stupid. She has been struggling in the society for many years, and has a strong ability to observe words and emotions. She vaguely felt that yesterday's Reka was different from the usual Reka, but during the day it had a gentler tenderness than at night. Maybe he likes him, maybe, it should be. Nami is not sure. After all, with his character, it seems unimaginable to say that he likes someone. But I definitely like him. Woman, don't lead me to say anything casually, but if you have something to say, why don't you say it? Reka also thinks that Nami is interested in him. Not the pure one, nor the one who only surrenders to his appearance. Will there be one? Maybe not. Forget it, it doesn't seem to matter whether there is or not. Anyway, the future journey will be together. What can I say? For example, will you go to sea with us to be a pirate? We really need navigators on board. Nami already had the answer in his heart. Although she has always hated pirates, this group of pirates is the only one who can't hate them. Even this man with a rather bad personality. How do you want me to choose? But when the words came to his lips, Nami mischievously changed his words. Follow your heart. Stupid. At this time, shouldn't you say that you want me to come? You scold me. Just scold you. Why? Reka was really confused. That's what I wanted to say. Nami turned and walked out the door. Ahem, well, you guys are busy, I were passing by. Nami just walked to the door, but found Nyokijo and Aegeon outside the door, seeming to be listening to something. Seeing Nami coming out, Nyokijo quickly waved his hand and said with a little embarrassment. This is our home. Nami was speechless and a little embarrassed, and directly threw Reka's words to Nyokijo. Hey! Nyokijo could only reply with an awkward yet polite smirk. Seeing this, Nami immediately understood that the two of them had been eavesdropping outside for a long time. Really? If there is anything to eavesdrop on, what do you want to hear? Just let Everbright prove that you can't hear it. What else can I talk to Reka in a whisper? Nami seemed to escape a little and left here, going to Belle Mel's cemetery. Before leaving and restarting a journey, she is going to say goodbye to Belle Mayer. Boy, you can't do this, our little Nami is not so easy to chase. Faintly, Nami heard Aegeon's voice, and almost staggered and fell to the ground. What are you talking about? Although I don't know what you're talking about, but if you say something related to Nami's childhood, it's not impossible to listen. What you said is quite special. After Jian was stunned for a moment, he could see that this kid still wanted to know more about Nami. But he said it as if he had to tell him. This S*X is too strange. Nami will follow him in the future, won't he suffer? Sister Nyokijo, something is wrong. The big brother and the others have been rewarded by the marine. Just now, I saw a patrolling marine warship on the coast. He ran over in a panic and said. What? Chapter 100. Hearing this, Reka's expression froze slightly. Could it be that Garp came after him? After all, if you really want to speculate, it seems that it is not difficult to guess where you will be. After all, someone in Marine may still know about Koko Yasi village. Even if I take a trip myself, there will still be fish that slip through the net. It seems that you have to leave here as soon as possible. These nasty Marines are not doing their business. Finally, someone helps us eliminate the evil dragon pirates, but Marine wants to catch you instead. Ajian felt very uncomfortable. Very disappointed with Marine. It's nothing, we are pirates in the first place, and there shouldn't be anything wrong with you here in the future. Garp knew about this matter, whether it was him or not. At least the tragedy that happened on this island, Garp already knows, he will have the corresponding precautionary measures. After all, he's a real Marine. Call my master, I'm going to run away. If Marine really stays here, it will be troublesome, Reka said lightly. Your injury? Nyaki Jaokong said worriedly. No problem. Boy, you must take good care of Nami, if you dare to make him cry, no matter where I am, I will definitely kill you. Ajian exhorted. This farewell, I don't know when we will meet again, and this pirate road is destined to be full of dangers. 590. Don't worry, I assure you, she will always smile even when she is arrested. Boy, I didn't ask you to turn our little Nami into a wanted criminal. Ajian's blood pressure rose immediately after hearing this. Originally, being a pirate is dangerous enough, and you have to be wanted by Marine and offer a reward. Nyoki Jo covered her mouth and smiled lightly. If Nami was really smiling even when she was wanted, then she must be very happy on this journey. At this moment, Zoro, Luffy, and the others walked over noisily. I'm the captain, the captain. Damn it, why is the bounty only 50 million Baileys? Hey! Luffy was greatly shocked, looking at Zoro and the others with a pitiful face, listless. Hey, Captain Stinky, do you know what the 50 million Bailey bounty means in East Blue? That's more than double the bounty of the dragon. It is estimated that Marine already knew that you were in the Krieg boss you got within the time limit. Sanji explained as he lit a cigarette. 30 million Baileys. Not bad. Zoro grinned, feeling pretty good. Without Luffy and Reka, he would be the highest bounty pirate in East Blue right now. Whether it is a good name or a bad name, he will be famous all over the world. This is what he once said, and now he has taken an extremely important step. Now Marine headquarters have begun to notice their strength. And the evaluation is not low. Is it really good already? When Luffy Sanji said that, his eyes lit up immediately. Of course. That's it, forget it, hee hee. But when they secretly took pictures, I don't know. Luffy thought with his head sideways. However, with his brain capacity, thinking was futile, and he gave up thinking decisively after a while. I tell you all, don't look so complacent, this is a wanted warrant. It's very dangerous. There will be many bounty hunters coming to trouble us. Usopp was very worried. He was one of the few normal people on board. After all, who is wanted, who is not worried? Instead, he is entangled in why his bounty is lower than others. Isn't the bounty the lower the better? The more valuable the head, the higher the probability of being targeted. You haven't been offered a reward, don't worry, you are safe. Yet. Usopp suddenly realized. After that, he didn't care about it, and started discussing with everyone, but I didn't expect that Reka-san's bounty was 100 million belly. I have never seen so much money in my life. Really? That bag Nami keeps in the corner of the room has 100 million berries, haven't you seen it before? Really? Usopp was shocked, he really didn't pay attention. However, what did Reka-san do in Marine Base? If he just broke in to get money, it wouldn't be such an exaggeration to offer a reward of 100 million Baileys. Sanji and others just saw the arrest warrant. Haven't seen the content published in the newspaper by Marine headquarters. After all, Koko Yasi village is just an island in East Blue, and it is considered well informed that the arrest warrant can be issued here. Now is not the time to be so leisurely. Marine's warships have appeared on the coast. Chapo said worriedly. It doesn't matter, this island is not small, our ship has been hidden, there is still a little time. Sanji said lightly. Wait a minute Nami, then sail away. Yet, let's go to the Grand Line. Luffy said happily. Brother Zoro. Don't worry too much. We noticed it just now. Those marines seem to be just patrol ships. They don't have many manpower. They shouldn't be specially here to catch you, but they can't stay for long. Johnny and Joseph said from a distance. As soon as they found out the news, they went to investigate. Brother, take care of yourself, it's time for us to return to being the original bounty hunters. Joseph and Johnny said goodbye reluctantly. Brother Zoro finally found the eagle-eyed man he was looking for. What we have to do now is to move forward all the way and surpass him. You guys take care too. Let's go and prepare for sailing first. Zoro said. Isn't Nami here? Usopp looked around, but didn't see Nami. Will she not come? She will come to join us soon after getting the news, after all, that is our navigator. Reka said lightly, now there are many people. Marine didn't come straight to them either, there was plenty of time, so all the supplies that should be prepared had to be prepared. Once out to sea, the boundless and vast sea makes it extremely difficult for marines to pursue them. And for such a voyage, they may not see new land for a few days or even a few weeks, which is normal. Therefore, the supplies must be properly prepared, otherwise they will be the ones who will be in danger at that time, and they cannot underestimate this sea. Yes. Nami will definitely come. Luffy grinned. A group of people came to the coast where Going Merry was hidden while chatting and making noise. Even if it is a marine patrol boat, it is impossible to go around the entire island and search every coast carefully. That's too unrealistic, and an island, leading to the sea in all directions, wants to catch pirates on an island. The difficulty is not low, if it weren't for this, there wouldn't be so many pirates in the sea. Knowing that they were leaving, many villagers took the initiative to send various supplies. And Nami came to Dr. Nago's clinic after watching Bell Mel, and washed off the flag pattern of the dragon pirates. However, the scars left by tattoos cannot be completely removed. So Nami decided to get another tattoo. When Nami returned home, she only saw Sister Nyakajeo, and the others spontaneously went to the coast to see off Reka and others. Nokigao stayed here to tell Nami the situation. I see. You will go. Do you think that Bell Mel will agree with me to be a pirate? Nami suddenly asked. Bell Mel was a marine, and died at the hands of the evil dragon and the pirates. You should know the answer a long time ago. That's our mother. As long as you are happy, she will be very happy. That's right, Bell Mel has always been like this. Nami has tears rolling in her eyes. Even without any blood relationship, they are a real family. I'll tidy up and salute. Nami said to Nyokijeo. Nyokijeo nodded, told Nami the location, and then helped. Nami wrote a note and left all the treasures here. The village is in dire straits and needs money more than she does. And that's what she calls tidying up. But this thing, why didn't he come to me to get it back? Nami took out the devil fruit, with a blank face, not knowing what Reka meant. Forget it, I'll return it to him when I'm on the ship. On the coast, people from the entire Kokozia village came, and it was overcrowded for a while. Hasn't Nami come yet? All sailing work is ready. It will definitely come, but what about our navigator? Luffy said very firmly. Reka sat on the mast, legs crossed, calmly looking towards the direction of the island. After a while, I really saw Nami's figure appearing, and she didn't seem to be carrying anything, and she went into battle lightly. Everyone, start the boat. Nami raised his head and waved in the direction of the boat. Why didn't Nami bring anything? How can I go out without money? Nami left all the money she saved over the years to the village. Nyokijeo replied. How can that be done? This is her own hard-earned money. Ajian immediately disagreed. They can live poorly in the village, which is fine, but how can they not bring money when they go out? She said she would steal again. Wait a minute, let's start the boat now? We haven't thanked you enough, Nami. The people in other villages responded immediately. But Nami was already running. Nami, isn't she going to let us thank you and leave? Wait. Even Ajian is not calm anymore. I don't know when we will see you again, so we have to say goodbye. Nami quickly shuttled 3.1 through the crowd, without a trace of her hand. One wallet after another was robbed by her in an instant, and everyone didn't know it. Until Nami ran to the shore, started off with a bounce, and landed firmly on Going Merry. The clothes on the lower abdomen were lifted, and the clattering wallet fell to the ground, and everyone suddenly realized it. My wallet is missing. Mine too. Nami took a 10,000 face value Bailey, kissed it, and said with a smile, everyone. Take care. You have so much courage, you brat. On the coastline, the crowd is excited waving his hands. Nami had a smug face and a very sweet and intoxicating smile. You little thief, give me back the wallet. Come back soon. Come back anytime you want, take care. Thank you so much. This guy hasn't changed at all, he won't steal my wallet. Usopp touched his wallet subconsciously, it's okay, it's still there. Miss Nami, well done. Sanji gave a thumbs up. Luffy laughed out loud, their navigator was still very interesting, and this was the first time he had seen such a farewell. Amidst the laughter, Going Merry set sail again, heading for a wider sky and more fantastic islands. Chapter 101. My sister is amazing. Nami, you must be happy. Nyakigao and others looked at the distant ship, feeling lost, but sincerely wished her that she could find her own happiness. By the way, this is for you. The doctor suddenly took out a piece of paper and handed it to Jian. What? Give me the paper, do you think I'm crying? It's just that I got sand in my eyes. Jian didn't want to take it, but saw that it was hard paper, not paper. Still half believing and half doubting, he took it over. What pattern is this? It's Nami's new tattoo, it says it's a windmill and an orange, and there's a circled symbol like P. She didn't say what it was, but judging from the expression at the time, it must be very important to her, so she added it, put it in the center. Now it seems that she can let go of the past, which is a good thing. The doctor said with emotion. It looks like a small axe. By the way, Jian, where is the windmill on your head? Nyochi suddenly found that the windmill on Jian's head was gone. Now, there is no need. Jian smiled slightly, Nami is no longer a child. In the past, Nami was still young, and Jian was also fierce. Every time he got close to Nami, the baby Nami would scream in fright. After he put on the windmill, little Nami smiled. Over the years, he has been wearing it, like a great father, guarding her side. But now that she has grown up, she has a sincere and reliable partner by her side. So be sure to live happily. Nami is the group favorite of their whole village, and everyone wishes her well. After all, she has lived too hard these years. Since the arrival of the dragon pirates, today is the first time they saw Nami smiling so happily. From now on, I will keep laughing like this forever. The voyage is timeless and the weather is fine and sunny. 2 days have passed since I left Koko Yasi village. In 2 days, they encountered 2 or 3 pirate ships that were also on the route, sank them, and took away the treasure. Everyone was allocated some treasure, although it was not much, but once they landed on the island, it was enough for each of them to squander it. After that, for a long time, I didn't meet anyone again. Occasionally, a boat saw them from a distance, but was scared and fled. So on Going Merry, everyone is quite free, except for the life-threatening training time. Besides Zoro and Luffy, Sanji also volunteered to join the self-abuse training. Usopp felt his scalp go numb, these guys can't be judged by normal humans at all. And even if there are 3 people, when facing Reka, they are still in the state of military training. But affected by this practice atmosphere, Usopp also uses the cannon and special slingshot in the boat to practice his shooting skills every day. Everyone's training time is relaxed, and the total training time in a day is not much. The rest of the time is their own free time. A newsbird with a satchel on one head and a hat with the letter N on it, with a cute face, flew over going merry, quacking a few times. Then it saw a guest waving on the boat, and it flew down with a whoosh, and then just when it thought it could sell a newspaper. But it suspected that it was alive. The girl in front of it was actually trying to bargain with a newsbird that couldn't speak human language. Has the price increased again? Is your newspaper a bit expensive? Get me a little cheaper. Nami clapped the newspaper in his hand, looking at the newsbird and bargaining. A newspaper costs 100 baileys, even if it is inconvenient to buy because they are at sea. But there is no cost for other birds, whether it is sold on the island or sold at a big price, there is no need to stop. It might even be better to say that it took the opportunity to make an extra business while it was on its way. Newsbird shook his head when he heard that he was still haggling for a newspaper. Forget it this time, I won't buy it if the price increases next time. Nami finished counting before putting a 100 bailey coin into the small satchel hanging around his neck. Even if you are a pirate, you have to abide by some rules, such as this newsbird, whoever hunts and kills it. No matter where they are in the future, no newspaper office will sell newspapers to them. No one would hunt newsbirds for such a small amount of money. If they wanted to hunt them wantonly, the big man known as the king of newsbirds, Morgans, would not let them go easily. The newsbird stretched out its wings and stroked its head. It is a part-time worker. It has a lot of work and no commission. It works overtime when people are on vacation. So far, there is not even a female bird. The price of the newspaper is up to him. Male. Forget it, as long as this newspaper is sold, the newsbird who received the money flew away without thinking too much. Go back and tell the other birds to pay attention, there is a woman in East Blue who likes to bargain. 1 or 2 newspapers, why bother? Usopp said disapprovingly, mending the damaged things on the deck. If you buy it every day, it will be great. Don't you need to save money to buy back the village from the evil dragon? Why are you so fussy about money? Usopp processed another super spicy pellet. What nonsense, just because that matter is resolved, I'm going to make money for myself this time. I don't want to be a poor pirate. Nami said, pointing at Usopp. Okay, I'm developing the latest Nirvana pepper star, so be careful and stay away. Usopp said. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from above. It was the orange tree that Nami took care of Reka the night before. Luffy was sneaking over to eat the vigorous oranges, but was stopped by Sanji. When Luffy stealed the oranges, he was startled, fell down from above, hit the deck, and sent Usopp's specially prepared chili oil into the air, splashing directly into Usopp's eyes. Ah! Usopp's eyes spewed fire, and he ran around on the boat hot. What's the matter? I'll just eat one. Sanji is so mean. Luffy complained. After finishing training, Zoro lay down in the shade of the boat and fell asleep. Reka is sitting next to the orange orchard, enjoying a leisurely afternoon tea time. There are dozens of beverages to choose from, such as coffee, milk juice, etc. There are also all kinds of desserts, which make Luffy salivate. Exquisite life fully embodies the word upper class. After kicking his own captain, Sanji returned to his appearance as a gentleman waiter. Reka-san, do you need anything else? No need, whether it's the cooking skills at noon or the dessert in the afternoon, they are all excellent. Reka finally realized that having a chef on board is what makes a person live a good life. Eating is a major event in life, a life that is lived in a casual way and a life that is paid attention to. Their happiness index is completely different, and Sanji's cooking skills are really amazing. Even just making drinks and desserts, Reka is amazing. During the day, he couldn't help admiring. Reka-san's praise is our honor. Sanji said politely. Sanji, you are too eccentric, I also want to drink and eat snacks. It's in the kitchen, take it yourself. Eccentric, Reka-san is better than women. Luffy, have you noticed that Sanji is very positive towards other women, but seems to be very flat towards Nami? Why is that? Unless Nami calls him, otherwise he won't. It's so weird to come forward in person. Usopp asked as he came to Luffy with tears streaming down his face. I see, are you saying that Nami is not a woman? Hey! After saying this, Luffy himself had a look of disbelief, as if he had suddenly discovered a new world. Are you an idiot? Usopp looked at his captain with a disgusted face. What's his brain? No? Captain idiot, what are you talking about? Don't answer yourself. Nami threw an orange and hit Luffy's face with precision. Then Luffy opened his mouth wide and swallowed the orange with the peel. It was delicious. Humph, you ordinary people, how do you know what true love is? True love is the last thing a gentleman can get involved in. Besides, I want to live a few more years. Sanji smoked a cigarette and looked at the sky. Thoughts are flying. Okay, come here quickly, everyone. From the map, it seems that the Grand Line can only be entered from the Upside Down Mountain. Nami took out the nautical chart stolen from Buggy the Clown. They are already approaching in this direction, and as a navigator, she needs to tell everyone about this situation. Nami pointed to a location on the map and said that it was the location of Reverse Mountain 883, and after passing there, it was the Grand Line. It's so troublesome, why can't we go directly from the sea? Zoro woke up, heard Nami say this, and asked directly. No, the old man told me that the only way to get to the Grand Line is through there. Why? Usopp wondered. Because it's dangerous. Why is it dangerous? I don't know, the old man only said it was dangerous. I know this. As a navigator, Nami knew about these things. Let's go from the front. It sounds interesting. Luffy wants to go directly from the front, he doesn't know what is the calm belt full of giant sea kings. I said, did you listen to someone saying that it's dangerous there? Nami felt a headache when he heard Luffy speak. Fortunately, Luffy changed his target at the next moment. Before going to the Grand Line, let's go get some more meat. Delicious meat, meaty meat. With Luffy around, the food on board is never enough. Then go here. Nami pointed to an island near the Upside Down Mountain. There is a very famous town on this island, Rog. What? Is that where the meat is famous? Luffy was puzzled. Alias, the town where it begins and ends, I remember hearing it that way. Looking into the distance, Zoro answered the question thoughtfully. Yes, this is the town where One Piece King Roger was born and where One Piece died. Shall we go? Nami asked. Go. I want to see the man who got the great secret treasure, the man who got everything in this world, the town where he was born and died. Luffy looked forward. At this moment, in Rogtown, the wind and rain were blowing, and a figure in a cloak was bathed in the storm. He stood on a high roof, looked at the execution platform in the square, and said calmly to himself, Roger, follow your footsteps, see the truth in a corner of the world makes me more convinced that the Revolutionary Army is going in the right direction. However, this road is not easy. But I still have to thank you for the confrontation with you. It made me see clearly the world. Chapter 102. Straw Hat Boy, where are you? Do you know how I got here these days? Damn it! On a boat near Rogtown. Finally, after going through a lot of hardships, I finally found the clown Buggy in all his bodies. Talking with snot and tears, the more I talk, the more angry I get. After his body was blown away, he immediately searched for it, but some were taken away by birds, and some landed on islands where wild animals were rampant. If it is not because of eating this devil fruit, even the body has changed and the taste is not very good. On a small island, he became the meal of a large bird. All in all, blame the Straw Hat crew. Captain, haven't you seen East Blue's new bounty criminal recently? I think we should think about it again. Kabeji hesitated while looking at the bounty list in his hand. It's been a while since we saw each other, and they were offered a reward by the Marine headquarters. And the amount, all three are more than the defeated captain. Is this going to seek revenge? Or give away the head? What kind of bounty, how much can it be? East Blue is the weakest. Buggy Oda said disapprovingly. Captain Buggy, look for yourself. Kabeji handed the arrest warrant to Buggy. 10 million Baileys and 5 million, 3 million Baileys. That's not too bad. Buggy glanced at it. This bounty is not bad for East Blue. Captain BA, it's 100 million Baileys, 50 million, 30 million Baileys. Nanny. It's a lie, how could it be so high? 1, 10, 100, thousands, really 100 million Baileys, this guy didn't look dangerous before. The first reward is 100 million Baileys. What a joke. This news shocked Buggy for many years. Reports say he attacked Marine base, killing a Marine Rear Admiral, a Marine Colonel, and many Marines. Also played against Hawkeye, Marine hero Garp, but against Garp these are rumors, not confirmed. Is he an idiot? To attack Marine base? Where's the Straw Hat and the Pirate Hunter? Buggy continued to ask. The Straw Hats took down Chief Krieg in 5 minutes, the sinister guy who used to chase us all over East Blue. The Pirate Hunter has challenged Hawkeye before, and he has gone through several tricks, and his strength is not bad. So, Captain, we still... No. Who do you think I am? How can you be afraid of a kid who just went out to sea, and I have recently researched the latest secret weapon. Besides, our goal is only the Straw Hat Boy. Is it really okay? Kabeji expressed doubts about this. Pirates can betray, but they have to think carefully, the consequences are very serious. Now the captain wants to go, if he doesn't want to betray, he has to go. It's better not to find anyone. Kabeji could only pray in his heart. Town of Rog. Woohoo! What a big town! Luffy couldn't help exclaiming as he looked at the magnificent and wide streets with endless buildings in front of him. This used to be a town where pirates targeting the Grand Line gathered. Everything you need can be bought here. For the upcoming big adventure, I'm going to collect some equipment. Usopp is also eager to try. It seems that we can buy good ingredients. There are also beauties. Sanji looked forward to seeing the bustling scene in front of the street. I also have something I want to buy. Zoro said with his chin propped up. 2 of his weapons were destroyed in the fight with Hawkeye. Only Hideyi's words are fine. During the battle, he can snatch 2 knives from the enemy's hands at any time and use them. But Zoro still wants to find 2 stronger knives if he can. Before, the craftsman responsible for repairing the knife told him that his body was in a stage of development at the moment, and his strength was changing rapidly. Common's weapon will not be able to withstand his brute force. After recent training with Reka, this strength increase is even more obvious. Oh, what did you buy? I remember you are penniless. Nami, who knew Zoro's financial situation, immediately shone like a profiteer in his eyes. Although robbing pirates' treasures, there will be a share, but Zoro had borrowed money from Nami once before, and the debt was repaid. I'm going to the execution platform, to see the place where One Piece was executed. Luffy also had a place he wanted to go, and as soon as he finished speaking, he ran out by himself. Hey, we haven't made an appointment yet. Usopp worried. There are many people here, and there are many pirates, but don't forget, you are a wanted criminal now, so be careful. Nami also warned. This kind of behavior of letting Luffy go out alone, Reka only said something naive in his heart. They haven't fully understood Luffy yet, otherwise they would know that letting Luffy out like this would definitely cause trouble. Nami and the others now naively think that Luffy will not cause trouble casually. But originally Reka didn't expect to get through it peacefully. It's okay to be a little noisy. Zoro, would you like to borrow some money? Nami approached Zoro and said in a thief-like manner. Then Reka heard a few intermittent words from Zoro. It's so expensive. Are you a devil? This is usury. But in the end, the cash-strapped Zoro had to borrow money from Nami. After that, Ueron went to the commercial street to find a weapon shop. By the way, if you get lost, you can probably find Luffy by going to a crowded place. Reka said before Zoro left. Although I told Zoro about the meeting place, his current road disorder is not that serious. But it is still necessary to mention one thing, after all, his strength and Lu Chi seem to develop in opposite directions. Now that the progress of strength is so fast, the problem of Lu Chi may be more serious. Reka-san, I'm not a child. Zoro said speechlessly, he had a kind of self-confidence. Reka-san, Nami-chan, see you later, I'm going to prepare some ingredients. Sanji chose a direction and walked. I'll go shopping too. Usopp left carelessly. Anyway, he was not a wanted criminal, so even if he met Marine, he would be safe on the road. Soon there were only Reka and Nami left. Reka wants to go to the tavern, use all the ingredients, and make some good drinks for usual drinking. The wine here, in Reka's opinion, is too ordinary, and only the wine he mixes is good wine. You can drink at any time. You don't want to go shopping in such a bustling street. Nami became more cheerful after unloading the burden of Kokozia village. No. Let's go. Reka was dragged away by Nami before she finished speaking. After a while, Nami tried on dozens of sets of clothes in a row in the clothing store, including fashionable clothes, sexy clothes, and cheongsam. The clothing culture in this world is really colorful. 8-gate, there are only things you can't think of, and there is nothing you can't buy. At first Reka wanted to escape, but seeing Nami in cross-dressing was quite pleasing to the eye, so he didn't say anything more. After all, as a man, who can refuse such an ever-changing beauty, wearing a red cheongsam, which undoubtedly reveals Nami's perfect S-shaped figure. Guest, you are really elegant. This one is modified from the style that the world's most beautiful woman often wears. You have a real eye for it. Do you want to buy all of these? The boss watched Nami try several times in a row. 10 sets of clothes, I thought I met a big fat sheep. The face was full of smiles, until Nami said, neither, I want more casual clothes. Turn around and leave. Noble, elegant, these are not in line with Nami's aesthetics, although they are indeed good looking. Welcome to come again. The store owner said with tears, missing a big customer. At the 5th store, Nami bought the clothes she wanted, and the price was directly reduced to 30%. The store hesitated, and didn't want to sell it at first, but it was helpless. Nami wanted too much, even if it was only 30% off, he still made a little money. It just belongs to the kind of price that makes you feel distressed if you don't make money, and feels like you don't make money when you make money. You are a bargaining wizard, and your boyfriend is also very handsome. You are really a good-looking couple. Can you give me a 50% discount? Okay. Nami, who originally wanted to cut down the price, suddenly smiled, so he stopped cutting and let this store go. Won't you help me with my clothes? You can handle it. Reka didn't realize it. I'm thirsty, I can go get a drink now. Good. A business is neither hot nor deserted, and the atmosphere is just right in the tavern. Reka put down the axe, gave the store owner a list and a considerable fee, and asked him to prepare the materials on it. At the same time, lend him the bar for temporary use. Of course, since he troubled people in the industry like the boss to run errands, in exchange, he could also make drinks for others when he was resting. This is a trick that Reka thinks is not bad to increase the performance value, and it can temporarily put down the arrogant posture. Nami looked at Reka, who moved gracefully and carefully mixed the wine, and enjoyed this rare moment of tranquility and leisure. "Brother, your wine is much better than old Neil's. Are you the new bartender invited by old Neil? If so, I will come to drink often in the future." "Delicious. It's so delicious. What's going on with this dreamy texture? It's so delicious." The few customers in the store all got the delicious wine made by Reka. Everyone was full of praise, and they didn't even think that the bartender in front of them was the hottest pirate in East Blue. After all, this is the era of great pirates, and there are powerful pirates every day. Even bounty hunters don't necessarily remember to live that much. Only 1 in a million of them may be encountered by them. So most people don't specifically remember what a pirate looks like. "It smells very good, give me a drink too." Suddenly, from an inconspicuous corner, a magnetic man's voice sounded. He was wearing a green cloak, and the cloak enveloped his whole body, as if he had just arrived, and he seemed to have arrived a long time ago. No one noticed when he was there, like a gust of wind, without any sense of existence. Hearing this, Reka looked over, paused for about a second, and looked away expressionlessly. "But there was a storm in my heart, Monkey D. Dragon. The leader of the Revolutionary Army. It was such a coincidence that he was in a shop where he stopped at random. Right away. Aren't you going to ask me what I want to drink? I'm not the boss. I just took a look at it temporarily. Now they drink whatever I make, and so do you. No choice. No. Oh well." Reka adjusted the wine 3 times, 5 times, and 2 times, and put the wine glass in front of the dragon. Long didn't hesitate, picked up the wine glass, and drank it down in one gulp. Originally, he just took a sip, but he couldn't help but drank it in one gulp. "Drink? Thanks for the compliment. What I didn't expect was that someone in East Blue recognized me. You young man, you have amazing powers of observation." Chapter 103. Oh, 2 beauties with champagne-flavored appetizers, the streets are full of great ingredients. I don't even know where to start. Damn it. Sanji lingered among beauties and food, and he was so full of beautiful things. I don't know how to choose. That's right. There are too many good things in this town. The voice of Buggy Clown also came from the side. It's great, what are these things? They are all things that make the hearts of fanatics. Usopp walked into an equipment store and was immediately surprised. There are so many things here. Welcome, the items in our store are all used by the pirates who came back alive from the Grand Line. They are all special and precious products. The store owner's eyes lit up immediately when he saw Usopp. Are they props used by the Grand Line pirates? Usopp was shocked. That's right, sea warriors like you are most welcome in this store. Look, this is the gun used by Goldie Roger. Nanny. Goldie Rogers. Yes. I don't know what you want. Show me other products. Knives, these are too expensive. Zoro looked through the glass in Weapons Street, and saw the weapons displayed in the store, which seemed to be well made. But he is so poor that the money he borrowed from Nami does not support him to buy these weapons at all. But in the end Zoro picked a store that looked relatively cheap and walked in. Meanwhile, Rogtown Marine Base. A Marine receives an update from Marine HQ. Colonel Smoker, something is wrong. There is news from the headquarters that the pirate Monkey D. Luffy and his gang are heading to Rogtown. They are the 3 pirates with the highest bounty in East Blue. They are 100 million belly, Juan, and 30 million Baileys. Marine, who received the news, quickly opened the door and walked into room 640, which was filled with smoke and only vague figures could be seen. 100 million, 50 million, 30 million, the bounty is really high. With so many pirates appearing in East Blue all at once, the world is getting more and more difficult. Smoker's tone, although serious, but still some ridicule. Colonel Smoker, they defeated the leader of Creek and the Dragon Pirates, and broke through Marine Base, the most vicious pirates. Marine made a special mention because he was afraid that Colonel Smoker would not pay enough attention to it. Be quiet for me, because you yelled and failed again. I have my way of getting nervous about a little thing. Smoker stood up, and the smoke around him dissipated a lot. Showing Smoker's strong and well-proportioned figure, short silver and white hair, and 2 cigars in his mouth at the same time. What did you just say? He was practicing, but he didn't listen carefully just now, and his attention was not fully focused. Yes, it's the pirates. I heard that they may show up in this town today. There's nothing to panic about. Since I've been in charge of this town, have any pirates who broke and escaped? No. Then calm down, or you will disturb my pace. 11. Report, there are witnesses saying that there are pirates in the port. At this time, another marine ran in to report. It must be the Straw Hat crew, they broke in. Maximum 100 million Pele, I hope it's a group of fun guys. Smoker said confidently. He is a disciple of Marine Admiral Zephyr, originally one of the most excellent marine officers in the marine headquarters, but because he refused to obey discipline, he often confronted his superiors, and was also called the Mad Dog in Marine by the outside world. Because of this, he was dispatched to his hometown Rogtown and became a colonel of the Marine headquarters. If he doesn't do his own thing, he is at least a rear admiral officer in Marine, and he is a top actual combat rear admiral officer. Coupled with Logia Demon Fruit Power, SPAF, he has a very high error tolerance rate and combat capability when facing more than 90% of pirates. Guarding a town in East Blue, even if this town is the only place to go to the Grand Line, is a bit overkill. Smoker-san, don't you look at the wanted notice. Marine paused. If you find one of them, you can find the others. Smoker glanced at the arrest warrant for 100 million Baileys on the top. This is the only way to catch him, but no matter how strong East Blue's pirates are, so what? For many people, Logia is an unbreakable deadly ability. Colonel, please issue combat orders to all units. No. But considering the opponent's strength, it's really long-winded, don't tell me what to do. I'm very sorry. Marine quickly saluted and apologized. By the way, where did Tashiji go? She seemed to be out early in the morning, but she said she would be in training. Where did that stupid woman go? Just as Smoker finished speaking, a little girl happily holding an ice cream accidentally bumped into Smoker's leg. Colonel Smoker. This startled the child's father. Smoker looked fierce, but he didn't care about them. Instead, he took out the Bailey and handed it to the little girl. Sorry, my pants ate your ice cream, you take this and go buy a 5-layer ice cream. Var. Thanks. Let's go. Smoker continued toward the port. Port. Ahahaha, take them all away. This is the precious food that I, Makei Ujiali, used to be the pirate king. You just hand it over willingly. A group of pirates were robbing the coastline. Who's your leader? But Smoker suddenly appeared behind them and asked. Who are you, is it Monkey D. Luffy? Or the Sun Tyrant? But the pirate captain asked first. He felt that the person in front of him had a fierce look on his face, and even took the initiative to trouble the pirates. He looked very difficult to mess with. It seems that I have found the wrong person, but let me see if you have the right to break into my jurisdiction. What are you talking about? Forget it. Little ones. Kill him. Oh. The pirates rushed forward. 10 seconds later. Ah. Captain, help me. Monster. What's here? Smoke, we're caught by smoke. What is this? Mom, I want to go home. Colonel Smoker is really good, this solves Straw Hat crew. A marine ran over and said. Are your eyes decorative? If such a small character is worth 30 million yuan, the world will end. It should appear soon. As soon as Smoker finished speaking, he saw a skinny monkey-like, harmless Luffy looking around not far away. It's so strange, why did I come to the port? I obviously ran into it. Hey! Luffy looked confused, but just in time to see someone not far away, he waved hello and was about to ask for directions. Is that their accomplice too? Smoker asked Marine, who was in charge of monitoring this group of pirates just now. Probably not, I didn't see that they were in the same group just now. At this time Luffy had already stepped forward. How do I get to the execution platform? Execution platform. Smoker didn't take the initiative to ask for directions, looking harmless young man as some kind of villain. I'm lost. Luffy said distressedly. I haven't seen you before. Smoker grew up in this town, and basically knew everyone in the town. I just arrived on this island. This town is really big, it's completely different from Windmill Village. Why are you looking for an execution platform? I want to see where One Piece died. Hearing this, Smoker was slightly taken aback, quite surprised. What, don't you know? Luffy saw Smoker stunned for a moment, thinking that he probably didn't know either. Wait a minute, right where the smoke drifts past. Is that over there? Thanks. Luffy said, running along the drifting smoke. Didn't consider whether the existence of this smoke is reasonable. Brain, he doesn't need it. But Luffy ran off again, and came to a sparsely populated tavern with Goldie Roger on the signboard. Instead of Goldie Roger, Luffy pushed the door open out of curiosity and walked in. Another cup, the man in the cloak said calmly. If it were an ordinary person, he would be shocked by his words, and it is not impossible to be frightened to report to Marine. Of course, it is more likely to be directly frightened and fainted. Because this is the most heinous criminal in the world, the #1 enemy of the world government. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, is more dangerous than the 4 emperors. Whoever recognizes it, can't go to the original speed. It's like eating hot pot and singing, and you find that the opposite table is the most wanted criminal in the world. How did you find out? But Reka was very calm, and just silently refilled a glass of wine for Long. Reka felt that he had covered it up very well in an instant. A person's expression can be disguised, but the instantaneous change in the eyes cannot be hidden, and when you found me, the originally pleasing and extremely smooth movements stopped for less than a second. It's been a long time since I drank so much delicious wine. Long said calmly. Reka-san, what's the matter? Nami couldn't help asking when he saw that Reka hadn't returned after pouring the wine. Fine. Don't worry, I'm not some devil who wants to destroy the world, I just came in for a drink. Long said lightly. Looking up at Reka, a mysterious face that attracted the attention of all the powerhouses in the world was revealed in front of Reka. There was appreciation in his eyes. After this young man recognized himself, he adjusted his mentality in an instant, possessing extremely strong psychological qualities and abilities. If it wasn't for his movements getting stuck, the pupils would have shrunk. Long wasn't even sure if the other party really found himself. He is confident that his ability to disguise and hide is world-class. But he didn't expect that the moment he opened his mouth, he would be spotted by a bartender in a tavern. After seeing it through, he could still pour himself wine without shaking his hands or heart. It is a talent. In terms of breath, it is also quite powerful. It's amazing. I don't feel it when I'm being watched by others. It seems that my practice is not up to par. Reka said with sincere admiration. Actually, I have also used the fruit ability. In other words, I am used to this kind of life. Others should not be able to find it. And after you admit it, I am completely sure. The dragon's tone is kind. Are you lying to me? Not really, it's just an extra level of certainty. With your ability, it's a little bit of a lack of talent here. I just said that I'm only temporary. When Reka heard it, he immediately understood that the dragon might not know that he was a member of the Straw Hat boat. Otherwise, you won't feel like you're working here. May I ask, what do you think of our business? Is this a proposition? Chapter 104. Send a proposition? Just curious. Long shook his head, and then put the wine glass in front of Reka again. Reka couldn't see that Longjing was also greedy for drinking. In his capacity, isn't he afraid of being drunk and sent to the marine? People in this world are only strong if they are strong, but that refers to destructive power. Physically, they will still be the same as the common people, who should get drunk and get sick. By the way, Reka, I bought you a few sets of clothes just now, do you want to try it? I see that you have always worn those 2 sets of clothes. Stupid women, men are like this, don't come here. Seeing Nami approaching, Reka stopped her. Even though he knew that Long was the only organization leader in this world who put people first and fought for them. But since he is the leader of the organization, he will always face various choices. Some choices are not his own wishes, but out of overall consideration. What did you say? Nami got angry all of a sudden. This BD, unexpectedly, just refused. But soon Nami also noticed something. Under normal circumstances, Kaka would not write a strange common person and chat for so long. Could it be that this man in the cloak is special? Or does he know him? In this world, if you just know some things, there may be troubles in the future, and they will be counted together when people settle accounts. So Reka doesn't want Nami to have anything to do with people like dragons, it's better not to have seen them. Otherwise, it might cause some trouble. It's really careful, but I still really want to know the answer to the question just now. Long glanced at Nami, and then looked back. People-oriented organizations have never been a real evil, but in the face of the entire world, it is very difficult to survive, let alone succeed. Reka said a relatively pertinent sentence. There is nothing you can't say, even if you fall out with the dragon in some way, there is nothing to be afraid of. The performance value is improved, the arrogance value is useless, and there is enough self-protection ability. Little brother, you see it thoroughly. Have you studied our revolutionary army in depth? Long's eyes lit up immediately. In just one sentence, it is pointed out that the basis of the existence of the revolutionary army is the people. These are many pirates in the world, including the 4 emperors. And the world government, Marine HQ, and his violent Garp father, things that can't be fully understood. Under the real ruler, the existence of their revolutionary army has long been discredited as the world's largest criminal gang. Even the people who have received their help, a large part of them will still have doubts at the beginning. After all, their ideas are too superficial for people who are still in the feudal Wangchuan era. Only some people who have had a deep understanding of them know that they are just asking for a small amount of justice and fairness from this chaotic world. But it is only this understanding. Among the strangers who can meet for the first time, they can hit the nail on the head and point out that the purpose and significance of the existence of the revolutionary army are the people's. Only the young man in front of him, even the tyrant bear, Ivankov, and the others couldn't fully understand it at the very beginning. It was only after getting along that I gradually understood the meaning of fighting for this career. People of the same path. Long just for a moment, this feeling arose in his heart. But he was still as calm as water, without any radical words or deeds on the surface. I didn't know much about it, I just analyzed it based on the rumors I heard. Reka said, and sat down opposite the dragon. He also poured himself a glass of wine and drank it leisurely. Looking at the dragon's face with a little curiosity, even though the atmosphere is not suitable. But Reka has heard some rumors that the blue tattoo on the dragon's face is more like Garp's shoe prints. Once this kind of thought exists, it can't help but emerge from time to time. I don't know your honorable name. Reka. Then Reka, why don't you become a member of us and change the world with us? In the era of great pirates, this world has always lacked true justice. The corruption of Wang Quan's nobles is the real source of disaster. The dragon's gaze became hot at this moment. Although the revolutionary army has achieved achievements in recent years, they have not come easily. People like Reka have strong psychological quality, not weak strength, and are good at observing and distinguishing right from wrong. He is an excellent talent. Once he becomes a revolutionary army, he will surely play a big role. Hearing this, Reka was stunned for a moment. He thought that Long took the initiative to reveal that he knew him. I hope that I will not reveal his traces, after all, a strong man like Long and the leader of the organization. Once their whereabouts are revealed, they will be followed by the Marine Grand Fleet, Marine Admiral and CPO, the spy department directly under the world government. Then the whole East Blue could be buzzing. After all, in East Blue, there are several special kingdoms that the world government cares about, such as the most beautiful Goa Kingdom in East Blue, and the Kingdom of Bridges, where slaves have built bridges for the world government for hundreds of years. But I didn't expect to expose this point, because I want to pull myself into the gang. I said that your organization is already so short of people? Just a few words, you want to recruit people to join, and a certain sales are not as fast as you. Reka was a little speechless. I believe in my own vision. Long was calm, and full of wisdom. But in some things, there are similarities with Luffy Garp. It should be said that the three of them deserve to be orphaned as father and son. You never thought that your whereabouts were leaked, and I was sent by the world government to contact you, say something you like, and break into you. Reka suddenly said an extremely dangerous sentence at this time. Hearing this, Long's hand holding the wine glass stopped suddenly. In the deepest part of his heart, he had thought about this possibility just now. It's just hidden in the deepest part, but now Reka has pointed it out. Is this unintentional, or intentional? If this is really the case, he is operating in reverse, deliberately pointing out what he thinks in his heart. Do you want to win the trust of yourself again? Speaking of it, such an excellent talent is now a little suspicious in a tavern. Long was silent for a while Reka was drinking leisurely. The initiative of the two, from the very beginning, Reka was found passive. Up to now, the peak has turned, and the dragon has become passive. What? Do you still dare to recruit me into your organization now? Reka is like a noble scholar, polite in words, but vividly embodies the arrogance and self-confidence in his bones. Long suddenly looked at Nami. Why don't you dare? I think, if there is an undercover agent, he wouldn't bring such a mediocre companion. Nami listened carefully, but didn't hear anything else, but she could hear the second half of the sentence clearly. As early as when Reka refused her clothes and didn't want her to approach. Nami felt an inexplicable feeling of anger in his heart. But considering Reka's character, I feel that there is something in it, and she may not be suitable to participate. Looking at the big picture, she still has it. But I didn't expect that she didn't take the initiative to participate. This man in the cloak who hides his head and tail looked at her and said that he was a mediocre person. This is probably a good thing to say, but if you don't understand it, it is useless waste. How could Nami endure this, and when he got angry, he had an outlet to vent. She strode over and made a move that made Reka's heart beat faster. Asking for flowers. She walked up to the back of the dragon, slapped it on the dragon's shoulder. I said it's hard to understand, don't you know that it's bad behavior to speak ill of people behind their backs? Look carefully, where am I? Mediocre? Have you ever seen such a beautiful girl like me? It's okay to say it in a place where Reka is not around, but how can I bear to say that I am mediocre in front of him? As for why I was angry, maybe mediocrity has always been unworthy of excellent. Nami. Reka's expression was serious, the power in his body was already on the verge of firing. As Long has an aggressive move, he will act decisively. But the dragon didn't react too much, it was just that his shoulders were taken. But in Reka's view, after all, he is the most vicious criminal in the world. Even if others are not vicious, he has been evading the pursuit of the world government for a long time. With Reka's words just now, Nami is very likely to be an agent, even if it is only possible. Judging from a cautious attitude, Reka thinks that the dragon will not let people approach him at will, let alone touch him directly. So Reka didn't stop Nami. But what Reka didn't expect was that the dragon didn't stop him, and Nami even took his shoulders. Point 0. If Nami is really an agent and holds the sea stone, he might be in some trouble. Are you testing my sincerity? Long asked, looking at Reka. No, I just don't want someone to take advantage of my partner. If you do, you have to bear the corresponding risk. Reka said in a deep voice. With their strength, they must disturb the air and interfere with the transmission of sound silently. It couldn't be more relaxed, but what the dragon said just now deliberately let Nami hear it. It's like looking at Nami's reaction. If he is a qualified agent, he probably won't have any reaction. But Nami was not, and the reaction was very strong, which made Long once again dispel the suspicion that they might be secret agents just now. But even if the suspicion is dispelled and Nami approached rashly, he needs a lot of courage to take this risk. Reka didn't stop it, just to make the dragon feel like it's on its own. If he escaped, their conversation would probably be over. This is a silent confrontation between the two about trust. Reka wins by a small margin. But Reka doesn't like the dragon involving Nami very much. I'm the one who was abrupt. If I avoided it just now, would you turn around and leave? Yes or no, the result is the same. Why? With your ability, if you don't do anything, it's too condescending. You didn't practice so far because you didn't do anything. Long was puzzled. Nami was even more dazed. What are they talking about? Nami, you go back first, I'll be right over. Then you have to tell me about your new friend. Nami was curious, but when Reka spoke, she would be obedient. Although the three of you, grandpa and grandson, have different personalities, there is one thing that is surprisingly consistent. Reka looked at the dragon and said with a little emotion. You know my origin. I've seen them too. Long was a little uneasy. It's not a good habit not to watch the news recently, especially in your line of business. Information is the most important thing. I'm on the road these days. You just said that there is something the same, wish. You guys are so accurate. A few days ago, Vice Admiral Garp also invited me to be Marine Vice Admiral, but in fact, I am a crew member on your son's ship. Hey! Long couldn't help but stood up, the amount of information was quite large. Chapter 105. Just knowing his true identity already shocked Long Chen very much. If it is an acquaintance, or a world-renowned top powerhouse. With enough intelligence capabilities, Long won't be too shocked if he discovers this. But a person who is unknown in the world and sees himself for the first time knows that this is a secret thing in the world. What Long didn't expect was that in East Blue, he also encountered an old man who even invited him to become Marine Vice Admiral. Long passed by East Blue this time, although he came for the branch, but if the time is right, he will consider overthrowing the rule of the Kingdom of Goa. If Garp is in East Blue, he's going to check him out when he's passing by. If you can, convince that old stubborn to join their revolutionary army. It's just that I didn't expect that the man in front of me met the old man earlier than him, and the old man offered such a condition, no doubt he valued him very much. You know, under normal circumstances, the old man would not open such a back door to any Marine. Even when he was young, when he was just messing around in the Marine, the boss didn't give him special treatment. Although it is necessary to avoid suspicion, if it is excellent enough, there is no need to avoid these. After all, the strong are respected. During this period, the old man would occasionally open the 573 door to some promising young people. But that's because there is demand, like this time directly open the door of Marine Vice Admiral. This is the first time Long has heard of it, but from the feeling after contacting it now, it seems that this is not too much. This young man named Reka is indeed very excellent. Looking at the whole world, he is also an extremely rare talent. Paying some price to get him is definitely blood money, not to mention, he is still very young and has a promising future. But they never expected that the talent the two of them longed for turned out to be the crew of Luffy who just went to sea. Grandpa can't, Dad can't, son and grandson get this world-class talent instead. You are, the Sun Tyrant. The pirate who recently offered a reward of 100 million Baileys. Long's heart was surging, and after clarifying the situation, he also had a complicated expression. Now it's not very easy to recruit, after all, poaching the corner of one's own son doesn't seem to be kind. Over the years, Long has worked so hard for the Revolutionary Army that he has no time to be with Luffy at all. Or dare not, all along, can only wait and see from afar. People who don't know think that his status as the leader of the Revolutionary Army can protect Luffy and his relatives. But in fact, if he has too much contact and the world government finds out the relationship between them, it will be considered that there is a relationship with Garp. It is also difficult for Luffy to escape the fate of being used against him. That's one of the reasons why Garp didn't really force Luffy to be Marine. Once Luffy becomes a Marine, one day in the future, apart from father and son killing each other, they will also be controlled by the world government. Dragon is indebted to Luffy. If there is such an excellent partner by his side, maybe it's a good thing for Luffy. Hearing Rika's words, although Long really didn't have time to pay attention to the recent news. But along the way, on some islands, I have heard other people's comments. I immediately remembered that Rika was the tyrant of the sun, and the information was right. Fate is really amazing. Long sighed slightly. The three of them had encountered this man one after another. They are all optimistic about him. This fate really makes Long feel a lot. Since you are Luffy's partner, it's really not right to let you join the Revolutionary Army, but even if you are pirates in the future, we may not have opportunities to cooperate. Long smiled slightly. Just a moment ago, he was thirsty for talent, but now he has calmed down. If it were someone else's partner, or even the old man's disciple, he even dared to poach corners. In his Revolutionary Army, there are many cotters from Marine background. But only for Luffy, he felt indebted. Poor parents all over the world. Rika smiled slightly. Originally he could not have served the Revolutionary Army. He recognizes their ideas because he comes from a country where the people are the center. But working with them is too risky and tiring. He doesn't have a strong sense of belonging to this world. To be selfish, it's good that he can live a good life. As for changing the world or something, I never thought about it. However, in my dream, I have seen a country dominated by people. If you are interested, I can tell you about it. Then trouble you to refill another drink. Long felt that this was more like a friend of his own age, rather than an immature junior. He showed enough maturity in every gesture, especially in thinking. In that world, the old have a place to depend on, the young are taken care of, stay away from wars, and are safe and secure. Everyone is born equal, who cannot be absolutely fair, but has enough fair channels to make people go to excellent. Everyone has no worries about food and clothing, can receive a good education, and the crime rate is greatly reduced. Listening to Rika describing the so-called dream world, at first the dragon just intended to listen to it as a story. But the more he listened, the more shocked his face became, and Rika spoke in too much detail. When you look at this world in detail, it seems that such a fantasy kingdom really existed. When Rika talked about one of them, he couldn't help but ask the question. For example, how to make it possible for everyone to read. You must know that in this world dominated by the sea, there are many pirates, and they seem to be relatively mentally retarded. The main reason is that most people have not received formal education. Even if Luffy is taught by Dodon and Makina, until now, there are still many words that are used incorrectly. Ace is slightly better educated, but also has no real literary background. Only some large islands can see schools, but most of them are places where noble children go to school. Rika will tell Long the process of how to realize it. Firstly, it must be free, and secondly, let the people of the world realize that reading can change their destiny. Even if not everyone can leap into the Dragon's Gate and soar into the sky, at least as long as they are willing to learn. There is a high probability that you will be able to find a suitable job in your future life. On this basis, all walks of life must also develop, so that people can live and work in peace and contentment, and have a sense of hope for the future. That's why I don't think becoming a pirate is the only way out. It's amazing. Now I really doubt that such a country really exists. You tell me, is it true? Long seemed to see a bright future for the Revolutionary Army. They once dreamed of a world with true justice, where human life can be called life, not a casualty of the celestial dragons. It is not their plaything, let alone let hundreds of millions of civilians live in the flames of war because of their selfish desires. That's not right. They want peace. I just never thought that after the fantasy of peace, the world dominated by the people can live so well. Everyone can eat enough, everyone has books to read, everyone can live with dignity. As I said, that is just a country I saw in my dream. Do you think it is possible for this kind of country to exist now under the world government? What they want is a kingdom that is subject to them like a slave, not this kind of independent thinking. Kingdom. That is to say, all of this is what His Excellency Reka thinks. Your Excellency Reka, our Revolutionary Army really needs talents like you. Long could no longer maintain his composure and calmness just now. Standing up, excitedly holding Fuka's hands. He just asked Reka how he did it. In fact, he wanted to know how Reka did what he said. As a result, many of the answers Reka gave were beyond his imagination, but he has great wisdom. After thinking about it carefully, I found that those might really be achievable. He has the perfect answer in his mind about the laws of the people and what policies to implement. One person has such a timeless, rich, and soundly feasible plan. Even some of the programs and laws mentioned can, to a certain extent, supplement or even lead the current Revolutionary Army. Long suspected for a moment that Reka should actually be the founder of the Revolutionary Army. On this road, he sees farther than himself and is more realistic. If he leads the Revolutionary Army to a certain extent, they can go further. Didn't you give up just now? Besides, I said, this is just a dream. Reka didn't quite understand the dragon's thoughts. Reka has not yet realized that some of the knowledge she has mastered can change the world. Ideas will always be the most powerful weapon. By saying this, Reka just hopes to give those who dare to fight against corruption a little help and a little hope and yearning to a certain extent. Show them what the world might look like if they succeed. Reka won't be this kind of person, but he admires this kind of person, and within the scope of his ability, he can help with little effort. That was just now. Your Excellency is far beyond my imagination. 3.1 Luffy can do it by himself. Our Revolutionary Army needs a lighthouse like you to guide more compatriots. As long as you are willing to agree, I can give you maximum command power in the army. Long was still excited. The greatest command, right? Reka was also a little shocked. He didn't expect Long to be so optimistic about him, and even overturned his own decision just now. Are you so valuable? Reka was a little confused for a while. Luffy's future may be magnificent and extraordinary, but in Long's view, the world needs new light. Sorry. Although Long was full of sincerity, Shika still refused. That's right, many of Your Excellency Reka's measures can only be implemented after the chaos is over. At present, our Revolutionary Army has not yet shown enough strength and ability to overthrow the world. That's why Your Excellency Reka refuses to agree. Don't worry, Your Majesty Reka, we will definitely end the chaos in this world. When the time comes, I will ask you to rule the world for us. Long's voice was full of respect. Reka doesn't know why Long is so excited, but this topic should not be discussed further, lest Long become more excited and tie himself to the Revolutionary Army. So Reka just nodded lightly. Chapter 106. Aren't you going to see Luffy? Reka also changed the subject in a timely manner. Will do. Ah. You are from Straw Hat Crew. At this moment, a girl with glasses walked in and looked at Reka in horror and said. Marine. Nami was shocked when he heard this. Clang. Without the slightest hesitation, Tashigi quickly drew his sword to face each other, logically speaking. She should have kept silent and contacted Marine secretly, but when she saw Reka. Because of the strong shock in my heart, I couldn't help blurting out the words. After the words came out, it was too late to regret it, so I had to face it. Tashigi? Is the town of Rog so small? Reka doubted the size of the town of Rog. This town was originally very large, but encountered incidents with low probability one after another. Reka glanced at Tashigi at the door, suddenly felt something, and then looked back to the opposite position just now. The figure of the dragon disappeared long ago, leaving only the money for the drinks. Apparently the dragon didn't want to involve himself in these matters. Straw Hat Crew. The guests present were also surprised when they heard this. Someone watched Nami and Reka carefully. Nami and the others didn't see anything. But Reka, they looked more and more familiar, and then cold sweat burst out, soaking his clothes in an instant. Couldn't he be the sun tyrant of the Straw Hat Crew that has been so popular recently? The big pirate who offered a reward of up to 100 million Baileys for the first time. It's a lie, I thought it was a bartender, and I didn't think about it at all. It's over for me. Guest 21 heard that Reka in front of him was the person on the arrest warrant. It's just that their previous preconceived ideas made them feel that a bartender, even if it is temporary, cannot be the hottest big pirate now. Everyone, the things I want haven't arrived yet. Please keep quiet, so that no one will be hurt. Reka didn't feel anything, but looked at the guests present and said. Are you still running? Why are you really acting like a pirate? Tashigi was so nervous that he didn't know what to say, but Nami spoke first. It has always been a habit of being a thief, no matter who the visitor is, as soon as he is discovered, he will run away immediately. I spent a lot of money on materials. Counting the time, the boss should have come back. It would be a big loss to run away now. Besides, it's just a marine. Why should I run away? Reka said arrogantly. I looked at the people in the store again. The expressions of the guests froze when they heard this, even though Reka was surrounded by a weak-looking woman. But they just dare not escape. 100 million bounty Bailey. In this East Blue where 10 to 20 million can be called a big pirate, it is indeed a bit ridiculously high. Even if Reka looks harmless to humans and animals, they dare not bet on it. Marine wanted bounty, but it has always been used by most people as a measure of strength. Come on, don't be nervous, I'm not a good person. Reka walked up to a table of guests, and refilled a glass of wine for them with terrified eyes. Hearing Reka's words, they became more and more frightened. Of course, I don't want to be a bad person. I just wait for the boss to buy the things and leave. Before that, please try not to cause a commotion. Otherwise, I will be very troubled and I will lose a fortune in vain. The money for the purchase. So, you understand? Understood, understood. Everyone nodded hastily. At this time, whoever sees Mr. Lay doesn't bow his head, isn't that too life-threatening? Everyone turned into an old and understanding king, but at this time, a guest still couldn't help asking, the wine you gave us just now has no poison in it. Although I am a pirate, I am also a bartender. Alcohol is not for poisoning, but for drinking. And are you overestimating yourself? It takes poison to bring you down. Reka frowned, feeling slightly dissatisfied. I'm sorry. The guest immediately said from the bottom of his heart. Everyone, keep drinking. You're such a devil. Nami couldn't help complaining when he saw that Reka had stabilized the crowd who were about to flee and cause commotion with a few words. Compared to you, this is nothing. When you lend usury, you are more like a devil than me. What did you say? Nami was instantly entangled with evil spirit. Then, little girl, what are you going to do? How long are you going to stay in this position? Do you want to make a move? Reka steadied himself in the crowd. Looking at the door again, Tashigi of Shijir drew out the good sharp knife. She was in a dilemma. She is only a sergeant in the marine now, and then she is ensign, and her military rank is much lower than that of Fenbudi who met in the sea restaurant Barati before. There is strength, but it is also comparable to common people. It is almost impossible to win this kind of pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries. Tashigi felt very regretful in her heart. When she saw it just now, she had a strong sense of justice, so she couldn't help but expose herself. Go? I feel like I'm going to fall into a trap. The most appropriate way to do it just now should be to contact Colonel Smoker. But it's too late to say anything now. What's the matter now? How should we go about it? After hearing Rika's contemptuous words, Tashigi, the glasses girl, felt ashamed of Marine. Regardless of whether you can beat it or not, you must not embarrass Marine. Even if it is death. Mere pirates. Stop looking down on people. Tashigi shouted loudly, and the surrounding guests all had hope in front of their eyes. I feel that this girl has a good momentum. Tashigi slashed towards Rika with a stride. The shining light of the knife passed by, but was easily blocked by a finger. There was a crisp metal sound of a pin. It's blocked. With just one finger. How is it possible? Seeing this, Tashigi had an unbelievable expression on his face. He had practiced swordsmanship for so many years. It was outrageous that someone blocked it with a finger. Is this the pirate with a bounty of 100 million baileys? Sure enough. Although seeing Tashigi's slash, the speed and strength are very good. But the pirates with a bounty of 100 million baileys are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. And the result was as they had expected in their hearts, they couldn't beat it. It's just that this process is a bit scary, and fingers can block such a sharp blade. Impossible. Tashigi couldn't accept it for a while, raised the famous knife, and then slashed dozens of knives in an instant, all of which were easily blocked by Rika's fingers. Let's calm down first. As soon as Rika pointed at Tashigi's neck, her whole body softened immediately, and she fell into a coma in an instant, and fell on Rika. Seeing this, Nami quickly caught her. Is she a marine or a perennial gold hunter? Marine. Nami didn't ask why, her own observation skills are good, and she judged it in the same way after a preliminary look. Nami supported her, put her next to the bar, and let her sleep on her stomach. It looked like someone who drank too much and lay on her stomach for a while. After a while, Tashigi woke up leisurely, feeling severe pain in the neck. Did you have a nightmare? It seems that I met a bounty criminal with 100 million baileys in my dream. It's outrageous. How could such a criminal be met by me, superior? Little girl Marine, you dare to come out to catch pirates by yourself? Have a drink and calm down. Rika said, pushing a glass of wine in front of Insiki. Okay, thank you, ah. Tashigi subconsciously took the drink, but when he looked up, he almost scared his soul away. No, it's not a dream. Reality is often more outrageous than dreams. During this time, please sit here honestly. Don't make any small moves. We will leave soon, you just pretend you haven't seen us. Are you kidding? Don't think. Tashigi refused to admit defeat, and wanted to say some harsh words. After all, there is Colonel Smoker in the town of Rog. As long as Colonel Smoker is there, even a bounty criminal with 100 million baileys can't be caught. But before she finished speaking, Rika silently picked up the axe and put it in front of her. I'm not discussing with you, but asking you to do this. You. Tashigi bit her lips tightly. Her marine career has always been smooth. How could she have ever been threatened like this? For a long time, even the mighty Pirate 650 would only run away once they saw that they were Marines. There is no one who detains marine like him, thinking that he is a marine detained by pirates. Tashigi was wronged to the extreme. If the last dignity was not still there, tears of grievance, aggrieved, and humiliation might burst out of his eyes. Ugh! Nami saw that Rika's attitude towards other beautiful girls was worse than that of herself, and for some reason, she felt particularly comfortable. Picking up the glass, she drank it in one gulp, and made a sound of satisfaction. Drink wine. I don't want to drink. Tashigi of course resisted, who knows if the wine is drugged. As a marine, she has come into contact with and heard certain values. After the pirates drugged the women, they did this or that. Speaking of which, she was just going to send the knife to the store for sharpening. When passing by this tavern, she told the boss that she would like to ask for more of the goods that Marine Base usually delivers. How did it become like this? The wine I mix is not something that everyone has the opportunity to drink. It is an honor in your life to be able to drink it. I don't want to drink. What a joke, who cares about such an honor? Drink? Rika said again, pushing the axe forward. Tashigi's face froze. What does he mean? Will he kill himself if he doesn't drink? Helpless, Tashigi picked up the drink full of grievances, raised his head and gulped it down. At first, because of being forced, she was still full of displeasure. But 1 sip, 2 sips, 3 sips, cup. So delicious. It can't be seen that she can hold a lot of alcohol. Rika saw her drinking speed, and she was not much weaker than Nami, the king of non-drunk. It was enough to show that she should have a good drinking capacity. But when Tashigi heard this, his face was hot and he was extremely ashamed. I originally planned not to drink it, but I didn't expect that I not only drank it, but also took a sip. Woohoo! Marine's face was thrown at home by her. Chapter 107. Tashigi was downcast, afraid that when he looked up, everyone would see Marine's weakness. It's just why in this world, anyone who is powerful is either a pirate or a bounty hunter. And she forgot, when she lowered her head, it was her glasses that were unlucky. She lowered her head very much, and with a click, the glasses fell to the ground. Ah! My glasses! Tashigi hurriedly got out of the chair to look for her, but she didn't have the glasses. But he couldn't see anything clearly. After groping around, Rika heard an ominous snap. Sure enough, the glasses were crushed, and Tashigi also knew that something was wrong at the moment of crushing, so he overreacted and wanted to lift his feet. Seeing if it could be saved, but the overreaction caused her to slip, her body lost her balance, and hit the table next to her with a plop. I'm sorry. Tashigi was proficient and subconsciously apologized quickly. After apologizing, he realized that he was facing pirates. Why is she apologizing to a pillar? Nami pointed to Tashigi and asked Rika puzzled. Probably because I can't see it. Isn't it because of stupidity? Now such a person can also be a marine. Marines' recruitment requirements are not high. That's right, it looks miserable, don't bully her later. Nami sympathized, listening to the natural conversation between the two. Tears are already rolling in Tashigi's eyes. Dabba! I can't cry. I can't lose face in front of pirates. Have I bullied her? She came up with a knife and cut me, and I was the victim. No, I mean, don't talk to her. Your language is worse than a knife. This female marine looks stupid and cute, so I guess her psychological quality is not that strong. When Rika talks, he never knows what it means to be merciful, at least during the day, don't think about it. Rika was immediately speechless. Tashigi froze in place, as if nothing was right now. I even wanted the pirates to come to sympathize, because I failed. Bang! At this moment, the door of the tavern was kicked open, and another wave of guests came. 2 pirates, one fat and one thin, held weapons, kicked open the door, and scanned the tavern. Second brother, that woman took the boss away. Woman, hand over our brothers quickly. The two pirates immediately surrounded Tashigi. Tashigi could only vaguely see two figures walking towards him. As if there were countless double images, she was born with very severe myopia. But through words, she also knew that these two were here to trouble her. On the road before, she vaguely felt that someone was following her, but when she looked back, she didn't find anyone. Thinking that he is a marine, no one should dare to follow him, but this is not the case. Thinking about it, there should be only one person just now, but now there is one more person, and it is not in a busy area, so I am going to do something to myself. If her glasses are still there, she can easily deal with ordinary little pirates with one blow. After all, not everyone is as perverted as the man in front of me. But the problem now is that there is no if. She has to fight two pirates almost invisible. Let the horse come over. But as a marine, it is impossible to retreat, she stood up decisively. The enemy was at the 12 o'clock direction, and she drew her knife to face the 3 o'clock direction, with a serious look on her face. Both Reka and Nami were speechless. If they don't help, this stupid female marine will be hacked to death. If you don't hand it over, then go die. Seeing that Tashigi was surrounded by them, the two did not give up and planned to kill him. It's so boring. Looking at Nami's eyes, Reka said bored, but picked up a piece of ice with his fingers, and flicked it out. The ice cube shattered into many pieces, puffy. It hit the two pirates like a gunshot. The two pirates screamed and fell into a coma. What's going on here? My tavern, the damned pirate, has to spend money to renovate again. At this moment, the real tavern owner came back and looked at the two figures lying on the ground, said cursingly. Guest, everything you want is ready for you, it's on the cart outside. Thank you, let's go. Okay, customers, go slowly, welcome to come next time. The shop owner was very happy, and he made a lot of money on this trip. What a big guest, pretty good. Good money. Seeing Reka and Nami leave, all the customers in the store breathed a sigh of relief, including Tashigi, who was still in a daze. What's wrong with all of you? Isn't it just a drink to see what you drink? Those who don't know think you just came back from the gate of hell. Old Neil, you have the nerve to say that you old guy is not some powerful pirate hiding in Rogtown. Do you know who the bartender was just now? Who is it? That's the big pirate with the highest bounty in East Blue right now, Sun Tyrant Reka. Damn it! Old Neil was shocked and swears. He thinks he can talk about this for at least 5 years. If this pirate does not fall in the future, his reputation will be even greater. This bull, he can boast for a lifetime. Just leave like that. Tashigi realized later, with a blank face, ignoring himself directly. It's just that he seemed to have saved himself just now. What are these things? Do you want to notify them immediately? What a bad guy. But I don't feel like a good person either. What should I do? Should I be called Marine? When Tashigi was hesitant, simply distinguishing between good and bad, right and wrong, Reka and Nami had disappeared at the end of the street. She didn't track them down, which meant that it was not easy to find them again. And it has been discovered, under normal circumstances, you will choose to leave. The pirates are so strong, I have to work harder. Today, Tashigi doesn't want to encounter this kind of shame and humiliation again. When she didn't expect, she met again soon. In the middle of nowhere, Luffy walks into the tavern that says Gordy Roger. This is a tavern without any customers, just an old tavern keeper who has lost all his teeth. He himself was looking at a huge skull, drinking wine alone. He has witnessed the rise of a generation of One Piece Gordy Roger. One Piece is so fearless, full of longing for the Grand Line. When he was drinking, he said to go for a walk in the Grand Line. It didn't feel like it was too long before he heard that Roger conquered the Grand Line and became the One Piece. It's a pity that the current pirates are all scum and worthless, without real men. In addition, Smoker is sweeping up the pirates wantonly, so he doesn't even open the shop anymore. There are no good guests, but there are also guests. When Luffy came, he just opened his mouth to drive him away, but Luffy didn't care, and sat carelessly in front of the bar, mentioning that he came in because of the name of the store. Maybe it's because he hasn't had a guest for a long time, and he was talking about driving people away, but when the name Roger was mentioned, he also became interested, and told the story of how Roger killed the Titan killer pirate, and how Roger sobered up and went to the Grand Line come out. Looking at the huge skull in front of him, the boss recalled, this is the last fate of a guy called a Titan killer. He was a villain who killed 100 pirates, but Gold Roger sent him away with just one blow. It's time to go to the west. It's like lightning, I didn't see it clearly, this guy was famous for using a huge knife, but the winner was decided in an instant. Did you see that bone between the eyebrows? The wound was caused by Roger's stabbing with a sword. This notorious guy, he said this before he died, Roger, I bow to you, and may the eternal pirate live forever. It's amazing. So handsome. Luffy trembled with excitement, this is the real story and adventure of pirates. It must be a happy thing to die for such a dream. Eric Dan, known as the King, Shiruba, the world's #1 shooter, the great evil monk, and the Khan's brothers, they are all terrifying generals like ghosts and gods, but in front of Roger, they are all like babies. The stories are told one by one. Nowadays, there are very few people who are willing to listen to these things. Do you still want to listen? Let's talk. The boss talked, Luffy listened. After a long time. I'm going to the Grand Line too. Luffy said longingly, shaking her legs cutely, the excitement was uncontrollable. That's great. Gold Roger, you really have to be like him to be a pirate, that's why I went out to sea, I'm going to the Grand Line to find One Piece, and then become the Pirate King. Luffy is frank, fearless, and yearning said firmly. The boss looked at Luffy, and for a moment had the illusion of going back to the past, okay Zhao. At that time, Roger seemed to be in his position. This fearless courage reminded him of Roger. There is a shadow of Roger on his body. Hahaha, since there are people like you, maybe my shop can close later. The boss laughed loudly. Let's have a drink. The two chatted happily. In the future, will there be another One Piece who comes out of my tavern? It's really exciting. After coming out of the tavern, Luffy came to the execution platform along the path guided by the boss. With an excited look, he began to climb under the gaze of many people in the square. But the execution platform is made of steel, very slippery, and Luffy couldn't climb up it all at once. Everyone watched curiously. And Smoker, who came to the tavern where Luffy was just now, met his colleague who was distributing wanted warrants. This time, he saw Luffy's wanted warrants. That stupid guy turned out to be the captain of the Straw Hat crew. That's right, the execution platform. Smoker immediately remembered the place he was going to ask himself for directions. Sure enough, after leaving the tavern that Smoker was full of nostalgia for, he came to the square and saw Luffy climbing the execution platform like a monkey. Are you the captain of Straw Hat crew, Monkey D. Luffy? Smoker asked Luffy standing alone under the execution platform. Chapter 108. That's right. I am. What are you looking for? Luffy asked back, holding the structure supporting the execution platform with both hands. I am Colonel Smoker, the Marine Colonel in charge of this town of Rog, and I want to arrest you. Smoker smoked a cigar, looking calmly, in his opinion. Luffy was already in his pocket. Arrest? I refuse, I'm going to Grand Line to become One Piece. Luffy also expressed very simply, not accepting Smoker's arrest. One Piece. Smoker's pupils shrank suddenly. Although he is a pirate, he will never forget the attitude that One Piece strode forward like a king when he was walking towards death. He didn't look like a man about to face death, more like the Admiral House where Guy came back. Then, as now, it was a sweltering afternoon. On that day, people from all over the world stood on both sides of the central street leading to the square, from the ground to the houses to the roofs. Still young, he squeezed out from the crowd and finally saw the man. The man who has wealth, fame, power, and the whole world, Gordy Roger. That day, the man was handcuffed against him, but he was calm, with a smile that shook his life forever. That is a king with great courage, who can greet the imminent death with a smile. Smoker clearly remembered what the man said as he walked up the steps of the execution block. The will of the generations, the changes of the times, the dreams of people, as long as people continue to pursue the answer to freedom, all of these will never stop. The moment he stepped onto the execution platform, tens of thousands of people were looking at him, and he looked at everyone with a smile. Smoker witnessed firsthand how the era of great pirates began. 220 at that time, the executioner asked him if he had any last words to confess, but he just calmly said that he would let the executioner do it quickly. But someone couldn't help asking a question that opened up the era of the great pirate. Hey, One Piece, where did you hide all the treasures you found? Is it really in the Grand Line? You got it. That legendary the big secret treasure in the middle, that unique big secret treasure, One Piece, ah. When Roger heard this, he couldn't help laughing, and then opened the prelude to the era of great pirates. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, I can give it to you. Go find it. I put all the treasures are there. Execution. Hearing Roger's words, the executioners had already executed the execution in time. But no matter how fast, if you say it, you have already said it. Roger was executed in time, but people's attention is no longer there. The square with tens of thousands of people fell into an eerie silence in an instant, the silence that could be heard like a needle falling. Then a tsunami like madness and boiling erupted. Everyone in the world went crazy. Since then, all those who are a little confident in their skills have all set sail and headed to the Grand Line to find the big secret treasure. The era of great pirates is officially here. Although Smoker later became a marine, he only has respect for Roger, a pirate who is like a king. It can even be said that deep down in his heart, he admires the One Piece Gordy Roger. Now he hears a young boy saying that he is about to become the One Piece so easily, and he feels somewhat displeased in his heart. One Piece. That's right. So how can I be arrested here? Then all you have to do is beat me. If you don't beat me, you can't go to the Grand Line. This is the rule of this town, but it depends on whether you have the courage to fight me. Smoker said indifferently, and the Kaba pinched fist. If I don't beat you, can't I go to the Grand Line? Then I'll beat you. Smoker has said it very clearly, and Luffy can hear it clearly. Since this is the case, Luffy has never flinched from this kind of battle. But it didn't work out, and Luffy waved his rubber fist on the execution platform, but his feet got stuck in the steel structure of the execution. I don't know where the punch went. What the hell are you doing, kid? Smoker couldn't help cursing when he saw Luffy's stupidity. Although he stretched his hand, he immediately saw that Luffy was a rubber man, but now he looks like Luffy. It's funny any way you look at it. I don't want to do this either, but my feet. Luffy pulled the bound feet away forcefully, with too much force, the whole body fell down all at once. The fast-reacting fist slammed at Smoker, but when it fell, the balance was not adjusted properly, and the arm was wrapped around the fountain beside him. The whole person was like a windmill. After spinning around the fountain for a few times, the whole person was directly thrown into the distance went. Smoker was stunned. Is this guy an idiot? Whoosh! The Luffy man flew through the air, passing through many towns. Luffy. Sanji, who was looking for a beautiful woman and stopped by to buy ingredients, saw Luffy flying from the sky and took a look. Then he felt that he should be fine, and it was more reliable to find his own beauty. Reka, the one flying in the sky seems to be our captain. On the road where Nami and Reka were, they also saw Luffy flying through the sky. It's okay, I can't die, or do you want to throw away the clothes you bought so hard to see the situation? Forget it, let's move the things back to the boat first. Anyway, Luffy is not afraid of falling and hitting. Still matters at hand. Sanji never expected that on the way, he would meet a beautiful chef Carmen who was so enthusiastic and claimed to have defeated all the chefs in East Blue. In order to win Sanji, Carmen challenges Sanji. It started when she beat some of the East Blue celebrity chefs. I happened to see a report about Sanji, the sous chef, who was still at sea in Bharati. Sanji is called the #1 chef in East Blue by many chefs in the industry. Carmen came here admiringly, and she left after a verbal challenge. Sanji planned to ignore it, but when he was in the market, Sanji discovered that Rogtown, an island close to the Grand Line, caught fish from other seas, such as West Blue fish. And the elephant tuna that caught his attention the most. This is the miraculous ingredient that Sanji saw in the book when he was a child, and heard chefs mention it, known as the gem of the sea. As for this kind of fish, it is rumored that besides South Blue, it can only be found in All Blue, a miracle sea that gathers ingredients from all over the world. He finally saw one of these fishes, and Sanji felt for the first time that going out to sea, perhaps getting closer to the Sea of Miracles. Now just near the Grand Line, there are ingredients that do not match the region. Then in the Grand Line, there must be that Sea of Miracles. Sanji wanted to bid to buy it, but the uncle who caught the fish would not sell it, because the fish had already been decided to be a prize in the chef competition. Today happened to be the annual cooking competition. Sanji hesitated and chose to sign up. He wanted to get that fish, and learned its secret. He wanted to cook this fish known as the jewel of the sea. This is a chef's dream, and what he doesn't know is that this Carmen has seen him since he was a child for 10 years. Only unsurprisingly, Sanji won. And at the scene, I could also see 2 judges, Reka and Nami, who were eating and drinking later. At the same time, Usopp also got into an argument with the eccentric little girl because of a goggle. Finally, the famous bounty hunter, Duddy with the child, who is the father of the child, came out. Challenge Usopp to a duel, and the victor will be able to get this goggle. Duddy, with his children, once fought a duel with Usopp's father and lost. He has children besides. Never take the initiative to provoke pirates with high bounties, not because of lack of strength, but because of fear of accidents, and my daughter will not be able to grow up healthily. He was once the strongest in East Blue among the gunner bounty hunters. It's just that today he is the strongest, and lost to Usopp's powerful sniper talent. Usopp succeeded in relying on his talent to win this goggle, which he loves so much. Originally, he wanted to buy it, but because he put the money in his backpack, he forgot when he paid and was about to go back to get it. As a result, the little girl bought it first. And when Tashigi was walking to the knife shop in despair, he met Zoro, who was also shopping in the shop. Zoro looked at her in shock at the time. She didn't wear glasses, so she only had a rough look, and didn't recognize that Zoro was also one of the most wanted criminals. When she saw Zoro, she saw the store owner flicking Zoro's words of harmony. She was so simple and straightforward that she didn't notice the boss's ugly expression at all. Excitedly expressed his excitement when he saw the famous knife. If it weren't for Tashigi's arrival, he might be able to use 1 or 2 million, or even hundreds of thousands of pellis, to win Zoro, a big knife with a conservative reserve price of 10 million pellis. The guaranteed price is this price, but a real swordsman, is even willing to spend hundreds of millions of Bailey, or even more, to buy this famous sword. Unable to succeed, the store owner asked Zoro to buy a bunch of cheap swords and weapons with some lack of interest. There are only 50,000 berries each, and Zoro, who only has 100,000 berries in his pocket, doesn't have a good choice. Rummaging in the wooden barrel containing the sword, and then my eyes fell on the third-generation ghost hidden in it. Zoro picked up the knife, his expression gradually becoming serious. This knife, I remember it is, the third-generation Onitsu, its predecessor, the second-generation Onitsu, is a big sharp sword, and the previous first-generation Onitsu is the supreme sharp sword. Uncle, is it really only sold for 50,000 baileys? Tashigi looked at the boss in disbelief and asked. The boss looked ugly and remained silent. It's really great, you should choose it, it's a good knife. Tashigi said pleasantly. No, this knife, not for sale. The shop owner hesitated for a while, but finally he didn't want to sell this knife to harm people. Let me just say, such a good knife only sells for 50,000 baileys. It's strange no matter how you think about it. The boss must have misplaced it. Tashigi said quickly. No. It's like that. The shop owner defended, but it was still a little hard to say. It's just that Zoro pointed out the characteristics of this knife, it's a demon knife. Chapter 109. Did you know? The store owner was extremely surprised, because from the previous point of view, Zoro should be a layman. Otherwise, how could he not even know the value of Hidei's words just now? I don't know, but I can feel it. Zoro's perception ability has risen to a very powerful level since he comprehended the sword intent and slashed steel profound truth. Since first generation Onitoru's knives are all very excellent, but every one is a demon sword. Many famous swordsmen have tragically died after wearing Onitoru. Now there is no sword in this world. How is using Onitoru's sword? Because even if you use it without knowing it, you will disappear from this world. I also want to get rid of this thing as soon as possible, it feels like I'm going to be cursed by it. The store owner's eyes and face are full of horror. Although he said he wanted to dispose of it, but when he really had to sell it, his conscience still couldn't bear it. If it was a vicious pirate customer, he might have sold it, but this guy with green hair doesn't look like that kind of person. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was such a scary knife. Tashigi apologized hastily. I like it, that's it. But after Zoro looked at it several times, it is indeed a rare good knife except that it is too evil. Stupid idiot. I won't sell it. If you die because of this, wouldn't it mean that I killed you? The shop owner was shocked. He had already explained the situation just now, but he still wanted it. Is he a commodity? That's good, my luck and its curse, let's see which one is stronger. Zoro grinned slightly, then weighed the demon sword third generation Onitsu in his hand, threw it up, and stretched his arms in front of him. The knife circled and fell on the track. Stop it. It's very sharp. Your hand will be cut off. Seeing this, the shop owner almost had a heart attack. No way. Tashigi was also surprised. Hearing the sound of geesh circling and falling from above, Zoro didn't withdraw his arm, but closed his eyes, carefully feeling the difference of this knife. It exudes a prehistoric beast-like aura. When the third generation Onitsu was about to cut off Zoro's arm, at the moment of contact, it seemed like a coincidence, Onitsu bypassed Zoro's arm, and with a clang, almost the entire knife sank straight into the ground, which shows that its sharpness is extraordinary. I've accepted him. Zoro smiled confidently, it seemed that his luck was even better. Pata, but Tashigi and the store owner were so frightened by this move that they collapsed to the ground. What an embarrassment to Marine. People nowadays are so fierce. With the sharpness of famous knives, there is a high probability that his arm will be cut off just now. Tashigi looks dazed. Choose another one for me. Zoro said to the woman who looked like Kuina. Although they look the same, they actually have completely different personalities. But in terms of knife recognition, she does seem to be a professional. Wait a minute. But at this time, the shop owner, who was deeply shocked by Zoro's courage, ran into the house quickly, and brought back his own treasure, the quick knife. Snow away. Quick knives. My house is not a famous shop, but this is the best knife in my shop. I can't afford it, didn't you say? I have no money. Zoro was very aware of his financial situation. If he had money, he would use it to choose from a handful of promotional items of 50,000 Baileys. No money, of course Geesh won't accept your money. I'm sorry for trying to lie to you just now. I haven't seen the eyes of a good swordsman for a long time. They say that the sword will choose a good master. I wish you good luck. 3 knives are sure to be more reliable. A moment later Zoro came out from the weapon shop, resting on the 3 long-lost knives with one hand, feeling a sense of security. It's a joy to be able to gather the weapons you need before entering the Grand Line. You're so stingy, you actually gave away all the heirlooms. The burly figure of the store proprietress appeared behind the boss, scaring him into a cold sweat. What's wrong with men entrusting their dreams to men? Hurry up and take out the trash. Yes, yes. Of course, in the end Zoro took a loan from Nami and had to repay it 3 times, leaving the only 100,000 Baileys to the shop owner. Tashigi leaves with Zoro, and the two communicate a lot along the way. Tashigi's dream is to recover all famous swords in the hands of bad guys. For a moment Zoro thought Tashigi was challenging him. It was later discovered that she seemed to be a marine, but she didn't know herself at all, and she even got lost while walking. Really, people nowadays can get lost so easily. Hey, isn't that Luffy? Didn't I say I went to buy a pair of glasses, and the person disappeared when I came out? Forget it, we just met by chance. Tashigi didn't think much about it, but just rushed to the marine base and vaguely felt that Zoro's attire looked familiar. But I didn't wear glasses before and didn't look carefully. I wonder if Marine Base has the latest news about Straw Hat Crew now. Luffy flew here before, so he lay down on the ground and took a nap. This made the uninformed people who eat melons wonder whether Luffy fell to his death. But after a long time, no one paid any attention to him. Woo! It's such a comfortable sleep. Yo, Luffy! Zoro! What are you doing here? Aren't you going to the execution platform? I'm lost. Luffy admitted generously. Why are you so proud? But it's great, I'm hungry, let's have dinner together. Good. Luffy never refuses to eat. A moment later, a restaurant. Damn it. That hateful Straw Hat Kid can't find him anywhere, and he got the news that he is in this town. Buggy fiercely cut the steak on the plate and ate it. It's just that the current Captain Buggy is very low-key and still wears a cape. Speaking of Captain, why do we have to wear this cloak? Machi asked puzzled. Don't you even know the basics of being a pirate? In this place, there is a troublesome guy named Colonel Smoker. If he finds out, let alone looking for the Straw Hat Boy, even we will follow. Idiot! Buggy said angrily. In short, we must find the Straw Hat Boy as soon as possible, understand? Buggy became more and more angry, and angrily hammered the table, causing the money bag on the table to jump. Yes. The angry Buggy didn't realize it at all. Luffy and Zoro were also full of food and drink at the table next to them, back to back. I'm full. Before leaving Rogtown, I really need to have a full meal. I was starving to death just now. Luffy patted his round belly and said contentedly. Hearing this, Zoro poured a glass of fine wine. Actually, I am too. Although I'm starving to death, I don't have any money. So luckily I met you. Asking for flowers. I don't have any money either. Luffy said honestly. Nanny. Zoro was surprised, this situation is not good. Don't you have any money? Luffy asked back. How could I have it? Zoro said speechlessly, he even borrowed money from Nami to buy the knife. Hahaha. That's right. Luffy thought of the usual Zoro, who often borrowed money from Nami, and couldn't help but burst into laughter and patted the table. Then what about this meal? Zoro asked in a low voice. I don't know if the boss can let us go. That Straw Hat Kid is so hateful. Damn. Damn. Captain Buggy became angrier as he thought about it, and kept patting the table like Luffy. Slapping and slapping, the money bag flew directly onto Luffy's straw hat. What? You want to invite us? I'm really sorry. Luffy took the money bag on the straw hat, and when he opened it, it was full of gold coins, and he took a bill in his hand. He naively thought that the guests next to him knew they were in trouble and wanted to invite them to dinner. And after asking, the other party was silent and didn't object, so Luffy paid the bill with the gold coins. Then walk up to Buggy and put the money bag back in front of Buggy. Thanks. Thanks for the hospitality. Zoro also patted Buggy on the shoulder. It's a pity that Buggy, who was addicted to hatred, didn't care about the situation around him at all, and subconsciously said, "You're welcome." He didn't know, when he looked back suddenly, others were right behind him. After a few seconds, Buggy woke up like a dream, the voice just now. "Yeah, it's the Straw Hat BD. Machi replied. "Machi. You super idiot, hurry up." "Yes, yes. Marine Base. Colonel Smoker, all the men have been dispatched. As long as the Straw Hat Kid comes out again, we will be able to find him. He will definitely come out, he will come to the execution platform again, and let everyone get ready." Smoker could see Luffy's eyes and expression as he wanted to climb up to the execution platform. It was yearning and admiration from the bottom of his heart. He failed to climb up just now, and he will definitely come again. Because he had felt this way before. Yes. Hearing this, the subordinate didn't say much. Colonel Smoker. Tashigi had also returned by this time. "Where have you been?" "I met the tyrant of the Straw Hat crew, Reka." Although Tashigi thought about hiding it, because such an encounter was too shameful. But for her, Smoker is not only a boss, but also a relative of her father and brother. What? Smoker was taken aback, but he was relieved when he saw that Tashigi was safe and sound. "Tell me about the specific situation." "Yes." Tashigi recounted the encounter. "The tavern, the bartender, that is to say, the Straw Hat Pirates, not all of them are idiots like the captain, but someone is collecting information. It seems that the Straw Hat crew is the most difficult guy to deal with. But it's normal, after all, the 100 million Bailey bounty is placed there. Smoker is not willing to believe that they are just drinking, the most reasonable explanation should be to collect intelligence. It's going to be windy." Reka stood on a high place, looking in the direction of the Grand Line. "By the way, your devil fruit, do you want to exchange it for money here?" Nami asked suddenly. Chapter 110. Why don't you eat it? After eating this devil fruit, people will become slippery and extraordinarily beautiful. Reka suggested. In fact, if the devil fruit is very powerful, it's fine, but the slippery fruit can't improve the combat power, it can only improve the appearance. When I was looking for this item, Reka thought I got it, so I went to exchange it for a good value, and later thought that it would be good to exchange it for the arrogance value. But these days, Reka has never encountered a second devil fruit. Only then did I realize that this thing is indeed a rare item. If it is replaced by Bailey, or replaced by an arrogance value that can automatically increase and can be obtained through multiple channels, it does not seem to be worthwhile. But Reka doesn't want to use it himself, he already has enough. No matter how handsome he is, he will soon be able to conquer the world with his appearance. He doesn't want to become the most beautiful man in the world, so that others will not know and think that he has something to do with Hancock. In Reka's current system store, there is no devil fruit for sale. Reka's shopping mall system items are refreshed every once in a while, and there are many more things. And what appeared before will accumulate. However, if you want new items, Reka can spend some arrogance points to refresh, and the required arrogance points are not small before. But for Reka, who now has more than 10,000 arrogance in July 13, it's nothing. Reka basically has everything he wants, so he took the initiative to refresh it. Because of successive encounters with Hawkeye, Garp, Dragon, and other top powerhouses, Reka's performance value and arrogance value have risen rapidly recently. The exchanged intermediate conqueror's haki and advanced 6 styles, even though they are the most proficient, are like innate. But this is just the control of this single product. If you want to integrate all your abilities and use them together, you have to rely on Reka to study and develop this level of proficiency. With multiple abilities, only one ability is used at a time, and when used in conjunction with multiple skills, the effect is completely different. Reka is in no rush to redeem Advanced Conqueror's haki as well. To put it simply, in the short term, the various abilities have improved too much, and Reka has not yet fully controlled it. This kind of happy trouble, Reka likes it very much, and wishes to come back several times. Anyway, there are foundations, and it will not take long to integrate them perfectly. During this period, the strength of Nami, Usopp, and Sanji should also be mentioned. Although Nami Usopp didn't say it, Reka could see that seeing his partners getting stronger all the time, they were very complicated. After all, they are true commoners, only gifted in certain ways. In the future, they will all stand alone, and for them to better integrate into this group, perhaps it is necessary to change their strength magically. Sanji's kicking skills, plus he has the modified genes of the Germa kingdom, he is like a man of steel. There is 8 inner gates gymnastics and 6 styles in the mall that are very suitable for him. As long as Nami told her before, the magic cannon, some methods of manipulating elements, maybe she can master it, and Reka himself is actually researching it recently. But there are still many books about magic in the mall, so how to choose is a problem. Reka is not afraid to spend the arrogance value, anyway, the arrogance value spent will be multiplied from them. This is the fastest way to earn arrogance besides colliding with top experts. Instead, choose the most suitable and best according to the characteristics of Nami. The strengthening of Usopp must have advantages in perception capture, and in addition, the equipment must be good, so that it can be seen, and the attacks it makes are also lethal. In terms of perception, observation haki is a direction, but he is not as talented as Zoro and the others. If he wants to learn it, it may take a long time. However, if it is to improve eyesight, Reka Mall has a lot of products about pupil surgery. Even Luffy Zoro is still able to carry out the next step of training, the Wuji swordsmanship, which mainly embodies the mind, using oneself to move the power of the heavens and the earth, and at best, a set of Yufeng swordsmanship. Zoro himself has the talent in this aspect, no matter his no-sword style tornado, or the future 3-sword style black rope tornado, they are all changes of sword moves that combine sword energy and violent wind. If the real technique of Yufeng swordsmanship and Wuji's intelligence are integrated, Reka believes that with Zoro's talent, it will definitely make the swordsmanship go to a higher level from the original level. As for Luffy, there is no need to develop other special abilities. He is the son of destiny in this world, as long as he squeezes out his own talents. It is enough for him to go to the top of this world. At present, armament haki, knowledge color, and even conquerors need to be enhanced in many ways. And the development of devil fruit ability should keep up. It is best to be able to master the 4th gear without waiting 2 years. Although Reka doesn't care about the time, if they are separated for 2 years, it will probably be boring during this time. And if you want to stay together, you only need to increase your strength. But all these will be implemented after leaving Rogtown and when everyone gathers on the boat again. Unbeknownst to Nami, Reka already had a very complete renovation plan in mind. Hearing Reka's words, her beautiful eyes rippled. Can I become more beautiful after eating this devil fruit? Sure enough, no woman can resist this temptation. Even though Nami is usually very confident about her body and appearance. But after getting along these days, she already understood how magical devil fruit is. Yes. With Rika's affirmation, Nami became more and more excited. You are willing to give me such a precious thing? There is no conspiracy. Nami looked at Rika suspiciously. In her impression, it was impossible for Rika to suffer such a disadvantage during the day. We are partners. But Rika just said lightly. Nami was embarrassed and ashamed for a moment, and she even doubted him. Of course, the partner belongs to the partner, the price still has to be calculated clearly, it is cheaper, 99 million Baileys, you can owe it first if you have no money. Sure enough, you're right to suspect. After calming down, Nami carefully weighed the pros and cons, and Rika said it, but Nami knew what he wanted. It is true that he can eat it now. As for the money or not, if he doesn't pay it back, can he still let himself promise with his body? Can I become stronger after eating this? Nami asked a sentence that didn't quite fit her usual, although she played the most core and irreplaceable role on the ship. But Nami is a very strong woman, her combat strength has always been her shortcoming, and she will enter the Grand Line soon. If you can become stronger, maybe you can think about it a little bit. A little bit, but not very noticeable. Will it turn into a landlubber? At the moment it will, and in the future there may be something that will eliminate this side effect. Then I don't want it. Although she was very reluctant, Nami, who was a navigator and loved the sea very much, found it difficult to accept being a landlubber. Then put it in your place first. Even if you want to sell it, you won't sell it here. There are too few people here who can afford hundreds of millions of belly. Go back to the Grand Line and sell it. By the way, see which night you are free these few days, I will make up your homework for you. Rika disappeared after leaving a sentence. In the next second, it appeared on top of the tallest building in Rogtown. Leave behind a confused Nami. What did he just say? Did he come to find himself one night in the past few days? What is this BD? In the evening, look for her, lonely man and widow. Nami is not a girl who is not deeply involved in the world. Nami wasn't really disgusted, and even had some indescribable pleasure, as if a certain wood had finally opened up. But wouldn't he speak euphemistically, nicely, gently, and more romantically? Good idea. Nami murmured to herself with a slightly red face. At this moment, on the execution platform, Luffy, who had finished eating with Zoro, blew his hat away because of a gust of wind, and Zoro got lost again while he was chasing the hat. And the hat was blown by a strange wind, and it actually floated directly to the execution platform. This time, Luffy finally used his ability to eject directly onto the execution platform. Look at the execution platform, who is that? Many people in the square stopped to watch. That's where the death row criminals are executed, but since Roger was executed here 22 years ago, no pirate has been eligible to be executed here. It was today, 22 years ago. One Piece was executed here. Luffy stood on the execution platform, looking at the audience, the scenery in front of him, with a look of excitement. This is the scenery that One Piece saw before he died. It's really good. Unbeknownst to Luffy, many Marines have already been ambushed on many buildings around the square. The entire square, including the execution platform, has been surrounded. It's just that there is no order from Colonel Smoker, they just stay hidden. It's finally here, it's too slow. Smoker got the order 3.2, got up and went to the square. Colonel Smoker. Tashigi also held the famous sword Shiger, and asked to fight together. Come on. At the same time, on the central street, a group of pirates wearing cloaks also approached the execution platform. Standing at such a high place, Luffy has long been noticed by the eyeliners of Buggy's group. Finally able to avenge this, BD Straw Hat Boy. This time, you must have nowhere to escape. They and a group of pirates are also rapidly approaching the execution platform. Hey, people up there, come down, a local policeman with a megaphone shouted to Luffy. Why? Luffy didn't understand. This is the execution platform under the special jurisdiction of the world government, come down to me immediately. Don't say such unreasonable things, Mr. Police. Luffy also shouted from the air. If you don't come down, just wait to be arrested. Mr. Police shouted, but he didn't realize there was a group of people wearing cloaks behind him. Go away. Pang. This policeman was shot flying by a huge lion's foreleg. Straw Hat Boy, I finally found you. Who are you? Luffy looked at the group of unexpected guests in a daze. Chapter 111. By the way, it's normal that you can't recognize it like this. What about this? Buggy Clown sneered, and then took off the windbreaker on himself. Now that the Straw Hat Boy has been found, get rid of him as soon as possible, and then he can leave quickly. At that time, even if Smoker discovers the situation here and mobilizes troops to rush here. They had already fled away, and they didn't have so many scruples. The Buggy Clown naturally didn't know that the surroundings were already surrounded by Marines. The finale is a good show, and now it's a gorgeous debut, Monkey D. Luffy, since the day you beat me to the ground last time, I have finally returned to my companions with the strong will of revenge. It was really a big adventure, missing body parts. I lived through the joys and sorrows and friendship of Little Buggy's big adventure. No. What are you talking about? Buggy said. Reminiscing about his big adventure stories, but quickly realized that it was useless to tell the enemy. Ah. What is your name? Wait a minute, don't say it, I seem to have an impression, Porgy, Boogie, it's not right, Bessie, by the way, you are called horse manure. Luffy clapped his hands together, said very confidently. What horse manure? What are you kidding? You are still so brave. You stinking lunatic. Buggy roared in hysterical anger. Buggy, it's the Buggy Pirates. Run. Luffy couldn't recognize it, but passers-by in the square did. Ah! The lively crowd suddenly became commotion, and everyone started to flee. Seeing this, Buggy waved his hand, people, stay where you are. Now let you 21 see how terrifying I am. It's Buggy. Luffy finally remembered when he heard the voice of a passerby. I didn't remember until now. Buggy said angrily. Luffy looked dazed and unguarded, just when he was about to say something. Kabeji touched Luffy's back at some point, and made a bang, before Luffy could react, and was so innocent that Buggy attracted his attention. A shackle was stuck around Luffy's neck, directly pressing him on the execution platform. If this matter is replaced by any strength, even if it is only half of Luffy, it is impossible for the enemy to succeed. But if Luffy gets his way, even if Zoro, Sanji and the others are there, it won't be a surprise. What are you doing? Luffy's hands and head were firmly pressed against the execution platform with shackles, and Kabeji sat on the shackles. Long time no see, Rubber Man, how is Noah Zoro? I thought I was going to die last time. This time it won't be so easy. Kabeji said coldly. Luffy tried to break free from the shackles, but couldn't, as if the shackles still had sea stone in them. He doesn't need much strength. Hahaha, well done, Kabeji, take a good look, my hundreds of millions of servants all over the world are about to start a gorgeous public execution, and now you can't move at all. It's an honor, Straw Hat Boy, you to be able to die in the same place as One Piece, ya ha 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 ha. Buggy laughed more and more wildly. By the end, I felt like I was about to faint from laughter. Along with Buggy's laugh, Nami in another part of town felt the barometric airflow become abnormal. Tianbian Liuyun turned extremely fast. What an abnormal airflow! This is the first time I have encountered such a strange airflow. The wind is also very strange. The storm will soon descend on this island. I must tell them. It always feels like something terrible is going to happen. The weather is not normal. Zoro looked at the sky, where there were dark clouds rolling over at a very fast speed. At this time, Usopp, Sanji and others, who were busy with their respective affairs, all met Nami on the main street. "We have to get the stuff back on the boat as soon as possible." Sanji was carrying the chef competition championship prize, like tuna. "Pirates! It's Buggy the Clown!" At this moment, there was commotion at the end of the street, and many people went crazy and fled. The news came here quickly. "What?" Nami was startled immediately when she heard that. She had a bad premonition. Why would this guy Buggy appear in Rogtown? When Zoro in other streets heard the news, he also frowned. Buggy is such a hero. Luffy can't be in that direction. Zoro suddenly remembered what Reka said when he first came to the island. "If you can't find anyone and get lost, then go to a lively place, and maybe you can meet Luffy." At the same time, Smoker also rushed to the vicinity of the square. Before he had time to personally supervise the battle, he immediately received a report from his subordinates. In addition to the Straw Hat Boys, there are also the Clown Buggy Pirates, who are occupying the square. "It's so rampant under my nose, you really have thick skins," Smoker said in a deep voice. "What to do, Colonel Smoker?" "Send the first troop to the beach, the second troop to surround the square closely from the streets, and the others to stand by within range of the square." After a little thought, Smoker immediately issued a new order. "Yes. Confess to the first team. Once you find a pirate ship, destroy it immediately. Any guy who claims to be a pirate can't escape from this island." "Clear." And new news came out of the square. Buggy the Clown is going to execute Luffy the Straw Hat. "What?" Zoro, Sanji, and others were shocked when they heard the news. "Their captain has been captured, and will be publicly executed. What a joke." But they dare not bet it's still fake. Luffy is going to be executed. Usopp was taken aback. "That idiot." Nami was also speechless. "Here I leave it to you." After Sanji dropped his things, he quickly ran towards the square, and Zoro did the same. "Let's go to the port as soon as possible and prepare the ship for sailing." Nami and Usopp went to the port to prepare the Golden Mary. "Colonel Smoker, please come here, the situation seems to be a bit strange." From a tall building near the square, the overall situation of the square can be seen. "What's wrong?" "Look." Smoker had just reached the heights where they could see the whole situation and decide what orders to issue. He took the binoculars and looked towards the execution platform, and immediately saw Luffy being pressed on the execution platform, and Captain Sanji, who was already on the execution platform, stepping on Luffy. Zoro with a rampant face. "What are they doing?" "Monkey D. Luffy, how come, he is about to be killed." Tashigi looked surprised. "How did that kid end up like this?" Smoker frowned slightly after seeing the situation clearly through the binoculars. Although the Straw Hat Boy is a pirate, he looks not only not cruel, but rather silly. If he is arrested, there may be opportunities for reform, but if he is killed, he will lose everything. Smoker couldn't help but think of the pure look in Luffy's eyes when he met him and said he was looking for the execution platform. "I thought he was a little different from others, and that he was a man I cared about, but that's all." Smoker looked at quietly, with a rather disappointed tone. "Colonel Smoker, all the troops are in place, are we going to launch an assault now?" asked the officer beside him. "Stupid, take it easy. But if this drags on, the prestige of our marine. I'm in charge here." Smoker sulked slightly. "Yes. If the pirates want to help me deal with the pirates, wouldn't it be great if we don't need to do our best? Listen, when the head of the Straw Hat Boy falls to the ground, immediately surround the buggy pirates. No one will be allowed to escape." Smoker resolutely said. As the words fell, the churning dark clouds in the sky quickly swept from the coast to the center of Rogtown, the wind picked up, and the lightning and thunder continued. Everyone's heart is full of fear and anxiety. At the same time, on the execution platform, the triumphant clown buggy began to read out Luffy's charges, sinner, monkey D. Luffy, for daring to annoy me, in this gorgeous HT. Oh! Buggy's subordinates immediately shouted excitedly, like a group of happy monkeys, shooting wildly into the sky. There are many bold people nearby, still haven't run, haven't dispersed yet. They are all people who claim to have some strength. Like Rog's young mafia leader, Bartholomew. It's the first time I've watched the execution. Luffy looked at the bustling crowd below, feeling that he was as excited and happy as them, without considering his own situation at all. But soon Buggy's words broke his mood. You are going to be executed. Me? Luffy pointed at himself. Ah! Ah! Luffy was stunned immediately, his eyeballs were about to pop out. What are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Now it's time for a grand execution and public execution. Stop! Don't! I'm sorry, I won't do it again, please save me. Luffy apologized unwillingly, he never thought that he would be executed. Fear is not fear, regret is not regret, just a symbolic struggle. How could I save you, idiot? Is there anything else to say in the end? Buggy was about to cry from Luffy's anger. What was this idiot thinking? The one who caught him was himself. How could he save him? It's rare that there are so many people watching. Whether you have something to say or not, you're going to die anyway. Buggy stepped on Luffy's head, holding a sharp knife in his hand. When Luffy heard it, it was the same, so he looked at the people below and shouted loudly, I am the man who is going to be the One Piece. I'm the man who wants to become the One Piece. The hearty voice spread throughout the square, echoing endlessly. Everyone in the square was stunned when they heard the words, and became the One Piece. Dare to say in this town, is it fearlessness, ignorance, or courage? Stop! Luffy, hold on. We are here to save you. At this time, the two main forces, Sanji and Zoro, came from the outside. Kill them! The subordinates of the buggy pirates swarmed up. Even if they met, they could knock down several pirates, but no matter how fast they knocked down the enemy, it can't be faster than the moment when the knife in Buggy's hand falls. Luffy struggled again, but in the end, he was still motionless and had no strength. Buggy's knife was already raised high. At this moment, Luffy has accepted his fate of imminent death. He showed his big white teeth and grinned, Reka, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami. I'm dying. Chapter 112. From everyone's point of view, Luffy is hopeless and dead. Even Colonel Smoker understood that even if he shot himself, it was impossible to save Luffy from this distance the moment someone swung a knife. Moreover, he is a pirate, and he is a marine, so he has no intention of saving him at all. Get ready to fight. Seeing that the clown Buggy had raised the knife in his hand, Smoker immediately raised his hand and said to Marine beside him. In his order just now, as soon as the head of the Straw Hat fell to the ground, the whole army immediately attacked to take down the clown Buggy pirates, and no one was allowed to escape. Zoro, like a ray of destruction, slashed 3 times, bursting out with terrifying murderous aura and sword skills. Even the flying slash was swept out. He obviously couldn't accept the fact that Luffy was about to be executed just like that. Buggy's subordinates just came into contact with such a beast as Zoro, and they were swept away and pierced through in a very short time. Its powerful strength and magical beast-like aura made many people amazed. As expected of East Blue's famous pirate hunter. That's, 3rd generation ghost. That man before was Loya Zoro, damn it. It's the Straw Hat Pirates again, how dare you lie to me? Tashigi is wearing glasses and holding a telescope at the moment. Seeing the situation in the square clearly, when she saw Zoro's saber, she immediately knew Zoro's true identity. This is really embarrassing. As a marine, he actually helped a bounty criminal introduce weapons not long ago. Sanji's legs swept across, opening and closing, like a black windmill, kicking away one pirate after another, causing fear in the pirates' hearts. But this distance, this time is still too late. Reka, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami. Sorry. I'm dying. Luffy smiled frankly. The two heard the voice of Luffy saying goodbye to them, and both subconsciously looked towards the execution platform. What nonsense! He laughed. Smoker looked horrified. The blade fell and approached Luffy's neck infinitely. Zoro and Sanji's faces became very ugly. Crackling. But at this moment, the dark clouds that had been brewing for a long time in the sky resounded with thunder, and a dazzling lightning that illuminated the entire square boomed and struck straight towards the execution platform. In an instant, the execution platform's current surged, and there were several bangs, and the screws and other fixed metal objects of the execution platform cracked under the lightning bombardment. And the two people on the execution platform were shrouded in electric current, and Buggy Clown's complacent expression froze in an instant. Boom! The huge execution platform fell down, and at this moment, heavy rain began to pour down. Everyone was shocked to see this extremely strange scene. During Buggy's execution, he was struck by lightning. What's going on? It looks like the Scourgeon legendary. What happened to the two of them? Are they still alive? At the last moment, was Luffy's head chopped off. In everyone's shocked and puzzled eyes, a straw hat was flying in the air, and then it was caught by a hand. Everyone looked at it, and it was Luffy, while Buggy was lying on the ground with a scorched face. Hahaha. In the end, he is still alive, so he earned it. Luffy smiled happily. Everyone present looked at Luffy, who was still alive and kicking, dumbfounded. Even if Buggy failed to chop it down with a knife just now, the lightning should be able to cause some damage. But no, he's still alive and kicking. This. It's like a miracle. He smiled. At this moment, a little fan looked at the place where the execution platform fell, trembling with excitement. Bartolomeo couldn't believe it, looking at that figure, his eyes were filled with admiration. The one who goes to death calmly and faces death with a smile. He is the real king of this sea. Hey, do you believe in God? Sanji asked Zoro with a surprised face. It seemed like a miracle. Stop talking nonsense, get out of here, it seems that there will be a commotion. It's a pity that Zoro doesn't believe in God or anything like that. And it has also been noticed that there is a marine encirclement around it. Is this your ability? Dragon. Reka stood on a high place, looking at the rolling endless clouds. On the same tall building, a dragon wearing a cloak stood quietly, like an inconspicuous statue. But there are invisible air currents and strong winds surging on his body. Through the air currents and winds, the dragon manipulates the friction of the atmosphere, and controls the storm and lightning. This kind of natural disaster power and fine manipulation made Reka amazed, which is much stronger than the average Logia ability user. Long noticed where Reka was, and nodded slightly, but Reka pretended not to see, lest this fanatical guy pester him again. Go! Surround all the pirates! Although Smoker's heart was full of turmoil and extremely uneasy, he regained his senses immediately and issued a combat order. Oh! The Marines ambushing all around suddenly shouted and rushed out to kill the pirates. Here we come! Sanji's expression froze. There were many Marines, and as soon as they rushed over, they fought with Buggy's subordinates. The whole square turned into a chaos. Accompanied by the pouring rain, the sound of clashing swords, gunshots, and shouts of killing all instantly mingled together. It's spectacular, it's amazing. What's going on? Things seem to be terrible. Oh, hoo. Hiss. Luffy looked at the scene of the chaos in front of him, and he didn't feel like he was alive after a catastrophe. Instead, he looked excited, said. Luffy, there's no time to get excited now. Zoro grabbed Luffy's back collar, suppressing Luffy's eagerness to move and want to join the battle. Run away, if you don't hurry back to the boat, you will never be able to leave this island, and you won't be able to go to the Grand Line. Sanji also added a knife. What? That's not okay, what are you two doing? Run away. Luffy ran away, not forgetting to remind Sanji and Zoro in turn. The Straw Hat Boys are about to escape. Stop them quickly. A marine officer shouted immediately upon seeing this. Catch them. Many marines immediately surrounded the three of them, and the three counterattacked at the same time. These ordinary marines couldn't really block them at all. Soon one after another was beaten to the ground. Colonel Smoker, at this moment, still couldn't calm down in his heart. Why did you laugh? Did he know that he would be rescued? No, at that moment, he really thought that his life was coming to an end. He smiled because he accepted death. Yes. Just like that man. Colonel, go and arrest the pirates. The officer beside him reminded. Hey, let me ask you, have you ever seen a pirate laughing on the execution platform? Smoker asked Marine beside him. How is it possible? No matter how powerful the big man is, his face will turn pale at the moment of death. White Zetsu looks extremely disappointed. But the man in the straw hat smiled. It's the same as the pirate king Gore D. Roger who smiled on that execution platform in this town 22 years ago. E.T. Where did the Straw Hat Boys go? Smoker didn't explain anything anymore, ordinary people might not be able to understand, and immediately returned to the current facts. Running to the beach. Where is the First Army? Should blow up their ship. Here, all the gunpowder failed because of the sudden rain, and they're coming back to reload. What did you say? At present, there are backup teams preparing to attack. The officer quickly added. Colonel Smoker, if you let them go to sea, they will enter the Grand Line. Tashigi said hastily. The wind is blowing westward, and it is a favorable wind for their ship. Is this all accidental? As if God wanted to help him survive. But I swear on the name of White Hunter Smoker, Colonel of Marine Headquarters, absolutely not get that man off the island. Smoker sprang into action. Regardless of whether God wants him to survive or not, he will arrest him and bring him to justice. Speaking of which, the tyrant Reka has not been found in the square just now. I don't know where he is hiding, and the first unit on the coast did not encounter him. Marine said suddenly full of doubts. The Straw Hat crew is indeed the core character, he is the captain, yes, but Straw Hat crew, the highest bounty is not the captain, but the Sun Tyrant Reka. A pirate with a reward of up to 100 million Baileys for the first time. A powerful pirate that must not be ignored, until now there is no latest news about him. This made many marine officers feel uneasy. In the open, they can prevent and take corresponding measures. But now I haven't seen anyone, so how can I really feel at ease? That man. When Tashigi heard this, his heart was very heavy, and there was a constant sense of shame pouring out of his heart. I slashed with all my strength many times before, but the opponent easily blocked it with a finger. And also defeated two pirates who came to seek revenge on her. For her who didn't have glasses at the time, it was no less than a life-saving grace, but when I think of these powerful guys today, they are all pirates. Tashigi, Li Zhao, was very angry in her heart. These famous knives must not fall into the hands of pirates. She wanted to defeat them and take back the famous knives. This is indeed a problem, but as long as their captain is caught, others will be able to force them out sooner or later. Smoker didn't ignore this problem, but the other party didn't show their traces, and they were extremely difficult to track. After all, not all pirates are as careless as the Straw Hat Boy. The captain almost died just now, and he didn't come out. Could it be that he is a coward? Will Marine overestimate Reka's strength? A marine officer questioned. At this moment, Smoker turned into white smoke and went down the stairs. When he was about to chase the Straw Hat, a calm voice suddenly sounded, "Everyone, the Grand Line ahead, send it here." A handsome and masculine figure came from the sky, and a terrible sense of oppression fell on everyone present like a solid atmosphere. Reka is carrying a one-handed axe, looking down at everyone. Even if it is a stormy day, the sun will not rise anymore. But there is the sun in the heart, anger is a fuel for combustion, and cards can use 10,000 areas. Not to mention that he has 6 styles, haki, swordsmanship, and other abilities. Reka stepped into the air from a high altitude, and there was a loud bang, and a terrifying airflow, like a white shock wave, landed directly on the square to celebrate. In an instant, hundreds of pirate marines were all blown away by the shock wave of the airflow from this foot. Chapter 113. What? Smoker looked shocked, and couldn't help but stop chasing Luffy. Reka showed up. And such a high-profile presence. Could it be that he summoned the lightning just now to save the Straw Hat Boy? But he had been staring at the execution platform just now. That kind of lightning didn't seem to be controlled by people, but moved with the storm. He also doesn't believe that a pirate who has just been offered a bounty has a strength that he can't see through at all. What is this? Marine and the pirates all looked horrified, and just stepped on it, and this kind of airflow like a vertical shock wave was produced. More than 90% of the pirate marines present were blown away, without even making a move. All members were defeated. Seeing this, Tashigi breathed a sigh of relief for some reason. It turned out that it wasn't her own food, but everyone else's food, which made me feel much better. He's standing in the air. Flying. No, this is not flying, this is simply standing in the air. Is this still human? How do you do it? This is unreasonable. The marine pirates who were blown away all had expressions of disbelief. Flying, that is a difficult problem that human beings have not yet overcome. Seeing it with my own eyes is quite shocking to the people of East Blue. Sun Tyrant, Reka. What do you want to do? Smoker was also shocked by Reka's strength, but he didn't think he would lose. He has roughly figured out the character of the Straw Hat Kid, but Reka doesn't understand at all. This is the first time we meet him, so he needs to figure out what he wants to do first. He knows how to deal with it. Ordinary people may not say it, but a strong and confident person often doesn't care that others know what he wants to do. Some people even take the initiative to promote it, in order to give themselves a great sense of satisfaction in their hearts. Oh, it's Reka. Luffy and the others ran not far away and noticed the movement behind them. 027 looked back and immediately greeted happily. Don't stop, hurry up and set sail, Reka-san will follow. Zoro is extremely convinced of Reka's strength. During the training, the 3 of them are now going together, they are still not rivals, and they will be trained by Reka. Now only Reka can hold off all the pursuers and give them enough time to sail. That's right, woohoo, it's time to go to the Grand Line. Luffy said excitedly. Even though there is a strong wind and rain at this moment, and a big storm is coming, it can't extinguish his blood. Sanji Zoro also grinned when he heard the words, they are not far from their dream place. Let's go now, let's go now. What do you want to do? Isn't it obvious at a glance? Our captain is going to sail. Although he likes to be lively, how can he be happy if he can't even go out to sea, let alone the pirate marine is on show? It's not appropriate that only our captain is being beaten. Reka stared at everyone arrogantly. How could he miss such a stage where the value of his performance increased, but he didn't want to engage in unnecessary battles. Especially now that the sky is covered by dark clouds, although Reka has strength, he doesn't have the blood to fight with it. So I only plan to harvest a wave of performance points and then leave. This is a meaningless battle. Reka also wants to enter the Grand Line as soon as possible, to find trouble for the sand crocodile, ahem. No, wait for the sand crocodile to trouble them. After all, the acting value and arrogance value that a town can obtain are not at the same level as a country. You are pirates. Do you need a reason to take you down? Now that, Spaff, has appeared, let's take you down first. Smoker took off the 10-handed weapon inlaid with sea stone, and rushed over quickly. Colonel Smoker has shot, take him down. The Marines shouted excitedly when they saw this, and their morale was also boosted. The strength of the school is obvious to all during Rog's years. It's the guy who didn't make a move last time. I always feel bad. Seeing this situation, Kabeji always felt that it was not a wise choice to trouble the Straw Hat Boy this time. There are so many pirates Marine, none of them are his one-shot enemies, and now they are the only way to escape this place safely. It's best if these two fight each other. Whoosh! Smoker has strong physical fitness and has also practiced Marine 6 styles, which used to be one of the required courses for Marine officer reserves. This physical technique can help them break through the limits of the human body. Smoker came to Reka in the blink of an eye. Don't even plan to use the fruit ability? It seems that our idiot captain made you think we are nothing more than that? There is a price to be paid for underestimating the enemy, Mr. Colonel. Reka said indifferently. Then the figure disappeared suddenly, flashing towards Smoker at an even faster speed. When Smoker saw this high-speed movement, his face was shocked. You also know the 6 moves. Pang! Reka not only understands, but also is faster. After all, the 6 styles are advanced, and it only needs to be upgraded to the perfect level. On the 6 forms alone, he doesn't even have to worry about Vice Admiral Garp. A Smoker who hasn't had time to use his abilities, although his eyes catch it, his body can't keep up with the reaction. Reka just took a step, and the axe with one hand directly slammed on the astonished Smoker and swept him away. Fluffy! I never expected that Reka would burst into such a terrifyingly fast Smoker, like a cannonball, piercing through dozens of buildings in a row before slowly stopping. The buildings collapsed there, the smoke and dust billowed, and Smoker didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Colonel Smoker! All Marines, Tashigi and others present changed their faces drastically, and they couldn't help but exclaimed out of worry. How is this possible? That's Colonel Smoker. How could it be possible to be sent flying by the opponent? The Marines felt that their gods were collapsing. In their eyes, Colonel Smoker, who was almost invincible, was blown away so far by such a terrifying force in just one meeting. This is like a dream, and they cannot imagine and accept such a fact. In Legendary, the demon of the pirates, the Marine mad dog known as the White Hunter, lay down with one move. Captain Buggy, what kind of monsters did you bring us to provoke? I want to quit this pirate group. Kabeji he was so frightened that he was trembling. If his legs were not weak, he would have run away now. BD! How dare you kill Colonel Smoker? Tashigi drew his sword angrily. A pirate, indeed a pirate. Killing people like hemp, Smoker didn't even use his full strength this time, maybe he will. Thinking of this possibility, Tashigi couldn't help feeling sad, and decisively drew his sword at Reka. The weak draw their swords. But their lives are on the line. Reka flashed in front of Tashigi, facing the sword swung by Tashigi, flicked his fingers lightly, and there was a crisp sound. Tashigi was sent flying with his sword and hit the wall, and his whole body was embedded in it. The audience fell silent for a moment. Those who are powerful and capable of shooting are basically not the one-stroke enemy of this terrible tyrant, which is too terrifying. There is no one who can play. Sure enough, East Blue is no longer available. I hope Grand Line can have more fun. Reka said. After leaving a chic back for everyone present, he walked away from here, one step at a time, hundreds of meters in a flash, and disappeared from the execution platform square in just a few blinks of an eye. Damn it, Colonel Smoker! Tashigi grieved and hated his incompetence so much. To get stronger, to be stronger. This feeling of powerlessness is too bad. Why are you crying? Am I such an easy-to-die person? Where's that guy? Whoosh! But at this moment, the slightly embarrassed Smoker turned into a thick white smoke and sprayed over. His face was very gloomy. He didn't underestimate the enemy, it's just that at the beginning of the battle, people are used to testing the strength of the enemy with the smallest effort. Only in this way can we formulate a winning method, but it is a pity that with this temptation, the opponent knocked himself out with one move. Run! Tashigi and the other marines breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Smoker seemed to be fine. The main reason is that the power of Rika's axe is too terrifying. Colonel Smoker, who was knocked out, crashed directly through an entire nearby street. That's right, Colonel Smoker is a very rare Logia demon fruit power. How could he be defeated in East Blue? A marine suddenly thought of something, and the fear just now gradually dissipated. Catch me up! Don't let one go! Smoker admitted that he still didn't pay enough attention to the Straw Hat Pirates. This guy should indeed be stronger than the Straw Hat Boy, that's why he suffered such a big loss. But now, this will not happen again. See you later, and take them down with all your might. Now that you know how strong they are, there's no need to try. Soon, the amphibious motorcycle powered by Smoker Smoke, Byron motorcycle will be here. The buggy pirates were put down by him a few times, and they were all arrested, and then they chased the rest of the marines to the beach. Nami, Usopp. In the distance, Luffy saw Going Merry driving around in a boat. Looking at the damaged ship and the fallen marine on the shore, as well as the second-rate animal trainer of the buggy pirates, unconscious. I knew right away that they had put in a lot of hard work to protect Going Merry, and they had gone through a tough battle. Maybe these enemies are nothing to Luffy, Zoro and the others. But if there is no one to deal with them, no matter how strong they are at this moment, they will not even be able to get out of the sea. Everyone has a role to play. Where's Reka? Why hasn't he come yet? Nami asked anxiously. Everyone is coming, only him is missing. Boom! The storm, the lightning and thunder became more and more intense. This is a very rare and unprecedented storm. The figure of the dragon, appearing and disappearing, like a shadow hidden in the void, followed slightly in the direction Luffy left. Let the wind blow, the storm of fate is coming. Chapter 114. Destroy the enemy's ships and prevent them from going out to sea. Fire. On the coast, there is the deployment of the 1st Marine Corps. At first they planned to use gunpowder to sink the ship, but Nami and Usopp arrived just in time. It prevented the pirates Machi and Marine from trying to destroy the ship. But Marine did not intend to give up. Since the explosives were not enough, they pushed the cannons to bomb them, but because of the storm, many of the cannons failed to fire. There are only a few doors that can be fired, but if used to sink a docked ship, it is completely enough. The premise is that there is no one to stop it. If someone stops it, it will not sink so much, but it can't stay for a long time, otherwise it will not be easy to calibrate the ship even in a storm. But if you leave it too long, a well-placed cannonball can sink this sailing ship. Nami asked Usopp to pull the anchor and began to cruise here with the help of the current and wind. Waiting for Zoro, Sanji and others to board the boat. Zoro, Sanji, Luffy arrived and knocked out the marine who was firing from the bank with one blow. But from all directions, more marines rushed up, and they didn't have much time to win. Once the ship is sunk, it will be completely trapped on this island, even if the marine on this island is not their opponent. But they are a huge system, and they can continuously draw strong men and troops from the nearby marine base. Ultimately, they are the ones who are in danger, so when they are being targeted, it is wise to get rid of them and leave here. But Nami is ready for everything, and the wind direction is also in their favor. As long as everyone is here, she is sure to take everyone and ride the wind and waves to leave here, leaving Marine far away. But Luffy and the others came, but Reka didn't. How could this make her not worry? He's stopping the pursuers, and they'll be coming soon. Leave him there alone. Nami said angrily. Yes. Zoro nodded. Is there a problem? Sanji wondered. Nami, what's wrong with you? You're so strange. Luffy was immediately surprised. With Rika's strength, there was no need to think about it. It must be no problem. After Nami calmed down and thought about it, she realized that she was really in a hurry. If Reka is not safe, it means that the enemy's strength is terrifying. Then Luffy, Zoro and they would have already been arrested. There is no such result now, indicating that the enemy is not so strong that they are invincible. Oh, Nami, are you worried about me? A figure flashed, and Reka appeared on the boat. I'm afraid you're a big-headed ghost, you're just missing the boat. Nami blushed, and then raised her pink fist and hammered it. As a result, it hurt so much that I rubbed my palms, it was too hard. Stop them going to sea, shoot them. Fire. At this time, Marines in teams came to the coast, and the neat musketeers fired at the same time. Cannonballs are roaring, Zoro and Sanji can intercept or cut off the flying cannonballs. Smoke Star. Usopp also took the slingshot and fired smoke bombs at the new shelling team on the shore. I can't see it. Don't fire indiscriminately. Don't accidentally hurt your own people. Get out of the smoke area and reload the shells, we must not let them. Straw Hat Boys, you can't escape. As I said, you can't go to the Grand Line until you beat me. White Snake. Aang Smoker drove his motorcycle to the coast quickly. He had seen the Straw Hat cruise ship, under Nami's command, begin to turn around, once it was turned. With this favorable wind, they can quickly sail away from this sea area by opening the sails. It will be very difficult to catch them when the time comes. So don't let them escape. His whole arm turned into billowing white smoke, stretched out and hit the hull directly. It doesn't matter much to hit anyone, but as long as they hit the ship, none of them can escape. How could it be as you wished? 36 Annoyed Phoenixes. Zoro looked at the attacking White Fist, and instantly knew it was demon fruit power. For this kind of people, Zoro never takes his guard lightly. He slashed out with one blow, the air roared and vibrated, and a sharp sword aura blasted out. Go straight to Smoker's white smoke fist. Flying slash. Smoker's expression froze slightly. Swordsmen of this level are not particularly rare in the Grand Line. But now appearing in East Blue, this new pirate with 30 million Baileys is not in vain. But it's a pity that even a good swordsman is still useless against his own Logia. The sword chi cut through the white smoke without any sense of obstruction, and it passed easily. The sword chi landed on the shore, and there was a bang explosion. And the white smoke that was cut by the sword energy quickly condensed together and became a fist that was no different from before. Keeping the posture of rushing forward, hit the ship. What's the matter? Can't hit. Zoro frowned in confusion, the knife should have been hit. Rubber, machine gun. Seeing this, Luffy quickly blasted out a shadow of fists, smashing the white fists to pieces, but the scattered fists condensed again. It's like hitting the air. It's so strange. It's obviously a hit, how could it be like this? Luffy and Zoro, who had never been in contact with Logia, frowned immediately. It's useless, you can't escape. Seeing this, Lu immediately understood, even if they are the strongest pirate group in East Blue. But there should still be no way to get a person with Logia ability. This time, Smoker was completely at ease, and must arrest each of them. No matter what means they have, he is in an invincible position. Elementalization, the characteristics of immunity to physical attacks, are enough to be hopeless for most people. Thinking of this, Smoker's other arm also turned into snake-like white smoke and blasted out. Is this really human? Luffy, Zoro's attacks are useless. Is this marine so powerful? Usopp saw that the attacks of the two didn't work. Immediately shocked and said, these are the strongest people on board. But there was nothing he could do about Colonel Marine. This is Logia from Devil Fruit. In addition to their abilities, only Haki and Sea Stone weapons can effectively attack them. Of course, I am an exception. The enemies Luffy and others were puzzled while attacking. Finger Pistol Huanglian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Reka pointed out, the sky filled with finger shadows entwined with the sun magic fire blasted out. Fluffy fingers shot out all over the sky, and hit Smoker's white fists that were blasting forward and backward. There was an instant explosion, and then blood spattered. Smoker was in pain, his brows frowned, his face was shocked, his own element was hit. And it's not Haki, how is that possible? Smoker's Logia is not very destructive, but once the Logia fruit is developed to ultimate, it will be a natural disaster for walking. Asking for flowers. But now it has been cracked in East Blue. Smoker has fought many marine officers in the past. I have also been trained by teacher Zephyr, and I know exactly what it feels like to play Haki on elementalization. But the feeling just now is not Haki, but a more domineering energy than Haki. He never heard of it. Does this guy hold a power that is completely different from the existing sea? What? After possessing the ability of the Logia fruit, it's possible that he has never been injured before. Seeing Smoker's stunned look, Reka couldn't help but tease. Hey! Smoker didn't explain much. If he was injured by Haki, he would be in an accident. But I won't be too surprised, after all, this guy is a pirate with a bounty of 100 million Baileys, and there is indeed a certain probability of mastering Haki. Of course, if you practice by yourself without the guidance of a teacher and someone who understands Haki, it is impossible to master this power. Because to master this kind of power, you must first understand the concept of Haki and believe that this kind of thing really exists. Are there different types of devil fruit? Nami asked in surprise. What is Logia? Usopp was also very curious. 0. Why is almost the same attack, Luffy and Zoro have no effect, but the heavy card does? Demon fruit power is plentiful in the Grand Line. According to different abilities, it can be divided into Paramecia, Zoan, Logia, and Logia. It refers to the ability to control natural disasters, such as flames, lightning, strong winds, magma, etc. People with such abilities can destroy it as an attack method that destroys heaven and earth, and it is immune to all physical attacks. Reka said calmly. But the smoker on the shore did not give up, and after a failed blow, he once again rolled up heavy white smoke to cover Going Merry. Covering the entire Going Merry, causing them to temporarily lose their direction, then a pair of white fists flew back and forth in the smoke, trying to find an opportunity to destroy the ship. But even in the white smoke, Reka can clearly capture Smoker's attack. Smash its attacks with one blow, leaving Smoker with no mercy. Immune to all physical attacks, only very few things are effective. Luffy, Zoro and others were shocked, feeling like they opened the door to the new world. It's too foul. Nami also saw how heaven-defying and fouling a person with this ability is. For ordinary powerhouses, Logia is indeed born with a huge advantage, but for the world's first and second-rate powerhouses, as long as Haki is mastered, the existence of elementalization is meaningless. Is it the color of knowledge you taught before? No, it's another one. I'll teach you later. Now, come out. He can't stop us. Reka said to himself. But now the smoke is shrouded in invisible. It's okay. Leave it to me. Smoke can certainly interfere with our vision, but the humidity of the air and heaven direction are all references for the direction. Nami said confidently, patting the majestic mountain peak. Going Merry quickly sailed out of the smoke under Nami's command. Don't try to escape. White smoke sprays. Seeing that he couldn't stop it, and couldn't destroy the ship, Smoker couldn't help feeling a little anxious, and jumped up, wanting to jump directly onto the Going Merry. As a result, Reka just gently pushed out a merciless sun that was several times larger than usual, and it exploded with a bang, and Smoker flew out. And Going Merry took advantage of the wind and went away on the sea at a very high speed. When Tashigi arrived with Marine, even the shadow of Going Merry was gone. Into Chapter 115. You have more than one good partner. Luffy, it seems that I don't need to take action now. Go, if this is the way you choose to live. Looking at the fierce undulating sea, the dragon standing on the shore smiled slightly. It's just that some people laugh, and some have dark faces. Colonel Smoker. Tashiji, who had been defeated by Reka before, came to the shore and looked at Smoker, who was bathed in the heavy rain and had blood on his hands, full of worry. For the first time since Smoker came to Rogtown, she saw Smoker hurt. Prepare the boats to chase the Straw Hats, I'm going to the Grand Line. Smoker always felt aggrieved, and letting them slip away from him like this was undoubtedly an unprecedented blow to his career. It's also to keep my previous promise, how can I let them go to the Grand Line if I don't beat myself down? Koko, Colonel, this island is under your jurisdiction, just in case the higher UPS come to question you. A Marine immediately said dumbfounded. A Marine with a jurisdiction cannot leave the territory where it is located. Then tell them, don't try to order me. Smoker didn't care. I'm going to. Tashiji also said firmly, she couldn't even catch Rika's one move, she was also brooding and couldn't let go. On the sea. 483 Hahaha, the boat seems to be overturned. In the storm, even if the wind is favorable, it is still full of danger, Going Merry is heaving violently. The canvas had already been put away, and everyone standing on the deck could feel the strong shaking. From time to time, a sea wave beats over, splashing sea water washes the deck, the ship is like a flat boat, as if it will be submerged in this natural disaster at any time. However, under the command of Nami, the melee has always been strong, riding the wind and waves, and the speed is extremely fast. And in this dark environment, a bright light suddenly appeared in the far distance. Look at that light! Nami said, pointing to the distant light. Is it the lighthouse on the island? The guiding light, the entrance of the Grand Line is at the end of that light. Nami added and analyzed. Grand Line, is it just ahead? Luffy looked forward to that direction, they were so close to the land of their dreams. To celebrate that the ship is about to sail into the great ocean, let's have a launching ceremony. Sanji said with a smile. Nami, Usopp, Zoro, including Reka, all smiled together. Okay, come on. Luffy had the biggest smile on his face. I'm here to find all blue. Sanji said, and he was the first to lift his right foot and put it on the oak barrel. On this stormy day, he declared his dream. Luffy followed suit, and everyone followed suit. I'm here to become One Piece. I'm here to become a great swordsman. I'm here to map the world. I are to become a brave warrior of the sea. And finally, all eyes are on Reka, especially Nami. She was very curious about what Rika's dream was, she seemed to never know or hear about it. I want to make my wishes come true for my partners. Reka said frankly. Luffy, Zoro, and the others all smiled when they heard the words. They were not surprised. Reka had already expressed his willingness to go to sea when he was fighting Hawkeye. But Nami heard it for the first time, and was stunned for a moment, my god. He is so gentle. Is it because there is no sunshine? No, even if there is sunshine, this is still what he wants to do, but the saying may change, but the original intention remains the same. Damn it, what if I fall in love with rainy days in the future? Let's go, to the Grand Line. Luffy shouted with his legs up. Oh! What they didn't know was that on this same stormy night, 4 or 5 marine warships were also sailing. The storm keeps all the marines busy, but luckily, the stability of the larger warship is better. A little girl looked at the storm outside through the transparent window of the cabin, thinking that she was captured by Marine. The purpose is to force her to tell the whereabouts of the Millennium Dragon. Suddenly a Marine was standing at the door with a meal, but after looking at it several times, he didn't see ABI's figure. He got nervous and hurriedly opened the door, and ABI's, who was hiding behind the door, ran out quickly. After a few steps, he fell to the ground. Marine, who was being served food, picked up his back collar. Didn't I say that you can't escape? as long as you behave well, we won't do anything to you. Don't let me go. Abe's heard the words, but she didn't believe it at all, and struggled desperately. Don't make trouble. Ah! Marine was talking, when he was suddenly punched and kicked by Abe's, who was hanging in mid-air, and the kick hit the fatal part. After a scream, his body froze for a long time. Abe's took the opportunity to break free from his restraints. Although she didn't know what was going on, she thought that the Marine understood her words, and silently gave him a thumbs up. I just don't know why his expression is so ugly. After a while, the alarm bell rang on the entire warship, and the Marines rushed out of the cabin. That girl ran away. Search every corner of the ship for me, find her and take her back to the room immediately. She is still a child, don't hurt her. Yes. As soon as the words fell, a certain cabin door was opened, and the wind was so strong that the little girl was blown away all of a sudden, bumped into the deck railing. Ah, it hurts. Found it. Grab her. Naturally, the Marines couldn't hide the news. Seeing this, Abe's ran quickly, but there were Marines everywhere. She had nowhere to run, so she could only run to the rope ladder connected to the canvas, and climb all the way to the observation deck on the ship. It's very dangerous, come down quickly. The Marines suddenly worried, this little girl has something to do, and the Admiral will definitely not let them go. As they spoke, the Marines quickly climbed up. The storm is raging right now. With the physique of a little girl, if you don't pay attention, you may be blown away by the strong wind. It is too dangerous. Seeing them climbing up, Abe's cut off all the rope ladders with a knife after she reached the top first. But once the rope was cut, it was originally stowed, and the good canvas was opened at once, and the whole hull began to tilt under the gust of wind blowing in one direction. Don't spread the sails in the storm. Many Marines on the ship suddenly staggered, and hurriedly grabbed what they could grab nearby. If the canvas is not stowed as soon as possible, the ship will suffer greater losses. At this time, Abe saw a life-saving boat being thrown out under the shaking of the ship just now, and she was immediately moved. She shook her own necklace and prayed, "Bless me, Dragon Lord." At this time, the hull tilted even more, and the watchtowers gradually approached the sea surface, and the boats that were close at hand could be seen. "What do you want to do? Don't do something stupid." But in the end, Abe's was still the moment when the marine ship tilted to the bottom, and she jumped on the boat with a leap of faith. The boat was caught in the wind and waves, and all of a sudden, all the warships lost her trace. "Stupid thing, what kind of reports are these? That girl may be the only clue we have been looking for a long time to know where the keel is. But how do you do it?" On a luxurious main ship, a fat man of super tonnage, Marine Admiral Nelson Roy said angrily. "I'm sorry. Eric, go and join the fleet in front immediately, and you must bring that girl back to me." "Yes, but with all due respect, our contract doesn't seem to include finding someone." In the shadows, a man with an obscene appearance and a slender figure said lightly. "That girl may be the only one who knows the clue of the Millennium Dragon. If you lose her, you will be very embarrassed. Go." Understood Admiral Nelson Roy. "Nami, hasn't the Grand Line arrived yet?" Luffy sat on the bow and asked impatiently. "We have only set out from Rogtown for 2 days, and we will arrive at the entrance of the Grand Line for several more days." Nami explained, "And only in the dark, when the lighthouse lights up in that distant place, can they know the direction. But it will take several days to actually arrive, which is almost the same as Wang Shan running a dead horse. After all, the speed of sailing ships in this era is really mediocre. The weather is so nice, that storm is just like a dream." Sanji looked at the clear sky and said with emotion. Zoro leaned against the railing of the deck, basking in the sun while sleeping soundly. Usopp always pays attention to the news on the sea, and Nami holds the nautical chart and constantly calibrates the position. Reka is at the stern, holding a fishing rod, fishing quietly to pass the time. What is that? I found a group of birds in the direction of the stone side. A flock of birds. There seems to be something on the sea, and I can't see it very clearly. Usopp said, ready to put on goggles to see if he could see more clearly. Is it fish? Luffy asked. Maybe it's a boat. Not sure about 2.8 yet. I heard that on the sea, flocks of birds often gather where there are fish. It looks quite big, look at me. Luffy said, flung out his rubber arm, and subconsciously grabbed the thing gathered by the flock of birds. It felt like it was still a big fish. Grabbing something, when pulling his arm back, there was a slam, and Zoro, who was sleeping soundly, was directly shaken out of the boat. When Zoro was picked up from the sea by the rope, he had the expression on his face that he must kill the idiot captain if he had the chance. Look, it's not a fish at all. Sanji was stunned when he saw what Luffy pulled back. It's a girl. Seeing this, Nami recalled some bad memories. At that time, she was not much older than this, and she started stealing at sea. Strange, is it a murloc? Where's her web? Luffy was still immersed in the illusion that he should have hit a fish. It doesn't look too serious, it seems that he just passed out, he must have been shipwrecked. Sanji roughly guessed. After all, a little girl is in such a small boat, which is usually an escape boat. Chapter 116. In the meeting room of the melee, ABIs, who was lying on the bed, slowly regained consciousness and smelled the smell of delicious food. Suddenly sitting up in shock, Pang suddenly knocked down Usopp, who was sitting next to her and was about to check her physical condition. He hugged his head and cried out that it hurts. You are awake, you are more energetic than you imagined. Nami said with a smile. You must be hungry, I'm cooking soup for you. Because the melee is not big, the kitchen is in this spacious conference room, where everyone usually eats together. It's so lucky. ABIs looked at the surrounding environment, and found that it was completely different from the marine warship, and they seemed to be harmless to humans and animals. She immediately judged that she should have escaped from birth. Great! Are you in distress? You are in danger, what's your name? Nami is the most suitable for this kind of communication, and everyone else is rough. Before you ask someone, you should report your name first. ABIs turned her back on the customer and didn't make any distinctions at all. Nami smiled dotingly when she heard this. She doesn't dislike such strong-minded and strong kids. That's right, I'm Nami, and the one who cooks soup in the kitchen is Sanji, who looks scary. The one with the belly band is Zoro, the one you knocked over is Usopp, and there's a fisherman outside. I'm Luffy. I'm the captain of this pirate ship. Luffy couldn't help taking the words, and reported his family. Hey! Pirate ship! ABIs was dumbfounded on the spot, dumbfounded, and remained motionless. We're going to 21 Grand Line. Hee hee. What's the matter, she doesn't seem to be moving. Nami saw that ABIs was stunned, and she opened her mouth wide for a long time, but there was no movement. What's going to happen to the kid? Zoro asked. Well, what should we do? Let's think about it tomorrow. Luffy frowned and thought hard, but he couldn't think of a reason. This is really not easy to deal with. Now in the sea, there is no island that can be landed in a short time. Children, oh, so there is such a thing. Reka finished fishing and returned with a full load. When he saw the little girl in the cabin, he remembered the Millennium Dragon incident. The little girl also ate the fruit of whispering, can communicate with animals. But Reka didn't care, anyway, with Luffy's personality, it was just a detour to send her back to Gunkanjima. It's just an episode during the journey. As for the so-called governor of Marine, if you don't provoke him, let Luffy and the others handle it. Recently, he wants to find as suitable as possible for Nami, Sanji and them. And it is necessary to formulate a detailed practice plan, so that you can get twice the result with half the effort and make rapid progress, which is very labor-intensive. After a while, night fell, going merry was moored on the sea, the starry sky full of stars, very beautiful. Everyone went back to their own rooms to rest, and the conference room happened to be reserved for ABIs to rest. Why, after finally escaping from Marine, why did I meet a pirate again? What should I do now? Those originally kind faces were blessed by the identity of a pirate. All of a sudden it became hideous. Gulu. After thinking about it, ABIs was hungry, so she decided to find something to eat first. If she remembers correctly, there is a refrigerator next to the kitchen, which uses hydraulic power and the rudder mechanism to generate electricity. The civilian technology in this world is said to be backward, and it is indeed backward, but occasionally there will be some extremely unbelievable technologies that do not conform to the times. This is the charm of this sea, magic and magic. ABIs walked to the refrigerator, and was about to open it, but suddenly heard a loud bang from Peng, which made her scream out loud. It hurts. ABIs heard a miserable cry in the darkness. Then the surrounding lights came on. It's you again, Luffy, you didn't listen to me after several times, please behave yourself. Sanji looked helpless, watching being trapped by a huge mouse, pressing his body tightly, thinking like a cockroach on the ground. Luffy, who was about to crawl, scolded. Apparently a certain captain got up in the middle of the night to steal food, and was caught by a huge mousetrap arranged by Sanji. What are you doing? Sanji looked at ABIs who was sneaking aside. Ah, haha. ABIs immediately showed an embarrassed but polite smile. After a while, Sanji, who learned about the situation, prepared supper for the two of them. It's delicious. Luffy hugged a big steak and nodded happily. You tell me, and I'll help you make it, don't just think about the ingredients. Sanji looked at Luffy and said. He didn't dare to let this idiot captain arrange food by himself, otherwise the rest of the people on board would run out of food every minute. Who told me to be hungry? Killua hearing Luffy's words, ABI's stomach groaned again. What's the matter? Don't you eat it? You didn't eat it during the day, why endure it? You didn't poison it. Sanji looked at ABIs in confusion. ABIs still shook her head stubbornly. If you stay in a daze again, he will eat up your points. Sanji reminded. Since you don't want to eat it, give it to me. Luffy stretched out his hand directly, and on eating, Luffy was serious. No. ABIs was immediately unhappy, picked up the soup in front of her, and gulped it down. People who have been hungry for a long time cannot eat solid food all at once, which is dangerous to the body. Soup and porridge are the best, and this soup is carefully cooked by Sanji and is very nutritious. It's delicious. ABIs couldn't help exclaiming after finishing her drink. Of course, Sanji is my hand-picked chef. It's the first time I've eaten such delicious food. ABIs smiled contentedly. I finally laughed. At this time, Nami, Usopp, and Zoro also appeared at the door, apparently hearing what happened just now. Luffy, you're eating again. Usopp was speechless when he saw Luffy who ate more than ABIs. Because I didn't eat anything during the day. Luffy also expressed his innocence. You obviously ate 2 pots. Usopp was ashamed. Really? Luffy scratched his head, always felt that there was no such thing, did he eat so much during the day? You heard that we are pirates, so you were scared. Nami said softly. That's... ABIs didn't dare to say it. Hearing pirates in this era, of course there will be such a reaction. Nami explained for her. You won't sell me out? ABIs asked in a low voice. How is that possible? Usopp retorted immediately. Why do you all look so scary? Zoro smiled slightly. How dare you say it with your face? Usopp directly grabbed Zoro's face. BD, what are you doing? Whoosh, whoosh, the two quickly started fighting aside. After getting acquainted, Usopp is no longer afraid of vegetarian. You two, stop arguing. Nami said helplessly, but they still didn't stop. Luffy laughed out loud when he saw this. Really, Zoro wasn't conscious at all. At least this pirate ship is not what you think it is, Nami explained. Would you like some more, miss? Sanji asked ABIs softly. One more game. ABIs also slowly let go of her guard. Obey. Sanji immediately turned into a gentleman. Me too. Luffy still wants to eat. You kid will fill it up by yourself. Too much. Hahaha. After a long time, Nami returned to her girls' dormitory, took a beautiful bath, her hair was wet, her figure exuded fragrance, and she was wearing an extremely fashionable pajamas with a heart pattern on her chest. The appearance of Apis reminds Nami of her own difficult past, and Apis is also a strong girl. She doesn't hate such kids. If I hadn't met Reka, Luffy, and the others, maybe my current life would still be so gloomy. It was really great to meet them. She is also willing to help others within her ability. Dong dong. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door, and Nami froze for a moment. Although we are all good partners, Sanji and the others will not come to knock on her door when there is nothing to do during the rest of the night. After all, she is the only woman on the ship 777, and she still needs a private space. Who will come to her? If something happened just now, why didn't you say it in the conference room? Could it be Reka who didn't show up in the meeting room just now? Speaking of it, it seems that he spends more time in a daze these days than before, so there shouldn't be anything bothering him. Who is it? Nami asked after pouring himself a nightcap, walking towards the gate. It's me. Rika's voice sounded. Do you have something? After Nami's conjecture came true, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She always remembered what Reka said in Rogtown, that one night, the sun would come to find her. It's something. Can't we talk about it tomorrow? As soon as Nami said this, Nami felt a little lost, but let him in, and. It seemed that he was not mentally prepared. Tomorrow is fine, but I'm afraid that during the day, I will put too much pressure on you, and then you will not be able to concentrate, and the effect will be much worse. Reka explained. During the day, it seems to be worse, it's just a lot of pressure and the effect is not good? Is there such a thing? Nami's face turned blood red, and even it's piping hot. She has only heard about this kind of thing, so she doesn't know what is going on. What's wrong? Reka was puzzled. Why didn't the door open? Reka searched for a long time, refreshed several times, and finally found 3 magic books. Not sure which one would work best for Nami, so I decided to let her try them all. It's okay. Nami hesitated, but subconsciously opened the door, and when she saw Reka, she was stunned. He looked at his hand blankly, why was his hand disobedient, and went to open the door by himself. Your room is really not bad. Reka also went to Nami's room for the first time, and it was completely different from their male dormitory with only hammocks and ordinary space. This room has a writing desk, bookshelves, big bed, sofa, and even a bar, which is perfectly designed. What's the matter with you? Nami's voice was as thin as a mosquito. Chapter 117. Nami kept rubbing her nervous hands, never had such a tense moment in her life. Wait until he really wants to have something happen to me, do I want to agree? If you agree, will it appear that you are too proactive? If he refuses, what if he gets angry? And if he refuses himself, can he really refuse? What if he comes to force it? Then do you still resist? Damn it, what should I do? Nami's heart was in a mess, and she was in a state of confusion. She had just taken a shower and was refreshed, but now she felt inexplicably hot. Even the complexion of the body turned slightly red. Did you just take a shower? Reka saw that Nami had just come out of the shower and her hair was still dry, and felt that the time for her arrival seemed wrong. But it's all here. Reka didn't think much, just looked at Nami, couldn't help but look a few more times. Ah, yes. No, no, no. Nami was full of things, and suddenly heard Reka speak, and was caught off guard for a while. You're too weird tonight, go change your clothes and come with me. Where are you going? Can't you stay here? Nami asked softly. On deck. You are too much. There are children on it. Nami felt that Rika's request was too much. Hey? Excessive? Not on the deck. If you test here, wait until you accidentally destroy the room. Where will you sleep at night? Rika was confused, but thinking carefully, could this be Nami's hint? Did I miss any good opportunity just now? Perhaps it should be tested in the room for magical talent? But this is not right. If Nami's room is broken, wouldn't it be more inappropriate to go to their male dormitory, where there is a hammock laid by Odori, and there are other people there? What are you talking about? Nami was taken aback. What are you talking about? Since just now, you have been very strange. Not only did you speak in a lower voice than usual, but you just put you on the deck, and you reacted so loudly. Could it be a relative? Come on, you big-headed ghost. Nami has actually realized that the test Rika mentioned should be to find something for him. That's normal. Rika nodded. This is just normal, Nami. You wait here, I'm going to change clothes. Oh, hey? How did you post my arrest warrant in your room? Why isn't anyone else's? It's up to you. Nami's embarrassing voice came from the side. The anger is so big, it must be here. A moment later, on the deck, Yefeng was cool, and the bright and clear full moon exuded bright brilliance, and the whole sea did not look dark. It is more like a layer of silvery luster, and some phototropic fish can be seen on the sea surface, jumping out of the water from time to time. The sky is full of stars, bright and dense, a curtain covered with precious stones, beautiful and dreamy. This is a rare good weather on the sea. What do you want me to do? Nami wears cool, casual clothes, which can also outline her figure well. Especially these days, it seems that it is still developing rapidly. Some clothes seem to be getting smaller gradually, and in some places, there is a feeling that they are about to come out. Look at this thing, try to understand it, and then I will assist you to run it to see which one suits you. There are 3 books in total, each of which only tries the basic magic of that attribute. These magic books are not expensive, and generally have a value of 500 to 1000. In the past, it was naturally very expensive, but now it is only a common value. If a copy is given to Nami, the arrogance value Rika can still earn. But if you have 3 books, you won't make much money. But there are some things, even if you don't make a profit, you have to do it, for their safety, for their hearts no longer feel powerless. Is this your cheats? Nami's face suddenly brightened. These days on the boat, watching the training plan that Rika made for Luffy, Zoro and the others, and the effect is remarkable. She also thought about it, and Rika didn't refuse. He had given them observation haki before, and the others were not suitable for them. But the problem is that they can't master observation haki, although they can convince themselves that there is such a power invisibly. But I don't know if their talents are relatively average, or because observation haki is not easy to control, they have achieved nothing so far. After that, Nami and Usopp never mentioned this matter to Rika again. Because Rika has given them something, but they just can't grasp it. It's not that Rika didn't help them. It's that they can't do it themselves, and if there is something more suitable, they also believe that Rika will give them. It's just that I didn't have much hope. After all, no matter how strong Rika is, there should still be a limit for a person to know things. Rika has revealed many things now. They also felt that that should be the limit of Rika's understanding. These days, Nami and Usopp are actually a little nervous. Although they know that they can't compare with Zoro and other superhumans, the farther they are left, the more they want to be more useful. Let's all work together, that's the best. But now, Reka has come up with something new. What moved Nami even more was Rika's next sentence: this thing is specially customized according to your talent. It should be useful to you. It depends on which one, and which one. Several attributes are more suitable for you. With the one that suits you, the rest will be easy. Nami had already said enough thank you, she didn't want to say any more, but just looked at this considerate and gentle man affectionately, feeling the impulse for a moment. She wanted to give everything about herself to him. What should I do? Nami asked quickly. Look first, there are specific text sentences in it, read it afterward. The sentence pattern is usually divided into 3 parts. The first part of the text chant is to guide your own potential power, see what this power is more inclined to. The middle part of the sentence pattern is the generation of magic core energy. The third part is aiming and striking. After chanting a complete magic structure, it can affect the power of itself and the world to generate an attack. Listening to Rika's eloquence, Nami was stunned. Magic? Is there really such power in this world? A powerful attack can be generated just by chanting words. This is too incredible. Yes, does it really exist? Try it and you'll know. Rika didn't explain much. After all, the facts speak for themselves. I've finished reading, I'm coming. There are not many basic chanting texts in the 3 magic books, only a few dozen. With Nami's ability to perfectly survey and draw charts and super memory ability, remembering these chanting texts is a piece of cake for Nami. Just these awkward words, will they really produce any power? Calm down and concentrate. Rika reminded from the side. After exchanging these commodities, Rika mastered this power without any training. Know where its elements are. Hey! Nami Wenwen did as he said, took a deep breath, and then let it out slowly, calming down his restless mood, and focusing on it. Then began to chant, King's Lander, the mask of flesh and blood, all things fly high, the eternity of light and heat, turn everything in front of you into scorched earth, the dance of fire. Halfway through Nami's chanting, he suddenly felt that the whole world was moving, and it was different from what he had seen before. In the past, Nami could clearly perceive changes in airflow and other elements with his body, and could predict the future weather. But now this feeling has become clearer, like countless elemental particles floating in her eyes. As the chanting continued, the fire element particles among these particles rushed in like a tide and poured into her body. The whole body was warm and very comfortable, a force flowed in her body, and following the chanting, she pulled this force to the palm of her hand, and pushed it out suddenly. Rub it. A group of flames only the size of a thumb was pushed out of the palm with a rub. It stagnated in midair for a second, then slowly drifted towards the sea outside, fell powerlessly into the sea, and then went out with a sudden click. I did it! I did it! This really creates flames out of thin air. Rika, you're amazing! What the hell is this? You're amazing! Nami is extremely excited. At 2+. Even under the excitement, he directly hugged Rika and kept beating. His proud figure almost made Rika feel overwhelmed. I didn't expect to succeed just once. Even if Rika didn't give this to others, he still knows that this is absolutely extraordinary. Her affinity for the elements of heaven and earth is too high. Try the magic in the other 2 books. Rika also said impatiently. Okay. Nami also looked forward to it more and more. Even if such a method is not explosive, it is the difference between ordinary and extraordinary. As long as she works hard like this, she can become very powerful. Nami tried the good magic in the 2nd book with little response and failed to succeed once. After trying several 2nd magic books in a row, it didn't work out. This made Nami, who was finally excited, was poured cold water again. But when it came to the water element magic in the 3rd book, both Nami and Rika were shocked. A super large water polo with a diameter of 2 meters condensed in front of the two of them under the magic chant. It's so amazing. With a wave of Nami's hands, the water polo turned into a stream of water flowing in the air, and then under Nami's control, it turned into a water dragon. Finally, out of curiosity, she directly turned into Reka. The arrogant face is lifelike. Are you sure this is your first time using magic? Reka realized the difference between a genius and a human. It seems that the third book is the most suitable for you, but I didn't expect that your affinity for water magic is so high. Try the other basic magic in this book. Nami became more and more interested. Beast bones, spears, red crystals, and steel wheels are dotted all over the place. When they move, they are like wind, when they stop, they are empty. The sound of long spears clashing fills the void. Fiery lightning howl. Nami guided directly with the long handle in his hand. The body can aim at one direction and shoot the minister. As the chant fell, there was a crackling sound of thunder, and a white lightning the size of a thumb slashed towards a distant rock. With a bang, a lot of debris exploded from the rock. Chapter 118. Although the reef was not completely blown to pieces, the power of this force should not be underestimated. If it hit the body, it should be able to kill or knock down ordinary players directly. For Nami, in addition to the improvement of combat methods, the more important thing is to open up a whole new world. Under any magic chant, she can see various elements floating in the air. It's an amazing feeling, allowing her to predict any upcoming weather more accurately than ever. After a round of testing, the third grimoire best suited Nami's talents. Among them, water elemental magic, thunder, and fire magic. These three kinds of magic are the ones that Nami can control most easily. Among them, the water element is the most prominent. In the process of casting spells, Nami used to use the stick in his hand as a tool for aiming and enchanting. After all, if you use the palm of your hand to control it directly, once the magic elements are disordered and run wild, it is still very dangerous at the moment you hit it. And with a long stick, even if it explodes when it is hit at the end, it is just a scrap stick. It's amazing too. Nami was so excited to be immersed in a new world. But it was too early to be excited. As soon as she took a step, her whole mind suddenly became dizzy, her body froze, and she fell to the ground in a daze. Magic stimulates human potential and needs to be controlled with spiritual power. Even if Nami is very talented, it is the first time after using so many magic continuously. There was an overdraft situation all of a sudden. Reka saw this, and quickly supported her. Under the moonlight, the two subconsciously looked at each other, and gradually became affectionate. Looking at this handsome face, Nami embraced it immediately. Last time at the restaurant on the sea, Reka was only stunned, but this time he reacted. In fact, he knows that he should also like Nami, but he has never had this kind of experience before, so he is not sure. Now Nami takes the initiative. He is not an idiot. As a man, he knows what to do. Reka also hugged Nami domineeringly. This picture is extremely beautiful. Under the moonlight, a lovely couple, hugging quietly, not only have the whole beautiful scenery, but also each other. Looking at Reka, I felt more and more shy, and Nami, who couldn't hold back his face, seemed to have left here. Reka left with a blank face. Didn't she take the initiative to hug me? Did I do something wrong again? Thinking about it, Reka smiled slightly. The feeling of being liked is actually not bad. The scenery is really nice. Reka sat on the side of the boat, looking at the sea covered with white glow by the sky and moonlight. Nami returned to the room. Her heart was still beating. Damn it, it's all because the man was so heart-thumping. I couldn't help doing this kind of thing again. What should I do now? What happened before? What happened in these days? After all, both of them had a tacit agreement not to mention it anymore, but under the excitement just now, Nami had no time to think about it. What will happen if we meet again tomorrow? Pretending not to know? Well, that's the only way. Hey, it's all your fault. Nami couldn't help but slap the Reka arrest warrant posted on the wall. The genius was bright, and everyone woke up. Last night, Zoro Sanji noticed movement outside and wanted to come out. But looking at Reka and Nami, they chose to continue to sleep with a tacit understanding. Anyway, with Reka around, there is no worry that the ship will be invaded by any pirates. Morning. Sanji got up early to prepare breakfast and lunch. And the lunch that is about to be prepared is the championship prize I got in Rogtown, elephant tuna. When the fish was first obtained, it was too big to preserve, so Sanji took some common parts and made a sumptuous whole fish feast that day, which was amazingly delicious. But Sanji hadn't figured out how to cook it the best way. Now those preserved are the most delicious parts of the elephant tuna. Today Sanji finally figured out how to make it. People came to the conference room one after another. When Nami saw Reka, he gave Reka a hard look. Reka has no expression on his face, although he wanted to mention it in public. You took the initiative last night. But even Reka, who is not particularly emotionally intelligent, knows it. I'm afraid you can't say this nonsense, otherwise Nami might start the random killing mode. He just quietly enjoyed the delicious breakfast. During the meal, Nami asked about ABI's situation, and learned that the warship island where ABI's is located is near Upside Down Mountain and Calm Belt. Although it is in a completely different direction from Upside Down Mountain, fortunately it is not very far. In the end, Nami suggested that Apis should be sent home before they set off for the Grand Line. On this point, Luffy et al. Have no objections at all. After all, it is impossible to ignore her after saving someone, and even if they want her to board someone else's boat, it is not easy. They are pirate ships, and when the general ships see them, they run as far as they can, and they are not so easy to approach. Thank you. Thank you very much. ABI said, very touched. When everyone knew that she was Marine, although they questioned whether she was a bad person. But more gentle, trusting and considerate. Especially Sanji and Nami, who take care of her, can be said to be considerate. It's decided, let's go to Gunkanjima. Luffy gave the captain's order. Usopp opened Shikai's rope, lowered the canvas, Zoro stowed the anchor, and Sanji was preparing the elephant tuna at noon. Reka stands on the top of the mast and looks around, acting as a lookout, while Nami holds a nautical chart and directs the whole ship, just like a real captain. And the fake Captain Luffy, sitting on the bow of the sheep's head boat at the moment, shouted excitedly, and the sea water splashed and remained in more than half. It looked as if the Mary was blushing at the careless captain. By the way, Sanji, this is the cultivation method formulated for you, Spag, which are the high-level 6 styles and 8 inner gates. Usopp, this is yours. After you take this genetic medicine, it will improve your eyesight. If you develop it well, you may have the opportunity to awaken the talent called white eyes. This is the armament Haki promised to you. Reka started to take action on how to strengthen everyone's strength and fleece early in the morning. Is it really for us? Sanji and Usopp were surprised, especially after getting these things. They were extremely shocked. This stuff is amazing too. Hiss. Reka-san, why do you know everything? Luffy said with admiration. Armament Haki. With this kind of thing, can you kill the so-called Logia fruit ability user? Interesting. Zoro smiled. Give them armament Haki, which is also only primary, and only costs 500 arrogance. After that, Reka may not even need to buy intermediate ones. Because they have basic things, with their talents, through self-cultivation, they are enough to go to advanced, or even perfect. Both Luffy and Zoro are monster-level talents. Reka is on this road, just leading them in. This is a swordsmanship about using the sword to control the wind. You can refer to it for study and research. With the support of Wuji Sword Intent, you already have the intention, and you need to improve your skills. Reka specially gave Zoro is a copy of Yufeng swordsmanship. Yufeng swordsmanship. Zoro immediately looked excited when he heard this, looking forward to it. Because he knows that products produced by Reka must be high-quality goods. Back and forth, Reka spent a total of 5 or 6,000 arrogance points in exchange for all the strengths. But after a whole morning of running in with the cultivation method, Reka's arrogance value was originally about 12,000 points, but after spending 5 or 6,000, it even rose to 19,000 points in the end. Mainly Nami, Usopp, and Sanji are the first to be plundered by Reka, and they earn relatively more arrogance points. The next time they want to pluck wool, they have to wait until their current stuff is almost digested before proceeding. Looking at the rising arrogance value, Reka felt that these days of thinking hard for them, looking for the most suitable cultivation method, was not a waste, but a big profit. With 19,000 arrogance points, Reka didn't hesitate, and immediately killed the advanced conqueror's haki he wanted most, spending a full 9,000 points. Currently, there are 10,000 points of arrogance remaining. Perfect conqueror's haki needs 20,000 points, and there is still 10,000 points left. Save it first and enter the grand line. Maybe you will encounter some unexpected situations. Although the items that can be exchanged for arrogance are limited, each of them has a great effect, and you have to get used to the advanced conqueror's haki first. If nothing else happens, you should be able to do conqueror's haki now. Although Reka has a lot of arrogance, I also spent half of it, but I still have a lot left. I don't need to spend it in other places for the time being. In fact, the perfect 6 style can be bought. But once you buy it, you will only have 3,000 arrogance points left. If you enter the grand line with this arrogance value, if you encounter some unexpected situations and need to exchange products, but you can't exchange them, it will be embarrassing. Anyway, the advanced 6 forms are enough for now. After Alabasta makes a lot of money, then consider talking about perfect conqueror's haki and perfect 6 forms. With millions of people available for him to harvest arrogance, Reka sees a good chance of earning enough to buy perfect conqueror's haki and perfect 6. And when the ship was sailing and gradually approaching the warship island, in the same sea area, a whole marine fleet appeared in Going Mary's field of vision. This marine fleet is composed of 7 medium-sized warships. They have been searching for ABIs in this sea area for many days under the order of Governor Nelson Roy, but there is no result. Report: a ship was found at 13 o'clock, and there was a skull flag on the ship. Marine standing on the observation deck suddenly reported loudly. Pirates? How dare you appear in the waters under the jurisdiction of the governor? A Marine Major said coldly. Chapter 119. Don't worry about them, they should be just some small characters. Major Marine didn't think much, when the watchman hadn't seen the pirate flag clearly. They chose to ignore it directly. If it was normal, they would kill the pirates to receive the reward. But now, they have more important things to do, if they can't find that girl. If the Governor-General's dream of immortality cannot be realized, they will all suffer. No, that flag is not a small character, it should be the Straw Hat Kid Luffy, the guy with a bounty of over 100 million and over 50 million is here. But at this moment, Eric glanced at the location of the ship and recognized the pirate flag. Is that the Straw Hat Pirates that have been making a lot of noise recently? Hearing this, Major Marine's expression of relief on his face was no longer crazy. After dispatching a lot of fleets, we still can't find her. It is possible that she has already been captured by someone, let alone the other pirates. If I don't care, it may not be appropriate. Major, take that ship down. Eric has a head of blue sky-high hair, with his hands behind his back, and he said confidently and proudly. Hey, there's a ship behind, that's Marine's ship. Usopp took a telescope, scanned around, and found the ships of the marine fleet behind. And not just 1 or 2. What? Nami quickly ran to the edge of the ship to check, and was startled when he saw it. Why is there such a large fleet here? What's the matter, what's the matter? Luffy, Zoro, and others also ran out after hearing the words. Abi's was also taken aback when she looked at the serial number on the marine sailboat. The fleet is coming straight towards us, are they coming to take my head? Luffy said expectantly. But this number is too much. It means it takes so many people to deal with me. I'm so good. Hee hee. Luffy was still smug. What's the matter? Sanji noticed that Abi's took a few steps back in panic, and asked quickly. That's the ship of Branch 8, I escaped from those marine ships, what should I do? Abi's said in a panic. At this time, on many warships, there were watchmen with binoculars in their hands, observing the situation of Going Merry. Yes, I see that girl on deck. What? Major Marine was taken aback, but he didn't expect Eric to really say that. Have you hurt your self-esteem? However, if the clue to the keel of the elixir of life escapes because of your mistake, I don't know how furious Governor Nelson will be. Eric sneered lightly. The main gun is ready to fire, we must take down that pirate ship. After hearing this, Major Marine felt frightened for a while, no longer hesitated, and quickly ordered all the warships to dispatch to take down the pirate ship. Puffy. A round of cannon blasted out, densely scattered around Going Merry, splashing water one after another. Listen up, the pirate ship, stop the ship immediately, it was just a warning, and I will definitely hit it next time. A threatening voice came from the marine warship. How could it stop? Usopp wished that the Golden Beauty would grow a pair of wings and escape from here quickly. Which pirate can't stand such intimidation? How can you Marines stop as soon as you say, so how can you hang around in the sea? Luffy, what's the matter, do you want to fight? Zoro, a militant, took the lead in applying for a fight. Let's fight then. Luffy was indifferent. Idiot, fighting with so many Marines at sea, as long as the ship is broken, we won't have enough lives. That's right, let's think about how to dance now. Nami also agreed with Usopp's proposal. Let's fight, look at them, they are obviously looking for ABIs, that is to say, if there is no fight, they will still chase us, and if they are in the opposite direction to the warship, we will be too aggressive. Near the calm belt, there are countless giant sea kings the size of mountain peaks, and they are in groups, even Marine Admiral may not guarantee that they can survive from such a place safely. More importantly, this time let Zoro, Sanji and the others take you to try to fight head-on and increase your experience. Reka looked at Nami and Usopp and said. Reka is not interested, just like the original plot, playing with the group of Marines. Hurry up to get this little girl off and meet some Millennium Dragons from Legendary. It's time to go to a wider world. But now their strength has improved, although this group of Marines is large in number. For them, it is not a small pressure, but because of this, they need more training. Do you really want to fight? There are so many enemy ships. Usopp's legs trembled. Since you want to fight, let's fight, just try my new ability. With Reka around, Nami felt absolutely safe. Are you here for ABIs? Sanji asked thoughtfully. Haha. Let's fight. Luffy was gearing up. I won't make a move, you guys find a way to solve it yourself. Reka sat on the mast and didn't intend to make a move. Let us practice with these miscellaneous fish. Nami, bring the boat over. After Zoro has 3 good knives, he plans to try it out. Understood. Nami was a little nervous, but also a little expectant. This was one of the very few moments when she faced the enemy head-on. When I saw Marine before, they always ran as far as they could. Nami, you said you have mastered a new ability, what is that? Usopp asked curiously. Also curious are Zoro, Luffy etc. Look at it. Nami took out his long stick and began to chant magic. Master Major, that pirate ship is approaching us. What? Are they crazy? A pirate ship, even if the bounty is high, how can it compete with our fleet? Do you want to commit suicide? Major Marine was dumbfounded. It was unlikely that they would stop. Now it doesn't just stop, but directly rushes over. What kind of operation is this? Have the current pirates expanded to this extent? You must know that they are just one of the fleets, the main fleet, and the fleet where the governor is located is not far behind. Their entire 8th branch, almost all the troops that the governor can use, have been used. The marine fleet of more than 7,000 people is divided into dozens of ships, searching around the sea. Isn't this just right? Tell everyone not to shoot, they will take the initiative to send the girls to the door, first snatch the girls, and then sink them. Eric was very happy. Because of some hiring money, he temporarily obeyed the orders of Governor Nelson, but once he got the little girl, the 1,000-year-old keel and the elixir of life could only be his own. Prepare for hand-to-hand combat. Don't hurt the girl. As for the pirates, life and death don't matter. Major Marine ordered, and Marine immediately drew his swords out of their sheaths, ready to fight. Run on the earth, the source of life in the sky, transform into an object, and pierce the enemy in front of you. After Nami chanted, the long stick was like a magic wand, and pointed at the marine starship in the distance referred to. Asking for flowers. Dense drops of water rose from the surface of the sea, and then condensed into a seawater axe several meters long. Circling and blasting away, there was a loud noise from Peng, and the deck of one of the warships was cut by the sea axe, and dozens of marines were swept away by the sea without being able to defend themselves. What is that? The number 3 ship was attacked by sea water. According to the information, the Straw Hat Pirates don't have this ability. Major Marine was surprised. Demon fruit power? Interesting. Eric said with interest, and the ships of both sides continued to approach. Hot. Nami was interested again after a single blow, but this time she aimed at Marine's sailboat mast. The fire elemental magic was chanted by Nami, and a fireball with a diameter of about 1 meter blasted towards the main mast of one of the Marines. With an explosion, the main mast burst open, and slowly fell down with a roar. Nami! What are you? Hissed Yi. Can Nami-chan control water and fire? It's pretty good. Sanji was also shocked. Reka-san taught you last night? Yeah, it's very powerful. And there are more powerful forbidden spells. Nami said happily, and now her strength is also very impressive. With your current mental strength, it's better not to use that thing, and practice these basics more. Hearing this, Reka frowned and said. I know. Nami had her own measure, but just now she couldn't help but share the joy. Major, the main mast is damaged, why don't you return the bombardment? A marine said angrily. Pirates are so crazy right now. Idiot, if you hurt that girl, what's the point of catching the pirates alive? Hold on. Let's move forward, and get closer as soon as possible, the major said in a deep voice. They have so many ships and so many troops, even if they lose some, it should be more than enough to take down their small ship. You really are a brave pirate, a rookie pirate who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth, let me teach you how to be a man. Now that someone is coming to your door, Eric doesn't intend to pretend. If you grab someone, go find the 1,000-year-old keel yourself. The ship quickly drew closer. Brothers, prepare for a sea battle. Woohoo! Luffy was standing by the side of the ship, already gearing up, and several warships approached from the side, and he could see the dense marine above. Is it really okay? Looking at so many marines, Nami felt a little unsure. Although your proficiency is not enough, it should be enough to add a light shield yourself. Rika reminded. That's right. Nami just remembered that the magic tome in her can be said to involve all the existing elements. Guardian of Light. A white light shield was put on him immediately. Nami, give us one too. Usopp said immediately upon seeing this. Now, it's not enough, I only mastered the individual. After all, Nami still has many shortcomings after studying for less than one night. Usopp, you are a sniper, you just need to provide cover, and keeping a distance is your strength, you don't have to rush with them. Understood. Usopp also reacted, strictly speaking. This is their first naval battle with the Marine Fleet. There are still many shortcomings, and Reka needs to be in command. Soon the ships of both sides came to a close distance. Chapter 120. Don't let them rush over. Zoro saw Marine take out the hook and immediately understood their plan. If you want to swing over to fight on the melee, you have to ask if they agree. We can't let them come and destroy the melee. Chilly Star. Usopp shot more than a dozen shots in a row, and shot them precisely in the mouth of the front Marine. Rubber Bazooka. Luffy directly pulled the mast and bounced himself over. Zoro jumped suddenly, and jumped onto another warship, and said to Luffy, let's see who gets a warship first. I'm coming too. Sanji stomped on his foot, jumped over this insurmountable distance for ordinary people, and landed on a warship. Take them down. The major gave the order, but Eric hadn't made a move yet, but chose to sit on the sidelines, and was not in a hurry to make a move. There are so many Marines here, he just has to find the right moment to make his move. Rubber machine gun. Luffy swung his rubber fists at high speed, and the elastic and impactful fists blasted towards Marine like a wall. Fluffy. At the moment of contact, hundreds of Marines were all kicked into the air, scattered around like a goddess. Luffy's fists are already fast, plus the elasticity of the rubber, as long as you are not an officer, if you get a random 420 punch from one of them, you will definitely lose your combat effectiveness and will never be able to fight again. First meet. Leg meet. Shoulder meet. Sanji greeted with a combination of kicks, and it is still his own move now. After all, after half a day, he has only roughly understood how to practice 8 inner gates and 6 forms. If he wants to achieve results, he still needs to ponder, but his combat power is very strong in itself. Now these are just common Marines, not elites. One kick at a time, or even more than one kick at a time, is not a problem at all. No one can block him with 2 or 3 moves. Basically, they destroy the enemy with one move, but the most brutal one is Zoro, with 3 knives, like 3 whirlwinds of death. Wherever they passed, countless people fell under the knife. Although Zoro's men were merciful and did not cut deep, it was almost impossible to stand up and fight again. A medium-sized warship? Try it. Zoro looked at the warship, with a smile that made all the Marines feel very uneasy. After Zoro's blade storm harvested, many Marines felt a strong fear. I didn't dare to rush up blindly for a while. Wuji Udeo Liujahi, the lion sings. Zoro's footsteps sank, and his whole body was filled with a terrifying aura. He retracted 3 swords, only holding one sword, and drew the sword once, and the air roared. Zoro's figure ran straight from the deck, and as if flashing, plowed to the stern of the warship. Kakeka. A cutting mark spread vertically from the bow to the stern, but halfway through, at about 2/3 of the way, the crack stopped spreading. The strength is still a bit short. Zoro said regretfully. But the Marine beside him was frightened to death. Even if a ship is cut to 2/3, it will never be able to support the sea. The entire hull made a loud rumbling sound, the overall structure was collapsing, and countless Marines fell into the water in horror. This medium-sized Marine warship was sinking into the sea. Are you kidding? Cut the boat with a knife. How is this possible? This is a monster. Help, help. Ship number 4 is about to sink, urgent help. Emergency help. Once the ship sinks to the bottom of the sea, if you don't notify everyone in time. Once other warships continue to approach, the vortex brought by the voyage will draw people into it. At that time, not to mention being saved, it would be considered good if he could not cause secondary damage. Is Zoro so fast? I can't be behind. Rubber bazooka. Rubber pistol. Rubber machine gun. Rubber tempest. Puff puff. A string of marines get kicked out by Luffy. An entire warship looks almost emptied. BD. The major felt his scalp tingling. Why did the well-trained marine soldiers clearly have a numerical advantage? But now it has just started, and the marines of 2 warships were almost knocked down. The Straw Hat pirates are ridiculously strong. Take down the others. So the major turned his eyes away from this difficult bone, and looked at the other pirates on the pirate ship who seemed a little more bully. Of course, the most important thing is to get ABI's back. But there were already people who acted faster than the major. After the battle started, Eric found that the pirate hunters were not easy to provoke. And there is absolutely no need to fight them. He is a mercenary, not a marine, he just needs to get ABI's. Taking advantage of the fact that they are all fighting now, although their combat power is terrifying, they are still entangled. For him, this is a rare and good opportunity. Hand over that girl. Eric was on the same warship as the major. When the other warships were fighting with the 3 main forces of the Straw Hats, they approached from the side. Many marines have swung the ropes in their hands. Stop them from coming. Reka sat on the mast, sipping special wine leisurely. Some secret marines were going to shoot Reka, but before they shot, Reka looked over. Those marines fell into an ice cellar one after another, and none of them dared to pull the trigger. At that moment, they felt that they were watched by a prehistoric demon king, and they would die if they pulled the trigger. Cause they would rather turn their guns and attack Zoro Luffy. Also unwilling to provoke a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. I didn't know how strong these pirates were before, but now they are only 50 million and 30 million, crushing them with absolute advantage. Then the bounty of 100 million Baileys is even more difficult for them to deal with. I still want to find a way to get that girl back, so let's leave, it's too unrealistic to take down this pirate group. Almost like non-human beings. These are not bounty criminals, take them down quickly, the major commanded to marine beside him. Oh! The marines threw out their hooks, Nami and Usopp saw this, and immediately started to attack. Usopp's precise bursts can make rows of marines lose their combat capabilities in a short period of time. The new gunpowder, pepper star, and oil star look very low-grade and very down-to-earth. But in this place where there is no land, once they fall into the sea, it will be difficult for them to form any combat power in a short time. And Nami's lethality and talent are even stronger. Fiery lightning howl. Nami swung his long stick, and a bolt of lightning struck out, piercing a part of the ship's hull. Several marines lay on the ground before they had time to react. What's the situation with this woman? She was able to control water and fire just now, and now she can control lightning. Are there such diverse abilities? Never mind, it seems that the way of fighting is still very immature, let's take her first. Sickle and wind blade. With a wave of both hands, Eric cut out 2 transparent air sickles. Fireball. Nami was startled when he saw this, but his reaction was still extremely fast. Boom! The fireball collided with the wind blade and exploded, affecting several innocent marines. Not bad, little girl, although I don't know what devil fruit you eat, but how do you take this move? Scythe flutter. Swish swish swish. Eric waved his arms continuously, one after another air blades swept towards Nami overwhelmingly new past. Water surface. Nami's face turned pale, and it was still a bit difficult for her mental strength to launch this blow. A huge face exactly like Reka suddenly appeared in midair. But they are all composed of seawater, with huge faces, like a wall blocking the front. Avoid going merry from being cut off by the opponent's sickle, and also prevent yourself from being cut off. Seeing this, Reka was stunned for a while, he couldn't even tell whether Nami did it on purpose or not. Fluffy. Scythes all over the sky hit the surface of the water, splashing countless water splashes. It looks like Reka is being slapped in the face continuously. Even if it was virtual, Reka looked at Eric at this moment, and his eyes gradually became unfriendly. The scythe could not penetrate the sea water, so Nami took the opportunity to fire another white mine, aiming directly at Eric. Seeing this, Eric quickly dodged, and then jumped up high, heading straight for Going Merry. Usopp shot at a rotten egg, and he chopped it open with an air scythe, but the stench turned his stomach, and almost made him fall from mid-air into the sea. An eyesore. Reka looked at Eric, who was about to land on the melee, and just said a word. When Zoro heard it, his body turned suddenly, and he cut out the 36 vexed phoenix with one blow, and knocked Eric back to the warship he was on. Then Zoro quickly ran towards Eric like a beast, moving between several warships, piercing through the marine all the way, and heading straight for Eric. The original pirate hunter, Noah Zoro. Eric's face darkened. It would probably be very difficult to be targeted by this kind of guy. He doesn't want to fight Zoro if he can. But Zoro has not forgotten, this is their battle. 3.4. It would be their downfall if Reka was allowed to do it. They not only have to defeat the enemy, but also protect Going Merry. Demon fruit power? It looks a little strong, let me play with you. Zoro bit the word Hedeo in his mouth, knifed left and right, and rushed towards Eric like the wind and lightning. You are worthy too, go to hell. Scythe Deo Long Scroll. A burst of sickle Deo Long Scroll was chopped out by Eric, regardless of the safety of his own people along the way. Even if many marines were torn apart, Zoro would be placed within this range. This practice of ignoring his own life and death made Zoro frown, and his face sank. I don't want to play anymore, it's boring. Three Swords Ryu. Demon Slash. Scoff. Zoro's speed suddenly accelerated violently, his whole body was shot like a thunderbolt, and with a crisp crackling sound, the tornado sickle was easily chopped into pieces. Impossible. Eric was startled, but before he could react, Zoro's figure passed by him like lightning. The slash is complete. Pfft. Blood sprang up from Eric's body. He had an unbelievable expression on his face. How could he not even be able to catch the 10 knives of the pirate hunter Zoro after he has crisscrossed East Blue for so many years? This powerful combat force that should have been able to fight back and forth with Luffy in the original plot is extremely vulnerable in front of the new Straw Hat Pirates at this moment. Chapter 121. How could this be? Even these guys who have never been rewarded are so powerful. Are you kidding me? The Major looked at the Straw Hat Pirates in front of him with an unacceptable expression on his face. Even the woman who seems to be extremely easy to deal with has the strength to stop Eric, and has all kinds of magical abilities. And Eric was beheaded by Noah Zoro just now. This is a strong mercenary hired by the governor at a high price. He is very famous in East Blue, and there are even some rumors about him in other sea areas, and he is even more fruit capable. But now Noah Zoro has been hacked. This is the strongest force on their ship. Is Eric not strong enough? No, when he was recruited, in order to test his strength, he was surrounded by a large army of marines. In the end, no one could stop him, but now he was taken care of by someone else. The Straw Hat Pirates are too strong. And so far, the Sun Tyrant with a bounty of 100 million Baileys has not made any movement. Judging from the bounty, his strength should be stronger than the captain of the Straw Hat Boy. Watching groups of marines being beaten into the air, if this continues, they may soon be completely wiped out. Damn it! What should we do? As a marine major, he is naturally capable, but even Eric is no match for him. If he goes up, he might not be able to solve any of them. Master Major, the main fleet is here. At this moment, a marine said excitedly, reinforcements are coming. It's really troublesome. No matter how many marines are defeated, more will come. This is also the reason why pirates, no matter how strong or weak they are are usually unwilling to fight Marines head-on. If you win, you have to face more and stronger Marines. If you lose, you will either lose your life or be sent to prison. Either way, it's not a good thing. Great! The Major was overjoyed when he heard that. After such a high-intensity battle, even the Straw Hat Pirates should have consumed a lot of energy. Now that the reinforcements have arrived, forming a siege, the Straw Hat Pirates cannot escape. The Major didn't know, he was too happy. A group of useless idiots, so many people have been counterattacked by the pirates, and they haven't taken them yet. Are you all trash? Governor Nelson sat on a huge cushion, surrounded by dozens of people. Marines struggled to carry him to the deck. Looking at the one-sided naval battle not far away, I am extremely angry. Governor Nelson only possesses power, but no combat power. His whole body is so obese that he needs many people to lift him up. Otherwise, it would be too strenuous and difficult to walk on your own. Governor, the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates is astonishing. We should quickly approach and surround them. Only in this way can we. A Marine officer said cautiously. Stop making excuses for yourself, all I want is that little girl, and the others cover the bombardment. While they are still fighting, Governor Dilson said angrily. All these guys standing in front of him will be crushed. Your Excellency! You can't do that. There are still a lot of our own people who fought against the enemy on the warship. The Marine officer said with a drastic change of expression when he heard the words. What's wrong? That little girl is on another ship, as long as it doesn't hurt her. The main force of the pirate group seems to be fighting with our army on the warship. This is the best chance to annihilate them. Miss this opportunity, are you sure to win? Fire me! But... Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the Marine officer who tried to persuade him was shot dead by Nelson. Then Governor Nelson looked at another Marine officer next to him and asked, Can you carry out the order? Koko can. Venture to get close to the pirates? Do you regard my life as despicable like them? Humph! Governor Nelson sneered inwardly. As long as he gets that little girl, he will have a chance to get the keel of the elixir of immortality, and the power at hand will always be his own. It is even possible to go a step further, and it is entirely possible to control more than one marine branch. So how could it be possible to get so close and risk your own life? Muzzle adjustment. Muzzle adjustment. Aim and prepare. There are more ships in the general fleet than the Major's ships, and the warships are lined up, and the muzzles of hundreds of cannons are aimed at the marine fleet that is fighting with Zoro and others. Are those Marines crazy? They still have their own people on this ship. Zoro and others immediately noticed that countless cannons were aimed at this place. This is unbelievable, there are not only their warships here, but also countless Marines. If you fire at them like this, aren't you afraid of accidentally hurting your own people? It seems that in order to eliminate us, the other party's chief is planning to use any means. What does this guy think of human life? Sanji took out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled smoke rings, saying heavily. A hole. Luffy doesn't like this behavior very much. Fire. Puff puff puff. In an instant, countless shells blasted over. 36 vexed phoenixes. Zoro slashed out sword energy and bombarded the cannonballs, but he could only protect his own area. And if the shells continued to bombard him, sooner or later he would be overwhelmed. After all, it was a fleet bombing, it was no small matter. Sanji circled his legs, borrowed skill, and kicked one cannonball after another, but the cannonballs were pouring down like raindrops. Sanji didn't dare to stop for a moment. If they were covered and bombed, even they would be extremely dangerous. Rubber rubber, balloon. Luffy took a deep breath, propped up his stomach, like a huge rubber balloon, and then caught a group of shells, so many that Luffy found it difficult. But in the end Luffy shook his body violently and bounced all the shells back. Fluffy. Although it was impossible to deliberately aim, the bombardment of scattered shells also caused several warships to be bombed more or less. Damn guy! Fire! Fire! Sink them! Nelson roared wildly. Just now, a shell fell on the sea beside him, almost threatening his own safety. Puff puff puff! Another round of artillery fire. The three of Zoro were fine for a short time, but the marines and warships that were fighting with them were blown up, some were killed, and the screams continued. Under the roar of artillery fire, warships gradually sank to the bottom of the sea with shattering whines. I can't go on like this. Luffy, Sanji, you guys go to protect the melee. Capture the thief first, and the king first, and leave that guy to me. Okay. Luffy and Sanji didn't talk nonsense, even if Going Merry wasn't the target of such bombardment. But still some shells will come, the track is the hull and mast. Clearly aimed at the shells here. The purpose is to damage Going Merry and make it impossible to leave. Usopp, come help. Sanji pulled Luffy, let Usopp hold the other side of Luffy, using Luffy as a large defensive rebound spring device, catching the incoming cannon, and slammed it into the enemy. Seeing this, Zoro took a risk, and he spotted a few cannonballs that were flying at a relatively slow speed. He bent his knees and jumped up, touching the cannonball like a dragonfly on water. He had to control his body very lightly, otherwise the cannonball would detonate if he was not careful. Zoro stomped 3 times in a row, and quickly approached the huge warship where the governor was. It's a lie. The pirates fly with the help of shells and kill them. The marines here were all dumbfounded. The original safe distance suddenly became no longer safe. How is it possible? Nelson was also pale with fright. Is this something humans can do? Protect the Governor General. You are the commander, you gave the order to fire. Zoro is full of murderous aura, and is the most terrifying opponent for the enemy. So what are you still doing? Kill him. Nelson growled looking at Marine, who was frightened and hesitant by Zoro. Is this kind of person who bombs his own people worthy of your death? Zoro asked rhetorically, which stunned the Marines who were about to move. But just this is enough for Zoro, 3-sword-style Tora hunting. The figure flashed, and the attack was completed. 580 puffs. A huge head was thrown high. The governor was killed. Marine exclaimed immediately, not knowing what to do for a moment. Zoro. At this time, Going Merry was quickly approaching the warship under Nami's control. Seeing this, Zoro pulled a rope and swung hard, and landed on Going Merry precisely. Is it worth wasting so many resources, ships, and brothers' lives for an illusory legendary? A lieutenant colonel who temporarily took over the command looked at the ruined warships in front of him and reflected. Cease fire. Need to pursue? No need, save all the people who can be saved first. The lieutenant colonel was in great grief, but Governor Nelson was there before, and the deep-rooted power made him have no real power at all. Good job. On Going Merry, Reka said lightly, this is the life he wants. Everyone will become stronger, and he can be more relaxed, just need to earn roleplay and arrogance at the right time. Hey! Hearing Reka's praise, everyone smiled sincerely. It is very rare to be praised by Reka. But ABIs, do you have something to hide from us? Nami looked at ABIs and asked. I. ABIs knew that these people were not bad people, but even good people might turn bad after hearing the legendary. Speaking of which, it's an exaggeration for Marine to dispatch so many troops just to catch you. Usopp felt that this was not an ordinary exaggeration. I have difficulties that I can't say. ABIs lowered her head in shame, obviously they helped her, but she still couldn't say. It's because of the rumor of the elixir of life and the 1,000-year-old keel. Reka took the initiative to point out this point. Elixir of life. Millennium keel. Luffy, Zoro and others were shocked when they heard this. How do you know? AB's looked at the most handsome man on board with a look of shock. Chapter 122. You have this kind of legendary in your area. There are often people who are facing death and longing for eternal life, and believe in all kinds of legendaries. Not to mention, some legendaries themselves may be true. Yes, right. Reka pointed to Apis Dragon Tooth Fragment Necklace. Legendary. It seems that East Blue has this kind of legendary, but no one is so stupid as to take this kind of thing seriously. Usopp likes to tell stories, so he often pays attention to some legendaries on the sea. This sea is very magical. Even East Blue, which is called the weakest sea, is one of the 4 sea regions in the world. It has a vast territory and countless kingdoms. There are too many secrets and legendaries hidden here. So what happened? Don't feel weird about it. ABIs, is this true? Do 1,000-year dragons really exist in this world? Nami asked in a soft tone as much as possible. Is there really an elixir of life? Usopp also felt very puzzled. If it wasn't for Rika's mouth, they would definitely not believe it just by listening to the rumors. ABIs hesitated, but seeing her like this, everyone already knew the truth. Don't worry about them being greedy for the 1,000-year-old dragon. Let's not talk about whether the 1,000-year-old keel really has the effect of immortality. At least they are not people who will deprive others of the right to live for their own selfish desires. Regarding this point, I believe you should have a deep understanding, and the Lost Island in Legendary should also appear, if the existence of the Millennium Dragon is true. ABIs couldn't refuse Rika's words. Really? Do you know where the Lost Island is? ABIs became energetic after hearing this. Because Master Long was still hiding in the cave before she was caught, it was very old, the old one was dying, and his memory was blurred, and he couldn't remember the location of the Lost Island. Its greatest wish is to return to the Lost Island, the hometown and festival of their 1,000-year-old dragon. Hearing what ABIs said, Zoro, Luffy and the others couldn't help looking at Rika. Obviously they all felt that Rika should have read the relevant records in this regard, otherwise it would be impossible to know such details. It's just a lost island that can't be found on the map. After hundreds or even thousands of years, does anyone really know where this island is located? Yes, I know. Rika gave an answer that never disappoints everyone. Going Merry continues on to Gunkanjima, but this time without any marine pursuit. When they arrived at Warship Island, they were warmly received and saw unprecedented miracles. The 1,000-year-old dragon really exists. When the Dragon Master flapped his wings and took off, the residents of the entire Warship Island were shocked. The rumor that Grandpa, the head of Bogyudan village, has been telling is true. How is this possible? Isn't this legendary? The entire Warship Island was shocked. They had grown up under the influence of the Millennium Dragon legendary, and they had a very deep sense of recognition for the Millennium Dragon. The folk customs on the island are simple and honest, and very few people want to go crazy to get the keel. Besides, the Millennium Dragon is a very powerful creature. If you want to hunt and kill them, you must first check whether you can fly and whether you are strong enough. Aren't we going to find the Lost Island? Why are we still here? At the port, Lord Long just flew a little distance, but his physical strength was exhausted, so he had to build a raft for it, by Going Merry dragging. Then they all want to see the Lost Island in Legendary, which is the dragon's lair. This made Luffy, Usopp, and others who had just seen the Millennium Dragon very excited. ABIs also looked at Rika very puzzled. Haven't you ever wondered why a dragon that only appeared once in 1,000 years in Legendary appeared on this island? Maybe it wasn't really lost. Rika said meaningfully. Wait, you're saying that the island we're on now is the Lost Land in Legendary? That's impossible, this island is actually not that big. Nami reacted the fastest. Yeah. It doesn't look much different from the islands in common. Master Dragon, is this the place you want to come to? ABIs was on the raft, stroking the 1,000-year-old dragon, which is a dragon-shaped creature that is not exactly the same as a Western dragon. Master Long raised his head with difficulty, and shook his head slightly, expressing that he didn't know, its memory had deteriorated seriously. It's this island, but here. Reka stood on the shore, stretched out his finger, and pointed down. You mean? Under the sea. Good. Then let's dive in and have a look. Luffy said impatiently. You landlubber can't do it, let's look at us. Usopp volunteered. Do you know how deep the seabed is and how strong the pressure is? I'm afraid you will be crushed into meatloaf before you even dive. Sanji hit. Don't worry, if legendary is true, maybe, just today, the island will float up. The island is floating. Everyone was shocked. Is this possible? Listening to Rika's words, the aged 1,000-year-old dragon seemed to remember something. He raised his head suddenly, and let out a crisp and loud dragon cry, which quickly spread out. It was received by the Millennium Dragon who came from all directions of the world according to his instinct, and is currently in various parts of East Blue and nearby islands. Rumbling. Suddenly, the entire battleship island felt a strong earthquake. And it continued. People who didn't know thought it was a real earthquake. Then the people on the shore were horrified to find that other colors appeared on the coast that was originally connected to the sea. It's as if something is rising from the bottom of the ocean. There seems to be something flying over there. It's a dragon. A 1,000-year-old dragon, a lot of 1,000-year-old dragons. All the creatures in Legendary were summoned by the Dragon Master, and they flew over from nearby with flapping wings, and the scene was very spectacular. There are so many thousands of dragons. Everyone watching this scene was dumbfounded, even Luffy Zoro was no exception. They were already surprised when they saw Dragon Lord, a legendary creature. I didn't expect that there are so many 1,000-year-old dragons, there are probably hundreds of them. What are they doing? Sanji looked at those 1,000-year-old dragons, they started forming a circle over the sea, and started to spin. Rika felt a mysterious and powerful force emanating from the Millennium Dragon. As they circled, Gunkanjima felt a stronger earthquake. Fluffy. Suddenly, mountain-like things burst out of the sea. An island several times larger than the warship island, full of corals and other marine life, appeared out of thin air, and connected with the existing warship island, as if it was a whole. Whoa! Luffy was extremely excited and exclaimed directly. This kind of spectacle that cannot be explained by common sense is exactly what adventurers are most eager to encounter. This kind of encounter, people who have seen it, will never forget it for a lifetime. The Lost Island really exists? It's so spectacular. It's the fossil of a 1,000-year-old dragon. Sanji looked at the mountain-like thing on the emerging island. Well, it should be the corpse of a 1,000-year-old dragon that gradually petrified after the millennium has passed. Such fossils cannot be used as medicine at all, and these 1,000-year-old dragons may only rest here for a short time, and will leave again until the next millennium comes. Gather here again. All the people who have beaten thousands of years old bones, I am afraid that they will be disappointed. And I actually don't believe it, because I can seriously live forever. After all, even the Millennium Dragon itself does not have this ability. They die here and are reborn here. It is more like a brand new way of reproduction. If it is really immortal, it will not age itself. Of course, their life is long enough for us. Nami said with great emotion. Everyone set foot on the Lost Island, admiring the underwater island and countless 1,000-year-old dragon fossils. They saw Master Long die, and also saw Master Long being born from a new dragon egg. It's so magical, they watch it, keep it all in their hearts, and turn it into the most beautiful adventure experience. Apis returned to the island safely, and after seeing this spectacle, Luffy and others embarked on the journey to the Grand Line again. Not far from the Grand Line entrance, they waved goodbye. Thank you very much. Abis waved her hands and said goodbye. Going merry embarks on a new journey. Even if half a day has passed, Yin's family is still a little immersed in the previous Warship Island incident. Weather, cloudy, heavy rain with wind. The Millennium Dragon, no matter how you look at it, it's still very spectacular and handsome. Luffy sat on the bow and sighed. It's strange. From the map, we want to enter the Grand Line, but it seems that we can only climb over the mountain. Is this, Wang Hao, going to have a seaway leading to the mountain? There is a sign. But if not, we will hit the red line. Nami said with a nautical chart, rather entangled. We are going to enter the Grand Line. Zoro looked forward to it. There, known as the Pirate Cemetery, has countless powerful people. Is that the red line? I didn't see anything. Is there really a road? The surrounding sea current has become turbulent. Help me out. The cabin can't be moved. Usopp couldn't move it suddenly. Sanji, you went to help, I can't even think properly because of the noise. Nami said helplessly. But Sanji passed, still unable to turn the rudder, and they were already in the super strong current at the entrance near the Grand Line. So that's it, I understand. Keep going. Nami heard the current, and based on the fact that there was a red line ahead, he immediately judged that there was really a gap to climb the mountain. Otherwise, such a strong current would not have formed nearby. Is it really okay? Zoro doubted. It's a big problem. If we can't successfully enter the canal and sea current, we will crash into the red line and be smashed to pieces. Nami said earnestly. I knew it would not be so easy to succeed. No wonder it is called the Cemetery of Pirates. Do you have to take such a big risk just to enter? It's such a big mountain, it doesn't even enter the clouds. Is this the red line? Chapter 123. I see. There is really an ocean current climbing the mountain. Everyone listens to my command and must not make mistakes. Whether you can enter the Grand Line or not depends on the present. Obey. Correct, mainsail, jib, adjust to port. Clap. The rudder broke under the strong current and strong rotation. Oops. Rubber balloons. The boat was a bit sideways, so it wouldn't be able to get into the canal's mountain climbing current, but Luffy reacted very quickly. Use your body to block the melee, which is loaded towards the red line, and bounce it back onto the current. Okay, just go straight ahead. Rumble, rumble. A rushing sea current is climbing up the mountain, and there is something like a door adorning the entrance. The sound of rushing ocean currents does not stop, and the storm intensifies, as if it indicates that this ocean is about to usher in a new storm. I didn't expect the sea water to really climb the mountain. It's incredible. Usopp was shocked when he saw the sea current climbing the mountain ahead and the situation they were in at the moment. Now we just need to rush to the top of the mountain in one breath. Nami said excitedly, waving his jacket. Are you going to the top of the mountain? I want to see, I want to see, I want to see. Luffy hurried to the bow. It's so spectacular. The rushing currents don't require them to operate the boats at all. They can carry them forward at high speed. The sound of rumbling and raging waves was endless, and they stood at the bow of the boat and looked out, as if they were looking at a canal with a 45-degree upward direction. The view is good. Reka was sitting on the mast, and the angle of inclination basically did not affect a strong man like Reka. Clouds, it's getting closer and closer. Usopp couldn't help saying as he watched the sky get closer and closer to them. Pang! Soon Going Merry went straight through the clouds and flew high, surprising everyone. They made it to the top. Fortunately, when it fell, it was a channel heading straight for 343, and they were not rushed out of the channel, otherwise they might be smashed to pieces immediately. So fast! Although the speed of going up is fast, it is acceptable anyway, and the speed of going down is even faster now. My hawk is here. Zoro looked at the sea area below, where the world feared the Grand Line. All blue. It's in a certain sea here. Sanji lit a cigarette, full of longing for the future. I want to draw a perfect nautical chart. Nami lay on the edge of the guardrail, looking at the sea below. Proof of being a brave warrior at sea. Usopp wiped his nose with his finger. As long as he lives in this sea area, he can live upright. He is a true brave warrior of the sea. I see, this is the greatest sea in the world, the Grand Line. One Piece is somewhere in the sea ahead. Go! Luffy cheered and set off from Windmill Village, experiencing many things. At last he came to the land of his dreams, and as long as he circled the world once and reached Raftel, the final island, he conquered the Grand Line. Become the man who owns everything in this world, One Piece. Pang! The boat went all the way down, they broke through layers of white cloud, the feeling was even more exciting than bungee jumping. Marvelous! Yahoo! Hold on to the boat, don't be thrown out, if you are thrown out, you will die. Don't say such unlucky words at this time. Wow! But in the misty white cloud, amidst the cheers and joy, a grand voice called out. Did you hear anything? Zoro asked suddenly. What did you say? But now with the howling wind in everyone's ears, they couldn't hear what Zoro was saying. Zoro had to raise, CBBH, a few pitches. Didn't you hear something else? That's the wind. Nami, there is a black wall ahead. Sanji suddenly saw something. How is it possible? Go through here, and you will see Cape Twins and Legendary in front of you. It should be the sea. Nami was surprised. But there is indeed. Whatever, rush over. Luffy was fearless. No, that's not the black wall, that's a huge whale. In the ocean at the end of this current, there should be an endless vast sea. But a huge island whale with a length of hundreds of meters, like a black mountain peak, and its head covered with hideous cracks lay in front of it, there was nowhere to escape. It's too big. It's just like giant sea kings. Luffy, Nami and others, who had never seen such a huge creature, were shocked immediately. Just arrived at the Grand Line, and I met this kind of human invincible behemoth. Such a huge monster, even if Zoro hacked it for a day and a night, he might not be able to kill it. What are you going to do? Do you want to fight? This is simply not something that can be won. But it blocked the way. The ship continued to rush down, and if it continued like this, once it hit it, the entire melee would be smashed. Wait, it grows so big, maybe it hasn't found us yet. Yes, I didn't see its eyes at all. Hey, there's a road on the left, we can go around there. Zoro found the way around this giant with sharp eyes. Full left rudder. But the rudder just broke. Usopp said nervously. Hurry up and figure out a way. Suo and the three of Usopp returned to the meeting room and tried to turn the remaining rudders, but the downstream current was more urgent than before. The three of them couldn't do it together. Reka-san, help me find a way. Nami could only look at Reka with helpless eyes. Don't worry, today is not our death day. After all, this whale is really big. Reka still sat still, as steady as Mount Tai, and was still in the mood to sip his coffee. Now is not the time to care about that. I have an idea, Luffy said. What way? Nami asked, but Luffy had already run into the cabin, and soon, with a bang, the cannon blasted out, hitting the whale directly. With the reaction force of the cannon bombardment and the shock wave of the explosion, the melee gradually stopped. But the faces of Zoro, Nami, and others turned extremely pale in an instant. Cannon. This idiot captain. He actually used a cannon on this huge whale. Isn't this the worst? When encountering such a mountain-like sea beast, the first thing that comes to mind is to slip away. Why would you think of bombing it with cannons? This time, the whales that should have not noticed them, maybe they can. It's over. Nami's face was ashen. As soon as he entered the Grand Line, everything will be over. The melee did come to a slow stop, but with a click, the bow of the ship's bow still touched the whale, and it broke. How did the ship stop? Luffy ran in from the cabin to claim credit. It seems that it hasn't found us yet, let's go. After the shelling, Sanji found that the whale was still unresponsive, and said hastily. And the ship was right under Laboon's eyes, and the eyes alone were many times bigger than the entire Mary. Looking at it makes people shiver, and a sense of powerlessness arises. But at this moment, Luffy just saw that his state seat had its head broken and was thrown to the deck. BD. What did you do to my special seat? Luffy punched the huge whale directly in the eye. Ah! Luffy! Zoro and others shouted in horror. At this moment, I really want to throw this idiot captain out to feed the whales. After finally escaping, what did he do again? The eyes did not respond for a while, and then the eyeballs sank suddenly, and when they saw Luffy and the others, they opened their mouths, and the sea water poured into the entrance crazily. Everyone let out a terrible scream. It's over. Zoro, Sanji and others were stunned. This time it's completely over. We were eaten. Luffy also had a look of horror on his face. Boom! Tons and tons of seawater poured into Laboon's body, and then Laboon's mouth slowly closed. The sea was calm, as if nothing had happened. And on the back of the whale, there is a line. Well, what do you think? Nami's voice full of doubts in life sounded. I thought we must have been swallowed by a whale. But Sanji looked at the scene in front of him, and it didn't feel like it. Looking up, there was a blue sky and a white cloud. There is also a small island in front of you, and there is a small house on the island. No matter how you think about it, it can't be in the body of the whale. Is this a dream? Usopp asked blankly. Probably dreaming. Zoro also felt that dreaming was closer to reality. Pang! But at this moment, a giant squid with a height of tens of meters emerged from the water, ready to attack them. Then what is this? Is it also a dream? But it's so real. It's coming. Sanji, Zoro, Luffy immediately made a counterattack posture. But at this moment, several spear guns were fired from the island, directly piercing the body of the king squid, killing it. Someone seems to be there. Zoro looked at the room from which the spear gun had been fired. Sanji, Luffy and others also looked over. Someone came out. Flower. No, it's a human being, but with a flower-like decoration on the back of the head. It's so fierce. Everyone looked at the man in front of him who was wearing slippers, had a strong physique, and seemed to have a flower blooming behind his head, with a fierce face and a strong sense of oppression. Watchful hearts, mention the ultimate. Want to fight? Usopp said tremblingly. Crocus stared at Luffy and the others, with such a fierce look and eyes, anyone would think that he wanted to find someone to fight. As a result, he stared at Zoro and the others for a long time, without saying a word, went to the chair next to him and lay down, picked up the newspaper and read it leisurely. You should say something. Sanji felt speechless, looking like he was going to fight, but he didn't say a word. I'm telling you, we have cannons. Usopp said sternly. Hearing this, Crocus stared suddenly and became more fierce. I advise you not to, you will die. When Usopp heard this, he was startled immediately, and dared not speak. Oh, who will die? Sanji was not convinced. Me, Crocus said matter-of-factly. So it's you. Uncle, don't be scary. Usopp spoke again. The ship doctor of One Piece, the position of the few of you is really worth pondering, you don't have any special mission. At this time, Rika's words made everyone present change their faces. Crocus is no exception. Chapter 124. One Piece's ship doctor. This identity is quite amazing, since Roger's time. One Piece belongs to the pirate group, all the current living members, especially the former main codders. Both became the great sinners of government-issued books, such as Pluton Rayleigh. Those who are still active in the sea are all famous big pirates in the world. And now this person in front of him is also a person on the ship of One Piece? It's a lie. I heard that people who were related to Roger the Pirate King were all sentenced to death. Only a very small number of powerful pirates are still active in the Grand Line. Sanji looked at this fierce-looking man in shock. Old man. It's really strange, I have never been offered a reward, and at your age, it is impossible to see me. How did you recognize me? Crocus looked at Reka with a puzzled face. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. Reka didn't explain much. Yes, but I don't know what you're talking about. Forget it then. Reka didn't get to the bottom of it, instead causing Crocus to frown slightly. Reka's words just now are somewhat intriguing. What is the position of the few of you? It is worth pondering carefully. Does this man know the position of Rayleigh, Jabba, and the red hair? Logically, no one should know. After the death of Captain Roger, they really want to help Captain Roger protect the sea. In other words, guide the pirates to where they should go. Be as clueless as a lighthouse, but have the courage to step into the Grand Line to guide the pirates. Like a guardian, guard those powerful and free seeds. He's at the entrance, Rayleigh is at the other, Jabba and the Redhead are at the very end. They did not allow the hopes raised by the captain to be snuffed out by the world government and marine headquarters. Is Age of Pirates really chaotic? To the people of this world, yes. But for the times they were in, it was too kind. There has never been a shortage of pirates in this sea. In the past, pirates did not have a clear goal, and they did more harm to people. And Roger gave them this goal in the new era: all pirates will go to the same place. There will certainly be damage along the way, but compared to the past, this era is no longer dark. Crocus thought Reka had asked this question. You should get to the bottom of it, and stop if you don't arrive. This instead makes Crocus itch, wondering what the hell does he know? But before he had time to ask, the group of young men beside the man were chattering and talking excitedly. Usopp looked at Crocus in horror. Uncle, you just admitted that you are a crew member of One Piece. I didn't expect there to be such an unknown person on the One Piece ship. Nami said with emotion. This is completely different from what they thought. They thought that everyone on the One Piece ship should be a world-famous big pirate. One Piece's ship doctor is really good, Uncle, do you want to be my partner? Luffy generously invited. Crocus was taken aback when he heard the words, knowing that he had been on the ship of One Piece before. Would he dare to invite himself like this? Really willful and fearless. From this point of view, it is really similar to Roger, especially the hat. Wait, hat? No way. Ha. I'm old now, and I don't have the strength to accompany you young people to toss around. That's not the point is, what exactly is this place? Although Zoro was also shocked by who this vicious uncle was, there was obviously something wrong with this place. The clouds and birds in the sky did not move, and there was no wind. The color of the sea water was also very strange, and the king's squid even showed signs of corrosion. Where is this place, you ask? You are so arrogant to break into my private resort. Do you think this is the belly of a mouse? Crocus took an extra look at Reka. It was only later that I found out that this man had stopped paying attention to him. Hearing what Crocus said, Usopp and the others, who were not willing to believe the facts, changed their expressions slightly. We are indeed in the whale's stomach. It's over, it's about to be digested, this must be its stomach. Look carefully, the sky and clouds are all painted. Usopp was sad. No, I don't want to be digested. Nami also felt that this way of dying was too unacceptable. The exit is over there. Crocus pointed to a large iron gate not far away. So I can get out. Nami, Luffy and others looked behind them together, only to see the iron gate. This is too strange. There is a door in the whale. And these paintings. It's my kind of pastime. Crocus said disapprovingly. What the hell are you doing here? Usopp was terrified when he thought about it. The ship's doctor of the pirates lived in the belly of a whale, he could draw pictures, and he could open doors in his body. This person is primordial weird, and weirdness often means danger. Forget it, ignore him, get out of here quickly. Zoro stopped Usopp from asking the bottom line, since this is a stomach, staying for a long time will be very damaging to the ship. That's right. Nami also wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. But at this moment, the ship shook violently, and everyone was a little unsteady for a while. What's wrong? Look, that's not an island, it's a boat. Nami saw the iron sheet wrapped under the surging tide. Have you started yet? Croca's face hardened. What's starting? Let me explain. Usopp asked. This uncle has lived here for a long time, if there is any situation, he should know. This whale, Laboon started headbutting Red Line. What? Speaking of which, when I looked at it before, I found that this whale had many scars on its head. And it was still roaring to the sky. Nami remembered something. Why is that? Usopp didn't quite understand. It's painful. Nami affirmed. Could it be that this is his goal, to kill this whale from the inside? Several people present quickly came to such a conclusion. But this is none of our business, let's get out of here as soon as possible. Even if this is true, Zoro and the others are not people who protect animals. Really? The waves are so big, can they really get close to the gate? Usopp expressed doubts, but he could only do his best. And at this moment, in Laboon's body, there is a small door that enters two uninvited guests. Miss. Wednesday and Mr.9. Miss. Wednesday has a head of water blue hair, and her real identity is Princess Vivi of Alabasta. But now she's an agent of Barlock. Finally sneaked in, listen to Miss. On Wednesday, behind the door is the stomach of the whale. I guess the old man is there. We must kill him. Everything is for the whale. Both sides of the face have 9 tattoos, wearing a crown and holding a rocket launcher. Mr.9 has a cold voice. Yes, Mr.9, after all, this whale is an important sweetheart to our town. I'll count 1, 2, 3, that's fine. Open the door anytime. Miss Wednesday is also carrying a bazooka. Asking for flowers. But the moment they opened the door, Laboon's impact suddenly increased, throwing the two of them out, and they fell straight into the stomach acid. And at this time Crocus also jumped into the stomach acid, but not to save them, not to kill them. Instead, he swam straight in a certain direction, and then followed the iron ladder to the shore. Come to a small room, where there is a giant syringe, like a gun barrel. Laboon, don't hurt yourself anymore, you're running out of sedatives, it seems you need to make some more. Crocus muttered to himself, and sedated Laboon. Laboon slowly quieted down. What? What happened? Usopp looked at the two people who fell suddenly, not knowing why. Neither of them were capable users, and after falling, they quickly climbed onto Luffy's boat. Because only this ship is the nearest landing point nearby. Who are you? It seems to have calmed down. Some things don't change. It's interesting. Rika looked at the Princess Vivi and a miscellaneous fish agent who were dressed like little sisters, and smiled slightly. Her arrogance was worth looking forward to. But Rika is in no rush. Princess Vivi's outfit should be part of her dark history. When I mention it in the future, I don't know what expression I will have. 0. It's a pity that I don't have a camera, I must buy one next time. In order to retain some interesting pictures of the journey. Mr.9, they are pirates. Princess Vivi, who turned into Miss Wednesday, looked at the flag and knew she was on a pirate ship. I know, but explain to them, it should be fine, probably. Mr.9 was planning to make up a story. But Crocus came out of the sedation room. So you're still here, villains, don't make me say the same thing over and over again, as long as I'm here, I won't let you touch a hair of Laboon. Seeing this, the two of them knew that they couldn't make up any more stories, even if you say that, don't stop us from hunting this whale today. This is our task. Mr.9 followed Vivi's words. As the two talked, they revealed their vicious looks, raised the bazooka, and prepared to fire. But at this moment, blue, blue. From Vivi's body, the voice of a phone bug suddenly came out. Oh! Reka suddenly became interested. Just in case, Reka decided to pull a wave of hatred first. Before Vivi answered the phone bug, Reka grabbed the phone bug in her pocket with magic power and connected it. What are you doing? Vivi was stunned for a moment, unable to react. Miss Wednesday. A mature, calm, gentle female voice came from the opposite side. You got the wrong person. Who are you? Straw Hat Pirates, Reka. Reka declared himself his family, just so arrogant. Hearing this, the other party was obviously taken aback. Wednesday fell into your hands? Our boss is very concerned about your rookie pirate group, we. Stop. I just wanted to ask, Lockdoll, is the sand crocodile with you right now? As soon as these words came out, the other side was silent for a while, and then a deep magnetic voice sounded, it seems that you are not just a newcomer pirate, since you know me, it means that you are also a grandmaster with information about the underground world, join me, how about we do something big together? Sand crocodile, haven't you woken up? You don't think that with Logia, no one can do anything to you, wash your neck well and wait, see if our captain can do it or not, you're done, don't try to run away, if you run away, everything you run will be out of work. Chapter 125. Lockdoll never dreamed that he would be scolded bloody for just overhearing a phone call. Conversely, I was threatened by others, but said arrogantly, let myself not run away. Are you kidding me? The sand crocodile was furious when he heard the words for the first time. He had seen many trusting pirates who had just entered the Grand Line. But after recognizing his identity and even knowing his abilities, he still dares to shout like this, this is the first person. Even in the face of other 7 warlords of the sea, he has never been so underestimated. What does this guy think he is? Do you really think that the bounty is higher than the bounty before you stopped offering bounties? What a superficial view! Because of his anger, K-Lock stirred up the surrounding yellow sand, and everything around him was quickly sucked dry. But after the initial anger, he tried his best to calm down, but his face was still very gloomy and ugly. This was originally just Nico Robin's understanding of a daily mission for his agents, and it was also for dispatching new missions. And this new mission happened to be related to the Straw Hat Pirates, and they got relevant information. It is said that the Straw Hat Pirates have already set off from Rogtown, and it will not be long before 027 is not unexpected. Soon to be on the Grand Line, and Twin Point is where it all starts. As long as he gets in touch with the Straw Hat Pirates here, he can invite them to join in advance when he chooses which route. So Nico Robin's task is to check who is near Cape Twins. The strength does not need to be too strong, as long as they can negotiate with the Straw Hat Pirates for the first time. But when Robin never expected, the other party called the phone bug first. Not only did he immediately find out that Sand Crocodile, whom he had never met, was behind the Lockwork Agency, but he also uttered wild words. You know, in order to avoid suspicion and a sense of mystery, Sand Crocodile has always been the boss of the Pakistani Lockwork Agency. But many advanced agents do not know his true identity. Everything is managed and delivered on her behalf. If the other party knows that the boss of Barlock is Sand Crocodile, what else does he know? This is not a very good signal for K-Lock Dar. If a person who knows too many secrets of him cannot use them for himself, there will be only one result. After all, would he know what he was planning in Alabasta? This thing, even the world government has been wanting to get it for so many years, but has no way to start. This information alone, once sold to the world government, I am afraid it will make a lot of money. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed to happen. Robin, who is familiar with Locke's temper, knows that he has murderous intentions. This made K-Lock Doll more concerned than just scolding and threatening for no reason. But K-Lock Doll was indeed scolded and forced. Because the other party is still making all kinds of sarcasm and ridicule. What a loser, a pathetic weakling, Nico Robin was taken aback for a while, and she even suspected for a while, this guy who speaks wild words. Is there any feud with K-Lock Dar? Even the sand crocodile himself almost thinks this way, boy, do we have a grudge? No, I'm trying to make us feud. Puff. Hearing this, Nico Robin couldn't help but laugh again, this guy is really interesting. The sand crocodile immediately looked at Nico Robin with his cold eyes. Sorry, I lost my composure. Nico Robin instantly recovered his cold and capable appearance. You brat who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth, you don't know how vast the world is. Sand crocodile said with a gloomy face. Anyway, you probably aren't as thick-skinned as you. Do you covet someone else's country, so that you can be complacent? It will be a waste of money after all. In these years, except for the fruit ability, I haven't practiced much. I hope you will fight back later. Hit me up. Rika was still arrogant, but said casually. Vivi's face changed drastically when he heard this sentence. This guy was actually talking directly to K-Lock Doll. Doesn't it mean that the identity of the sand crocodile is kept secret? Locke works throughout the bar. Few people know why this person who seems to be entering the Grand Line for the first time knows it. Luffy, Zoro and Nami and others looked at each other, not knowing who Rika was communicating with, and it felt like there was some personal grievance. But between the lines, it is said that they are just trying to create conflicts between each other. It looks like we can't talk anymore. The sand crocodile's killing intent soared to ultimate. He always felt that the guy opposite him was playing tricks on him. But there is no evidence. Is it because of the vision problem that these cats and dogs have the illusion that they can challenge themselves at will? Aren't you just talking? I'll try my best to make you hate me even more. By the way, are you ready to kill me? It's almost done, so I'll hang up. Talk too much, I'm thirsty. Hearing this, Sand Crocodile and Nico Robin were silent again. Is this guy a bit seriously ill? Is it necessary to let him wander on the line of life and death? Once you feel that the other party may have mental problems. Sand Crocodile decided to try again. For talents, our workplace is very inclusive. As long as your Straw Hat Pirates are willing to join us, of course there will be no such things as hate and killing. It's really hypocritical. By the way, you couldn't have been a woman before, right? Rika continued provocatively. Robin was stunned, there was a huge amount of information in it. Speaking of which, Sand Crocodile has never really had any desire for women. As the leader of a huge organization, but he doesn't even have a few decent beauties by his side, could it be that he really has some difficulties and secrets? The Sand Crocodile's face was completely gloomy to the bottom, looking for death. That's right, courting death. You can do it for yourself. Sand Crocodile didn't want to talk anymore, and hung up the phone decisively. After that, Peng punched the huge conference table in front of him, smashing it into pieces, and was crushed into sand by his ability. Although Nico Robin was happy in his heart and even wanted to laugh, the majestic 7 warlords of the sea was actually irritated to such an extent by a few words from the mouth of a newcomer pirate. It's extremely rare. What should we do now? Nicole asked Sand Crocodile's opinion on how to deal with this group of people. Since they don't care about life and death and insist on provoking us, let them be fulfilled. Let them realize the gap with us, and then slowly subdue them. If they can't subdue them, they will be killed at that time. Some little ones who got some information by chance, it's just a minion. Sandy Crocodile tried not to let Nico Robin see his jokes. Originally in the position of 7 warlords of the sea, I was often challenged by many pirates who were new to the Grand Line and eager to become famous. He has long been used to hearing all kinds of arrogant, groundless words. It's just the first time to be despised like this, even poked in the heart. It's still infuriating. In Sand Crocodile's view, this is just a newcomer team that is slightly stronger than Common's pirate group and has an extremely arrogant attitude. After all, coming out of the weakest sea like the East Blue, how high can one's vision be? Do you think that the powerhouses of the Grand Line can be compared with the local powerhouses? Let them be beaten by the real reality. Most of the pirates will obey. It doesn't matter if they don't obey, they will be killed when the time comes. Understood. Nico Robin was instructed to contact many advanced agents for a new round of arrangements. The Straw Hat Pirates, they seem to be a group of interesting guys. Robin smiled from the bottom of his heart after walking out of the room where K-Lock Doll was. When people call, they are either declaring war, threatening, or negotiating. It turned out that this was good, not for these purposes. The simplest purpose is that I came to build hatred. This is truly unique. I just hope that I can have some real skills, and don't be taken down so soon. This world and the Grand Line are far more complicated than they imagined. Well, we are actually not very familiar with them. If this is normal, Vivi and Mr.9 will use the identity of the mysterious organization Barlock Work Agency to threaten them. But now they seem to be talking directly to their big boss. This should not be what they are qualified to know. You know, there was an advanced agent before who seemed to investigate the real identity of the boss without permission, but was secretly obliterated by the organization. Now they also know that they won't be the next one. And this group of people in front of them looked very ferocious, and the more they looked at them, the more they became familiar, and they gradually recognized them. The people above ordered them to pay 4.1 more attention to this rookie pirate group. Once you enter the Grand Line, if you choose their route, please report as soon as possible. And such a pirate group, even if they are newcomers, their strength is not something they can deal with. After all, their rewards are quite gorgeous. Therefore, both Vivi and Mr.9 are very interesting. First distinguish the relationship, and then talk about it after surviving. Besides, before this, Mr.9 really didn't know their behind-the-scenes boss. It turned out to be one of the 7 warlords of the sea from the Megatron Grand Line. The bounty of 100 million Baileys. It's more than the bounty offered by Lock Doll when he was a pirate, but it doesn't seem like a lot. Vivi secretly looked at Reka. The handsome face made Princess Vivi blush slightly. Who were you calling just now? Nami looked puzzled. She didn't even know when Reka had a phone bug on hand. No one, don't worry too much. Even if Reka mentioned the name of the Sand Crocodile, Nami, and Luffy, who just entered the Grand Line, still don't know anything about it. Oh, what should we do with these 2 people? Looking at them just now, it seems that they are going to kill this whale. Chapter 126. I said, who are these guys? Nami was still very concerned about Rika's phone call just now. Logically speaking, it should be the first time Reka has entered the Great Navigation Route, so how could he know a certain name? What are they called? Doll and Sand Crocodile. During the call, they could vaguely feel that the other party seemed to be an unusual guy. This is an opponent for Luffy and Zoro. As for the specifics, you should not know it yet. After all, it is a little bit happier now. Reka is afraid to say that Nami and Usopp will be worried all the way. It might be easier for them to accept it when things get to that point. Adversary? Sounds good. Luffy and Zoro Sanji suddenly showed anticipation. Are you crazy? We are enemies with Pakistan, and even a few lives are not enough. Vivi saw that Reka underestimated the Barlock studio, and even regarded this as an opponent of other people. Didn't he already know that the black hand behind this organization is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Sand Crocodile, K-Lock Doll? Why do you dare to be so rampant? Is it really a pirate from a small place with no eyesight at all? This is not something you two losers should care about. These guys are thugs from a nearby town, and they're after the meat of this whale, and if Laboon is caught, it's enough to feed the town for 2 years, Crocus replied. Laboon? Nami asked curiously. It's the name of this whale. It's an island whale that only lives in West Blue. It's the largest whale in the world. How can it be used as food? The reason why this guy keeps crashing into the 21 continents of the Red Earth, and have been yelling towards the upside-down mountain, there is a reason for this. What reason? This guy is a whale with human emotions. It is just waiting for a certain group of pirates. It started 50 years ago. One day, when I was guarding the lighthouse as usual, a group of brave pirates came down from the upside-down mountain and entered the Grand Line. They followed them, and there was a small whale, that was Laboon. Those pirates had been carrying Laboon traveled with them, but because sailing on the Grand Line is extremely dangerous, they originally planned to let Laboon stay in West Blue. But Laboon followed secretly. The island whale is an animal that lives in groups with its companions. For Laboon, the group of pirates must be its companions. Because of the ship's failure, they stayed at Twin Point for several months, so I became good friends with them, and then, when it came time to depart, Crocus said with great nostalgia. He still has fond memories of pirates playing with Laboon, sitting on it drinking and singing. That is the sunset singing, the sea like wine, each has its own taste, it is fascinating. On the day of sailing, the pirate captain said to him, I like you very much, I want to ask you for everything, can I leave this guy with you for 2 or 3 years, we will definitely return after a week around the world here. After speaking to him, the captain also conveyed the meaning to Laboon, Laboon, we are going to go to the Grand Line now, and go around the world, but you can wait for us here, it is a very dangerous place, we can't take you with us, it's nothing, 3 years will pass in a blink of an eye, don't forget, even if we part, we are still companions. Then, they set sail again. Laboon wanted to follow, but was stopped by Crocus, and could only look at their ship, disappearing into the sunset. That was 50 years ago. So, Laboon has been waiting for them for 50 years. This is already quite a long time for human beings. Everyone was deeply moved when they heard this story. A whale, in order to abide by the agreement with its partners in the past, has been waiting here alone for 50 years. This is something no human can do. That's why you keep yelling and hitting with your body, trying to get to the other side of the red line. Nami felt sad. After listening to the story, they returned with emotion, but they planned to leave the sore stomach first, lest the ship be melted. It's lucky that it has so many holes in its stomach and it's still alive. Usopp looked around, and there were large and small doors in this stomach, which were all the roads leading to the whale's organs and the outside. Crocus had climbed to where he could open the great iron gate. Don't look at me like this, anyway, I'm also a doctor. In other words, these are traces of treatment. Usopp and others have basically reacted. That's right. After it grows to such a large size, it's no longer possible to treat it from the outside, it's about to open. Crocus shook the wheel, and the door slowly opened. Going Merry suddenly drove out from the back of Laboon, and the fresh sea breeze rushed towards him. Come out, it's the real sky. Luffy cheered happily with outstretched arms. But it's been 50 years? That group of pirates really made it wait for a long time. Usopp and the others looked at the behemoth in front of them again, but this time, they didn't feel oppression and fear, only sadness sympathy. Idiot, this is the Grand Line, he must be dead, no matter how long he waits, he will never come back. Sanji smoked a cigarette, exposing this cruel fact. If I were to say 50 years ago, this place is even more chaotic than it is now, and it's an uninhabited and terrifying sea. Nami has also heard the story of the Grand Line before. Why do you say these things that don't allow people to dream? It's still uncertain, maybe it will come back, what a touching story. I have always believed in the whale that I agreed with my companion, right, old man? Usopp knows what a precious thing hope is. Once the hope is shattered, that is the real despair, just like him, even if his father does not come back, but he has this hope in his heart, so he can live every day, looking forward to. Crocus stood at the gate, heard the words, and raised his glasses with his hands. Yes, but the truth is cruel. I have received accurate information, they are dead, or escaped, and fled this Grand Line. How did they leave this whale alone? Usopp said angrily. Escaping from the Grand Line, that is to say, they passed the calm belt alive. Nami felt a little unbelievable and disbelieving. Calm belt, that is the lair of the Sea Kings, how can it be so easy to escape? The strongest person in the world may not be able to say 100% that he can survive from that kind of place. Even if they are still alive, they will never come back here again. This season, the weather, currents, and directions are all messed up. The sea area where all common sense does not apply. The horror of the Grand Line will soon occupy the hearts of vulnerable people. Crocus said with emotion. Over the years, no, from the past, when he was guarding this lighthouse, he had seen too many brave and good-looking pirates, and was finally scared out of his wits by the Grand Line. Are you saying that those people with weak hearts fled from this sea area without even fulfilling their promises in order to save their own lives? Sanji said in a deep voice. Has this whale been abandoned? This guy has been waiting for 50 years. That's too much. Usopp thinks this behavior is too much. Luffy was listening silently, even quieter than usual, so quiet that people couldn't feel his presence all of a sudden. Since you know the truth, why don't you tell it? Isn't that whale able to understand human language? Nami asked puzzled. I said it all without reservation, but it didn't accept it at all, and that's when Laboon started yelling at the upside-down mountain and physically hitting the red line like it still believed they would. It's like coming back from the other side of the rock. What a whale that values affection and righteousness, it has obviously lost the meaning of waiting. Sanji said with emotion, sometimes, family affection can't compare to this kind of affection. Thinking of the father who raised him as a killing machine since childhood, Sanji sincerely envied Laboon's pure affection. It is because it is afraid of losing the meaning of waiting that it will not listen to what I say. Losing the meaning of waiting is the most terrible thing for it. Crocus can understand Laboon's behavior. But this guy is indeed pitiful, but you must have been betrayed. Sanji took a puff of smoke, because he was waiting along with him. Ah! And at this moment, they suddenly heard Luffy's roar at 510 in the morning. What is that idiot doing? Have you started to enjoy the fun of mountain climbing without paying attention? Wait a minute, what is he holding in his hand? It's the mast, it's the main mast of the melee. Idiot captain, don't destroy the ship. Rubber rubber. Flower arrangement. Luffy hugged the broken mast, swung it suddenly, and inserted it into the crack of the whale's scar. Blood splashed immediately. After this insertion, even Laboon couldn't stand the pain, tears rolled in his eyes, and he suddenly roared maniacally. What did you do? Nami, Zoro, and others immediately turned into demon faces. Is your own captain a devil? The whale is so pitiful, and it hurts to look at its wound with a mast. So that's it. In this kind of matter, only our stupid captain has this kind of emotional intelligence and awareness. Reka understood. The stimulated Laboon immediately jumped up high, hitting the enemy on his head directly into the red line. Oops! Crocus horrified. Don't worry, our captain won't die even if he gets crushed, but what does he want to do? Hey, idiot! Luffy continued provocatively, and directly hit Laboon's eyeball with a rubber fist, which made Laboon go crazy again, and directly knocked Luffy out who had just got up. Luffy fought back, kicked hard, and was pulled back by Laboon. Luffy attacked again, Laboon counterattacked again, and Luffy was jacked up again. After several attacks, the two sides fought back and forth, and Laboon was also irritated. Just when Laboon was about to launch the next attack, Luffy said, "A draw." Laboon stopped when he heard the words, and was stunned. Luffy smiled confidently, "I'm strong, you want to beat me, we haven't decided the winner yet, so we have to keep fighting, even though your partner died and escaped, I will always be yours opponent, we have to fight again to decide who is stronger, after we circle the Grand Line for a week, we will come to you again, and then let's fight again." Chapter 127. Listening to Luffy's words, everyone present reacted and smiled knowingly. This is their captain. He usually looks silly and likes to cause trouble, but he always has wisdom that others can't catch up with. At least, at this moment, Zoro, Nami, and none of them thought about making any promises to a whale. Even if they also sympathize with Laboon. But it's just emotional, I don't know how to change this situation. To put it bluntly, how much does this have to do with them? But Luffy didn't think so, it wanted to help Laboon, and the way he thought of at that moment. It is Crocus, Zoro they have never thought of, this kind of wisdom, emotional intelligence, and sincerity. The most touching. Even Laboon was stunned for a moment, long-lost tears flowed from his huge eyeballs. It can feel the thin and small human being in front of it, make an appointment with itself for the future, and give it a new hope. Laboon has human feelings. In fact, he knew that Brook and the others might have died in the sea. After all, it has been 50 years, if they are still alive, they will definitely come to find themselves. It just doesn't want to accept the reality. Very well, this is my agreement to fight with you. Before we get back here, don't knock off this mark. Luffy was covered in all kinds of oil and ink. On Laboon's head, he drew a crooked pattern of the Straw Hat Pirates' flag. And solemnly said to Laboon, Crocus watched with a smile. He didn't expect that the problem that had troubled him for many years was actually solved by Luffy. Wow! The whale raised its head and let out a joyful cry. At this time, Reka gave Laboon another surprise. Actually, Laboon and other pirate groups are not all wiped out, there is still one person alive. Nani. Luffy, Crocus, and the others looked at Reka in shock. Even Laboon turned his huge body sideways and stared at Reka with tear-filled eyes. Is what you said true? Crocus was the first to ask Reka in shock, which seemed to be very different from the news he had received. The accurate news that Crocus got at the time was that Ban Biaoinki, the captain of the Rumba Pirates, left the Grand Line from Combelt with the ship. The pirates you mentioned are the Rumba Pirates, right? Reka said calmly. That's right. How do you know? Crocus had told them about Laboon's story. But in Crocus's view, they finally fled to the Grand Line, in order to ensure the reputation of this former friend, they still did not say the name of the pirate group. Logically speaking, Reka didn't know, but now he accurately said the name of the pirate group. Hearing this, Laboon also swayed his body from side to side, splashing waves, looking at Reka expectantly. Hope Reka can tell more about it. That's what it's been hearing differently from Crocus over the years, a hopeful one. It knew Crocus wouldn't lie to him, but it needed too much hope, even if it was false. It just wants to believe it. If it's other pirate groups, maybe I don't have much impression, but for this music-based pirate group, I have paid attention to all relevant information, and some people even ran out from the Grand Line and said that they met in a certain sea area. Born with an afro, humming a ghost of a rich song. All of this should start with the departure of the first captain. Crocus-san's information is indeed correct. The Rumba Pirates set off for a voyage. After nearly half a week of the world, a plague broke out on the ship. Captain Yankee got the plague. He delegated the duties of captain to Brook. I left the Grand Line from the Combelt with my plague-infected subordinates and the old ship. This should be the news that Crocus got. He said he was leaving, but it was actually a funeral. But in fact, the inheritance of the Rumba Pirates still exists here. The pirates led by Brook continued to sail, but the good times didn't last long. They encountered a powerful enemy in a certain sea area, and the entire army was wiped out. Reka-san, you just said that the whole army was wiped out. Sanji was stunned for a moment, he thought it was Rika's wording mistake. Didn't it just say that there was only one survivor? The person is indeed dead, but Brook survived after eating the fruit of the underworld. Don't ask me how I know, I didn't save some news, although it is a guess, but according to my understanding of their pirate group, the ghost that is rumored to have been seen in the misty sea mist must be him. The location matches the only appearance. He hasn't come in these years, but I believe that he must always be thinking about the agreement with you. After all, Brook and the others are not pirates who are greedy for life and fear death. If it wasn't for keeping the agreement with you, maybe the Rumba Pirates group, no one will choose to survive. Choosing to go to the underworld with your companions is what they desire. I am willing to believe that they have been eager to meet you these years, but the situation does not allow it. But as long as you continue to wait, one day, he will come back. Rika spoke with certainty and carefully, as if she had seen it with her own eyes. If you make it up temporarily, you can't make it so perfect. And not only did he know the name of the pirate group, I know more about the relationship between the characters in it, this can't be made up. The only explanation is that this is the truth. Rika-san, are you a fan of the Rumba Pirates? Nami said unexpectedly. Probably. Rika didn't feel ashamed, and this was indeed a very suitable explanation. And counting, there are indeed quite a few people influenced by the Rumba Pirates, and even world-class powerhouses yearn for their extremely clean pirates. For example, the Red Earl Redfield who defeated the former Marine Marshal Kong. Is what you said true? Why are you so sure that the people who exist in that sea are the survivors of the Rumba Pirates? Because someone has heard laughter like that, yo ho 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 ho. Hearing Rika imitate the voice, Crocus also thought of Brook. Wow, moo, moo. Laboon couldn't doubt any more, it flapped and leaped excitedly on the sea surface, the waves splashed, and one after another seemed to be full of joy. He must be waiting for you too, and you must be waiting for us too. Luffy grinned. Laboon stretched out his huge head, and gave Luffy and others a slight nod, expressing his agreement. I didn't expect. One day, I will hear such news. Crocus said with emotion. In this way, Laboon should not blindly hit the Grand Line again. Laboon was swimming happily in the sea, Crocus looked at it with satisfaction. Roger, could they be the pirates you have been waiting for? How did you know what you said before? While Laboon was swimming happily, Usopp and Zoro were repairing the boat. Crocus couldn't resist asking Rika the question. It's not that difficult to guess, is it? I just don't know whether you volunteered or Roger gave you the last task. Forgive me for having nothing to say, boy, the road ahead is very hard. It doesn't matter, it's better to have fun while suffering than to have no fun in life. By the way, where are those two strange people? Usopp was holding the plank and was repairing the main mast. B. Seems to have escaped. Miss Wednesday, what should we do now? Not far from the sea, two escaped people emerged from the sea. Let's go back first and make a report to the boss. The scheduled time for the task has already passed. If we don't report, we will be regarded as traitors. There is no way around this, so let's go back first. Mr.9 fumbled up and down, preparing to take out the permanent pointer and return to Whiskey Hill, but he fumbled for a long time. Lost it. We can't even go back to town without that. And Luffy happened to pick up a bracelet with a ball compass on the boat at the moment. Looked curiously. And this scene happened to be seen by Vivi holding a telescope, the record pointer is in his hand. You must get it back as soon as possible. But at this moment, a bespectacled sea otter sitting on top of a sunglasses-wearing vulture, with the dynamite bag hanging from it, appeared above them. The sea otter is expressionlessly knocking on the flint and is igniting the explosives. It's an unlucky duo. Wait a minute, there is a reason why we didn't complete the task, we can explain it to the boss. The two were startled, and wanted to say something, but the explosive package was still dropped mercilessly, and with a bang, a strong explosion erupted. Twin Cape, a land foothold where the lighthouse is located, Nami looked at the people who were repairing the melee, stretched, spread out the map, and took out the needle. Okay, it's almost time to start making the Grand Line sailing plan, Wang Dezhou. This is the last bit of elephant tuna left, I'm going to finish this delicious thing. This time I need to be more careful. Sanji cooks the last 10 points of elephant tuna. The delicacy of this fish even made Reka amazed. It is delicious and tender, and it is the ultimate delicacy that only exists in Legendary. Damn it, Luffy ruined the boat. Seriously, Zoro, you can help me too. I'm not the carpenter on the boat. Usopp looked at the sleeping Zoro. Come together if you don't get angry. If it is damaged, it will be repaired by him alone. The needle is broken, and I can't tell the direction. How could this happen? Nami, who was just about to make a sailing plan, changed his face. Really? It's been spinning. Luffy saw that it was indeed so. Is it broken? This is troublesome. Then you can't tell the direction, how to navigate, you will get lost. Looking at Luffy, Nami and the others, Crocus couldn't help but sighed. It seems that you came here without knowing anything. I can't stand you, are you here to kill yourself? Sanji, eat. Luffy saw Sanji coming with delicious food. Listening to what Crocus said, Nami looked over with a dazed look on his face. I should have said that in this sea area, all common sense does not apply, the compass is not broken. Chapter 128. Then, is it a magnetic field? The clever Nami thought of something at once. That's right, because the islands in the Grand Line contain a lot of magnetic minerals, the magnetic field of the entire route is very abnormal, and the direction of the sea current Heffen is erratic. If you are a navigator, you should be able to understand the horror here. Indeed, if there is no way to point the way, it would be too desperate. I didn't know it before, don't mind. Nami laughed, embarrassed. As a navigator, it is really taboo to not even understand the most basic common sense of the Grand Line. Nami thinks this must be the reason for spending too much time with a bunch of idiots. Delicious. Luffy was still eating, but as the captain, he didn't care about these things at all. Isn't this very bad? No problem. Usopp also heard the big problem. I said, you guys, I beg you, can you be quiet for a while? Nami had heard Luffy gobbling his food since just now. The nose is delicious, the nose of an elephant tuna. Luffy held an elephant-like nose and expressed his opinion while eating, completely ignoring Nami, whose blood pressure soared. To sail the Grand Line, you must have a record pointer, continued Crocus. Record pointer, what's that? Nami hadn't heard such a thing in East Blue. It's a special compass that records magnetic fields. Is it a weird compass? Luffy interjected. The look is very different. Crocus nodded. Is it like this? Luffy said, holding up the record pointer he found in his hand. That's it, it's impossible to sail the Grand Line without this record pointer. Crocus affirmed. I see, wait a minute, Luffy, why do you have such a thing? 307 Nami said, punching Luffy in the face directly. This is what the strange duo forgot on the boat just now. Luffy said aggrievedly. They dropped it. Why did you hit me? Follow the trend. Follow the trend. Nami walked over to pick up the record pointer. Is this the record pointer? A circular compass? Nothing is written on it. What we know now is that the islands scattered throughout the Grand Line are connected together by magnetic force according to a certain law, that is to say, you need to record the magnetic force connecting the islands with the recording pointer, so that you can find out where to go. Route to the next island. In this sea area where the exact position cannot be grasped, the only thing you can rely on is the magnetic force recorded by the recording pointer. First of all, you have to choose one of the 7 magnetic force lines extending from this upside-down mountain. However, no matter which island you choose to start from, the route will eventually be fixed on a line. The name of the island that will arrive at the end is Raftel, the final point of the Grand Line. Only one piece has ever arrived at that island in history. Yes, islands in Legendary. Crocus spared no effort to popularize the common sense of the Grand Line for the Straw Hat Pirates. Otherwise, if you don't know anything, no matter how strong you are, you will easily die. Once the climate of this sea becomes crazy, even a strong man like Rayleigh will encounter shipwreck and distress. Then uncle, haven't you been to Raftel too? Usopp couldn't help asking. Usopp? But Luffy suddenly shouted, startling everyone in Usopp. I don't want to know, I have to go and see my journey by myself. Luffy suddenly said seriously. I know, I just... Usopp said in a panic. Zoro, Sanji and the others smiled when they heard the words, the journey to the unknown is interesting. Hahaha. Interesting, in fact, everyone chooses different routes, and everyone has different views on things, so everyone's experience is destined to be unique. Seeing this, Crocus laughed from the bottom of his heart. This Straw Hat boy is really interesting, and he is also very like his wayward captain, not bound by vain goals. Such a person may be the most free in the sea. I just want to have my own adventure and journey. Okay, the meal is over, let's go get ready for sailing. Luffy patted his belly contentedly. You ate it all by yourself. Hearing this, Sanji, Usopp and others realized that Luffy ate up all the food, the last bit of elephant tuna. There are no bones left. Usopp was stunned when he saw that even the bones had been chewed up and swallowed. Record pointer? It must be kept well. This can control our sailing destiny. Nami looked at the record pointer on Dai's hand and said with care. Damn rubber BD, I hope Reka-san and Nami-chan can eat more. Sanji said angrily, kicking Luffy flying. Luffy, flying backwards at extremely high speed, flew past Nami's eyes with a strong wind, and then with a bang, the record pointer was shattered by the strong wind. Nami looked at the shattered record pointer and became a lifeless statue on the spot. You two, give me a good time to calm down. Nami's blood pressure soared wildly, and he was furious. This was their hope of sailing, and now it's gone. With one kick, Sanji and Luffy were kicked into the sea at the same time. Isn't this something very important? Usopp also said with a look of despair. The precious record pointer was. Looking at the empty bracelet on his hand, Nami was about to cry. Don't worry, I'll give you mine, as a thank you for helping Laboon. Crocus's words were like a disaster coming to Shijir. Crash! At this time, Laboon lifted all the people who fell into the water out of the sea and put them on the shore. In addition to Luffy Sanji, there is also a duo of Vivi. I thought I was going to die. Luffy said after the disaster. Ah, pretty lady, please get up, the cold land is not for a beauty like you. Thanks. As soon as Sanji saw Vivi, he turned into the ultimate gentleman, got up as if nothing had happened, came to the side, CBBJ, stretched out his hand, and helped Vivi up. Hey, we have something to ask. At this moment, Mr.9 had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, although they looked dangerous, they had no choice. Without record pointers, they would be lost at sea. Whiskey Peak. What a strange name, what is that? Luffy looked at the two in front of him indifferently. After Sanji heard about their courtship, he brought the two of them here. It's the town where we live. Mr.9 explained. Where's your own ship? It's broken, Vivi continued. You're too good at thinking about yourself, Mr.9. You wanted to kill the whale just now. Nami showed a familiar profiteer's smile. Who the hell are you guys? Usopp thought they were still suspicious. I am the king. Mr.9 shamelessly prepared to fool everyone. But Nami saw it right away, and Nami grabbed his face. What are you talking about? I can't say. Vivi knelt half kneeling, lowering her head. But we want to go back to town, and we don't want to be so sneaky, but our company's mission is to keep it secret. Mr.9 explained. They also felt very strange, logically speaking, that man seemed to know the big boss behind the scenes that they didn't even know. How come he didn't even know which organization he and others belonged to? They looked at Reka, who was eating elephant tuna elegantly on the deck at the moment, and he knew Luffy's character in advance. Before the dish was served in front of Luffy, he ordered one himself. After all, this food is really delicious. Just thinking about it, his mouth is salivating crazily. The food can't live up to it. So we can't say anything. We are looking for your character, so we come to ask for help. We will definitely repay this kindness. Vivi said sincerely. Forget about them, no matter what they say, these guys are not good people. Crocus said angrily. By the way, our record pointer is broken, there is no more. Even so, do you still want to board the ship? Nami smiled and raised his left hand, which was wearing a broken record pointer. What? It broke. Vivi and Mr.9 immediately changed their expressions and attitudes. There is no record pointer, so let's not talk about a hammer. Isn't that our thing? It's a pity that we still humbled you, so you can't go anywhere in the end. The two said one by one, and their attitudes changed completely. However, we still have another one that Crocus-san gave us. Nami said with a smirk, suddenly realizing. Plop plop plop. The two of them changed their faces faster than turning the pages of a book when they heard the words. They knelt down and cast their bodies on the ground. We think you are good people, please help us. Damn it, this BCH is playing tricks on us. Mr.9 felt upset. Okay, you guys get on the boat. At this moment, Luffy spoke. The two of Vivi thought it was over, but unexpectedly they agreed. You mean to go to Whiskey Peak, so go there. Luffy said disapprovingly. Really, are you going to bring these two unknown guys with you? Usopp, Nami and the others were also surprised. It doesn't matter, don't worry about small things. Luffy didn't think it was a big problem to bring them along. But only at the starting point, can you choose the route? Crocus kindly reminded. If you are not satisfied, just go around again. Luffy said with a smile. That's it. Okay, it's almost time to go. I have an appointment with the whale. Luffy stretched himself and cheered up. Who the hell are you? Vivi couldn't help asking. Me, I'm the man who is going to be the One Piece. Luffy said as a matter of course. Hearing this, Crocus smiled even deeper, and Vivi and Mr.9 looked at each other, covering their mouths and snickering. One Piece. Fairytale-like stories and dreams, does anyone still believe it? Stupid pirate. The record pointer is full and is pointing to Whiskey Peak. Goodbye uncle, goodbye. Woomoo. The whale honked to send them off, watching the waves carrying the boats disappear from their sight again. Roger, maybe they're the ones we're waiting for. Shanks likes him too. Chapter 129. What's the matter with this heavy snow? It was very warm just now. Wrapped in a thick quilt, Nami looked at the heavy snow outside the window, and the whole world became a world of falling snowflakes. Nami couldn't resist the bone-piercing cold wind even with a thick quilt, and a thick layer of snow had already accumulated on the melee. That is to say, Luffy still has the energy to play with making snowmen, and it happened to be clearing the snow while playing. But at the last moment, the weather was very warm and sunny, and everyone was wearing short-sleeved clothes. With such a large temperature difference, it is easy for people to get sick. They just came to the Grand Line, and let the weather here teach them how to do it. There is also a bowl of elephant tuna in the kitchen, which is good for the body. Reka pushed open the door, and the cold wind and snow whizzed in. Nami was shivering from the cold. She listened to Rika's words. She was stunned for a moment. Didn't Luffy finish the fish? I stayed ahead of time. Aren't you cold at all? Speaking of which, when you walked past me, there seemed to be a gust of hot wind, an illusion. Nami said, and took a few steps forward. Standing side by side with Rika, she knew why the man in front of her was wearing thin clothes and why she wasn't cold at all. A warm, just the right amount of heat emanates from Rika. The magic power of the sun kept his body at a relatively stable temperature. Of course, this is also freely controllable, he can lower or raise his own temperature. It's so warm. Nami was pleasantly surprised. She felt like she was about to be frozen before, but now she warmed up all of a sudden. It felt so good that Nami followed Rika and the quilt could be put down. When Rika came outside, he had to jump onto the mast in one step, and he could have a wider view from a high place. But just when he was about to take off, Nami held his shoulder with one hand, seeing that Nami's face was red from the cold before, and he hadn't fully recovered yet. At this moment, I looked at Rika with pitiful eyes again. Rika temporarily gave up the idea of ascending. I see. It's great, what a beautiful snow scene. Nami smiled happily, dispelling the cold at this time. Only then did she have time to appreciate the beautiful scenery in front of her. Come on, this is the man who fell from the sky, Mr. Snowman. Luffy, who was wearing short sleeves, built a snowman about the same height as him. The snowman has an oak barrel on his head, and his arms are decorated with wooden sticks. Seeing this, Usopp chuckled a few times pretending to be very mature. Haha, your way of playing with snow is really low-end. What? Luffy looked at Usopp in disbelief. Look, this is the art from the depths of my soul, the Snow Queen. Usopp moved away from his body, grandly introducing a lifelike snow statue of a beauty. This snowman is as beautiful as a work of art. Oh! Hiss! Luffy said with great admiration upon seeing this. Okay, let's do a snowman punch. Luffy said, and slapped the wooden stick on his snowman, and the wooden stick shot out, blasting Usopp's snowman in the head, blowing it into snowflakes and falling down. What are you doing? Usopp shot back angrily, kicking through Luffy's snowman. Mr. Snowman! You really dare to kick? Look at me, snowball attack! Luffy launched a snowball throwing battle at Usopp, and Usopp fought back not to be outdone. In the end, the two even rolled a huge snowball and collided with each other, having a great time. It's so cold, but these two guys are still so energetic. Nami said speechlessly. They are all wearing short sleeves. Luffy is fine, but so is Usopp. Is he the weakest on the boat? She can use magic now, but she can't continue to use it, that would be too tiring, otherwise she would have given herself a fireball to drive away the cold. It's snowing so hard. Sanji tried hard to shovel the snow from his position on the cabin. Avoid too much snow, affecting the speed of the boat, or even if it is not cleared, it will take a long time. It's not impossible that Going Merry was sunk. The climate of the Grand Line is really weird, with irregular spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Is there no heating equipment on this ship? Mr.9 was shivering with cold. It's so cold. Although Vivi had a quilt to wrap her in, she was still very cold. Ah! You are not guests. If you have nothing to do, go outside and help shovel the snow. Zoro, holding a knife and preparing to sleep, raised his head slightly. Yes, yes, yes. Mr.9 met the eyes of Zoro, the god of sleep, and nodded quickly, saying, this guy is too scary. And the woman named Nami too, only the captain and the long nose and curly eyebrows seem a little easier to get along with. The two could only reluctantly come outside to help clear the snow. Boom! Suddenly there was a dense thunder outside, and lightning streaked across the sky one after another with bright white lights. There was thunder. First it was sunny, then it snowed heavily, and now it's thunderstorm again. The weather in this sea area is really messed up. Nami looked at this and said with emotion. Hiss, it's so cold, so cold. After playing for a while, Luffy Usopp stopped, and finally felt the bone-chilling cold. He quickly hugged his shoulders and shrugged his head. Oh, Reka is so warm here, Usopp, come quickly. When Luffy passed by Reka, he suddenly discovered some new land. Really? Well, it's really warm. Usopp was puzzled at first, but when he got closer, he found the warmth. Then, 2 minutes later. I said you snow sweepers, can you not just sweep one place, the deck will be worn out by you. Reka looked at Sanji, Vivi, and Mr.9 who were in charge of snow sweeping, and said speechlessly. Even Zoro, who was sleeping inside, leaned against the edge of the boat closest to him, and continued to sleep soundly at some point. Nami, Usopp, Luffy formed a table with Reka. It's like treating Reka as a humanoid heating device. It's strange, his body emits so much heat, is it some kind of demon fruit power? Vivi asked curiously. It's just that Mr.9 doesn't know about this problem. They will not tell Nami to Vivi either, after all they are not real guests. It was only Luffy who agreed to give them a ride along the way. Reka glanced at it, but didn't care. Pay attention to the direction, this is an unknown sea after all, the snow scene, it needs to be matched with warm wine to be perfect. Reka poured a glass of warm wine for himself and Nami. It's delicious, don't worry, I just confirmed the direction. Just confirmed it. In this sea area, you can't believe the direction, clouds, and airflow. Did you confirm it by recording pointers? Vivi felt bad when he came out and heard Nami's words. That's not. If not, you'd better take another look. In this sea, you can't trust any reference object. The only thing you can trust is the record pointer in your hand. It seems that you don't know anything. Vivi directly interrupting Nami's words, reminded. Asking for flowers, 0. Hearing this, Nami wanted to say something, but she subconsciously looked up, and was so frightened that she exclaimed, the direction has changed. When did it happen? Everyone, pull the sails so that the starboard side faces the wind, and the ship faces the wind. Turn left 180 degrees. Usopp, go lasso. Sanji, go to the helm. Nami, the direction has changed again. Usopp was just about to pull the sail, but found a gust of wind coming from a different direction. No way. Nami was startled, this happened too fast, but it was true, the dark clouds in the sky were torn apart at once, the thunder stopped and the snow stopped. When the sun came out and the sky was clear all of a sudden, everyone who entered Grand Line for the first time was stunned. A dolphin jumped up on the opposite side just now, let's go and have a look. Luffy said expectantly. Shut up. Nami, who was afraid that Luffy would cause trouble again, immediately gave Luffy a gag order. Zoro, when are you going to sleep? Usopp and Sanji were so busy, Zoro was still sound asleep. The waves are getting higher, and an iceberg is found in the direction of 10 o'clock. Usopp continued to report the latest situation. Nami-chan, it's foggy. The thick fog began to cover the entire sea area again. What the hell is going on in this sea area? Nami felt a little bit about to collapse. Hearing what Crocus said, it was completely different from his own experience. Oops, it's about to hit an iceberg, turn around quickly. Nami also had to help steer. In the end, although the iceberg was avoided, the bottom of the boat still scratched a little. Nami, the bottom of the boat is leaking. Luffy said hastily when he noticed this situation. It has to be repaired quickly. Usopp took the plank and ran to the cabin in a hurry. The clouds are moving so fast, the storm is coming. Nami saw another dark cloud approaching quickly, and there was no time to turn around. Hurry up and put up the sail, if you hit it head on, it will capsize. Nami commanded quickly. Vivi and Mr.9 didn't have time to think, and acted quickly according to Nami's instructions. Hurrah! Hey! Hey! The terrible wind was blowing crazily, and although the sail was already furling hard, it hadn't been fully furled. The sail is going to split. Usopp worried. Don't worry about it, you go to repair the bottom of the boat first. Nami said hastily. There's another leak in the bottom of the boat. Luffy reported again. Damn it. Usopp didn't have time to think about it, so he hurried to repair the bottom of the boat. Luffy also lends a helping hand. Under a series of precise instructions from Nami, going merry, riding the wind and waves, crossed the storm zone, and finally ushered in a fairly stable sunny day. Everyone was exhausted and out of breath. Sanji left the wheelhouse and made light rice balls for everyone to replenish their energy. Wow, I woke up. Zoro woke up leisurely at this time, looking at the group of tired people lying down. Looking at the sunny weather again, he was full of doubts. Even if the weather is good, you are too lazy. You. Hearing Zoro's words, Nami, Sanji and the others, who were extremely tired, frowned. They just didn't have the strength to praise others. Are you going to Whiskey Peak? By the way, what did you guys say your names were? Zoro suddenly remembered something, and asked Vivi and Mr.9. Chapter 130. Looking at Zoro is born with a fierce look. Both Vivi and Mr.9 took a step back subconsciously. Especially the next sentence made the two of them even more vigilant. You are breaking the ice of attention. Well, my name is Mr.9. I'm Miss Wednesday. Both of them reported their names in a fierce battle. Really, it's no wonder why I cared so much when I heard your names for the first time. I seem to have heard of them somewhere, and I don't seem to have heard of them. Forget it, anyway. Zoro looked at the two of them, letting the two felt uneasy. But Zoro was handsome for only 3 seconds, and was directly hit on the head by Nami's fist. They were exhausted here, but this guy was sleeping soundly. After waking up, I am ashamed to say that they are too leisurely. It's a shame that you can sleep leisurely until now. No matter what you call you are asleep. Hey! Zoro was suddenly beaten, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body, but Nami frowned, and the aura on his body was even more terrifying, and he punched him down again. Zoro covered his head in pain. Zoro tried to resist tyranny for the first time, but it failed. Reka sat on the mast leisurely. It's not impossible to be lazy, like him is lazy. But laziness, in places where people can see 647 with their heads up and down, that's a problem. Like myself, sitting on the mast, with no sense of existence, nothing. Zoro, it's still a little tender. Seeing this, Vivi and Mr.9's fear of Nami immediately rose to the highest level. On this ship, this woman is the captain who holds the power of life and death. Everyone, don't let your guard down, you don't know what will happen next. Now I finally realize the horror of this sea area. I finally understand why this place is called the Grand Line. Nami said seriously to everyone. Even my navigation skills are completely useless. There is absolutely no mistake. This sea area is unusual. I actually admitted it generously, but is this really okay? Since even Nami's navigation skills are not very useful. Can they really sail on smoothly? No problem, even if this is the case, there is still a way. The proof is, look, the first voyage is over. Naya pointed to 10 residential areas not far away. Because of the dense fog, they didn't notice it before, but only now. It's an island. Luffy said happily, sitting on the bow of the sheep's head boat. Is this Whiskey Peak? But it's amazing, all the peaks look exactly like cactus. Sanji said with emotion. Then let's say goodbye, thank you for sending us back, sweethearts. Goodbye, bye, baby. Seeing this, Vivi and Mr.9 jumped onto the edge of the boat. Said in unison. After finishing speaking, he jumped into the sea and left quickly. Gone. What the hell are they doing? What the hell, it's time to land. Luffy can't wait to land on this first island. There is a river right in front, it seems that you can enter the inland by boat. Nami immediately brought the surrounding geographical environment into his vision. There may be some monsters. Usopp looked at the canal covered with huge cactuses and appeared in the mist again, and the timidity and caution that had not been cured for many years fell ill. There are as many possibilities as this is the Grand Line after all. Sanji added a knife. If you encounter monsters, just escape from the island. Luffy said disapprovingly. Reka questioned this sentence, there really are monsters, he might consider capturing one as a partner. Reka didn't forget that he was on Moria's territory and wanted to catch tree monsters as partners. Wait a minute, don't you forget, we have to stay on this island for a while. Nami refuted Luffy's statement. Why? Luffy looked confused. If the record pointer does not record the magnetic force of this island, there is no way to go to the next island. Because the recording speed is different on different islands, so some islands only need a few hours, and some need a few days. That is to say, even if this is a monster island that must be escaped immediately, do we have to stay here until the magnetic recording is completed? That's it. Nami affirmed. When everyone heard this, except for Luffy, all of them looked heavy. This is not good news. Never mind him, let's talk about it when it happens, let's go. Luffy urged. Indeed, they're all here, they're going to land anyway. Reka said. So everyone agreed, and the melee headed towards the direction of Yunhee. In the fog, the visibility ahead was very low, and Upso made prayers with both hands. What the hell is going to come out? Sanji also looked around vigilantly. But at the moment, there were many figures crouching on the bank of the canal, and they were spotted as soon as the melee came in. It's a pirate ship. Something is moving. Luffy and others also gradually saw the figure appearing on the shore. Because more and more. Is it a person? Someone is here. Everyone be careful. Nami reminded. Sanji's face darkened slightly, but he hadn't forgotten that not long ago, the Krieg pirate group entered the Grand Line for 7 days, 50 pirate ships and 5,000 subordinates were all finished. This is a magical sea, don't be careless at all. Damn it, since this is the case, let's go all out, no matter if it's a monster or something else, just let it go. Usopp's legs were trembling, and he took out his slingshot and looked around to guard his surroundings. At this time, the further you go to the island, the less hydrogen there is. When we came to a place where there was almost no fog, there was a burst of welcome from the mountains and tsunami. Welcome to the Grand Line. Welcome to our town. As far as the eye can see, the town on both sides of the strait and the front is full of people, everyone has a happy smile on their faces, and cheers in unison. People who don't know, thought they were welcoming the return of heroes. This scene stunned Luffy, Zoro and others. Is it the way they opened the Grand Line? Welcome to hospitable Whiskey Town. Not only are there no monsters, but we are also welcomed. Usopp looked around in amazement. Isn't this white tension? Pirates, welcome. Long live the heroes of the sea. The cheers continued, reflecting the increasingly confused expressions of Sanji and others. There are so many cute girls. Sanji was immediately attracted. Is the pirate really everyone's hero? Usopp was overjoyed, thinking of himself as a hero, and kept blowing kisses to the people on the shore. Ha 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 ha. Luffy burst out laughing when he saw this. The ship docked quickly, and the person in charge here also came up to greet them. Huon, ahem, well, laughter. My name is Ikaram, and I am the mayor of Whiskey Peak now, said an uncle himself with curly gold hair and a saxophone introduced. His curly hair has 3 rolls on the left and right, a total of 6 rolls, which is very distinctive. His laughter also impressed Luffy and others who came here for the first time. I'm Luffy, please give me your advice. Luffy also introduced herself with a confused face. Then he pointed at Ikaram's hair curiously and said, Uncle, your hair is too curly. Well, it's okay, this is a town famous for wine making and music, Whiskey Peak, entertaining guests is what we are most proud of, there are as many good wines here as the sea, I will use everyone's adventure stories so far as the following. Come and enjoy the banquet with me, come and enjoy the banquet. Cough cough. Well, well. Ikaram sincerely invited Luffy and others. How about enjoying the banquet with me? Luffy and the others froze for a moment, until Ikaram asked again. Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp responded excitedly and satisfied at the same time, very happy. 3 idiots. Nami whispered speechlessly, Zoro was calm, and Reka was even calmer. Although conflicts will happen sooner or later, there is nothing wrong with relaxing and enjoying before the conflicts happen. Well, by the way, how long does it take to record the magnetism of this island? Nami asked Ikaram. Records? Put aside such boring things for now, and go to relieve the fatigue of the journey first. Come on, everyone, let's prepare the banquet. Oh. Ikaram led Nami to the place where the banquet was held, half pushing and half inviting. Soon, in the big room, music started, singing rang out, wine glasses collided back and forth, and laughter continued. And Usopp is very used to such a banquet, and he is already bragging. Then I said, just don't touch my partner, Sea Kings, and knock him down. Master Usopp is amazing. A group of beauties surrounded Usopp and praised. The acting skills are really good. After looking around, Reka was silently mixing drinks, surrounded by more beauties. Among them, 4.5 several beauties have already taken the opportunity to attack themselves. At first, Reka thought they were just acting and flattering, so as to let himself and others relax their vigilance. But as the woman's behavior became more and more extreme, and there was affection in her eyes, Ka immediately knew it. These women, maid, are not acting, but really want to eat themselves. Handsome, let's have more fun. Although everyone has a mission, but someone as handsome as Reka has such a high bounty. They were willing to make something really happen with Reka in the name of letting the enemy relax completely. After all, this is the first time they have seen such a handsome pirate. Go away, what are you doing? Just when something was about to happen, Nami, with a strong vinegar smell, pushed these coquettish women away one by one. Little girl, it's not good for you to occupy him alone, and let everyone have fun. An older beauty said very unwillingly. If you want to be happy, drink me down and you will be happy. Come together. Nami immediately challenged all the women present. After the women looked at each other, they agreed. There are so many of them, how can they drink a little girl? Chapter 131. Ikaram looked like the scheduled drinking contest hadn't even started yet. Some people had a drink with the people on their side, and they couldn't help smiling. They look like residents of the common, but the women are all little-known bounty hunters. Having lived in the sea for many years, their drinking capacity has long been beyond the reach of ordinary people. And soon the women who drank with Nami realized what it means to never get drunk. Seeing that Nami was about to fall down, they drank more vigorously, but Nami always seemed to be on the verge of collapse. As a result, the people on his side fell down one by one. It's playing again. Reka had a rare moment of peace, looking at Nami, who was a little drunk. He didn't believe even a single punctuation mark. With Nami's drinking capacity, even if everyone serves together, I'm afraid it may not be possible for Nami to drink. In order to make other people drunk and relax their vigilance, Akalam still held a drinking competition. I'll forget it, I'm almost dying. Nami has achieved his goal. At least on the surface, so Nami definitely doesn't want to participate in the so-called drinking contest again. The champion has a reward, 100,000 Baileys. Ikram continued to heighten the atmosphere. Have another drink. Zoro, you come to participate too. Don't you have no money? Nami immediately asked the mayor of Ikram to refill his drink, and did not forget to encourage Zoro. Ah! Zoro was stupefied, he drank as much as he drank, why was there still a competition? The key point was that Nami, a money fan, was there for money. Cheers! And Luffy was feasting on the table next to him. 21's terrible appetite made everyone around him stunned and distressed, but he still could only pretend to be hospitable. It's amazing, it's the 10th cup. Someone looked at Zoro and exclaimed. This lady has 12 cups already. But Nami is better. I can't do it. Pang! A strong man fell down in response. One more plate. Luffy has already become a round and fat man. Oh! The captain has already eaten the food for 20 people. Someone next to him kept shouting. Chef fainted. It's so pitiful. Reka subconsciously said, this group of bounty hunters didn't make money in the end, they didn't get caught, and they had to post so much wine, food, and bonuses. But among other things, in this atmosphere, no matter how vigilant and suspicious pirates are, under the influence of the crowd and the lively atmosphere, they will gradually lose their due vigilance and reason. This little brother is wooing 20 girls at once. Amazing! This is of course Sanji, who is lingering on the beauty at the moment and is addicted to it. What the hell is going on with this group of people? Well, it's a very pleasant night. It's great to see everyone so happy. Yes, it's great. After the last few words, Ikram's face has gradually changed, get insidious. Although the bounties of these guys are not low. But now I can be sure that this is indeed a newcomer. On this route, Shiitake can solve the problem and achieve his goal. Intelligence is also an integral part, so what if they might be pretty good? In a place like the Grand Line, as long as the mind relaxes a little, what greets them will be a hell beyond redemption. The banquet is still going on, still restless. In a building not far from here at the moment. Because of the above reasons, although our mission to find food failed, we managed to lure the Straw Hat crew to Whiskey Peak, Cactus Island. I'm here to report to you. If you hand this over to the boss, it should be able to prove our clear. Mr.9 quickly finished writing the letter. Yeah, put it in the unlucky box. They'll send it there for us, to the boss. Vivi didn't allow herself to fall down here, she still had a lot of things to do. The people of the whole country are in dire straits, she must not slack off, she must find evidence of the crime committed by the sand crocodile. Even if it is a bit unconscionable, a pirate is a pirate after all. I can't do it anymore, I don't drink anymore, I want to sleep. Zoro said, plopped down on the table. This green-haired guy finally fell down after drinking the 13th cup. What, Zoro, you are ashamed? Nami challenged disapprovingly. There are only 2 people left in the competition. It's already the 15th cup. The opponent is Shiusui. A nun with a physique stronger than a man was ashamed and a little stressed, and turned to Nami and said, it's about time for you to stop, for the sake of your body. What are you talking about? I will never stop until I get the bonus. Nami was fighting now. Knowing that the other party is fishing, but still pulling wool, it's really too much. Reka felt that Nami's behavior of pulling wool seemed familiar. Luffy, Usopp and the others were really intoxicated in the banquet without crisis. But Nami is one of the few people who is very clear-headed. Thank you for the treat. At the same time, Luffy was full and fat as a ball. 3 chefs have also fallen. Others eat food, but Luffy also spends money on the cook besides the ingredients. I can't drink it, the nun finally gave up. Win. Nami successfully won a prize of 100,000 Baileys. So happy. Nami, who received the money, plopped down on the table. Finally collapsed. The people next to her seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. This woman's drinking capacity is really terrifying. What a nice town. Usopp also said, intoxicated. He was already feeling tired. This is paradise. Heaven. Sanji was intoxicated by the beauty. Gradually late at night, the banquet in the room calmed down, the lights dimmed, and it was no longer lively. Invisible murderous intent and malice began to germinate in the darkness. Tired from playing, fell asleep? I wish you a sweet dream, adventurers. Tonight, the cactus rock dancing in the moonlight is also very beautiful. Ikram stood outside the room, looking at the moon and smiling slightly. You really look like a poet, Ikram. No, Mr.8. Two figures suddenly appeared on the roof. It was Vivi and the others. It's you. Where are they? It's all gone down, into hell. Really, those guys are too drinkable. I added some high-strength alcohol to it, otherwise she might still be sober. At this time, the nun came out and said. However, is it really necessary to put on such a show? It's just a few weak-looking brats. It would be nice to beat them down at the port. Besides, our town is worried about food. I didn't expect you to get back the whale meat. The nun took off the nun's clothes, revealing the strong muscles that many men would be ashamed of. The whole person looks like a King Kong Barbie. That's too much, but we almost succeeded. Mr.9 retorted, although he didn't know how much the near miss was, but it was embarrassing to be so outnumbered. Calm down, I've already investigated them, and the notice above, didn't you pay attention to it? There are 3 bounty criminals in this group, the highest one is 100 million berries, and the other 2 have 5, 10 million and 30 million baileys. So this scene is very necessary, a head-on conflict. I don't know how many people we will lose. Akalam took out 3 Jongtong warrants and explained. What? The nun was shocked. She received the task of welcoming these pirates in Ikram temporarily, and she didn't have time to understand the specific situation. Just judging from the banquet, they all look like harmless little kids. I didn't expect the bounty to be so high. This time, I'm afraid I made a lot of money. It's stupid to judge the strength of a pirate by its appearance. Miss Monday. So ashamed. Sister King Kong Barbie touched the back of her head in shame on Monday. But forget it, the matter has been resolved. It seems that the good news can be reported to the boss. Hurry up and move the treasure from the ship. What about them? What to do? If you kill them, the bounty will be reduced by 200.30%, because the government wants to execute them publicly. Go ahead and capture them alive. Ikram said coldly. I'm so sorry, can you let them sleep well? Everyone is very tired from sailing during the day. But at this moment, a figure, holding a sharp knife in his hand, glowed brightly under the bright moonlight. The murderous intent was revealed. Sitting on the highest point of the building, it was Zoro. On the edge of the roof, Reka was drinking his own special wine, watching everyone silently. Mr.8, Miss, on Monday, the most handsome man in the loincloth disappeared from the room. At this time, the door was opened, and some bounty hunters who had been keeping an eye on the situation in the room came out said. There they are. Vivi and others looked up to the heights. Shouldn't you be completely asleep? Akalam said in a deep voice. As a swordsman, I can't be killed by you careless idiots no matter what. That's it, this is the lair of bounty hunters. To those pirates who came to the Grand Line triumphantly, let's loot them as soon as you come up. There are about 100 bounty hunters here. I will be your opponent. Barlock works. Zoro grinned hoarsely. When Ikram was speaking, all the bounty hunters of tonight had gathered below. Why do you know the name of our company? Akalam and others were shocked. Vivi is okay, the most handsome one, even the boss behind the scenes knows. But she hadn't had time to tell Imram about this news, and even if Mr.9 knew about it, he didn't dare to speak nonsense at all, it would kill someone. When I was doing your kind of work before, Your company wanted to poach me. Of course, I refused. The employees don't know each other's origins in the company. They only call each other by code names. Of course, the boss is a mystery. Is only a criminal group that faithfully executes orders. Barlock workers, is this a secret, right? I wanted to capture him alive, but since you know our secret, I have no choice but to kill you. Chapter 132. Will Reka-san warm up? Zoro looked at Reka and asked. No need, it's too weak. Reka glanced contemptuously, and it was this glance that made all the bounty hunters present furious. They are the bounty hunters of the Grand Line, and their strength is not at the same level as other bounty hunters from all over the world. These pirates who have just entered the Grand Line dare to underestimate them. So what if the bounty is high? Maybe he did something that made the world government angry, so he was offered a high bounty. It doesn't have to be strong, they would rather believe in the former, because they can't feel the fierce aura from Reka. On the contrary, Noah Zoro, the former pirate hunter, is full of shocking and terrifying evil spirit. Like a monster released from hell. At the moment, it is pointing its fangs at them. You seem very unconvinced. Reka smiled slightly as he looked at the unconvinced eyes that wanted to beat him up. If they are not convinced, their arrogance will not be used to them. Boy, you may have some strength, but don't forget, this is the Grand Line, we are different from the bounty hunters you have met before. King Kong Barbie said coldly on Monday, squeezing her sandbag-sized fist. Then I'll give you a chance. If any one of you can handle this axe, I'll play with that person. Reka said, loosen his hand, and the axe fell to the ground. With a bang, there was a dull loud noise, and everyone's expressions changed slightly. Just from the dull sound of falling from a high place, one can know that this axe must not be light. Reka's gorgeous axe has been seen before, even by a few of the bounty hunters. They have already discussed in secret how to distribute this one-handed axe that looks very valuable after they are all captured alive. But before, Reka looked very relaxed, and it seemed that there was not much difference from Common's axe. But now it seems that this axe is much heavier than they thought. But Zhou Yi, who can usually fight with a steel bar as thick as his waist, still doesn't believe that he can't lift it. After all, no matter what, it was just an axe, even if it was all forged with the highest density metal. There is no such thing as saying that a strong man will not be able to hold it. Just separate yourself from your weapons, okay? Arrogant brat. King Kong Barbie stepped forward, and other bounty hunters also drew out weapons such as knives and guns, ready to fight. But I also wonder if Monday can easily pick up the enemy's weapon, if it can be easily picked up. You can slap these big pirates in the face, which is very morale boosting, if you can't pick it up. How can you not pick it up? Monday's strength is great, but the whole Whiskey Peak knows it. Vivi, Ikram, and others watched. Zoro wasn't in a hurry to make a move, he just held his sword and looked at them mockingly. During this time, Reka-san's axe has become heavier and heavier due to the improvement in strength. Ordinary people can't even pick it up. Monday walked over and held the handle of the axe with one hand. She thought that one hand was enough, and she exerted a sudden force, but in the end, she didn't move at all. Her face was livid, and she clenched her teeth so hard that she was about to crush her teeth. The veins on her forehead and arms were bulging, but the result was still the same. Damn it! Degree. This made her face bluish, she didn't know whether it was due to excessive force or feeling ashamed. She roared in a low voice, didn't hold back anymore, and used both hands, and then she told everyone the result with an unbelievable expression on her face. Right. I see that when he holds this axe, Ming is very relaxed. Said the bounty hunter in disbelief. Monday, did you drink too much just now? Get out of the way, let me do it. A strong man over 3 meters tall stepped forward and said. His strength is not as strong as Monday's, but he suspects that Monday didn't use his full strength at all. He drank so much just now, although there was an element of acting in it, he pretended to be drunk in the end. But what they saw with their own eyes, she did drink a lot. Monday didn't speak, just quietly moved out of the way. I'm drunk, and it doesn't affect the use of power. You can do it. The result is of course not. The strong man also made a click due to excessive force. His arm was dislocated. This time, everyone was silent. It seems that no one can do it, so let me play with you. Zoro jumped from the roof. He landed on the top of the crowd. Cactus Rock, we need a few more tombstones. Great strength doesn't mean anything. Now that you know the secret, I can only invite you to die. Look, there are all tombstones. Give it to me. Ikaram ordered, and everyone put their fingers on the trigger, ready to pull it off. The next second, everyone showed shock, the person disappeared. Here. Suddenly, Zoro's figure was found in the dense crowd. Let's fight. Zoro said lightly. BD, how dare you underestimate us? Shoot. They didn't even have time to think about it, and they were extremely nervous by this weird swordsman, especially since they couldn't even pull out Rika's axe just now. It puts a lot of pressure on them. Fluffy. Hearing this, everyone subconsciously pulled the trigger. Gunshots sounded, and among the densely populated people, all fell down. And Zoro moved away at high speed again. This group of idiots, they didn't even know how to shoot. Ikaram said in a deep voice. Disappeared again, where did he go? Mr.9 horrified, and Zoro disappeared from his vision again. Get rid of him quickly, he's just a swordsman. Ikaram roared and ordered. Oh, really? Zoro's knife suddenly came out from behind Ikaram, pressed against his shoulder, and stuck out against his neck. Don't. Seeing this, Vivi's face changed in shock. How many more tombstones do you think is enough? Zoro's question, like Shinigami's trial, caused Ikalam's heart to arrest, especially the knife is so close at this moment. Found it, shoot. Stupid, do you want to kill me as well? Ikaram said, his head jerked up, and many gun barrels emerged from his curly hair. Zoro saw that something was wrong, and left in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullets shot out, knocking down all the bounty hunters who were about to shoot from behind. Ikaram just told them to stop, but they didn't. As long as Zoro can be taken down, it will be worth it even the position of Mr. It's really dangerous, is that a shotgun? I didn't expect this guy to carry such a dangerous weapon. Before mastering armament haki, it is still very dangerous to fight against so many bullets alone. If it gets hit, no matter how strong Zoro's swordsmanship is, it won't work. But now the gunman basically fell a lot. No need to hide anymore. Three-sword flow. Crow. Demon hunting. Zoro jumped out from behind the wall, like an ominous black crow flying under the moonlight, slashing out dozens of knives in an instant, whoosh. To dance. Like the shadow of Shinigami, passing by bounty hunter after bounty hunter at a high speed. Puff puff puff. Blood splattered, one after another the bounty hunters started to fall. The first to fall is the gunman. Go to hell. Someone carried a rocket launcher and started bombing the entire area. 36 vexed phoenixes. The sword energy burst out, collided with it, and exploded. You're lying. The shell was intercepted. This guy, is he really going to fight all of us alone? Ikaram and others said in horror. The way of promise, 1 strike and 100 cuts. Whoosh whoosh. Zoro rushed into the crowd like a tiger into a flock of sheep, calling wildly, a bounty hunter with good strength, completely unable to parry. It's like a horror game for Vivi etl. This strength is too powerful. They also have swordsmen here. But the strongest one only blocked his 2 moves, and was chopped to the ground by the 3rd move. The power gap is too big. This pirate from East Blue is too strong. This guy is the strongest in the entire pirate group. Some bounty hunters were horrified. If such a guy is not the captain, it would be too strange. Very good after-dinner movie. I knew that the town that welcomes pirates, there is no such good thing, it turns out to be the lair of bounty hunters. Nami appeared behind Reka with a spirited face. Aren't you going to take a break? I'm here, so it's safe. Reka handed Nami the flat flagon she had drunk. Nami took Reka's flagon without hesitation, and took a few more sips from Tun Tun. How can I still sleep? You think I'm those three idiots? I can't wake up no matter how much I scream. Nami said speechlessly. Then sit down and watch a movie together. Reka said calmly. At this time, without taking down Zoro, ordinary bounty hunters really dare not rashly attack Reka. After all, since they are so big, they come one by one, not all together. They first concentrated on hunting one person. And Zoro is now testing these powerful bounty hunters. It's such a light knife. After Zoro hacked people, who got money, with the snow walk, he found that the knife was very light. But the third generation Onitsuo is exceptionally sharp. Ordinary knives only become sharp when the owner needs them, but the third generation Onitsuo is not, but is always sharp. What a problem, child! Is the demon sword referring to this kind of thing? He went around the back of the house. Fire! It's gone. Ah! Although there is moonlight, the night is still a good cover. Zoro appeared in any place like a ghost. After a while, nearly half of the bounty hunters were knocked down by him. The agents also chose to shoot. But with little effect, they had a hard time capturing Zoro. Yet. And just as Zoro was evaluating his weapon, a little boy took a dagger and shot Zoro from behind for a while. But Zoro easily knocked out the weapon. May God bless, may you show mercy and let us go. At this moment, a nun ran over to hug the child, begging pitifully. I hope Zoro can relax his vigilance. While talking, he opened the cross he was wearing, and a poisonous mist spewed out. With a blank expression on his face, Zoro took a step back, dodged the poisonous fog, and slashed out mercilessly with his knife, knocking the nun and the child to the ground together. This kind of clever move should be used on people with a purer heart. Watching the two fall down, Zoro calmly said to himself. However, no blood flowed from the two of them. After all, there was a child, and Zoro slashed with the back of a knife. Chapter 133. Found him. Shoot. Bang bang bang. Ah. Go around and surround them. Over there, join hands and cooperate together, don't rush up one by one. The whole Whiskey Peak is extremely lively, bounty hunters lie down one after another. But the rest, are more excellent and powerful. Some bounty hunters walked across the room, leaving footprints all over Usopp and Luffy. Did someone step on me just now? Usopp looked sleepily, looked around, found nothing, and fell asleep again. What are you going to do? Seeing that Nami suddenly turned and left, Reka couldn't help asking. I'm going to see if there are any good treasures in the bounty hunter's lair. Oh. Reka responded lightly, since the relationship is currently hostile. There is nothing incomprehensible about Nami's behavior of stealing a house. Zoro is smart, though he has more positive abilities than any bounty hunter. However, the strength of the team cannot be ignored. If a person accidentally reads the Tao, the one who has the problem is himself. Zoro jumped to the height of the building, so that the remaining bounty hunters could not rush up all at once, but could only climb up one by one from all directions. Two-knife flow. Yingbo. A stream of air was swung by the two-knife, and another 7 or 8 people fell down. Some people are not so good at bouncing, so they use a ladder to climb up to the balcony. I thought that in this way, Zoro will be completely surrounded. But Zoro had been waiting for them, smiled, and pushed down their ladder, and the people who had covered the entire ladder fell heavily to the ground. Go to hell! The bounty hunter with other roofs jumped over. Be careful, I cut it with a knife just now. Zoro's words fell, and the 823 ceiling under the feet of those people immediately collapsed. After dealing with a group of enemies, Zoro jumped towards the crowded place again. A3 swordsmen killed 5 or 6 bounty hunters in response. Just when Zoro was about to finish off the other bounty hunters, a ladder was swept over at a very fast speed. Zoro dodged abruptly, and with a snap, the ladder hit the house and exploded to pieces. It is conceivable that the strength of the throw cannot be underestimated. Shot, King Kong Barbie on Monday. Don't be too complacent, so far, there is no man stronger than me. Joey put on his thumbs on both hands, while Zoro was avoiding other people's attacks. She swept out with one blow, and with a loud bang, Zoro was sent flying, smashing through 2 or 3 houses. Your end is here. Monday walks into the ruins to end Zoro. It's a waste. Well, time-consuming, but it's finally over. So far, no one who has been punched by Monday has ever stood up. Akalam said confidently. Ah! But as soon as he finished speaking, Joey's sharp screams came from the ruined building. What's the matter? The guy who thinks he's very strong. In terms of strength, Zoro has never been afraid. His big hand directly pinched the entire face of Joey, and with a little force, she screamed out. She tried to open Zoro's palm, but she couldn't do it, and she was half kneeling on the ground under the huge force. Don't you want to compare strength with me? Zoro exerted a slight force, and Monday's head was hit, and Yishi passed out for a while. It's a lie, Monday lost to him in terms of strength. Now besides him, Vivi, and Mr.9, there are only less than 20 bounty hunters on Ikaram's side up. Everyone looked shocked, when Joey was brought down. Joey was among them, but he was a very strong cotter. I see, Marine must have mistaken the arrest warrant. Ikaram said suddenly. So that's it. If he's the guy who offered a reward of 100 million Baileys, then it makes sense. This guy is the real captain. Mr.9 also thinks that among these people, Noah Zoro is the most powerful. He is handsome and looks like a nobleman. It cannot be too strong. Although he is very strong, he may also be capable. But even if it is a capable person, I am afraid it is still not as strong as this pirate swordsman. It's not uncommon for Marine to be wrong about this kind of thing. That is to say, I wonder how such a weak guy can be the captain, worth 50 million Baileys. Vivi is also willing to believe this fact. But even so, how ugly is this, to be defeated by just a pirate swordsman? This is our responsibility entrusted by the boss to manage this island. Finally it's our turn to play. Mr.9 and other cotters were about to make a move. You should also know that the smaller the member code number of our Pakistani lock work agency, the higher the level and destructive power. The 3 of us, Mr.9, Mr.8, and Miss Wednesday, all have only 1-digit code numbers agents, that is to say, we are completely different from the guys you just eliminated. Mr. continued to be complacent. He felt that after Zoro knocked down so many people, his physical strength was exhausted. You know, for ordinary people, a full-strength attack lasts at most 10 seconds. It has been several minutes since the battle started, how could it be still in its prime? Isn't it meaningless to talk about titles when fighting? The strong will win, that's all. Zoro smiled slightly after hearing this. Whether it is strong or not, you will know when the outcome comes out. Cut. Mr.9 snorted coldly, and originally wanted to bring him a little psychological pressure, but he didn't expect this guy's psychological quality to be so good. Saxophone shotgun. Ikaram suddenly launched an attack, blowing on the saxophone in his hand, and a bullet shot towards Zoro's position, punching thousands of holes in the wall. It's coming, Wednesday. Yes, Mr.9. Come here, run fast. Vivi put his finger in his mouth and whistled. A black-yellow duck that was about the size of a person and wore a hat and a small wooden barrel cup hanging around his neck suddenly appeared at a very fast speed in front of the street. Hearing what Vivi said, he ran quickly and spread his right wing. Seeing this, Vivi was very speechless. I asked you to come here, not to shake hands. What a cute duck. Seeing this, Reka felt that this silly and cute duck was more interesting than he imagined. Come on, let them see your feet faster than a cheetah today. Vivi sat up and ran fast, and ordered. But running fast but squatting on the ground all of a sudden. Who told you to sit down? Vivi exhaled angrily. What kind of creature is this? Seeing this, Zoro felt like they were joking around. Hahaha, do you still have time to look at others? You should worry about your own safety first. Can you keep up with my backflip? Mr.9 shot decisively. He doesn't want to give Zoro enough time to recover. Blood 9 backflips, great perseverance. His strength is indeed there. On the building, he flipped back at high speed continuously, holding 2 metal rods in his hand, and flipped in front of Zoro at once. The metal rods touched Zoro's weapon and passed by. This is a metal rod. Be careful not to cut him with your knife and turn the blade. What's the matter, did you turn pale with fright and can't move? Mr.9 has a kind of self-confidence. Zoro turned around, and there was a burst of crazy stabs, suppressing Mr.9 back again and again, unable to launch an effective attack. The power gap is clear at a glance. Why, aren't you going to perform your backflip? Zoro said disdainfully. Since you are so anxious to find death, let me show you, ah. Mr.9 jumped into the air and flipped back, completely forgetting that he had been forced back a lot by Zoro and was no longer in his original position. This time, it fell directly from the roof, and with a bang, it landed heavily on the boxes stacked on the ground, smashing them into pieces. Is there no decent opponent? There were too many people just now. Zoro had to pay attention to it, but now there are fewer people. I thought they were cotters, and they were somewhat capable, but I didn't expect them to be so weak. I can't even bring myself a little bit of pressure just now. If you want to be a decent person, I am. Be prepared, Mr. Bushido, come on, and indulge in my beauty. Vivi raised her hands, holding a deceptive perfume in her palm, ready to twist her graceful figure, to attract the attention of the enemy. Let the mist of perfume fill the past. Wait. But at this moment, Reka suddenly called a stop. What the hell? This is a princess of a country. Although her current attire is very lucrative, her appearance is not even a tenth of her usual appearance. Present. But I thought that it was actually the well-behaved and strong Princess Vivi who wanted to dance. This is destined to become an amazing piece of dark history, and this time it cannot be missed. Vivi, Zoro, and others all looked at Reka in bewilderment. Just a few seconds. After Reka finished speaking, his figure disappeared in a flash, flashing continuously, and most people couldn't see his figure at all. Only a light and shadow was seen, flashing across many houses in an instant. What a speed! What happened? Zoro was stunned for a moment. He thought that Reka's words had ulterior motives, but he was not in a hurry to make another move. As for Vivi and Ikaram, they were shocked by Reka's speed. After a few seconds, they were taken aback, and the second room passed. When Reka reappeared, he was still in the same position, but with an extra camera in his hand. This is the bounty hunter headquarters. There are some useful things for intelligence, no less. You guys can go on. Reka fumbled for the camera, and it was easy. Indescribable. Everyone was puzzled. Come on, stupid man, surrender to my beauty. Vivi squirmed a bit, looking rather stiff and overdressed. But the more this is the case, the more it is called black history. Crack, crack. Reka pressed the shutter, and the flash flickered, taking a picture of Vivi's dance. What are you doing? Vivi froze for a moment. It's okay, you continue. Forget it, anyway, the confusing aroma has already spread. Hahaha. Vivi didn't continue to dance, feeling very uneasy inside, and the words fell. After waiting on the spot for a few seconds, Zoro smelled the strong poisonous mist-like aroma, and suddenly half-kneeled on the ground, extremely uncomfortable. Okay, run fast, rush over. Give him the last blow, Peacock saw. Vivi wore a ring blade with his tail finger, and swung it at high speed, trying to cut Zoro. But, running fast, running really fast, even on places like the roof, he ran over in a whiz. Run past Zoro. Stupid. You overrun. Pang. Vivi and he ran fast, and quickly followed in the footsteps of Mr.9, overrunning on the balcony and falling down. Suddenly I feel like fighting these guys, how embarrassing. Zoro couldn't help but speak out. Chapter 134. His paralysis is only for a while, and he will recover soon. Just looking at these opponents, all of them seem to be joking, Zoro suddenly felt. It may not be an honor to defeat them, but rather a shame. But Reka didn't think so, at least for a moment, the perfume in Vivi's hand filled the air. Zoro was indeed affected, although only for a moment, during the battle. If the opponent is a master, this time is enough for the enemy to cause great damage to Zoro. After Mr.9 and Vivi on Wednesday, there is only a Kalem's Mr.8 left, but his attacker Duanya is very single. It's just that Sax keeps shooting Zoro, and the range of shotguns is not small. When there are many people, it is really difficult to hide. But there are only a few of them left. The firepower can't effectively suppress Suolong. With the sound of gunshots, Zoro no longer dodged, and the three knives danced together to form an impenetrable sword wall, cutting all flying bullets into pieces. Then he slashed swiftly and rushed straight into the crowd. Blood spurted from Ikaram's body, and he fell down. The same goes for the remaining bounty hunters. Don't move, if you move again, your partner's life will be gone. But at this moment, Mr.9 who had previously turned down from the roof balcony escorted Luffy and acted as a hostage. Zoro froze for a moment. How dare you hurt me so badly just now? I can't get around you. Mr.9 said angrily. That's what you fell for. Stop talking nonsense, fly, make a bat. Mr.9 was threatening to take Luffy as a hostage. When Zoro didn't know how to deal with it for a while. The top of the metal bat in his hand burst out, linked to the iron chain, and wrapped around Zoro's arm at once. Wednesday, now. Get rid of him. Mr.9 is in charge of controlling Zoro, but he still thinks too highly of his strength. When Vivi also thought that Zoro would throw a mouse trick, he rushed forward and prepared to kill Zoro. Only the big duck that runs fast is left, imitating what Vivi did just now, putting its two wings on Luffy's neck. Use this as a threat. At least take him as a hostage when he wakes up. Zoro suddenly exerted force. If Vivi didn't rush over, he might be really afraid. Now rushing over, no one on their side could threaten Luffy's life anymore. Zoro swung Mr.9 up with all his strength, and then flung it to Vivi with a bang. With a loud bang, the two collided, and Luffy and Runkui suffered together. The person fainted instantly. It's over, it's finally back to a quiet night. Zoro sat on the roof again, looking at the high moon. The noisy night full of gunshots and swords was completely quiet. Grand Line, Whiskey Peak, this lair of bounty hunters that ruined many pirates at the beginning of the route, more than 100 bounty hunters with good skills have been eliminated. Only a few scattered people saw the situation was not good and sneaked away. Why am I outside? Forget it, I'm so sleepy, sleep. Although Luffy was hit, it didn't hurt, but the sound and vibration were not small. He woke up leisurely and looked at sleep again. Is this still the lair of bounty hunters? It's too shabby for such treasures. Based on his own experience, Nami quickly found the place where they kept their funds and treasures. It just looks too shabby, logically speaking, it shouldn't be an organization with so many people. If there is not enough funds, how will it continue to operate? Or, they are not actually the headquarters. Run faster, run faster. That guy is terrible. I didn't expect that all the agents within the 10th would be defeated by one person. On the streets outside the coast, several Changjin hunters reveled. However, you say you want to run away, but where are you going to run away? Anyway, find a place to hide before they leave the island. But at this moment, a vulture and sea otter appeared in front of them. Unlucky duo. When they saw these two creatures, they were terrified. Wait a minute. We're not running away, that's not it. Please, don't report to the boss. So all the agents know that this is the monitor of the headquarters and a little expert in reporting. Even agents under 10 are quite afraid of the unlucky duo. Let alone them. Once they are stared at, it is absolutely unlucky. But the unlucky duo are smart enough to see right away that they're lying, and they've basically seen the situation. Sea otters put on metal gloves, vultures use their beaks as weapons, and rushed to deal with these deserters. But was suddenly stopped. Wait a moment. Although it is midnight, this town is really lively. The voices of a man and a woman sounded. Really, entrust us with such a boring job, and specially send us to this kind of front line. Mr.5 with an afro head and Miss Valentine with fair complexion holding an umbrella appeared at the end of the street. They called the unlucky duo not to save these deserters, but to learn some news and execute them. Boom! A powerful explosion suddenly sounded, and all the deserters were covered in the explosion range. Hey! Zoro noticed something, but the explosion was an explosion. As long as he didn't make trouble for himself, he didn't care what happened to the island. Holding a bottle of wine, facing the moon, drinking happily. Damn it, how can I die here? I still have a very important mission. Next to Vivi and Mr.9, Ikaram, who had been stabbed by Zoro before, woke up leisurely. It's just that the injury was not minor, and he couldn't stand up at all, so he could only run towards Vivi's position weakly. It's so pitiful, to lose to a mere swordsman. Mr.5 wore sunglasses at night, put his hands in the windbreaker, and looked at Ikaram and the others with a proud face. They already knew the basics of the matter from the unlucky duo and the deserter. Of course, his behavior of wearing sunglasses is not really strange. There is also a big umbrella at night. Mr.5, Mr. Valentine. Seeing the two, Akalam was startled. Why are they here? I haven't received any news before. Agent Advanced appeared so timely. Apparently this was before what happened tonight, and they were already on their way. Are you kidding me? Hearing Mr.5's words, Valentine couldn't help laughing sarcastically. After all, this is the difference in our level. Are you here to laugh at us? Ikaram said in a deep voice. It does have this purpose. Mr.5 admitted generously. Of course it's here to carry out a mission. Valentine went on to say the real purpose. Thank you so much. If you are here to help, those guys must not be your opponents. Hearing the voice, Mr.9 woke up leisurely and said, Vivi also woke up. Yeah, please quickly defeat that swordsman. Vivi said with her head lowered. Although she had already been disguised, she was not sure about these advanced cotters. Have you ever lived yourself before? If you have seen it, once you are recognized, you will be in big trouble. Stop making such silly jokes, we are here to help you. Do you think we came to this remote corner of the Grand Line for such a trivial matter? Mr.5 sneered. What? What mission is that for? Hearing this, Mr.9 was taken aback. These guys are really arrogant. If you don't help your own people, you won't say anything, and you're still cynical, it's really annoying. You don't understand at all. The sinner that the boss specially sent us to deal with is here. Mr. walked towards Ikaram. 00. That's what the boss said, my secret has been known. Of course I don't know what the secret is, but the company's corporate motto is to be mysterious. No one in the company can trace their origins. This is the rule. If anyone finds out the boss's secret, there is only one way to die. Mr. explained. So we investigated carefully to find out who knew the boss's secret. The result was really terrible. We found out that an important person from a certain kingdom had sneaked into our Lockwork agency. Valentine said in surprise. And behind the house not far from them, Nami is sneaking around the corner. Wait a minute, although I wear a crown, I am not a king. Mr. quickly explained. It's not you. Renji said speechlessly. The sinner is Alabasta, who is now missing. Oops. It's been exposed. Hearing this, Ikaram and Vivi already knew that these two people were coming for them. Go to hell. Curly Cannon. Ikaram stood up abruptly without waiting for Mr. to finish speaking, pulled the tie around his neck, and stretched out 6 small cannon barrels from the 6 curls at the same time, and the 6 cannonballs were fired at the same time. Photo 2 Cover bombing. I won't let you touch a single hair of the princess. Bet on my name as the captain of the Alabasta Guard. Ikaram said righteously, with the pride of seeing death as home. It is completely different from the previous appearance. Alabasta Guard Captain Ikaram, and the princess, Nefertari. Vivi. I am ordered by the boss of the Lockwork agency to kill you. Mr. and Valentine survived the explosion unscathed. He even took out a picture of Princess Vivi. Nami was shocked when she heard this. Princess? Oops. Luffy has been left on the spot. Zoro drank his wine, looked at the street not far away, and suddenly remembered something. Hearing the words of Mr. and this photo, Vivi knew that everything was exposed. Your Highness, your situation seems to be very bad. You run fast, should you sell it in advance? Find a new owner for it in advance. But at this moment, Rika's voice rang out. Chapter 135. Ah! When Vivi raised her heart to her throat, her eyes were full of despair. A figure appeared silently beside the dazed duck who was running fast. Looking at the eyes of this man, I couldn't help shaking my body. This human being, probably wants to eat it. Who are you? That pirate swordsman? It doesn't look like much. Mr. always had his eyes above the top, and didn't bother to read any wanted notices. He will understand the task only when it is assigned to him. Mr. This guy looks familiar, he seems to be the guy with the highest bounty in the Straw Hat Pirates. But Valentine's voice sank immediately. After all, for women, handsome men are still very easy to remember. What's more, the bounty is not low. Is he the guy worth 100 million Baileys? Mr.'s expression darkened when he heard that. Bounties can sometimes explain a lot of things. For example, before he joined the Lockwork agency, the bounty offered was only 10 million Baileys. Although he now asks himself that he is no longer what he used to be, the 100 million Baileys are still worth their fear. Of course, the most important thing is that this is not the mission of their trip. Rika ignored Mr. Just watched Vivi, waiting for her decision. But Vivi and Ikaram, how can 763 have time to care about such things? Princess Vivi, hurry up. Ikaram stood in front of Mr. and Valentine alone. Continuously shooting, but the Mr. in the explosion, flicked his finger, a small piece was ejected by him, and fell on Ikaram. With a bang, the strong explosion submerged him. It's useless, none of you can escape. If you escape, our mission will fail. Valentine said, jumping high and kicking Vivi. Vivi hastily dodged, but her feet, still brushing shoulders with Vivi's hair. The tie that tied Vivi's hair was broken, and Vivi, whose hair was hanging down, suddenly became a gentle and virtuous lady from a young girl. Especially the waist-length light blue long hair, very shiny and beautiful. Vivi didn't intend to catch her without a fight. She wore a metal blade ring on her little finger and circled to attack Valentine. Forget it, you seem to be very busy, let's talk about it after you finish your work. If you die, I will adopt this thing. Reka said, pointing to Run Fast, and then pulled Luffy to stand aside. Wednesday, so you are a princess? Mr.9 said in surprise. Ikaram, how are you doing? Vivi was only worried about Ikaram's safety at the moment. Master Vivi, leave me alone, hurry up, run away, for the sake of the motherland. If we lose you, our Alabasta will, quickly, let's go. Ikaram said angrily. Do you think you can escape from my palm? Mr.5 said, holding his booger at the same time. Don't underestimate people. Vivi knew that it would not be so easy to leave. But at this moment, Mr.9 took the initiative to stand in front of Vivi, although I don't know what's going on, but since we've been together for so long, I'll buy you some time, hurry up, Miss Wednesday. Mr.9. I'm a pretty good man. Hot Blood number 9 does a backflip. Mr.9 backflips and rushes towards Mr.5. What we need is only the will to complete the task. A boring companion will only lead to death. You should experience this trick well, Nakong. Want to shoot? Mr.5 buckle out a booger, pop it out like a stone. Explosion with a bang. Light and fire soared up, and heat waves and gunpowder smoke rolled away. Mr.9 collapsed to the ground with a scorched face. What a horrible booger! Zoro frowned when he saw this situation on the roof not far away. This booger is more powerful than cannonballs. It's dirty. Reka said in disgust. Mr.5 frowned when he heard this, but he didn't want to make any troubles for the time being. Complete the mission first, and then clean up these pirates. The task is the highest priority, even for them. If the task is not completed, it will be quite troublesome. Is there any trouble? Zoro took a look and walked over. He looked at Reka and said. No, you take Luffy back. Remember to explain it carefully when you wake up, lest Luffy think that you have killed such a group of hospitable and good people for no reason. Of course, if you want to learn from him, then no necessary to explain. These guys, for Reka. Not a threat at all. Indeed. Hearing this, Zoro thought about it and realized that it was indeed possible. That naive and needless captain, until now, probably thinks that everyone in this small town is a good person. Slap! Ikaram suddenly grabbed Zoro's feet with both hands. What are you doing, UBD? Zoro asked calmly. If it wasn't for the fact that Akaremu looked dying, he would have died at any moment. Zoro wanted to make up for it, after all, they were still enemies at the last moment. Master Swordsman, seeing how powerful you are, I have a heartfelt request. Don't grab me, who cares about you, let go. The two groups are all demon fruit power, I can't stop them, can you protect the princess instead of me? Please, if you can send the princess to Alabasta safely, you will definitely get a great reward, I beg you. Please save the princess. Ikaram had no hope at all, so he went to the doctor in a hurry. Looking for the person they wanted to kill at the last moment, and making such a request. Run fast, run fast. Vivi knew what he was shouldering, and he must not die here, so he jumped on his back and rushed out like an arrow off the string. Chasing. Mr.5 and Valentine hurriedly chased after him. Stop kidding, you still wanted to kill us until just now. Do you want me to cut you again? Of course Zoro couldn't agree. Is the great reward you said true? But Nami came out of the alley at this time and asked, eyes full of money symbols. Certainly. I agree to your request, can I be rewarded with 1 billion Baileys? Nami boldly put forward his request. Nami. Zoro looked over. 10 billion, cough cough, blah blah. Akalam was also startled by Nami's lion's big mouth. Aren't you asleep? Zoro asked puzzled. You thought I was Luffy. Then, can you promise to reward me with 1 billion Baileys? Guard Captain. If you don't ask us for help, the princess will die. Nami asked again. Nami, don't scare the old man, he's not dead yet, but he's about to catch up, I hope I'm alright. Reka mentioned that his observation Haki followed them all the time. A soldier like me can't promise you such a large amount. Akalam was still very sincere. When ordinary people encounter such a situation, no matter whether it is a lie or appeasement, they will agree first before speaking. Do you want to say that the princess of a country is not worth the price? Promise. Aren't you threatening? Zoro was speechless when he saw this. Since you said that the princess can be sent to Alabasta safely, then you can negotiate with the princess directly, so you can be sure. Ikram kicked the ball to Nami. Do you mean to save it first? But Nami also saw through Akalam's plan. When we were negotiating, the princess's life was at stake. Of course, Akalam hoped to save the princess first. Okay, I'll help you save the princess's life first. Nami still didn't want to miss out on this big deal. Zoro looked left and right, suddenly feeling bad. Sure enough, the next moment Nami bossed him and said, Okay, let's go, Zoro. Who will go, idiot, why should I do what you promised yourself? Zoro was furious. Really, you are so stupid. Although my money is mine, the contract I made is the contract of all of you. What kind of nonsense is this? What's the matter? I just told you to go up and chop twice, and besides, don't you still owe me money? Where is the debt? Zoro felt more and more bad. In the town of Rog you said you wanted to buy a knife and I lent you 100,000 pele. Didn't the 100,000 be returned to you later? But we should agree to repay 3 times, so you should pay me back 300,000 berry. There is still 200,000 berry. But I paid it back on the same day. Do I need to pay it 3 times? Of course, can't you even keep a promise? You. This sentence directly pierced Zoro's heart. The pride of the swordsman never allowed him to fail to keep even one promise. It's this kind of overlord agreement. As long as you do what I say, these can be written off. You devil! Zoro couldn't find an excuse to refuse. Luffy squinted her eyes, with her big belly puffed out, got up and walked around, looking for a place to pee. Reka-san. Zoro knew that he was already the fish on Nami's sticky board, but whether to do it or not, it would be better to ask Reka-san for his opinion. Because Zoro knows that on the whole ship, only Nami can survive. Not even 5.5 Captain Luffy. And this subtle movement made Ikram's expression suddenly startled. A powerful swordsman like Noah Zoro actually needs the advice of this most harmless man in matters of business. Could it be that Marine's bounty is not mistaken? This man is the strongest. Otherwise, how could the attitude of the strong swordsman be like this? Please ask for instructions with respect. This is your debt relationship, I don't care, but since the contract is signed, let's do it, but these 2 guys, leave it to me. Luffy wakes up, you deal with it. The one who used the cannonball had an arrogant attitude just now. Now that the contract has been negotiated and there is a reason to act, then no one in this world is allowed to be more arrogant than me. 2 capable people, can you please make me happier? Although it was night, Reka just had to let himself feel angry. The sun in your heart can be touched. As he spoke, Reka took a step forward, and there was a boom in the air, and terrible flames erupted from his whole body. It was as if he had turned into a god. Stepping on the ground with 1 foot melted the ground. Ability user. Logia. Seeing this, Akalam was stunned immediately. Then he was overjoyed, because he was done. The princess is saved.